Chapter 1. Infinite Strengthening System. In the Dragon Kingdom, in Shaojiang City, at the 3rd Martial Arts High School, in Class 5 of the 3rd year. Jiang Hao was lying on the desk when he suddenly raised his head, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. I actually didn't die, and I've become so young. In his previous life, Jiang Hao was a boxer. After winning the world championship, he overexerted his body and suffered from numerous injuries in his later years, leading to his premature death. Jiang Hao looked up at the lively and cheerful boys around him, a hint of nostalgia crossing his mind. Being young is truly wonderful. Just as he was lost in thought, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, causing some confusion. He had actually traveled to another world, a world where fierce beasts roamed and martial artists were revered. This place was no longer Blue Star. The name of this body was also Jiang Hao. His parents had died in the line of duty while fighting against the fierce beasts when he was young, and the country provided Jiang Hao with a subsidy every year to cover his tuition until he reached university. If he failed to get into a key university, the tuition would no longer be provided, and the subsidy would also be cut off. From then on, he would have to work in a factory or join a gang, becoming cannon fodder. Unfortunately, he had no talent in martial arts to get into a good university. The minimum requirements are to have 1 point of blood energy, a strength of 1,000 pounds, and a reaction speed of 13 meters per second. These were the basic standards for martial artists. Currently, his blood energy was only 0.3 points, still 0.7 points away from the standard. His strength was barely over 300 pounds, and his speed was even worse, only reaching 5 meters per second. The gap to the standard was too great. Previously, Jiang Hao, in a desperate attempt to secure this subsidy, had taken a black market drug called Black Bear Dragon Pill, which overexerted his body and caused him to die immediately. This was a drug that drained life force in exchange for a boost in blood energy with severe side effects, and that was how he ended up in this world. Jiang Hao leaned back in his chair, secretly examining his body. His blood energy had indeed increased a little, but only slightly, and there were signs of it dissipating. However, he felt extremely fatigued. Even lifting his hand felt exhausting. It was as if he had the body of an 80-year-old man, nearing the end of his life. What the hell? It can't be this bad, right? Did I just travel to another world and my body is already failing? Jiang Hao shouted in his heart. That moment, a mechanical voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding! The God-level infinite strengthening system is starting up. Do you wish to activate it immediately? A system? Jiang Hao's eyes widened, excitement filling his expression. He quickly thought, yes, ding. God-level infinite strengthening system successfully bound. Attribute panel generated. Ding. Newbie benefits. 300 strengthening points granted, 1 newbie blind box, 1 free draw chance. Then an attribute panel appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. Host, Jiang Hao. Realm, martial student. Cultivation method, none. Skills, first layer of fierce tiger fist. Weapon, none. Strengthening points, 300. Draw chances, 100 strengthening points can be exchanged for 1 draw chance. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. Exchange port, valuable items can be traded with the system for strengthening points. It really is a system. As long as the system deems something valuable, it can be exchanged for strengthening points, which can then be used to strengthen skills, martial arts, cultivation methods, pills, weapons, and more. Everything can be strengthened. The most important thing is that there is no upper limit. As long as you have strengthening points, you can keep strengthening indefinitely. Jiang Hao placed his hands on the desk and initiated an exchange. This is a somewhat worn-out desk. It can be exchanged for 0 strengthening points. Do you wish to exchange? Not possible. Jiang Hao then took out a 100 yuan bill and initiated an exchange. This is a 100 yuan banknote. It can be exchanged for 1 strengthening point. Do you wish to exchange? Jiang Hao's eyes nearly popped out. This also works, but that's way too expensive, right? 100 yuan only exchanges for 1 strengthening point. And he happened to be a poor person. Spending money is obviously not a good method. He then took out a blood activation pill distributed by the school and initiated an exchange. This is a crudely crafted blood activation pill. It can be exchanged for 1 strengthening point. Do you wish to exchange? Even this has 1 point. Jiang Hao stared in shock at the exchange panel. To be aware, a blood activation pill sells for 50 yuan in the market, yet can be exchanged for 1 strengthening point. Clearly, spending money is the least cost-effective way. Jiang Hao experimented with other items and found that pills provided the most strengthening points for exchanges. Banknotes provided the least. Weapons varied in strengthening points based on their material. Then he looked at the blind box in the storage space, curious about what good items it might contain. Jiang Hao used his thoughts to open the blind box in the storage space. He didn't want to bring it into reality and alarm others. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a skill upgrade talisman. The blind box in the storage space vanished, leaving a yellow talisman behind. Skill upgrade talisman can unconditionally raise any skill by 1 level. What the hell? Jiang Hao exclaimed in surprise. He then looked at the Fierce Tiger Fist. If he used this talisman, the Fierce Tiger Fist would immediately upgrade to the 2nd layer. However, Jiang Hao forced himself to hold back. Using this upgrade talisman now was too unwise. In the future, when facing more difficult skills, using this upgrade talisman would maximize benefits. He then turned his attention to the lottery module. Now he had a chance for a free draw. A large spinning wheel appeared before Jiang Hao, divided into 8 sections for prizes. Cultivation methods, skills, weapons, rare materials, pills, rare items, others, and thank you for participating. Why is there a thank you for participating? Jiang Hao weakly complained. Start the draw. The wheel began to spin, eventually stopping in the cultivation method section. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the cultivation method Eternal Sutra. A golden book appeared in the storage space. Jiang Hao's heart leaped with joy. He had actually drawn a divine level cultivation method. It's worth noting that in Hengyang City, the highest level cultivation method available was only a level method. Cultivation methods are divided into 4 tiers: B, C, and D. They correspond to the speed of converting the world's energy. If the level methods allow for a speed of 1, then level methods are 10 times that speed. A level methods are 50 times that speed, and divine level methods are 200 times that speed. This is the power of divine level methods. Cultivating for 1 day is equivalent to others cultivating for 200 days. With this cultivation method, his blood energy accumulation speed would rapidly increase, and entering a key university would no longer be a dream. Jiang Hao opened the golden cultivation method, and instantly, the Eternal Sutra transformed into a stream of light and flew into his mind. Immediately, the operation route and cultivation principles of the Eternal Sutra became clear to him, and it began to operate automatically. In an instant, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body, and the previous fatigue was swept away. He also had a delusion that when he secretly clenched his fist, he felt extremely powerful, as if he could kill a fierce beast like a rhinoceros. This was a martial art that was extremely young and tough. After practicing it, a person would become exceedingly masculine, and the power of their strikes would become incredibly intense. Combined with the Fierce Tiger Fist, it was ferociously powerful. Calm down, this is just the beginning. Jiang Hao forcibly suppressed his excited heart. Just then, 2 unruly individuals swaggered into the classroom, one with green hair and holding a cloth bag. Time to pay the protection fee. The leader, with yellow hair, shouted arrogantly. Suddenly, the entire classroom fell silent. Chapter 2. Robbery. Everyone sit still, no laughing or horsing around. Stay in your seats and obediently hand over 3 blood revitalization pills. The yellow-haired one shouted arrogantly from the front. He placed 3 blood revitalization pills on the table. The green-haired one walked around collecting the pills into the cloth bag. Jiang Hao frowned deeply. In a large classroom of over 50 people. Not a single person resisted. According to his previous memories, these 2 were from class 11, led by Song Hai. They took advantage of the lunch break when the teacher was absent to collect protection fees. At the beginning of each month, the school would distribute 10 blood revitalization pills to each student as training resources. Yet, they came at this time to collect protection fees from the students, demanding 3 pills from each. However, they only dared to collect fees from the ordinary class students and did not dare to approach the elite class. There have been instances where people tried to collect fees from the elite class, only to be beaten half to death on the spot. Ordinary class students, as long as the teacher wasn't watching, were left to their own devices. Even if they reported it, it was futile. As long as they didn't disturb the elite class, the teachers generally wouldn't intervene, allowing them to run rampant. Thus, the yellow-haired one dared to be so arrogant. Jiang Hao watched as they went around, collecting those who hesitated or took too long to hand over their pills, received a slap from the yellow-haired one. Hurry up, be obedient. You still want to resist? The yellow-haired one snatched the blood revitalization pills and tossed them into the bag. He didn't take more than 3. Many were indignant, but could only lower their heads, cursing the yellow-haired one in their hearts. Jiang Hao shook his head secretly. With so many people, not a single one dared stand up and resist. It was simply shameful and disgraceful that a martial artist actually had to pay protection fees to others. How could a martial artist reach a higher level without a fearless heart? Even if they fell, they must get up and fight again. He focused his attention on the system. The chances for a lottery draw were gone, but he still had 300 enhancement points. He looked at the plus sign behind the fierce tiger fist and clicked on it with his mind. Suddenly, the fierce tiger fist section on the attribute panel blurred for a moment and then upgraded to the second level. His enhancement points decreased by 100. Jiang Hao's mind filled with memories of practicing the fierce tiger fist, showing him the entire process of breaking through from the first level to the second. His body also began to change, with warm currents circulating within, strengthening him. Jiang Hao swung his fist and found that he had indeed mastered the second level of the fierce tiger fist. His blood energy increased accordingly. The fierce tiger fist was a technique for students to refine their blood energy and also had combat effectiveness. Jiang Hao looked again at the fierce tiger fist and saw another plus sign, indicating it could be further improved. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao clicked the plus sign. Buzz! Jiang Hao felt his body swell up, as if it were being inflated, with blood energy boiling. His whole body was radiating heat, and simultaneously, images of breaking through from the second to the third level appeared in his mind. His body felt like a furnace, emitting powerful heat. Even the female student beside him looked at Jiang Hao in shock, instinctively shifting her body at that moment. Jiang Hao resembled a blazing furnace. Jiang Hao quickly calmed the boiling blood energy by operating the constant Hengyang Scripture. This made the female student think she was hallucinating, as Jiang Hao was notoriously known for his poor aptitude. Only those with strong blood energy would emit such intense warmth. However, she had indeed sensed a powerful and intense aura just now. This left her feeling conflicted, frequently glancing at Jiang Hao. Hey, just now you were throwing punches. Are you not going to pay the protection fee? The yellow-haired one happened to walk right next to Jiang Hao. Seeing his desk empty and not like others who had taken out their pills, the yellow-haired one immediately got angry that someone dared to defy the rules. Jiang Hao sneered and looked at the yellow-haired one calmly. Yes, I won't pay. Not just today, I won't pay in the future either, Jiang Hao said firmly. Wow. Shoo. Other classmates immediately turned their heads to look at Jiang Hao, shocked. How dare he? He actually refused to pay the protection fee. This was going to offend Song Hai. How could he dare? Song Hai was notorious in the school, and his brother was part of the Poison Wolf mercenary team. Even the principal had to treat their team equally. Was he not afraid of getting beaten after school? Teachers wouldn't care. Was he looking for death? Haha. I thought today would be an uneventful day. I didn't expect to encounter a thorn in my side. The yellow-haired one rolled up his sleeves, looking at Jiang Hao with mockery. The green-haired one also looked at Jiang Hao with a cold sneer, as if viewing a dead person. Let me see who gave you the audacity to provoke us. You don't need Song to come let Grandpa teach you how to behave, the yellow-haired one said, slapping hard at Jiang Hao. The slap tore through the air, creating a terrifying whistling sound. Other classmates couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads, not wanting to see Jiang Hao's grim fate. After all, the yellow-haired one was a warrior with blood energy at 0.7. There had been others who tried to resist, but ended up in bed for a long time. What's wrong with Jiang Hao? How dare he provoke Brother Huang? I heard Jiang Hao took a black bear dragon pill and is eager for quick success. He might have burned his brain. Shameful. Everyone else is paying the protection fee, and he is the only one not paying, thinking he's special. Now he's in trouble. Not a single classmate stepped forward to help instead. They watched Jiang Hao get beaten with schadenfreude. Some even started to snicker. Look at him standing there stupidly. Is he scared, silly? Jiang Hao stood there, watching the yellow-haired one's hand coming at him as if watching a turtle crawl. He calmly raised his hand, countering the attack, and with a loud slap, hit the yellow-haired one in the face. Boom! The yellow-haired one was sent flying, blood pouring from his mouth, teeth scattering, and he crashed heavily onto a nearby desk. The desk collapsed under the impact. The classroom instantly fell silent. They stared in shock at the yellow-haired one who had been sent flying, then back at the unharmed Jiang Hao. Their faces were filled with disbelief. How could this be? The yellow-haired one was actually defeated in an instant. This scene left them all blank. They never expected that Jiang Hao known for his poor aptitude, will be able to defeat the yellow-haired one with 0.7 blood energy in a single blow. Is this heaven playing a joke on them? Many classmates unconsciously stood up, looking at each other, then staring in disbelief at Jiang Hao. Gulp. The person who was just mocking Jiang Chun unconsciously swallowed hard, regretting why he spoke so quickly just now. Isn't he a waste? How could he be so strong? The yellow-haired guy lay on the ground, wailing, "Da, my mouth, my teeth." The other classmates dared not make a sound, shocked as they looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao turned to look at the green-haired guy holding the cloth bag. The green-haired guy trembled all over as he looked at Jiang Hao, and as he saw Jiang Hao approaching, he instinctively stepped back. You actually dared to beat up Brother Huang so badly, you're dead meat. Our boss won't let you go. You better not come over." The green-haired guy looked at Jiang Hao in terror as he kept approaching. Robbery. Jiang Hao walked over and snatched the cloth bag from his hand. The green-haired guy hesitated for a moment, but then let go. "What? Do you have an opinion?" Jiang Hao scoffed and asked, "I dare not. I dare not. You can take it all." The green-haired guy quickly shook his head. What a joke. Brother Huang was beaten so badly. He still dared to resist? Chapter 3. Let him take enough first. Get lost. Jiang Hao glared at the green-haired boy and shouted. Instantly, the green-haired boy trembled all over and ran away. "Big brother, is there anything else?" The green-haired boy asked weakly. "Take him away and get lost together." Jiang Hao pointed at the howling yellow-haired boy on the ground. Yes. The green-haired boy nodded quickly, disregarding the yellow-haired boy's cries, and dragged him out of the classroom. The other students looked at Jiang Hao and didn't dare to approach. Jiang Chun looked at the blood-reviving pills in the bag and found that there were even pills from other classes inside. After counting, there were over 800 of them. One pill equals 1 point. So over 800 pills means over 800 enhancement points. Jiang Hao looked at the others in the class, only to find that they all avoided his gaze. Even the girl who had just been sitting next to him ran away directly at this moment, as if he had a plague on him. "Jiang Hao, you offended Song Hai and should go find him to apologize. Don't drag everyone down with you." The class monitor, Yang Xing, stood up and shouted angrily. "Whoa, it's all your fault. I needed the blood-reviving pills to cultivate." A girl in the front row sobbed. "Now look, you showed off and beat the yellow-haired boy. And next time Song Hai comes to collect protection fees, he will take half. How am I supposed to go to college now?" "Exactly. Jiang Hao, what are you showing off for? If you want to die, don't drag us with you." The crowd began to accuse Jiang Hao of showing off, because Song Hai had stipulated that if a class resisted, the next time protection fees were collected, the amount would increase as punishment. Next time it will be 50. For them, ordinary class students who only received 10 blood-reviving pills a month, this was a disaster. One blood-reviving pill could increase 0.01 blood energy, and 10 pills a month could only increase 0.09 blood energy. If 3 pills were removed, there would be 7 left, and with their hard training, they could still increase 0.09 blood energy. If there were only 5 blood-reviving pills, then the maximum increase in a month would be just 0.05 blood energy. For those who generally had around 0.6 blood energy, trying to break through to become a martial artist in 6 months would be extremely difficult. So many people directly broke down and began to accuse Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at them with cold eyes, feeling no pity for them at all. Just a moment ago, so many people didn't dare to resist, but now they dare to blame him. Did they think he had no background? Or did they feel emboldened in numbers, thinking Jiang Hao wouldn't dare to fight back? It's all your fault. Do you think having a little strength makes you impressive? Do you know that Song Hai is a quasi-martial artist? Are you his match? Give me back my blood-reviving pills. Lu Xiaoming saw the bag of blood-reviving pills in Jiang Hao's hand and suddenly felt greedy. He rushed forward, wanting to snatch the pills. "Yes, give me back my blood-reviving pills." Wang Dajuan and several others followed Lu Xiaoming's lead and charged forward. With more people, they felt emboldened and were no longer afraid of Jiang Hao. After all, Jiang Hao was just one person. The baseness of human nature was fully revealed at this moment. In an instant, Jiang Hao found himself at the center of a storm, about to be engulfed by the angry students, with Lu Xiaoming leading the charge. Other students rushed in from all directions, fearing that if they were slow, the blood-reviving pills would be snatched away. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Xiaoming, who was charging towards him with cold eyes. He lifted his leg and kicked out. Boom! Lu Xiaoming was sent flying as if he had been hit by a speeding car, crashing into several others who were rushing forward, breaking bones, and screaming in agony. Then, like kicking a soccer ball, Jiang Hao struck out with lightning speed, kicking one after another, sending a group sprawling. The classroom was instantly in chaos, desks toppled, and many students lay on the ground, screaming in pain. Those who had rushed forward immediately slammed on the brakes and turned to flee. Some who had not reacted in time were kicked by Jiang Hao and crashed into the wall, causing the wall to shudder and crack. In the blink of an eye, a large number of students from Class 5 of the senior year had fallen. The ones who had not fallen were those who quickly took the opportunity to escape, crouching in corners, trembling, or screaming as they ran out of the classroom. A bunch of trash. After saying that, Jiang Hao went over and searched each one, taking away all their blood-reviving pills. You can't do this. Someone tried to resist, but was knocked unconscious by Jiang Hao with a slap. Then, Jiang Hao took all his blood-reviving pills. The huge commotion from Class 5 of the senior year had long since attracted the attention of the teachers who were resting. In the teacher's office across the way, they looked through the window at the events unfolding in Class 5. Lao Lu, aren't you going to stop this? If Jiang Hao keeps stealing like this, none of your students will get into college this year. Li Kai, the head teacher of Class 6, asked with a smirk. Exactly. Teacher Lu, hurry up and stop him. The new teacher, Li Chunmei, shouted. Hee, let him steal. We'll deal with it after he's taken enough. Lu Dongdong calmly twisted open his teacup and took a sip of the tea brewed with Tianshan goji berries. He looked at Jiang Hao with a satisfied expression. What about the other students? Li Chunmei asked in shock. This is very unfair to the other students. Li Chunmei said angrily. Unfair? Lu Dongdong glanced at Li Chunmei with a cold laugh. Then he turned and walked into the office. When Songhai sends someone to collect protection fees, why didn't these students rise up against him? If they dared to resist, what could Songhai do to them, even if he is a quasi-martial artist? But now they dare to rob Jiang Hao. They should know that Jiang Hao is the one who helped them drive Songhai away. Instead of being grateful, they turn around and rob him. It's just that they see Jiang Hao has no background and think that even if they rob him, there will be no consequences. But the one who drove away Songhai will be punished by him. These useless people. Lu Dongdong shook his head, feeling very disappointed in his class. Teacher Li, how can he do this? Allowing students to rob. Li Chunmei looked at Li Kai and asked. Lao Lu, is he trying to cultivate Jiang Hao? Wang Dehai, the head teacher of Class 4, asked with a smile. I don't know. Let's see how it goes. He still has to get past Songhai. Lu Dongdong chuckled lightly. Let's see how far he can go. The head teachers from other classes looked at Lu Dongdong with envy. Why didn't the students in their classes dare to stand up and resist? They were all useless. As long as they dared to stand up and resist, not avoid it, their teachers would stand with them. But they didn't dare. They were exploited by Songhai like quails, not even daring to make sound. Chapter 4. Strengthening. Jiang Hao continued to search through the blood-reviving pills. Jiang Hao, you won't have a good end. Jiang Hao, just wait. My father won't let you off. Jiang Hao, Uncle Jiang, I was wrong. Is it not enough that I admit I was wrong? Jiang Hao, have you thought about the consequences of doing this? No matter how they shouted, Jiang Hao ignored them and went straight to their front, snatching the blood-reviving pills they hid in their arms. I'll fight you. Crack. Jiang Hao calmly broke the hand of the one who raised it against him, ignoring his screams, and took his blood-reviving pills. I told you not to move, Jiang Hao said with a smile. This immediately frightened the other students who had not yet been robbed. Demon. Jiang Hao was indeed a demon. He broke someone else's hand and still managed to smile. The remaining students, seeing Jiang Hao's brutality, immediately lost the courage to resist. Those who could run had already escaped. Jiang Hao did not pursue them. The ones left who could not run were those who had just rushed up and had their legs broken. They were now suffering double punishment. Not only did they endure physical pain, but they were also being robbed by Jiang Hao. The thought that they wouldn't have any blood-reviving pills for the entire month, and that they were further away from college, filled them with despair. They deeply regretted it, knowing how powerful Jiang Hao was. Why did they still foolishly rush to confront him? Huang Mao had already suffered, nearly losing all his teeth right in front of them. Why didn't they learn their lesson? If their hands weren't broken, they would have wanted to slap themselves hard. Some thought about the huge medical expenses for their injuries and how much it would cost to buy a blood-activating pill. Their already struggling families were hit even harder. They immediately broke down and cried. Jiang Hao took the last person's blood-activating pill without caring about their screams. After all, the school security and school doctor would come over to handle it later. It wouldn't be a big deal. Jiang Hao looked up at the teacher's building across the way and found that the homeroom teacher hadn't come to stop him, which meant they tacitly approved of his behavior. Other students in the corridor saw Jiang Hao come out and scattered instantly, like they had seen a ferocious beast. Afraid of provoking this violent man, Jiang Hao glanced around and then walked toward the Tianjiao class. He needed to find a quiet corner to strengthen himself. After all, having offended Song Hai and the others, it was uncertain whether he would see the sun tomorrow after walking out like this after school. According to his predecessor's memories, Song Hai was not only tyrannical on campus, but also had a group of idle people outside the school to bully students. His current strength was still too weak. People behind him pointed and discussed Jiang Hao. Where was he going? It seemed like he was heading to the Tianjiao class. Impressive. He had beaten his classmates so badly. Even more impressive was that he had beaten Song Hai's people. He would be sad when school ended. Jiang Hao was finished. Completely finished. Offending Song Hai meant there was no good outcome. Was he really going to the Tianjiao class? Could it be that the Tianjiao class would take him in because he fought Song Hai's people? That joke isn't funny. If he could find protection from the Tianjiao class, then Song Hai might not be able to do anything to him, right? It was difficult. The people in the Tianjiao class rarely got involved in such matters. Jiang Hao arrived at class 5 of the Tianjiao class and saw a man in white discussing something enthusiastically with other students, occasionally bursting into laughter. Jiang Hao was looking for this person. Jiang Hao's parents and Yilong's parents were comrades. Yilong's mother had also found Jiang Hao and told him that their Yi family owed him a favor. If Jiang Hao ever needed anything from her or Yilong in the future, they would definitely go through fire and water for him. But after Yilong's mother passed away, Yilong was reluctant to acknowledge this favor. He usually deliberately distanced himself from Jiang Hao, as Jiang Hao's aptitude was too low. Previously, Yilong had also approached Jiang Hao, offering him some money to settle the favor. However, Jiang Hao had not agreed. This made Yilong feel that Jiang Hao wanted to use this favor to blackmail him, which made him very uncomfortable. He even had thoughts of killing Jiang Hao, so he wouldn't have to bear this favor anymore. Yilong, come out, Jiang Hao shouted to the man in white. The students in class 5 looked at Jiang Hao when they heard the shout. Upon seeing Jiang Hao in the ordinary class uniform, they immediately turned their heads back to continue what they were doing, ignoring Jiang Hao because in their eyes, he was destined to have no future interactions with them. Yilong, hearing the shout, walked out displeased. What do you want from me? Do you want me to help you plead with Song Hai to let you go? Yilong asked with a cold smile. No need. Jiang Hao shook his head. I want to borrow your dorm for a while. Yilong frowned upon hearing this. After this, we're even, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Deal. Yilong immediately clapped his hands, afraid that Jiang Hao would change his mind. Yilong quickly took Jiang Hao to his dorm. Students in the Tianjiao class had single dormitories provided by the school, one person per room. The rooms were very nice, equipped with kitchens, bathrooms, and furniture, and also had equipment for testing blood energy, strength, and reaction speed. Jiang Hao looked at it greedily. Using this set of equipment outside would cost at least 200 yuan, but here it was free. Comparison makes one feel inferior. Just one day, right? Yilong asked. Yes, just a day, until after school. Jiang Hao nodded. Good, but don't mess with my stuff. Yilong looked at Jiang Hao like a thief. Then he wrapped the bed and his personal belongings in protective film, leaving an empty room for Jiang Hao. Only the unwrapped equipment and kitchen and bathroom facilities remained. Until after school, that's what you said. Yilong emphasized again as he exited the room. Right? Until after school. Jiang Hao nodded expressionlessly. TCH. Yilong disdainfully clicked his tongue and closed the door. Yilong shook his head disdainfully and said, if you don't have strength, no amount of cleverness will help. Jiang Chun took out the blood-activating pills he had seized, too lazy to count them, and directly initiated the exchange. This is 345 rough blood-activating pills, which can be exchanged for 345 strengthening points. Would you like to exchange? Yes. Immediately, Jiang Qin's panel increased by 345 strengthening points. The Hengyang Classic also had an additional plus sign, and the Fierce Tiger Fist had an additional plus sign as well. Jiang Qin immediately clicked the plus sign behind the Hengyang Classic. Buzz. Suddenly, it felt like there was a furnace inside Jiang Qin's body, rumbling loudly. His skin turned a bright red like a steamed lobster, emitting hot white steam. The meridians in his body were forcibly opened up. The tearing pain made Jiang Qin let out a low roar. After over 10 minutes, the meridians were torn and then repaired, and this pain gradually disappeared. Then streams of warm energy flowed through his meridians, warming his entire body and making him feel very comfortable. A powerful force surged from within him, and the Hengyang Classic advanced from entry level to the first layer. His realm directly became that of a martial artist, exuding a strong and fiery aura. Looking at the strength tester beside him, Jiang Hao couldn't help but punch it. Boom! The strength tester shook, and the numbers jumped wildly. Finally, it stopped at 300. It was actually 300 pounds. One should know that the strength of an average martial artist is only about 1,000 pounds. Only a 2-star martial artist could reach 300 pounds. Ha! Jiang Hao laughed wildly. Chapter 5. Waste is not worth wasting time on. Just being at the first layer allowed his strength to soar so much. Truly worthy of a divine-level technique. Operating the Hengyang Classic. Waves of powerful energy spread throughout his body. The previous deficit from taking the Black Bear Dragon pill completely dissipated at this moment. A rolling masculine aura radiated from Jiang Hao. If he had this system and such a technique in his past life, could he still let other fighters be arrogant on the stage? He could kill them with a single punch. After a long while, Jiang Hao finally calmed his excited heart and looked at the strengthening points. How is this possible? Just the first layer, and it used 500 points? Jiang Hao almost jumped up when he saw that there were only 845 strengthening points remaining. But thinking that the Hengyang Classic was a divine-level technique, its effects were so powerful that it didn't seem too much to use that many strengthening points. Damn, I thought having over 1,000 points would be enough. But who knew it would be so quickly consumed? Jiang Hao complained weakly. It was not enough to upgrade the Hengyang Classic again. He looked at the Fierce Tiger Fist, which could still be improved. Jiang Hao clicked the plus sign behind the Fierce Tiger Fist. The Fierce Tiger Fist instantly blurred, and then streams of heat surged through Jiang Hao's body. His entire body swelled up, turning his originally thin body into a strong one. The muscles on his arms became very solid, as hard as stone. His palms also grew larger, and his skin became rougher. His facial features became more defined. The whole person exuded a fierce aura. Images flashed in his mind from the third layer to the fourth layer. Jiang Hao casually swung his fist, creating waves of terrifying howls. When his fist smashed against the force gauge, it let out a loud bang and pressed tightly against the wall, trembling continuously. 1,500. With one enhancement, he had directly increased his strength by 200 pounds. Jiang Hao saw this increase and used 300 enhancement points, and the Tiger Fist still displayed a plus sign behind it. So, let's continue to enhance. Boom! After pressing the plus sign, there was a thunderous sound from within Jiang Hao's body. Jiang Hao's body became stronger, his stature grew taller, and a layer of keratin gradually appeared on his skin, covering his entire body except for his face. The clothes he was wearing now felt a bit small. His ankles were exposed, and his upper garment was tight. Jiang Hao noticed that his palms had transformed to resemble large fans. Clenching his fist, a powerful force surged within him. Boom! A fist mark appeared on the steel plate of the force gauge, which shook violently. The numbers jumped sharply. 2,000. He had actually increased by 500 pounds. It was too terrifying. Jiang Hao calmed the restless energy within him and used the Hengyang to regulate the heat in his body. Soon it settled down, and his body gradually returned to its original size, regaining his handsome face. However, Jiang Hao felt that his strength had increased again. Although he had become leaner, he was even stronger. It was as if a fierce beast was hidden within him, ready to erupt at any moment. He looked at his enhancement points. which were only 145 now. There were no other skills to enhance, so his gaze shifted to the lottery module. Last time he won the Hengyang. What would he get this time using enhancement points for the lottery? Lottery. The spinning wheel blurred instantly, and when it slowed down, the pointer actually stopped to thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You're just one step away from winning. Damn, if you say it like that. I know I'm just one step away. Jiang Hao approached the blood energy testing device and put his hand inside. The blood energy testing instrument began to roar, and the blood energy readings started to rise. 05, 12. It stopped at 18. The blood energy had directly reached 18, surpassing that of an ordinary martial artist. It was almost reaching the blood energy value of a 2-star martial artist. The strength of a 2-star martial artist was only 2,000 pounds, and he had already met the standard. Then Jiang Hao went to test his reaction speed. Suddenly, bullets on the device came at him like raindrops, and Jiang Hao began to dodge or block with punches. By the end of the test, he had only 5 red dots on him, indicating that only 5 bullets had been missed, and the device displayed a speed of 16 meters per second. He had greatly surpassed the standard for martial artists. He then turned around and punched the force gauge. Boom! 2,300. Ha! He had indeed become stronger. Jiang Hao opened the panel. Host, Jiang Chun Realm. 1-star martial artist cultivation method. Hengyang skill, Tiger Fist 5th layer, weapon and enhancement points, 45 lottery attempts, 0 storage space, 1 cubic meter, exchange port, can exchange any valuable item with the system for enhancement points. Now, with blood energy reaching 18, reaction speed at 16 meters per second, and strength at 2,300 pounds, even a 2-star martial artist Jiang Hao dared to confront head-on. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang. Jiang Hao was stunned, not expecting the whole afternoon to pass so quickly. He walked out of the dormitory and headed towards the school gate. Many students were still waiting at school, watching to see how Jiang Hao would handle Song Hai's reckoning. They saw Jiang Hao coming out of Yi Long's dormitory, and their gazes turned sharply towards him. He is out. What's the use of hiding until school is over? Yi Long, that is your friend, right? Someone from the elite class asked. Not anymore starting today. Yi Long scoffed. The teachers were also watching Jiang Hao from the teaching building as he slowly walked towards the school gate. Not bad. He has the courage to come out. I didn't misjudge him. Lu Dongdong admired as he watched Jiang Hao. Students from class 5 of the 3rd year, some in casts or using crutches, stood by the roadside, glaring at Jiang Hao in anger. They endured their injuries to see how Jiang Hao would be dealt with by Song Hai. Only then could they vent their frustration. Li Chunmei anxiously looked at Jiang Hao, then at Lu Dongdong. Teacher Lu, aren't you going to stop him? If he goes out like this, he'll be beaten to death by his Song Hai and his gang. Lu Dongdong remained calm, and upon hearing Li Chunmei's words, he just smiled lightly. If he doesn't even have the courage to face Song Hai, then he doesn't deserve me to intervene. Are you just going to watch him get beaten to death? Li Chunmei shouted angrily at Lu Dongdong. He is still a student. He is not a match for those people. It's unfair to him. Unfair? Upon hearing this, Lu Dongdong turned to stare at Li Chunmei. A waste. Does he have the right to talk to me about fairness? They can live here without worries and go to school. For them, that is the greatest fairness. Don't you see that in the South? There are still strong fighters battling fierce beasts, and people die at any moment just to create a survival space for humanity? They abandon their families and fearlessly fight against fierce beasts. They also have parents and their own wives and children. Is that fair to them? Lu Dongdong pointed sternly to the South. The resources of humanity are limited. If he can't even get past this little punk Song Hai, how will he face those brutal, fierce beasts in the future? Why should I waste resources on a waste? Wouldn't it be better to invest in those from the elite class? At least there's a chance to cultivate a strong individual. Lu Dongdong's questioning left Li Chunmei speechless. Jiang Hao looked around and then strode out of the school gate. He had already seen the idle members of society stirring not far away, all of whom were Song Hai's people, or people with some connection to Song Hai, come and help shout. At the front was the yellow-haired guy whose mouth had been twisted from a beating. He pointed at Jiang Hao and shouted angrily, "Big brother, it's him." Chapter 6. Never have I seen someone so arrogant. Jiang Hao stepped out of the school gate with an indifferent expression, as if he didn't see the fierce-looking people outside. "Brother He Shui, it's him." The yellow-haired guy shouted, pointing at Jiang Hao. "It's fine, you go up." I want to see if he dares to hit you again. He Shui sneered. Thank you, brother He Shui. Jiang Hao, do you dare to come out? The yellow-haired guy yelled angrily, covering his jaw. As the yellow-haired guy fumed, he charged aggressively towards Jiang Hao. At that moment, he had countless brothers behind him, and he didn't believe Jiang Hao would dare to hit him now. The so-called brothers behind the yellow-haired guy also charged towards Jiang Hao with murderous intent. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao's footsteps did not stop. He walked straight towards the yellow-haired guy, his expression calm and his gaze indifferent. Li Chunmei, standing on the teaching building, clenched her fists tightly, her fingers turning white, watching Jiang Hao with a worried face. Lu Dongdong was the same, gripping the railing tightly. A hint of regret even flashed through his mind. If only he had stopped him. In fact, Jiang Hao standing up to resist Song Hai's extortion had already made him very satisfied. Now, sending him to face Song Hai's evil power. Was it too cruel? What? Regretting? Li Kai asked with a smile beside him. Other class teachers also looked over upon hearing this. Lu Dongdong took out a cigarette, striking dozens of matches before lighting it. Who? Lu Dongdong took a deep drag of his cigarette, letting the spicy smoke swirl around in his lungs. This way, he could force himself to calm down. Lu Dongdong exhaled a puff of smoke and said in a deep voice, "No regrets." He raised his hand and pointed at Jiang Hao. If he can't even get past this hurdle, then he's just a waste. Li Kai looked at Lu Dongdong's strong and composed face. Then, at his trembling fingers holding the cigarette. It was clear that his inner thoughts were not as calm as he claimed. Old Lu, he's just an ordinary student from a regular class. Li Kai sighed and said, "You're too impatient. Even talents need to be honed slowly. It's impossible to achieve everything in one step." The others nodded in agreement with Li Kai's words. Yes, Teacher Lu dispersed them. Song Hai is too despicable. Li Chunmei looked at Lu Dongdong with hope. Lu Dongdong shook his head firmly. I could protect him for a while, but I can't protect him for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. They looked at Jiang Hao with sympathetic expressions. However, since Lu Dongdong had said he wouldn't take action, others felt it was inappropriate to intervene. After all, Jiang Hao was Lu Dongdong's student. The classmates at the school gate had been robbed by Jiang Hao. They watched him with glee, laughing wantonly, as if they could already see him begging on his knees. A trace of delight appeared on their faces. You asked for it. Someone sneered. Let Song Hai beat him to death. Now that he's run into Song Hai, let's see how arrogant he can be, someone maliciously said. Upon hearing this, everyone showed cruel smiles. They lined up and intentionally blocked the school gate. Lu Dongdong upstairs saw this and immediately darkened his face. But in the end, he did not stop it. Jiang Hao, as long as you don't back down, if you fight back a bit more impressively, I'll step in to save you. This is also a test for you. Lu Dongdong thought to himself. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Hao. As both sides got closer, the atmosphere at the school gate became increasingly tense. The air felt as if it had solidified. Song Hai stood at the back with his arms crossed, coldly watching Jiang Hao. To offend him, Song Hai was to ask for death. He was here today to show everyone the consequences of crossing him. Although he couldn't kill him at the school gate, Song Hai planned to cripple him today. Otherwise, any Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to stand up against him in the future. What was Jiang Hao trying to do? Someone noticed that Jiang Hao didn't stop and was directly approaching the yellow-haired guy, immediately asking in confusion. The others looked at Jiang Hao with puzzled expressions. Did he really want to charge through? Just as this thought emerged, they quickly dismissed it. Although Jiang Hao had just knocked down their classmate, the opponents he faced now were not just high school students. Many were already graduates. Although they weren't martial artists, many had reached level 08 in vitality, and some were even close to being quasi-martial artists. No matter how strong Jiang Hao was, how could he break through? At most, he was only level 07, and there were more than one level 07 vitality martial artists on the opposite side. No matter how you looked at this fight, it was bound to end in Jiang Hao being beaten up. It would be lucky if he didn't die. So when everyone saw Jiang Hao walking steadily toward the opposite side, they were all puzzled. Even the yellow-haired guy felt a bit uneasy, looking at Jiang Hao's indifferent eyes, feeling a chill in his heart. But turning to see the large number of brothers behind him, the yellow-haired guy's courage returned. Are you here to die because you saw that I'm scared? Huh? The yellow-haired guy laughed menacingly. He was walking slower and slower, wanted to torment Jiang Hao slowly, making him experience deep fear. Yellow-haired guy, it seems I was too rough earlier and messed up your brain. Jiang Hao stood firm in front of the yellow-haired guy, suddenly reaching out to grab his bandaged, swollen face. Do you remember what I told you before? Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you. The yellow-haired guy immediately let out a piercing scream. It hurts. The pain made him hit Jiang Hao's hand hard. The others were stunned by Jiang Hao's actions. They never expected Jiang Hao would dare to be so arrogant. Dude, do you not have a clear understanding of your current situation? He actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Even the yellow-haired guy's side was dumbfounded. They truly didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so fierce. It was only when they heard the yellow-haired guy's screams that they came to their senses. Let go. You little bastard. I said let go. A guy behind the yellow-haired guy shouted and rushed toward Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao ignored them, just squeezing the yellow-haired guy's face tightly. At this moment, the yellow-haired guy was in so much pain that tears were streaming down his face, wailing in agony. Seeing Jiang Hao's cruel gaze, he desperately struggled backward. But he was held by Jiang Hao, unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. He could only watch as Jiang Hao raised his palm and, with a loud bang, brought it down on his head. The yellow-haired guy felt as if the sky had fallen. With a sharp pain in his head, he fell into darkness. His head exploded like a ripe watermelon, splattering red and white all over the people behind him who rushed forward. No! He Shui shouted in terror. But at this moment, it was already too late. The blood from the yellow-haired guy's chest sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun, drenching them. Jiang Hao licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a look of excitement on his face. He Shui and the others felt a chill run through their bodies as they saw the excited expression on Jiang Hao's face, straight to the top of their heads. What kind of demon had they provoked? He Shui looked at Jiang Hao's cruel gaze, trembling all over, his scalp tingling. The alarm bells in his heart were ringing, and he wanted to turn and flee. Chapter 7. Worldview Collapse. But He Shui knew he couldn't escape. As long as he fled today, he would no longer fit into this group in the future. No one liked a cowardly and weak deserter. Even the bullies who preyed on the weak felt the same way. He pretended to roar fiercely, "You dog thief! How dare you kill him? Brothers, let's go together and take him down." After saying that, he was the first to charge at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao sneered. In his eyes, He Shui, who seemed incredibly fierce to others, was like a snail. Kill! He Shui roared with a twisted face, throwing a punch at Jiang Hao's head. Kill! Jiang Hao also shouted loudly, charging toward He Shui at an even faster speed. He Shui felt a blur in front of him, and Jiang Hao's fist was already in front of him. He Shui's face was filled with horror. He wanted to withdraw his fist to block, but it was already too late. A punch landed on his chest, and He Shui felt as if he'd been hit by a savage beast. His chest caved in, and his whole body flew up. Blood gushed from his mouth, knocking the people behind him down in a heap. The formation that had just rushed up was broken into disarray. Jiang Hao charged into the crowd like a tiger descending a mountain, with over 2,000 pounds of strength. How could these people, who weren't even martial artists, withstand it? Jiang Hao punched one after another, injuring anyone he touched and killing anyone who got too close. Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! He swung his fists, hitting anyone in sight. The ones who got hit cried out in despair, and no one was lightly injured. Most suffered from caved-in chests and exploded organs. The lightest injuries were broken arms. They had never seen such a ferocious fighting style. Each punch was meant to take a life. The worst they had done before was just breaking someone else's arm. Before long, they collapsed and fled in panic. Jiang Hao chased after a group of people alone, like a ferocious wolf pursuing a flock of sheep. The speed of this change left everyone around dumbfounded, especially those who wanted to see Jiang Hao make a fool of himself. They gaped in disbelief at the fleeing individuals, watching as Jiang Hao made them fall like leaves in a storm. Anyone who ran a little slower was caught up and killed. This made them even more frantic, wishing they had 2 more legs. Many people simply lay on the ground, pretending to be dead, too afraid to resist. Song Hai stood there in a daze, incredulously watching everything happening before him as Jiang Hao slowly walked towards him. There were no obstacles left between them. Gulp! Song Hai swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Looking at his brothers on the ground, he felt heartbroken. He was only slightly stronger than them. Jiang Hao, my brother, is a member of the Poison Wolf mercenary team. Song Hai quietly moved back and shouted at Jiang Hao. I'm telling you, my brother is a 2-star warrior. If you dare to hurt me, my brother will make sure you regret it. Song Hai shouted, trying to sound fierce. This is the school gate. I'm warning you. Don't do anything reckless. Song Hai saw Jiang Hao continuing to advance, getting closer and closer, and he panicked. Don't come any closer. I won't take your protection money anymore. I'll return all the protection money I owe you. Song Hai had nowhere to retreat. His back against the wall, he stretched out his hand to try to stop Jiang Hao from approaching, his face filled with extreme fear as he looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao stopped in front of Song Hai, looking at him coldly. I thought you were a big shot in school, someone to be reckoned with. Jiang Hao reached out, lifting Song Hai's chin, and slapped his face hard. I didn't expect you to be such a useless coward. You don't even dare to fight back? At that moment, Song Hai was overwhelmed by Jiang Hao's imposing presence, trembling all over. Although he was furious at being insulted, he didn't dare say a word in defense. He felt like a frightened little dog, shaking uncontrollably. His eyes showed a hint of pleading, hoping Jiang Hao would let him go. Let me go, I'll give you the stolen blood vitality pills. Song Hai trembled as he spoke. Kneel, Jiang Hao said coldly. Hearing this, Song Hai felt as if struck by lightning, not daring to look Jiang Hao in the eye. He didn't want to kneel. If he did, it would be the end for him. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Hao clenched his fist, the sound sending chills down Song Hai's spine. His knees gave way, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, proactively offering the stolen blood vitality pills. Like a dog wagging its tail in submission, he begged, Today, as protection money is all here, it's all yours. Please let me go. He kept bowing his head repeatedly. The overwhelming ferocity and fierce gaze of Jiang Hao was too much for him. Jiang Hao looked at Song Hai, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, shook his head. Once he initially gave up resisting, he couldn't muster the courage to fight back anymore. Jiang Hao lifted his foot and stepped on Song Hai's head, wiping off the blood splattered from the earlier fight. He picked up the protection money that Song Hai offered. Don't let me see you again, Jiang Hao said flatly. Yes, yes, Song Hai hurriedly agreed. Hee. Jiang Hao chuckled lightly and walked straight home. Meanwhile, Song Hai remained kneeling there, not daring to get up. In a place unseen, a flicker of resentment flashed in Song Hai's eyes. The hatred he felt towards Jiang Hao was greater than the sky and deeper than the sea. The surroundings were extremely quiet. They had initially thought it would be an easy victory, but unexpectedly, Jiang Hao turned the tables and launched a counterattack. In their minds, the formidable Song Hai now knelt there like a dog. This shattered their worldview. The once powerful delinquents also lay on the ground like dead dogs, their fates unknown. The students of Class 5 in their senior year exchanged glances, speechless, yet a wave of shame surged in their hearts. The Song Hai they had always feared turned out to be such a character. Remembering how they had previously blamed Jiang Hao out of fear of Song Hai, even mocking him and coming to watch him make a fool of himself, they now realized they had become the real joke. Watching Song Hai, who once bullied them, now being treated like a dog, they felt both relieved and pained. They were relieved to see Song Hai being humiliated, but pained that it was Jiang Hao, whom they looked down upon, who was doing it. Some felt unbearable shame and quietly left, even though Song Hai was being bullied so badly by Jiang Hao. They still didn't dare to go up and beat him up. They hadn't forgotten that behind Song Hai was a brother who was a 2-star warrior. The second floor of the teaching building was extremely quiet. The teachers had imagined various scenarios, but they never expected it to be the current scene. All the teachers felt a buzzing in their heads, especially Li Chunmei, who was staring blankly at the gang of delinquents lying outside. Her lips moved a few times, but she didn't know what to say. Lu Dongdong also stared blankly outside, watching Jiang Hao's departing figure. It wasn't until the cigarette burned down to his fingers that he suddenly came to his senses. Hee. A trembling smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. Finally, Lu Dongdong burst into wild laughter, slapping the railing hard while laughing. Ha ha. Chapter 8. Home was burgled. Jiang Hao walked toward his home. The residents here were mostly civilians with poor qualifications who had not become warriors. They could only enter factories, trading their health and time for a little food. These factories processed the corpses of ferocious beasts, turning them into various medicines or materials for alchemy. Some could even forge weapons. However, regardless of the type of ferocious beast, their corpses were highly toxic. When these civilians handled these corpses, due to their insufficient strength, in an unprotected environment, their bodies would gradually be eroded by the beasts. Even after death, the corpses of these beasts could still contaminate human consciousness. Therefore, most of those who entered the factories could not last long. If they didn't gain strength in over 2 years, they would go insane, their conscious awareness gradually eroded. In the end, they would become like wild beasts, completely losing their humanity and only retaining their primal instincts. This also led to frequent violent conflicts in various slums, as they could not control their nature. They were on the brink of madness. There were indeed preventive gear against erosion, but it was too expensive for them to afford. It was like the polishing and painting processes in factories in the past life. Didn't those workers know that pain is harmful? That dust is harmful? They knew. But for survival, for a better life for their families, and to provide better conditions for their children, they had to carry on. This is the same here. No matter which world, the bottom is equally miserable. Jiang Hao arrived at his doorstep. He found that his door had been broken open, and the inside was in disarray. All the food had been overturned. A group of people sat on the ground in a circle, laughing and eating his food, drinking alcohol. Jiang Hao recognized one of them as the local bully, Gao Dalong. After leaving the factory, he had not sought another job, but had gathered a group of people who were laid off from the factory to rampage through this slum. Relying on his blood vitality, reaching level 07, and his strong power, coupled with having lost some of his consciousness during work due to erosion. The whole person appeared extremely insane, striking without holding back. This made everyone fear him greatly. Ironically, the sober individuals were actually afraid of the insane person, allowing them to persist. We've eaten all the food, Gao Dalong shouted with a strange laugh as he saw Jiang Hao enter. The others also burst into mad laughter. They all knew that Jiang Hao was just an ordinary student from a regular class, with a vitality of only 0.3 in their eyes. Jiang Hao was just a child waiting to be slaughtered. He had previously gone to the black market to buy black bear dragon gall to enhance his vitality. This old dog wants to stop us from eating. Annoyed to the point of losing patience, I knocked him out. Gao Dalong pointed to the corner and said. Jiang Hao trembled as he approached the corner. Memories of this old man surged in his mind. This old man was named Yudahai. From then on, the two relied on each other in this apocalypse. Yudahai had no wife, no children. His family was brutally killed by cultists. He had always protected Jiang Hao as he grew up. Without Yudahai, Jiang Hao would have died long ago. In his lifetime, Yudahai was a martial artist with a vitality of 0.8. It was only because he worked in a factory that his body was constantly eroded, and his vitality weakened. Otherwise, how could Gao Dalong and the others possibly be a match for Yudahai? Jiang Hao stood in front of Yudahai's body, trembling slightly. He felt the unwillingness and anger of his predecessor. In his memories, Jiang Hao bought the black bear dragon gall to enhance his strength, hoping to replace Yudahai. He didn't want to see Yudahai toil so hard anymore. Even though Jiang Hao knew that taking the black bear dragon gall had strong side effects, he still had no regrets. But now, seeing the tragically changed Yudahai, with his chest caved in, arms broken, nose broken, and eyes swollen, not a single part of him uninjured, he could imagine how fiercely Yudahai had resisted to protect this food. This food was earned with his life. Jiang Hao was completely enraged. Why? Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, looking furiously at Gao Dalong. Seeing the angry Jiang Hao, Gao Dalong laughed frivolously. Oh, are you angry? What is there to explain? Today we set our sights on your family. Gao Dalong sneered. Yes, our big brother Gao has taken a liking to your family. It's your family's honor, said Lu Xiaofeng, the son of the village chief from the slums. He was also not capable and just followed Gao Dalong around. A few others swayed and stood up, walking toward Jiang Hao, wanting to help Gao Dalong teach him a lesson. Beasts! Jiang Hao shouted angrily. Jiang Hao struck out with hatred, punching the person in front of him directly through. That person looked at the arm that pierced through his chest with disbelief. Then, looking at Jiang Hao, he coughed up blood and fell to the ground dead. Seeing his little brother killed with a single punch, Gao Dalong stood up in fear. unable to look confidently at Jiang Hao. How could his little brother, who had a vitality of 0.5, be killed with one punch? Bold! How dare you kill my man? Gao Dalong shouted loudly. Brothers, kill him. Gao Dalong grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it hard at Jiang Hao. But at this moment, Jiang Hao was furious and, without waiting for them to rush over, he charged forward instead. Kill! Jiang Hao shouted angrily. He punched one person's head directly to pieces. With the last punch, he collapsed another person's chest, causing him to spit blood and fly into the air, crashing into the people behind him, breaking their bones. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Hao cleared out all of Gao Dalong's little brothers with one punch each. This made Gao Dalong and Lu Xiaofeng pale with fear, their souls almost fleeing. He did it. It has nothing to do with me. Gao Dalong fled in panic, shouting as he ran. Lu Xiaofeng also wanted to escape, but was grabbed by Jiang Hao by the neck. Let me go. Lu Xiaofeng's face turned purple from the grip. He shouted fiercely, My dad is the village chief. If you kill me, you want to have a good end. Crack. Jiang Hao ignored him, twisting Lu Xiaofeng's neck like unscrewing a bottle cap. He looked at Gao Dalong's fleeing figure, wanting to chase him out. But seeing Yu Dahai lying in the corner, Jiang Hao chose to save Yu Dahai first. After all, Gao Dalong couldn't escape. Jiang Hao carried Yu Dahai on his back and rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, Gao Dalong was like a frightened bird, terrified to the point that his heart was about to leap out. He looked at Jiang Hao's direction in horror. Just a moment ago, if he had run a little slower, he would have been killed by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, Gao Dalong muttered angrily. Then he headed toward Lu Xiaofeng's house. Chapter 9. To act or not to act. Doctor, how is my uncle? Jiang Hao asked nervously. The doctor glanced coldly at Jiang Hao. What kind of junior are you? How could you let the old man get such serious injuries? If you hadn't come in time, and if your uncle weren't a martial artist, you'd already be preparing for his funeral, the doctor said irritably. Hearing this, Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. The tension in his heart finally eased. Thank you, doctor. Jiang Hao repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Who on earth did something so heartless to an old man? The doctor asked angrily. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment. Forget it. This is your business. I'm too lazy to ask. The doctor shook his head, not wanting to continue questioning, thinking of the chaotic times. People were dying everywhere. In this era where lives are as cheap as grass, being able to save someone who has been severely injured is already considered lucky. Also, you need to prepare a large sum of money, the doctor said seriously. Your uncle has multiple internal organ ruptures and broken bones. Even if he survives, he will become a useless person. Post-surgery medication and rehabilitation will also cost a lot. You need to be prepared for that. He can't go back to work in the factory, or he'll die in less than a month. The doctor warned sternly. As for whether Jiang Hao would comply, he didn't care. He was just fulfilling his duty as a doctor. All right, thank you, doctor. Jiang Hao nodded. Jiang Hao went to the payment desk. What? 50,000 yuan. Jiang Hao looked at the cashier in shock. What do you think? Your uncle is so seriously injured. And now there are so few doctors, the costs are definitely high. The cashier rolled her eyes and said, The current hospital is quite the hot commodity. In this apocalypse, a doctor is much more important than a soldier. Sometimes there are even several soldiers protecting one doctor. Jiang Hao rummaged through his pockets. He had only 300 yuan on him. His uncle Yu Dahai earned only 2,000 yuan a month. After deducting living expenses and the money for blood-activating pills for both himself and his uncle, he had less than 300 yuan left. And now this 50,000 yuan was an astronomical sum for them. Hello, can I owe it for a few days? Jiang Hao asked weakly. Hee, what do you think? The cashier rolled her eyes and said impatiently. Jiang Hao looked toward the hospital ward. Yu Dahai could not be left untreated. A person must have their priorities. Although Jiang Hao did not value human life highly, he had his own bottom line. Jiang Hao believed that as long as he was given a little time, even a week, he could earn that 50,000 yuan. But right now, there was not enough time. Yu Dahai was waiting for that 50,000 yuan to save his life. After a week, Yu Dahai's body might already be cold, and it was clear that the hospital would not save a life without seeing the money. This world has no health care or similar welfare policies. These people want nothing more than to squeeze every penny from you, and then divide your corpse. At this moment, a short and chubby person walks by, running like a winter melon, but his plump face is friendly when he smiles. He cheerfully asks, "Little brother, are you in trouble? Is a family member hospitalized here? How much do you need?" Jiang Hao is taken aback and looks at him. "Let me introduce myself. I am Luan Min from Angel Finance." Luan Min extends his hand in a friendly manner. Even though Jiang Hao does not shake his hand, he doesn't mind and continues to introduce his business with a smile. Luan Min talks incessantly. After listening for a while, Jiang Hao realizes that the other party runs a private lending company, commonly known as loan sharking. Jiang Hao notices that hospitals are indeed a good place for loan sharks to conduct business. "What's the interest rate?" Jiang Hao asks straightforwardly. "Ha, little brother, you're straightforward." Luan Min is taken aback for a moment, then laughs heartily. "How much do you need to borrow?" Luan Min asks. "At least 50,000. Hearing this, Luan Min's eyes light up. He sizes up Jiang Hao and finds that although he is young, he has a calm demeanor. Many people would have panicked by now, losing their composure. They would not be as clear-headed as Jiang Hao. "Little brother, how old are you this year?" Luan Min asks with a smile. 17. Good. Luan Min claps his hands and laughs. 50,000 is no problem. 3-month term, repay 80,000. What does that sound? Luan Min asks with a smile. That's outrageous. That's really outrageous. 1 month interest is 10,000. What if I borrow 100,000? Jiang Hao asks again. Luan Min is taken aback for a moment, then smiles broadly and says, still the same, 3-month term, repay 150,000. Aren't you afraid I won't pay you back? Jiang Hao asks. We have a strong team. We guarantee you'll pay it back. Luan Min says with a smile. We also have many channels, many jobs you can do, ensuring you can repay this money. You're still so young, we're not worried. Can you make it a bit cheaper? Jiang Hao asks. Hearing this, Luan Min feels reassured that the deal is secure. Sure, I get along well with you, little brother. I'll take the liberty to give you a discount of 5,000. Luan Min says with a smile. Can't you make it any cheaper? Jiang Hao asks. This is a no-capital business. No, you can't say that. We also bear a lot of risks. And every penny is our hard-earned money. Luan Min says firmly. All right, I'll borrow it. Jiang Hao says decisively. My uncle is hospitalized here from now until discharge. All expenses will be covered by you. Jiang Hao hands over Yu Dahai's medical record. 3 months later, I guarantee to pay you back. Luan Min flips through Yu Dahai's medical record. This looks a bit serious. Luan Min hesitates and says, Can it be done? If not, I'll find someone else. I believe your competitors are definitely watching you. Jiang Hao asks impatiently. Yes. Luan Min hurriedly says. Then let's sign the contract. Jiang Hao waves his hand. This makes Luan Min a bit uncomfortable. In the past, he would lure patients' families to take loans, but today he is being urged by Jiang Hao to process the loan. Soon, Jiang Hao and Angel Finance sign the loan agreement, and Yu Dahai's surgery fees are paid. Pleasure doing business. Thank you, Jiang Hao says sincerely. Although Luan Min has ulterior motives, he has indeed helped him at this moment. This sincere thank you leaves Luan Min stunned for a long time. Jiang Hao feels different from the other panicking family members. He feels that Jiang Hao can really pay back this money, because he senses a strong confidence from Jiang Hao. Forget it, if he pays back, then he pays back. I'm not losing. Luan Min shakes his head. Jiang Hao leaves the hospital, planning to buy some beast meat to make soup for Yu Dahai. His body is too weak and needs good nourishment. Chapter 10. Can the chaotic consciousness of fierce beasts be exchanged? Jiang Hao arrives at a shop selling beast meat. Boss, how much is this meat? Haha, little brother. Which kind do you want to buy? The boss, holding a knife, walks over with a smile. Is there a difference? Jiang Hao has never bought beast meat before. It was all Yu Dahai who bought it. Little brother, this is your first time buying beast meat, right? The boss laughs, trying to make conversation. The difference is quite simple, he says, pointing to the left where the beast meat is very red. This is processed beast meat, suitable for anyone, be it the elderly, children, or patients. Of course, it's also more expensive. This processed beast meat costs at least 100 yuan per pound. Wow. Jiang Hao looks at the meat shop owner in shock, taking a deep breath. So expensive? The meat shop owner seems to have anticipated this. Don't worry. There's also cheaper stuff. The meat shop owner points to the right, where the beast meat is isolated by glass shields. Through the glass, Jiang Hao sees a piece of beast meat actually twitching. He thinks he is seeing things. Jiang Hao rubs his eyes and looks again, finding that the piece of beast meat really does pulse like a heartbeat. The meat shop owner sees Jiang Hao's shocked expression and bursts into laughter. This is unprocessed beast meat, at least half cheaper than the processed kind. Jiang Hao looks curiously at the piece of beast meat. The meat shop owner, seeing Jiang Hao's curious look, kindly starts to explain since there are no customers at the moment. Fierce beasts are different from humans. Every inch of their flesh is filled with chaotic consciousness. If the fierce beast is not dead, it's fine. It can suppress its surging chaotic consciousness. But once the fierce beast dies, it can sometimes be even more terrifying than a living one. The meat shop owner seems to recall something and looks frightened. Once the fierce beast dies, it can no longer suppress its chaotic consciousness. This chaotic consciousness radiates outward at all times. And if the surrounding creatures cannot withstand the impact of this chaotic consciousness, then those creatures will lose their consciousness and become crazy, chaotic beasts. The meat shop owner says seriously. Jiang Hao's mouth drops open. No one has ever told him this before, neither in school nor by High. What he learned in school was just the basics of martial arts training. As Jiang Hao listens to the meat shop owner's words, he seems to understand something. It's like in the previous life, bacteria are everywhere, but as long as a person is alive, the immune system suppresses the bacteria. Once a person dies, the bacteria in the body lose their suppression and will multiply wildly. Can you let me see it? Jiang Hao asks. The meat shop owner shakes his head. You can't withstand the impact of this chaotic consciousness. But I have beast meat that is 90 processed. I can show you. 90%? Jiang Hao asks in surprise. Of course, not just 90, there is also 60, 50, 40, and 30 processed beast meat. The meat shop owner boasts. Jiang Hao's eyes widen. Is this steak? Then I want to see the 90 processed beast meat. Jiang Hao looks at the boss expectantly. All right, 50 yuan for a look. The meat shop owner says with a smile. Huh, just a look is 50 yuan? Jiang Hao asks in shock. Of course. Do you know how much this fierce beast meat sells for? The boss asks mysteriously. How much? 1,000 yuan per pound. The boss holds up a finger, his eyes full of pride. Jiang Hao looks at the boss in astonishment. The boss is very satisfied with Jiang Hao's expression. It is very difficult to control the beast meat to a cooking level of 90. That's why it's so expensive, right? Didn't you say that these beast meats are filled with a chaotic and mad consciousness? Would anyone buy them? Jiang Hao asked curiously. If no one buys it, why would I sell it? The butcher looked at Jiang Hao with the eyes of someone from the countryside. Don't you understand? Many martial artists take this processed beast meat to hone their consciousness. That's why they are particularly precious. Forget it. I feel a connection with you. So I'll let you take a look for free this time. The butcher was very pleased with Jiang Hao's naive reaction, greatly satisfying his desire to show off. He walked to another side and opened a glass case. Here, this is the beast meat that has been processed to 90. You should be able to handle it. Jiang Hao walked over curiously, looking at the beast meat inside, which had been cleaned, showing little difference. He couldn't help but open the system, his gaze sweeping over the beast meat. This is a piece of beast meat containing a trace of chaotic consciousness. It could be exchanged for 15 enhancement points. Would you like to exchange? This is a trace of crazy, chaotic beast consciousness. It could be exchanged for 5 enhancement points. Would you like to exchange? The system immediately popped up 2 dialog boxes. Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. The system could actually exchange the chaotic consciousness of the beast separately. How many enhancement points can an unprocessed piece of beast meat yield? Exchange for selling consciousness. Exchange successful. Jiang Hao saw that there were indeed 5 more enhancement points on the system panel, and the piece of beast meat that had been processed to 90 seemed to appear more vibrant. How about that? You should know that the workers processing this beast meat risk their lives. Their wages are quite high. How much? Jiang Hao asked urgently. 20,000. Jiang Hao's eyes widened as he asked. Where can I do that? The butcher looked puzzled and said, any factory that processes beast meat can do it. Aren't you too young? You don't really want to do it, do you? The butcher asked in shock. Generally, those who do this are either terminally ill or near death. Thank you, boss. Jiang Hao turned and ran towards the beast meat processing factory. Not only can he earn money, but he can also gain enhancement points. Who wouldn't he want to do it? Leaving the butcher alone, confused in the wind. Meanwhile, at school, Lu Dongdong was happily thinking about how to teach Jiang Hao if he came tomorrow. This afternoon, in his battle with Song Hai, Jiang Hao's displayed combat power had clearly surpassed that of a quasi-martial artist. This kid, I wonder when he broke through to the martial artist realm. Even in the genius class, he could get in. The next day, Lu Dongdong found that Jiang Hao hadn't come. Lu Dongdong hurriedly arrived at the classroom, asking, "Did anyone see Jiang Hao?" Everyone shook their heads. "Haven't seen him come." Hearing this, Lu Dongdong's heart instantly panicked. He knew that Song Hai's brother, Song Dashan, was a 2-star martial artist. Could it be that Song Dashan went to find trouble with Jiang Hao? Lu Dongdong thought in a bit of panic. "Song Dashan, if you dare to hurt Jiang Hao, I will make you pay dearly," Lu Dongdong said, rushing towards Jiang Hao's house. Chapter 11. Angry Song Dashan. Song family. Have I not told you to stop drinking? Alcoholism will harm your body and even deplete your vital energy. Song Dashan questioned loudly. "Sobi, sobi, sobi." Song Hai sat there blankly, staring at his brother with vacant eyes. Upon hearing his brother's questioning, he started to cry. "What? Why do you cry just because I said a few words to you?" Song Dashan was a bit caught off guard by Song Hai's reaction. "What is wrong with you?" Song Dashan asked softly. At this moment, Song Dashan carefully observed Song Hai's condition. He looked completely dispirited. Normally at this time, his brother would be outside playing with his little friends. "Brother, I was bullied." Upon seeing Song Dashan, Song Hai seemed to have found his support and howled. "Who bullied you?" Song Dashan asked in surprise. He knew his brother's character. Usually, if he didn't bully others, others would be fortunate. Only in this little Jiangcheng, where there are a few martial artists and everyone knows each other, the school also cultivates students in a nurturing way. So they didn't pay much attention to Song Hai's bullying behavior. As long as it wasn't too excessive, they turned a blind eye. "It's someone from our school. He made me sob in public." Song Hai stammered, unable to finish his sentence. What exactly happened? Seeing Song Hai's twisted face filled with hatred, Song Dashan urgently asked. Song Hai recounted everything that happened the previous afternoon to his brother. "He made me kneel in public." Song Hai gritted his teeth and roared in hatred. Song Dashan's eyes widened upon hearing this. "You really kneeled to him?" Song Dashan asked. "Yes." Song Hai nodded, ashamed, lowering his head. "You?" Song Dashan looked at his brother in disappointment. How can a martial artist easily kneel to someone? If a martial artist can't even maintain their dignity, how can they expect to make progress in martial arts? Their achievements in this lifetime would be limited. Seeing his brother's twisted and painful expression, sometimes breaking into silly laughter, made Song Dashan very heartbroken, while also feeling immense hatred towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's actions, seemingly not hurting Song Hai, actually caused him more serious harm than physical injury, leaving a huge psychological scar in Song Hai's heart. From now on, as long as Song Hai can't overcome this inner demon, his life may remain in this state of despair. His life could very well be ruined. How could Jiang Hao be so malicious? "Get up. Do you know where Jiang Hao is? Let's go find him," Song Dashan shouted loudly, pulling his brother. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Song Hai's eyes. "Right, brother? Let us go find him and beat him to death. Make him kneel in public too." Song Hai's face twisted in rage. "I'll take you to find him right now. You must completely cripple him, beat him to death," Song Hai shouted. Seeing his brother react so strongly when Jiang Hao was mentioned, Song Dashan felt immense pain. "Jiang Hao, I will make you pay the price." Song Dashan growled through gritted teeth. "He haha, I'll kill you. Song Hai sao that so mewat maniac ali." Song Dashan took Song Hai straight to Jiang Hao's home. "This is Jiang Hao's house, such a shabby shack, haha." Song Hai pointed ahead at the slum and shouted. However, when they arrived at Jiang Hao's house, they found it in complete disarray. Even the shack was about to collapse. Moreover, they had just seen someone running out of Jiang Hao's house with something. "Is this Jiang Hao's house?" Song Dashan asked, somewhat dumbfounded. "I remember it being here." Song Hai looked around and found no difference from his memory. "Hey, does Jiang Hao live here?" Song Hai asked someone he grabbed. He used to, but not necessarily anymore." The person sneered. "What do you mean?" Song Dashan asked. The The person stopped talking, rubbed two fingers together. Song Dashin uncomfortably took out a 10 yuan bill and handed it to the person. The person took the money and chuckled. Jiang Hao killed the village chief's son from our Shaolu village, and now the village chief is searching everywhere for Jiang Hao's whereabouts. Where he lives in the future. It depends on where the village chief wants to bury him, the person said with a sneer. After finishing, the person took a pot from Jiang Hao's house and walked away. How could Jiang Hao cause so much trouble? Song Dashin asked in surprise. He had just angered his younger brother, and now he had killed the village chief's child. He glanced at his own brother and found him trembling in fear. What's wrong? Song Dashin asked with concern. Brother, do you think if I hadn't knelt that afternoon, Jiang Hao would have killed me? Song Hai asked, his face filled with dread. Song Dashin fell silent. Jiang Hao dared to kill the village chief's son. Would he not dare to kill you? Song Dashan, Song He. What have you done to Jiang Hao? Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from outside the door. Lu Dongdong was glaring at the two brothers with rage. Teacher Lu, Song Hai called out, somewhat intimidated. Lu Dongdong was notorious for being ruthless at school. He was very strict with students and was strong enough that sometimes even the school leaders wouldn't dare to cross him. Song Hai, is that all you amount to? You get bullied and come to your older brother for help. Lu Dongdong shouted furiously. You bully other students at school, and we never intervened. But now you come to your brother for revenge because Jiang Hao bullied you? Looking at the chaos in Jiang Hao's home, where even the last refuge had been destroyed, Lu Dongdong's anger surged. Without saying another word, he rushed in and began to beat up Song Dashin and his brother. Ah, Teacher Lu, how can you hit people? Song Dashin was caught off guard, and his eyes were blackened. Ah, Teacher Lu, if you hit me again, I'll fight back. The two of them dodged Lu Dongdong's fierce punches. Fight back. Let me see how much you've learned. Lu Dongdong roared in anger. The two brothers were no match for Lu Dongdong. Song Dashin was only a 2-star martial artist, while Lu Dongdong, as a teacher at the top high school, was at least a 6-star martial artist. Under Lu Dongdong's relentless assault, the two of them were beaten like two helpless sheep. In the end, they both squatted on the ground, crying. We really didn't do it. We just got here. Song Dashin shouted in frustration. He had come to find trouble with Jiang Hao, but instead got beaten by Lu Dongdong before he even found Jiang Hao. Where could he go to reason with this? Chapter 12. What a pity for this kid. Teacher Lu, we really didn't do it. Song Hai cried out. He hadn't been beaten up by Jiang Hao, but was now being brutally attacked by Jiang Hao's teacher. At this moment, his face was swollen, with 2 streams of blood running from his nose, looking utterly miserable. Song Dashin was in a similar state, battered and bruised. Lu Dongdong believed that Song Hai was so arrogant because of Song Dashin, so he focused on punishing Song Dashin, whose nose was crooked, and his eyes were reduced to slits, resembling panda eyes. His clothes were torn to shreds, and he was covered in bruises. We didn't even see Jiang Hao's shadow. We were just passing by when you beat us up, Song Dashin shouted, feeling extremely aggrieved. Looking at the brothers' frustrated faces, it seemed they were telling the truth. Really? Then do you know where Jiang Hao went? Lu Dongdong asked, puzzled. Song Dashin quickly recounted what he had just heard. Jiang Hao can cause more trouble than my brother. Why don't you go beat him up? Song Dashin said, feeling wronged. What? Did I hit the wrong person? Lu Dongdong raised an eyebrow, glaring at Song Dashin, his tone carrying a hint of danger. No, it's my failure to discipline him that led to my brother being unruly. Song Dashin felt a chill from Lu Dongdong's fierce gaze and immediately admitted his fault. You better not lie to me, or I'll make you regret being born. Lu Dongdong snorted coldly and left, leaving the brothers in a pitiful state. Brother, my teeth have been knocked out. Song Hai cried out miserably. Song Dashin looked at his brother and became increasingly annoyed. He was already a teenager, yet he still acted like a child. If he had truly angered Jiang Hao, would he still be alive? With his current unruly character, even if he didn't encounter Jiang Hao in the future, he could still run into people like Li Hao or Wang Hao. This was the apocalypse. Is it strange to kill a few people in chaotic times? It was time to discipline this useless brother. With that thought, he couldn't help but slap him hard. The sound of the slap echoed as Song Hai fell to the ground. Get up. If it weren't for you, would I have been beaten up by that violent Lu Dongdong? Song Dashin shouted angrily. Song Hai didn't expect his brother to hit him and froze in place. Lu Dongdong had been asking around and learned that Jiang Hao's uncle, Yu Hai, was hospitalized. He also found out the whole story. It turned out that Jiang Hao didn't kill the village chief's child for no reason. They had provoked him first, and Jiang Hao acted out of anger. From Lu Dongdong's perspective, this was entirely justified. If Jiang Hao hadn't acted, Lu Dongdong would have had a problem with it. Lu Dongdong immediately rushed to the hospital to find Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was working at the red beast processing plant. "I'm telling you, Xiao Jiang, there's no need to push yourself so hard," his master advised. They were all old or terminally ill people who dared to come to this first processing stage. Long-term contact with untreated beast meat could drive a person insane. "My uncle is in the hospital, and I borrowed money at high interest to pay for his treatment. So I have to push myself," Jiang Hao said with a smile. "Oh, you kid. If your uncle knew, he wouldn't let you do this." The old man admired Jiang Hao even more after hearing this. "Master, let me give it a try. I've almost learned it," Jiang Hao asked. "All right, give it a try, but focus and don't let the chaotic consciousness of the beasts affect you," the old man cautioned. "Don't worry," Jiang Hao smiled. He then pretended to start processing the beast meat according to his master's instructions, but secretly activated the system to envelop the beast meat. When the time was right, he directly opened the exchange. "Exchange successful. Congratulations. You have gained 8 enhancement points." "Master, I'm done. Can you check if it's all right?" Jiang Hao asked with a smile. At this moment, even the boss came over to observe Jiang Hao. After all, it was rare for such a young person to do this work, so he instinctively wanted to check it out. Not bad. You're very smart to learn so quickly. You can go solo now and independently process beast meat." The old man examined the processed beast meat, praising it while secretly astonished. The quality was exceptionally good, with no traces of chaotic consciousness left, and it had a vibrant color, considered top-grade meat. Boss Huang Shunhong also nodded approvingly, admiring Jiang Hao. "Then let him handle the beast meat independently. Don't you need money for your uncle's treatment?" Huang Shunhong said with a smile. "Thank you, boss." Jiang Hao immediately expressed his gratitude. "Haha, work well, and I won't treat you poorly," Huang Shunhong said, patting Jiang Hao's shoulder with his chubby hand. Jiang Hao then began to process the beast meat independently, controlling his processing speed to be slightly faster than his master's. At first, Huang Shunhong thought Jiang Hao was cutting corners because he was working so quickly, but after inspecting it, he found that Jiang Hao's processed beast meat was not only fast, but also of superior quality. Customers praised it, even specifying they wanted Jiang Hao's processed beast meat. This made Huang Shunhong smile broadly. He liked Jiang Hao so much that he actively assigned him more beast meat to process. This kid is talented, but what a pity, borrowing high-interest loans for his uncle. Huang Shunhong shook his head as he watched Jiang Hao busy at work. What he didn't know was that Jiang Hao was enjoying himself, constantly exchanging the consciousness of ferocious beasts with the system. Moreover, Jiang Hao discovered that the consciousness of these ferocious beasts was not as terrifying as he thought. As long as he operated the Hengyang Scripture, the consciousness of the ferocious beasts would be refined the moment it invaded, even becoming nourishment for the Hengyang Scripture. After working for 2 days, Jiang Hao found that the power of the Hengyang Scripture had increased significantly. The Hengyang Scripture nourished his body, keeping him in a state of constant protection. Meanwhile, the enhancement points kept being exchanged continuously, coupled with the blood-replenishing pills he had snatched from Songhai. He now had a total of 2,030 enhancement points on his panel. Keep going. Jiang Hao frantically operated the Hengyang Scripture, refining the invading chaotic consciousness of the ferocious beasts. He was processing the ferocious beast meat and exchanging chaotic consciousness at an incredible speed, even faster than everyone else combined. However, Huang Shunhong did not suspect Jiang Hao because he had watched him grow step by step. He even fantasized about how great it would be if Jiang Hao could continue working here forever. What Jiang had to know was that Lu Dongdong was almost going crazy looking for him because he hadn't gone to school. After receiving help from the school and the demon exorcism guards, they finally found the factory where Jiang Hao was working on the 4th day. Although the school did not require every student to come every day, at least they should report their cultivation progress to the teacher. The college entrance examination was just around the corner. Chapter 13. Let the teacher be proud of you in the future. Seeing Lu Dongdong bring the demon exorcism guards to the door, Huang Shunhong was terrified, thinking that a cult member had entered his place. Is Jiang Hao working in your factory? Lu Dongdong asked urgently. Yes. What did he do wrong? Huang Shunhong asked nervously. I really don't know, he was a cult member. Huang Shunhong protested. Who said he did something wrong? Lu Dongdong asked impatiently. Did he do something wrong? Brother, thank you for your help. I'll go in and check on my student. Lu Dongdong turned to the leader of the demon exorcism guards. Okay, go ahead. The captain nodded. Hearing this, Huang Shunhong realized that Jiang Hao was actually a student of this powerful person and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you should have said earlier that Jiang Hao is your student. You scared me. Huang Shunhong patted his chubby chest to calm down. What did he come in for? Lu Dongdong asked. 4 days ago, he came to say he wanted to do this job processing ferocious beasts. I advised him, but he was very determined. Huang Shunhong said. Jiang Hao said he borrowed high-interest loans to treat his uncle's illness and had to work hard. Huang Shunhong led Lu Dongdong into the workshop. Look, that's Jiang Hao. To be honest, he is really a genius. After just a few days of learning, his speed in processing ferocious beast meat is faster than all the other masters here combined. Huang Shunhong pointed to Jiang Hao's back admiringly. Lu Dongdong looked at Jiang Hao's busy figure with admiration and affection. Originally, Lu Dongdong's impression of Jiang Hao was stuck in that afternoon scene, where he was incredibly brave. With exceptional talent and an indomitable spirit, he was both courageous and wise. Now, seeing Jiang Hao earnestly borrowing high-interest loans to treat his uncle, and willingly working in such a dangerous place, showed he was affectionate, righteous, and responsible. What kind of student wouldn't he be liked? Lu Dongdong looked at Jiang Hao's back, filled with admiration. Pay him his wages. He won't be working here anymore. Lu Dongdong said solemnly. All right, I'll settle it for him right now. Although Huang Shunhong was very reluctant, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Saying this, Huang Shunhong immediately called the finance department to calculate Jiang Hao's wages for the first 3 days and then verify today's wages to settle everything. Jiang Hao. Lu Dongdong came to Jiang Hao's side and called softly. Teacher Lu. Jiang Hao froze when he saw Lu Dongdong. Hey, you, if you have any difficulties, can't you tell me? Lu Dongdong sighed. Do you have to bear it all alone? I borrowed high-interest loans and must pay them back in 3 months. Jiang Hao said weakly. I can't just say I came here to work for enhancement points, right? How much did you borrow? About 100,000. I thought it was a lot. Only 100,000. Lu Dongdong laughed lightly. Can I enter the talented class? Jiang Hao asked, somewhat excited. He knew that the treatment for students in the ordinary class and the talented class was worlds apart. Talented class students not only had rooms provided by the school, but also received a substantial monthly supply of cultivation resources. They also received monthly wages and did not have to pay tuition fees. In contrast, ordinary class students had none of these benefits, had to pay tuition fees, and faced various other miscellaneous expenses. There were 8,000 students in the third high school, but fewer than 300 were in the talented class. The rest were all ordinary class students. Everyone saw your bravery that afternoon. As long as you pass the assessment, you can enter the talented class. Lu Dongdong said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Hao felt very grateful upon hearing this. You're my student. Who else am I going to help if not you? Lu Dongdong said with a smile. Then, teacher, if I go to the talented class, what about you here? Jiang Hao hesitated as he looked at Lu Dongdong. He began to realize that the college entrance examination was approaching, and if he, an ordinary class student, could be admitted to a key college, it would greatly benefit the teacher's future career path. Lu Dongdong would also receive a significant reward for it. Smack! Lu Dongdong slapped Jiang Hao's head without any good humor. As a teacher, do I need you to worry about me? If I, Lu Dongdong, were to use your future to exchange for a little reward, I would never find peace in my life. Lu Dongdong looked at Jiang Hao seriously. I, Lu Dongdong, am not so useless that I need you to help me with my performance. If you want to repay me, then work hard in your cultivation and become powerful. Lu Dongdong patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder and said seriously. In the future, when it comes to you, Jiang Hao, I, Lu Dongdong, will be able to boast to others that you were once my student. I hope that in the future, you can make your teacher proud of you. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Dongdong with emotion. Lu Dongdong was neither related to him nor had any obligation to help him, yet he cared for him so much. Whether in his past life or this life, Jiang Hao had never met anyone who treated him this well. "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Hao took 2 steps back and solemnly bowed to Lu Dongdong. This teacher deserved his respect because he was genuinely working hard to cultivate students for the future of humanity. Lu Dongdong looked at Jiang Hao's sincere and grateful expression, feeling a great sense of relief, and burst out laughing. This student was truly worth helping. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now it seemed that Jiang Hao had many shining points. "All right," Jiang Hao nodded. Although he was reluctant to part with the enhancement points from the ferocious beast meat, he could still distinguish between priorities. "Jiang Hao, this is your wage for the past 4 days. Today I calculated it based on yesterday's amount." Huang Xuanhong's face was filled with smiles. Jiang Hao was going to be a student of the talented class, so it was good to curry favor with him now. It might come in handy later. A total of 30,000. So much? Jiang Hao was a bit shocked. Haha, your speed in processing ferocious beast meat is much faster than others, so of course, the money is a bit more, Huang Xuanhong said with a smile. In fact, according to strict wage calculations, he had indeed covered some of it himself. But by profit calculations, he had made a big gain. Therefore, Huang Xuanhong was very generous in paying. "Thank you, boss," Jiang Hao said with a smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Qinglong was angrily searching for Jiang Hao everywhere. His son, Lu Xiaofeng, had his neck twisted by Jiang Hao, and when his mother saw him, she could hardly recognize him. The whole family was devastated. Gao Dalong has now also fled. He must capture Jiang Hao to take revenge. "Go, bring me Yu Dahai. I don't believe Jiang Hao won't show up. If he still doesn't appear, I'll have Yu Dahai accompany my son to the grave." Lu Qinglong roared angrily. Chapter 14, Reinforcement Again, 3rd Martial Artist High School. 3 examiners sat in front, 2 men and 1 woman. The one sitting in the middle with a stern expression was the school's chief martial arts instructor, Lin Feiyang. The male examiner next to him was the homeroom teacher of the Tianjiao class, Jin Yunhe. The female examiner on the right was from the Jiangchang Lord's Mansion. Here is a witness. After passing, she needed to record supplementary information to issue subsidies. Jiang Hao, the Tianjiao class assessment consists of 3 projects. In the assessment arena for the Tianjiao class, the chief examiner Lin Feiyang said solemnly, "These 3 projects are strength assessment, will assessment, and aptitude assessment. The total score for these 3 projects is 100 points. Among them, the strength assessment and will assessment are each worth 40 points, and the aptitude assessment is worth 20 points. We do not undervalue aptitude. However, over the years we have found that many who do not have great aptitude have made significant progress in martial arts. Conversely, those with good aptitude may waste it due to poor temperament, and despite our efforts and training, end up becoming a giant baby. Faced with fierce beasts and evil cult members, they dare not even take action, instead turning to flee. This is not the kind of talent the human race wants. Currently, among the 10 generals at the human race's border, have poor aptitude. So if your aptitude is good, treasure it even more. If your aptitude is poor, do not be discouraged. You too have the chance to become a figure like those 4 generals. Jiang Hao nodded to show he understood. He could comprehend that aptitude was like the educational background in his previous life. A high degree is certainly good. However, many who lack sufficient education have also achieved remarkable careers. Since you understand, let's begin the assessment. I wish you success. The examiner nodded at Jiang Hao. He walked towards the first room, which contained equipment to test aptitude, first testing his current strength, then his aptitude. Jiang Hao struck the strength tester with all his might. Boom! Jiang Hao punched out fiercely. Creak! The strength tester groaned under the strain, trembling uncontrollably. The numbers on the strength tester surged suddenly. Jin Yunhe stood up in shock, looking at Jiang Hao in disbelief. He widened his eyes at the strength tester, staring hard at the value. Originally, he thought Jiang Hao was an ordinary student, but he didn't expect such ferocity with a single punch. He even clearly saw a faint fist mark left on the strength tester. It should be noted that this tester can measure up to a 3-star martial artist. 2,400. The final value on the strength tester stopped at 2,400 Jin. The 3 examiners couldn't help but stand up. They looked at the number in disbelief, rubbed their eyes, and looked again. They looked down at the information submitted by Lu Dongdong. It clearly stated that Jiang Hao was still a low-level martial student. This is a low-level martial student. Does your low-level martial student have such power? They roared wildly in their hearts. This information is too outrageous. 2,400 gene of strength. This is already equivalent to a 2-star martial artist. Jiang Hao, strike the strength tester with all your might 2 more times. They wanted to see if Jiang Hao's punches would still have such power. Jiang Hao thought this was a normal assessment procedure, nodded, and struck the strength tester again as the examiners requested. 2,450, 2,410. Both strength values exceeded the first time. Seeing this, the 3 examiners were truly excited. They were genuinely intrigued by Jiang Hao. Good. Next project, speed test. Please stand inside this machine and dodge the laser bullets that shoot out. The 3 examiners looked at Jiang Hao with anticipation. Jiang Hao noticed that the testing equipment here was basically similar to that in Yi Liang's room, just a larger and smaller version. Whoosh! The bullets started at a speed of 10 meters per second and gradually increased. When it reached 16 meters per second, Jiang Hao still felt very relaxed. The speed continued to increase to 18 meters per second, and only then did Jiang Hao feel a bit strained, dodging a dozen bullets. It seems that dealing with fierce beasts while continuously running the Hengyang Scripture has indeed enhanced his strength. The 3 examiners looked at Jiang Hao in shock, breathing heavily. 18 meters per second speed. Regardless of strength or speed, he has already matched a 2-star martial artist. Vitality. Jiang Hao, test your vitality immediately. Jin Yunhe urged loudly. Jiang Hao approached the vitality testing device and pressed his hand down. The device began testing. The 3 examiners couldn't help but leave their seats and lean in to watch. The vitality continued to rise. The 3 examiners' lips trembled as they watched. The vitality climbed to 19 before it stopped. 19. Jin Yunhe shouted, trembling. They all understood what this vitality value represented, because a vitality of 20 is needed to be considered a 2-star martial artist. Although Jiang Hao did not reach the 2-star martial artist level, his strength exceeded that of a 2-star martial artist. This indicated that Jiang Hao had immense potential. Good. Not bad. Excellent. The 3 examiners exclaimed in admiration. Should we report this immediately? Jin Yunhe asked. Wait, let's see how he performs in the other 2 projects first. Lin Feiyong still wanted to continue observing. The other 2 examiners thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then Lin Feiyong stood up and looked at Jiang Hao seriously, saying, Jiang Hao, your strength is very strong, already surpassing the standard of a 2-star martial artist. For the next 2 assessments, as long as you pass one of them, you can enter the Tianjiao class. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao revealed a happy smile. Thank you, 3 examiners. All right, you can now go for a blood test for your aptitude. This is the last project of the aptitude assessment. After the blood draw, you can rest for 15 minutes. Then the next project will begin. The next project will be a strength assessment, where you will face a ferocious beast and must kill it without any protection. Please be aware that this assessment project carries immense danger, and you could even be killed by the beast. If you feel overwhelmed, you can shout loudly and choose to give up. Our people will come to rescue you. Moreover, this ferocious beast strength will be matched according to your current strength. So, think carefully. Do you still want to continue the assessment? Lin Feiyong asked sternly. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded without hesitation. Then Jiang Hao resolutely walked towards the blood draw room. Lin Feiyong showed a look of approval, and the other 2 were also very satisfied. Now, it was time to see the results of the next 2 assessments. After 2 large tubes of blood were drawn from Jiang Hao, he went to the rest area to relax. The strength assessment actually involves battling a ferocious beast. Then the next project of the will assessment must also be challenging. Jiang Hao opened the system to check his reinforcement points. He now had 2,340 reinforcement points. Then he looked at his panel. Host, Jiang Chun Realm. 1-star martial artist cultivation method, Hengyang Scripture level 1. Skill, Fierce Tiger Fist level 5. Weapon, none reinforcement points. 2,340 lottery chances. 0 storage space. 1 cubic meter. Exchange port. Can trade any valuable items with the system for reinforcement points. Both the Hengyang Scripture and the Fierce Tiger Fist can be upgraded. Jiang Hao only took a glance and realized that upgrading the Hengyang Scripture to the 2nd level required 2,000 enhancement points, and upgrading the Tiger Fist to the 6th level also required 2,000 points. Jiang Hao speculated that the reason for needing so many enhancement points was likely related to the Tiger Fist itself, because the Tiger Fist only had 5 levels. It was a low-level martial art designed for low-level warriors to strengthen their bodies. Now, breaking through to the 6th level likely meant it would become a completely new martial art. Should he enhance the Hengyang Scripture or the Tiger Fist? Chapter 15, Showdown with the Beast in the End. Jiang Hao decided to upgrade the Tiger Fist first. He was very eager to see what the upgraded Tiger Fist would be like after breaking through its original limitations. Enhanced Tiger Fist. Ziz. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's body felt like water splashing on a hot oil, making a sizzling sound. Jiang Hao let out a low growl, but he gritted his teeth tightly, trying not to disturb the assessment officials outside. Jiang Hao felt as if his body was about to split apart. His skin turned bright red, steaming with heat. His palms began to enlarge, and the skin on them became harder, even spreading onto his face. His entire body started to swell. From a previously handsome young man, he transformed into a very burly figure. His face became sharp-edged, like it was carved from stone, and his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. After a full 10 minutes, this transformation finally calmed down. Jiang Hao's body was covered in some black substances, and he smelled terrible. He looked at his hands, which had become extremely rough. The skin on his body was similar, feeling like gravel. His entire height increased by at least 2 centimeters. His muscles became as hard as rock, exuding a fierce aura, as if a ferocious tiger was lurking within him, ready to pounce on its target at any moment. Jiang Hao clenched his fists. A powerful force surged within him, and at that moment, he truly felt capable of killing a ferocious beast. Memories of practicing the Tiger Fist flashed through his mind. The name of the Tiger Fist had changed to the Shaking Heaven Tiger Fist. Just from the name, Jiang Hao felt a sense of ferocity. At this moment, he only had 340 enhancement points left. He couldn't enhance anything else. Only one storage space could still be upgraded. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao poured 100 points into it. Instantly, the storage space expanded to 2 cubic meters. However, further upgrades would require 10,000 points. The first upgrade was a system promotion. With a little over 200 points remaining, Jiang Hao directly invested all of it into the lottery module, exchanging for 2 chances to draw. Start lottery. The roulette began to blur. Congratulations, host. You're just 1 step away from winning. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a critical hit token. Jiang Hao had already prepared for the possibility of not winning anything, but seeing the critical hit token, he was overjoyed. Critical hit token, after use. The user's attack will be enhanced tenfold, lasting for 2 seconds. Wow, the system could actually produce such a powerful rune. With his current strength, if his attack erupted with 10 times the effect, even a 5-star warrior wouldn't be able to withstand it. Before the enhancement, his strength reached 2,400 pounds. 10 times that would be 24,000 pounds. Who could withstand that? Although it could only unleash one powerful attack, it would have an unexpected effect. Jiang Hao carefully placed this critical hit token into his storage space. Now he had 2 runes. One was a skill upgrade token and the other a critical hit token. Although both were one-time use, they were extremely powerful runes. Then he looked at his panel. Host, Jiang Chunrealm, 2-star warrior, cultivation method, Hengyang Scripture level 1 skill, Shaking Heaven Tiger Fist level 1 weapon, and enhancement points, 40 lottery chances, 0 storage space, 2 cubic meters exchange port, can exchange any valuable items with the system for enhancement points. At that moment, a voice came through the loudspeaker above the resting area. Jiang Hao, get ready. The second assessment is about to begin. Enter the arena now. Hearing this, Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. It was time to test his combat power against this ferocious beast. The previous fight with Song Hai and the gang was too trivial and unsatisfying. In his previous life, he loved fighting and specifically learned mixed martial arts, winning championships multiple times on the world stage. Coming to this world, where ferocious beasts roamed and warriors were revered, was a dream come true for him. As his strength increased, the combative factor within him awakened. He cracked his knuckles excitedly and pushed the door open, rushing into the beast arena. Get ready. The ferocious beast. Howling Sky Wolf. is about to enter," Lin Feiyong reminded him. Jiang Hao stood still, bouncing and moving his body to warm up. His eyes were fixed on the entrance where the ferocious beast would come from, filled with eagerness. Suddenly, the barrier ahead slowly opened, and out rushed a ferocious beast the size of a small car. Oh! The gray howling sky wolf caught the scent of Jiang Hao and, as the barrier opened, dashed towards him like a gray lightning bolt, creating a gust of wind. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the charging howling sky wolf. He slightly crouched down and then stomped the ground fiercely, producing a spine-tingling grinding sound. Jiang Hao's figure shot forward like a flash of lightning towards the howling sky wolf. Boom! Both collided at an extremely fast speed, creating a loud explosion, and both bodies were sent flying backward. This caused the assessment officials observing from behind to widen their eyes in disbelief. It was the first time they had seen such a fierce student. He had initiated the charge against the ferocious beast right from the start. Before they could react, both the man and the wolf quickly got back on their feet. The howling sky wolf shook its slightly dizzy head and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Oh! The howling sky wolf was enraged and charged again at an even faster speed. Jiang Hao also swiftly stood up, a joyful smile on his face, and charged once more. Boom! Both were sent flying again. Boom! They collided once more. Boom, boom, boom. Neither side used any fancy moves. They simply engaged in the most primal tactic, ferociously crashing into each other. The assessment officials watching from behind felt their scalps tingle, utterly dumbfounded. Who the heck is the ferocious beast here? At this moment, the howling sky wolf was injured, bloodied from the head, its front paws visibly hurt, and its standing body trembled slightly. Those fierce wolf eyes stared at the human across from it, flashing with confusion. Why ain't this two-legged sheep been killed yet? During the collisions, Jiang Hao noticed that the shaking Heaven Tiger fist had greatly enhanced his body. The continuous impacts not only left him uninjured but also made him feel invigorated. The hard outer layer of skin made it hard for him to sustain damage, while the layer of flesh beneath provided him with a strong buffer during the impacts. However, the continuous collisions did make his bones ache a bit, and his internal organs felt a slight pain. But this little injury ignited his ferocity. "Ah, kill!" Jiang Hao roared, his eyes wide with fury, charging towards the howling sky wolf. The howling sky wolf refused to back down, charging again. Boom! Jiang Hao felt a sweetness in his throat. His internal organs had started to bleed from the impact. He quickly began circulating the Hengyang Sutra to nourish his body. Xiao Tianlang was in an even worse state. His front leg was completely broken, and one of his eyes was blinded by Jiang Hao during the impact with the ground, emitting a series of painful whimpers. Chapter 16. The Beast Actively Surrenders. When Xiao Tianlang saw Jiang Hao stand up, he hurriedly stumbled to his feet. Looking at this not-so-large human, he felt fear for the first time, his body trembling slightly. "Kill!" Jiang Hao shouted violently, charging out like lightning once again. A hint of fear flashed in Xiao Tianlang's eyes, and he no longer had the previous ferocity. He turned to run, no longer daring to collide with Jiang Hao. The assessment officials watching from behind were dumbfounded, their mouths agape as they incredulously watched the scene where Jiang Hao shouted and chased after the desperately fleeing Xiao Tianlang. However, with Xiao Tianlang's front leg broken, he could only hop on 3 legs, not able to run fast, and in no time he was caught by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao swung his fist, as big as a cooking pot, and smashed it down hard on Xiao Tianlang, creating a booming sound. Xiao Tianlang panicked and turned his head to try to bite Jiang Hao, but he was met with a barrage of punches that left him with lumps all over his head, losing several teeth and filling his mouth with blood. Xiao Tianlang had never encountered such a fierce human being. His entire wolf life was in a daze. He could only continue to flee, but once again, he was caught and beaten. "Oh!" Xiao Tianlang, instinctively understanding, lay down and wagged his tail desperately, looking at Jiang Hao with pleading eyes, his rear end raised and shaking his tail like a dog, trying to please him. This. Lin Feiyong was at a loss for words at Xiao Tianlang's behavior. The other 2 assessment officials were no better off. "You are the fierce beast Xiao Tianlang. Where is your ferocity? How can you behave like a dog trying to please someone? What about your dignity?" You are the incredibly fierce Xiao Tianlang. Back then, you slaughtered many small counties. How come you're lying down now? Looking at the desperately pleasing Xiao Tianlang, Lin Feiyang and the others were speechless. Jiang Hao was also dumbfounded at Xiao Tianlang's behavior. Watching Xiao Tianlang tremble as he approached, he dared not make any sudden moves, merely wagging his tail vigorously. Instinctively, he perked up his ears, showing a submissive demeanor, wagging his tail like a fan. Jiang Hao was quite disappointed. Was this fierce beast so easily subdued? Was there still a point in continuing to fight? Jiang Hao asked toward the camera. This question snapped the 3-dazed assessment officials out of their stupor. No, that's enough. You can go rest now, Lin Feiyang stammered. The will test will start in 30 minutes. Hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded, then squatted down to pet Xiao Tianlang's head. The fur was still very smooth and felt quite nice to touch. Xiao Tianlang's body was tense, but his face showed a look of enjoyment. Jiang Hao chuckled softly and shook his head. This fierce beast had really become clever. You are very lucky. You surrendered voluntarily, Jiang Hao whispered in Xiao Tianlang's ear. This made Xiao Tianlang tremble, nearly scaring him into submission. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. He hadn't expected that this fierce beast could understand his words. It seemed very suitable as a mount. Jiang Hao raised his head and asked the camera, Teacher, what will happen to this Xiao Tianlang next? It's broken and useless. It will be taken to the slaughterhouse to be killed for meat. Can you sell it to me? I want to use it as a mount. Jiang Hao stood up and asked, As long as you pass the will test, then this Xiao Tianlang is yours. Lin Feiyang waved his hand grandly upon hearing this. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Hao happily expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianlang, lying on the ground, was happily wagging his tail vigorously. He even carefully rubbed his head against Jiang Hao's pant leg. Can you imagine a wolf the size of a car acting adorably toward you? He then strode towards the resting area. After this clash, he had also sustained some injuries and needed to recuperate before the next test. The 3 assessment officials behind looked at the obedient Xiao Tianlang in the arena, then glanced at the score sheets in their hands. They all tacitly scored him 40 points. If they didn't give at least 40 points, it would be unreasonable. They had forced the fierce beast to surrender, which showed that they had genuinely frightened it. This Jiang Hao was too fierce. If Xiao Tianlang hadn't surrendered, they doubted Jiang Hao could have really beaten him to death. Old Jean, you're in luck. Lin Feiyang congratulated with a smile. Ha, you too. We still have to thank old Lu for recommending such a good seedling. Jin Yunhe laughed heartily. He couldn't help but be happy. Students like Jiang Hao were exactly what he wanted. Even Li Fian, who had come to witness, congratulated Jin Yunhe. Outside the school, a group of furious villagers with fierce expressions arrived, led by Lu Qinglong. Jiang Hao is in there. Someone has already seen him go in with Lu Dongdong. Lu Qinglong gritted his teeth and shouted, Brother-in-law, you have to stand up for me. Xiao Feng can't die in vain. Lu Qinglong yelled at a person next to him in a police uniform. This person was Huang Yudao, the captain of the security team at Shaojing City, and Lu Qinglong's brother-in-law. He had come to help Lu Qinglong take revenge and capture Jiang Hao. In his view, Jiang Hao was just an ordinary student with no strong background behind him. Moreover, with witnesses and evidence all present, it proved that Jiang Hao had killed Lu Xiaofeng. Besides, Lu Xiaofeng was indeed the child of his sister's husband, so he had to help. Even in the apocalypse, everyone had laws to follow, and that was not to kill in the city. This was everyone's bottom line. If one could kill recklessly in the city, it would be chaos. Open the door. I'm Huang Yudao from the security team. Huang Yudao proudly shouted, showing his credentials. What do you want? The gatekeeper asked irritably. Do you see this? This is the victim. Your school's Jiang Hao killed his son. Now that witnesses and evidence are all present, we are here to arrest him. Huang Yudao pointed at Lu Qinglong. Yes. Open the door. I'm the village chief of Shaolu Village. Your school's Jiang Hao killed my son. We want blood for blood. Lu Qinglong shouted angrily, pointing at the gatekeeper. Wait a moment. I'll notify the principal. The gatekeeper said coldly. Notify what? The evidence is complete. Open the door and let us arrest him. Who else do you need to notify? Lu Qinglong yelled furiously. Just wait. The gatekeeper sneered and turned to make a phone call. Their third high school was not lower in rank than the security team, so the gatekeeper couldn't be bothered with him. Besides, this was just a small captain coming over. With this big attitude, one might think the bureau chief was coming. What a big show. Principal, it's bad. The security team is here to arrest someone at the school. They want to arrest Jiang Hao from Class 5 as Senior 3. Jiang Hao? From Class 5? What happened? Principal Mei Tianhang asked, surprised. Mei Tianhang had just received the information about Jiang Hao submitted by Lu Dongdong. He should be participating in the assessment of the Tianjiao class right now. I heard that Jiang Hao killed someone, the son of the village chief of Shaolu. They are coming with great momentum to arrest him. I'm blocking them outside the door. Good. You did well. Keep them waiting while I send someone over. Mei Tianhang praised the gatekeeper. All right. Mei Tianhang stood up and headed towards the assessment location for the Tianjiao class. Chapter 17, Disturbance. Shaolin, how did Jiang Hao perform in the test? Mei Tianhang quickly asked upon arriving at the assessment observation room. Ah, Principal, you're here. Come quickly and take a look. This Jiang Hao has truly surprised us. His results are excellent. Jin Yunhe said with a smile from the side. Look, this is his basic strength assessment. He has already surpassed the strength of a 2-star warrior. But his vitality is only 19. Jin Yunhe handed over the record book. His strength has reached 2,400 Jin. Mei Tianhang raised his eyebrow. His expression relaxed. The speed actually reached 18. Very good. Huh? Full marks for the strength assessment? Mei Tianhang looked at the three of them in confusion. Yes, after discussion. We unanimously felt it should be full marks. Lin Feiyong said with a smile. You'll understand when you watch this recording. Lin Feiyong opened the recording. Jiang Hao made a 2-star Howling Wolf surrender. He said excitedly. Mei Tianhang watched the recording, seeing Jiang Hao fiercer than the beast, repeatedly crashing into the Howling Wolf. Then he quickly got up and continued to charge. Watching this made Mei Tianhang's eyelids twitch. This is really a beast, isn't it? In the end, he forced the Howling Wolf to flee in embarrassment, finally lying on the ground, wagging its tail like a dog begging for mercy. Mei Tianhang almost laughed out loud. This is truly a talent, forcing a ferocious beast to beg like a dog. Such a talent indeed deserves full marks for achievement. Mei Tianhang was very satisfied with Jiang Hao's performance. Is there another project that hasn't started yet? Mei Tianhang asked. Yes, the willpower assessment hasn't started yet. Jiang Hao is currently resting in the break room. Lin Feiyong nodded. Good. Let him focus on the exam and strive for a good result. Mei Tianhang said with a smile. He then left the assessment venue. Upon hearing this, Lin Feiyong's heart sank, knowing that something related to Jiang Hao must have happened outside. And it might not be a good thing. He exchanged a glance with Jin Yunhe, a hint of worry flashing across their faces. Let's continue the assessment. I'm sure the principal will handle the situation outside well. Lin Feiyong said calmly. All right. Meanwhile, Lu Qinglong and Huang Yudao were making a huge fuss at the school gate. The security guard firmly blocked them. Lu Qinglong tried several times to storm in directly, but was stopped by Huang Yudao. He knew how terrifying the principal's strength was. Even the public security director had to call him teacher. However, he heard the security guard had informed the principal and had already spread the word about the evidence. He believed that the principal would definitely understand the seriousness of the matter and wouldn't confront the Public Security Bureau over a regular student. This was not just about confronting the Public Security Bureau. It was also about opposing the entire legal system of Shaojing City. This was an affront to the lord of the city. Even this principal couldn't withstand that pressure. Huang Yudao was very confident, so he urged Lu Qinglong to calm down. But Lu Qinglong didn't know any of this. His men had already gone to capture Yudahai. If they were prepared to protect Jiang Hao, he would take his own revenge. His son couldn't die in vain. He wanted Jiang Hao to regret it for a lifetime. He even wanted Jiang Hao to accompany his son in death. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Qinglong's eyes as he thought viciously. How dare a mudleg have the guts to kill his son? This absolutely cannot be forgiven. And Gao Dalong, he couldn't let go of either. Lu Xiaofeng had learned bad behavior from him, which led to provoking Jiang Hao, resulting in being killed by Jiang Hao. At this moment, Lu Qinglong hated these two deeply. He had no intention of letting either of them go. He had already issued a bounty for Gao Dalong, determined to capture him, torture him, and then bury him alongside Xiaofeng. Their loud commotion attracted a large crowd to watch. Open the door. The school can't shelter the murderer. Lu Qinglong shouted. Others, not understanding the situation, heard that a student from the school killed Lu Qinglong's son. Seeing his devastated and extremely angry expression, they began to sympathize. They started helping Lu Qinglong attack the school, demanding the school open the door and hand over Jiang Hao. Seeing others helping him to attack the school, a cunning glint flashed in Lu Qinglong's eyes. Mei Tianheng stood on the building and coldly glanced at Lu Qinglong, who was shouting the loudest, a hint of anger flashing across his face. Mei Tianheng walked toward the school gate with Lu Dongdong. Are you sure Jiang Hao only acted after Lu Xiaofeng and the others injured you to high? Mei Tianheng stared at Lu Dongdong and asked. Yes, I'm sure. I've checked the facts thoroughly, but I didn't expect Lu Qinglong would be unwilling to let it go. A hint of anger flashed on Lu Dongdong's face. Yu Dahai is still hospitalized. Upon saying this, Lu Dongdong's expression changed. Not good. Yu Dahai is in danger. Lu Dongdong shouted. Mei Tianheng also reacted, narrowing his eyes and projecting an extremely dangerous light. Don't panic, I'll make a call. Mei Tianheng took out his phone and dialed the director of the first hospital in Shaojing City. Brother, I want to inquire about something. Is there a patient named Yu Dahai in your hospital? Please check his situation for me. Mei Tianheng said quickly. How is it? Mei Tianheng asked anxiously. What? He was taken away? Mei Tianheng shouted in shock and anger. Yes, according to the doctor and security, a black van took Yu Dahai away. They didn't seem like Yu Dahai's relatives, but Yu Dahai didn't resist at all, so they didn't pay attention. The voice of the hospital director came from the phone. All right. Thank you, brother. Mei Tianheng hung up the phone. He immediately dialed the public security director's number. Laoli, I need you to find someone for me. A relative of a Tianjiao class student named Yu Dahai, who was kidnapped from the first hospital. As soon as Mei Tianheng connected the call, he quickly said, I suspect it was done by Lu Qinglong's men. You need to find him quickly. It will be too late if you're delayed. All right. Upon hearing this, Laoli immediately mobilized the police force to start searching. Lu Dongdong listened from the side, clenching his fists tightly. Beasts! How dare they do such a thing? He shouted furiously. Don't panic. Let us first meet with Lu Qinglong. Mei Tianheng said calmly. Saying this, he strode towards the school gate. The principal is here. Don't shout anymore. The security guard, seeing the principal arrive, wiped cold sweat from his brow and shouted loudly. Everyone looked expectantly at the principal, hoping he would give Lu Qinglong a fair response. Principal, hand over Jiang Hao. He killed my son. Your school cannot shelter him. Lu Qinglong shouted at the principal. Mei Tianheng didn't even look at Lu Qinglong, but narrowed his eyes at Huang Yudao. You said you investigated the cause of Lu Xiaofeng's death clearly. So you must have understood why he was killed, right? Mei Tianheng asked coldly with a sneer. Upon hearing this, Huang Yudao's heart sank. Lu Qinglong's expression changed even more. Breaking into someone else's home, robbing their belongings, and nearly beating the homeowner to death. Should such a person be killed? Lu Qinglong wanted to shout, but was slapped by Mei Tianheng, spinning around on the spot and spitting blood. What do you want by bringing them here to attack our school? Mei Tianheng pointed at Huang Yudao and shouted sternly. A powerful aura enveloped Huang Yudao. Cold sweat dripped from Huang Yudao's forehead as his heart raced. He hadn't expected Mei Tianheng to be so clear about the situation. Originally, he thought he could easily capture Jiang Hao. Now it seemed he might get caught up in it himself. Jiang Hao's actions could very well be defined as self-defense. The surrounding audience gasped in shock. How did things turn out like this? Chapter 18, The Hidden Hand. Moreover, he had someone kidnap Jiang Hao's uncle, Yu Dahai, from the hospital. Mei Tianheng pointed at Lu Qinglong, who was holding his cheek. What is he trying to do? His son almost killed someone. So, as a father, does he want to complete his son's unfinished evil deeds? Mei Tianheng looked coldly at Huang Yudao and asked sternly. Huang Yudao turned to look at Lu Qinglong in shock. Lu Qinglong hadn't told him any of these things. He was completely in the dark. Damn, so this is the kind of scum that deserves to be killed. Yes. At first, he pretended to be so pitiful. With a son like that, his father is no good either. The situation reversed in an instant, so quickly that Lu Qinglong was caught off guard. Everyone began to spit and curse at Lu Qinglong. On one side, they were causing trouble for someone as son, and on the other, they had kidnapped the father. He truly was a worthless person. Huang Yudao instantly exploded in anger, kicking Lu Qinglong to the ground. Lu Qinglong, what exactly have you been hiding from me? Huang Yudao glared at Lu Qinglong, questioning him fiercely. Did you send someone to the hospital to kidnap you to hide? Lu Qinglong struggled to get up, looking at Huang Yudao, who was screaming hysterically. He killed my son. He killed my son. You are his uncle. And Xiaofeng is also a child you watched grow up. This left Huang Yudao momentarily stunned. Hee. Lu Qinglong, you are too naive. Let me tell you some news. Mei Tianheng said with a cold smile. Jiang Hao is currently participating in the Tianjiao class assessment and has already passed 2 assessments with excellent results. When these words were spoken, everyone present gasped. They all knew what this meant. If Jiang Hao became a student of the Tianjiao class, he would have high privileges, and his close relatives and family would be protected by Shaojiang City. No one could touch them, unless they were from the Lord's office of Shaojiang City, which had the authority to act against Jiang Hao's family. This was because students of the Tianjiao class would represent humanity in battles against ferocious beasts after completing their studies. This was also the reason for the privileges enjoyed by students of the Tianjiao class. But now Lu Qinglong wanted to kill a close relative of a Tianjiao class student. Consequently, Lu Qinglong's entire family would be implicated. All of them would face slow, slicing execution, and anyone related to the Lu family would be affected. This statement struck Lu Qinglong like a bolt of lightning. He questioned in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Hao's blood energy is only 0.3. How could he possibly participate in the Tianjiao class assessment? Lu Qinglong screamed, desperately looking at Mei Tianheng, hoping to find an answer on his face. He is currently upstairs participating in the 3rd assessment. Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? Mei Tianheng replied irritably. Huang Yudao couldn't hold back anymore and kicked Lu Qinglong away. What the hell? Huang Yudao shouted in anger. Lu Qinglong, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Do you want the entire Lu family to be buried with you? Xiaofeng is dead. Do you want Xiaodian to die with him too? Huang Yudao roared in fury. Lu Qinglong gasped for air, trembling as he took the phone that Huang Yudao handed him. He was very reluctant to make this call, but if he didn't, his entire family and his other child would be executed by Shaojiang City. The call connected, and a noisy voice came from the other end, along with the heart-wrenching screams of an old man. Everyone looked at Lu Qinglong with anger. Brother Lu, should we kill him? He is already half dead. If we can't find Jiang Hao, we'll take you to Hai to avenge Xiaofeng. Excited voices came from the phone, instantly infuriating everyone present. Beast, how can you treat an old man like this? There's no humanity at all. Huang Yudao's body tensed up as he snatched the phone away. Who are you? Why are you speaking so arrogantly? Where's my brother Lu? The subordinates of Lu Qinglong still hadn't realized what was going on. Huang Yudao looked at Lu Qinglong with a murderous gaze. At this moment, Lu Qinglong had lost the courage he had earlier, filled only with fear, trembling all over. Ah, Brother Lu, have you found Jiang Hao? A younger brother asked in confusion. Lu Qinglong looked at Mei Tianheng with a grim expression. After saying this, Lu Qinglong's body suddenly bent over, his face turning ashen and his eyes dull. You better pray that you Dahai gets better. Mei Tianheng sneered. Lu Qinglong looked pitiful now, but he still had his son. When he was rampaging in Shaolu village, did those villagers feel pity? There's always something despicable about those who are pitiful. After saying this, Mei Tianheng turned and left. Don't tell Jiang Hao about this. Let him focus on the assessment and not get distracted. Mei Tianheng turned to Lu Dongdong and instructed. Yes, outside the school gate. Huang Yudao looked at the hunched Lu Qinglong. Don't let him go around causing trouble outside. Lu Qinglong smiled bitterly, his figure hunched as he walked home. A figure in a black robe sat in the center, wearing a mask, coldly watching him through its eyes. Who are you? Lu Qinglong jumped in fright and shouted loudly. Lu Qinglong, are you willing to accept this? The figure in the black robe asked hoarsely. Are you willing to let your son die in vain? Who are you? What does it matter if I'm unwilling? He is a student of the Tianjiao class. Lu Qinglong's body tensed, questioning angrily. Why? Why do they have such good qualification from birth? Why do they enjoy more privileges than ordinary people? The black-robed figure asked resentfully. Why is it that they can kill without bearing responsibility? The black-robed person's questions reignited the anger that Lu Qinglong had just suppressed. Yes. Why? Why? Lu Qinglong thought of his son's death, how he had been brutally killed. How much pain had he endured before he died? Why can't he pursue justice just because he is a student of a Tianjiao class? Lu Qinglong gasped for air, his angry face flushed, trembling all over. The black-robed figure watched Lu Qinglong grow more furious and laughed hoarsely. Ha ha, this world is so unfair. Everyone has sinned, and only the gods can redeem the world. The black-robed figure stretched out its hands to embrace the sky, screaming wildly. Hearing this, Lu Qinglong looked at the black-robed figure in shock. Are you from a cult? Ha ha, what is a cult? It's just a definition you gave. The black-robed figure laughed dismissively. We simply infringed upon their interests, and they labeled us as a cult. The black-robed figure said coldly. It's just because they have the qualifications to cultivate quickly and enjoy privileges, monopolizing the resources for cultivation. Our existence gives ordinary people a chance and challenges their privileges, which is why they label us as a cult. The black-robed figure countered. Before the sun god, all beings are equal. Everyone has the opportunity to cultivate. Everyone can cultivate. I was once deemed a waste student by the school, but look now. Those who once had better qualifications than me are all beneath my feet. The black-robed figure said to Lu Qinglong with a smile. These words made Lu Qinglong feel as if he too could step on Jiang Hao and ruthlessly trample him. Lu Qinglong looked at the black-robed figure with longing, eagerly asking, Can I become one of the children of the gods? Ha ha! As long as you are devout enough, you could become a child of the gods and receive their protection. Come with me. As the black-robed figure waved its sleeve, a wave of darkness enveloped Lu Qinglong, and he disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was in a cave embedded with countless luminous pearls. In the center was a huge luminous pearl emitting a blazing light, below which stood a statue of a mighty sun god, with a vague face and a flaming divine bird perched on its shoulder. Behind it was a massive sun totem, flames burning fiercely. The large luminous pearl shone directly on the statue, making it seem as if it was radiating the sacred light of the sun god. Lu Qinglong looked around in panic at the environment. This is where our sun god temple is located. This is our deity, the sun god. Upon hearing the black-robed figure's voice, Lu Qinglong felt much more at ease. Bring him up, the black-robed figure shouted. A tall, haggard figure was brought up. Lu Qinglong looked closely and found that it was the tall Long. After seeing clearly, Lu Qinglong's expression instantly turned furious as he glared at Gao Dalong, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for Gao Dalong taking Lu Xiaofeng to Jiang Hao's house to cause trouble, how could Xiaofeng have been killed by Jiang Hao? All of this was blamed on Gao Dalong, that beast. He was the one who led Xiaofeng astray. Spare me! Spare me! Gao Dalong shouted loudly, struggling desperately. After he sent someone to tell Lu Qinglong that his son had been killed by Jiang Hao, he wanted to flee from Hengyang City. But just as he was leaving the city, he was knocked out and woke up to find himself imprisoned in a dark cell. Now that he was brought out, was he going to be killed? Lu Qinglong? When Gao Dalong realized it was Lu Qinglong, he panicked. What do you want? I didn't kill your son. It was Jiang Hao. He was the one who broke your son's neck. Gao Dalong frantically moved his body, trying to back away, but he was tightly bound and could only squirm like a maggot. Lu Qinglong kicked Gao Dalong in the head. Gao Dalong's nose was instantly broken, blood gushing out, and he let out a terrible scream. If it weren't for you, how could Xiaofeng have died? Lu Qinglong furiously beat Gao Dalong. However, Gao Dalong was tied up and couldn't fight back. In just a few blows, he was on the brink of death, spitting out blood mixed with bits of internal organs. Bang! 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 Lu Qinglong didn't care. He beat him like a sandbag, venting all the grievances he suffered from Jiang Hao in 3rd high school onto Gao Dalong. He roared madly, cursing Jiang Hao and Mei Tianheng as inhumane. The figure in the black robe watched nearby, not stopping Lu Qinglong's frenzied actions, even showing a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Blood flowed down, reaching the altar where there was a sun totem. When the blood soaked the totem, it began to glow faintly. It seemed to be consuming the blood, making bubbling sounds, as if an ancient fierce beast below was drinking human blood. But all of this happened without Lu Qinglong's awareness. he continued to beat Gao Dalong madly. Even though Gao Dalong had long lost his breath, Lu Qinglong beat him to death, his bones shattered. Even at this moment, the faint light emitted by the sun statue had a hint of blood red. Meanwhile, the figures in black robes began to pray to the statue. After a long time, Lu Qinglong gradually stopped, sitting on the ground, sobbing. Even after killing Gao Dalong, he couldn't bring his child back to life. You've avenged part of your son. Now only Jiang Hao is left. The figure in black said in a low voice. You need to pull yourself together. Your son is waiting for you to help him kill Jiang Hao. Hearing this, Lu Qinglong suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Yes, I still need to kill Jiang Hao. Only then can Xiaofeng rest in peace. Lu Qinglong murmured. Tell me, how can I gain powerful strength? Lu Qinglong looked at the figure in black with longing. Have you made up your mind? If you join the Sun God sect, you cannot withdraw. Otherwise, your entire family will be punished. And when the deity issues a divine order, you must carry it out unconditionally. Of course, correspondingly, as long as you complete the tasks, you will receive rewards from the deity, including money, power, beautiful women, and anything else you desire. Lu Qinglong recalled Mei Tianhong's arrogant face, gasping for breath. His expression twisted in anger. I made up my mind. Good, bring them up. The figure in black smiled slightly. 2 beautiful young women were brought up, begging for mercy, making one feel pity. Lu Qinglong stared blankly at them, unsure of what to do. Kill them, sacrifice them to the deity, pray sincerely, and you will become one of the deity's people. The figure in black said passionately. Lu Qinglong thought he had misheard. Kill this beautiful girl just like that? Isn't it too wasteful? What? You don't want to become one of the deity's people? The figure in black's eyes shot out a dangerous light. No, I agree. Then pick up the knife on the ground and kill them. Kill them. The followers of the Sun God sect shouted in unison. Lu Qinglong picked up the knife from the ground, closed his eyes, and shouted loudly, kill, kill, kill. He crazily stabbed the knife into the girls. And within a few moments, the 2 girls lost their breath. Blood flowed into the totem. Hurry up and pray. The figure in black taught Lu Qinglong the prayer ritual. Meanwhile, at 3rd high school, Jiang Hao was preparing to undergo the will assessment. At this moment, he had already entered the illusion. Jiang Hao, I'm your dad. Come here. I have a lot of delicious food and fun things. Jiang Hao stood in the illusion, coldly watching a man appear before him. They probably didn't know that Jiang Hao's body had already changed its core. Therefore, he felt no connection to this so-called father. He sneered and directly punched, exploding the illusion. Chapter 20, Inner Demon. Then a group of seductive beauties appeared in the illusion, wearing thin gauze, and a fragrant breeze wafted through. They surrounded Jiang Hao, dancing provocatively, gradually shedding their clothes, enticing Jiang Hao's senses. However, Jiang Hao felt nothing. It wasn't that he didn't like women, but he had been influenced by the action films of Japan in his previous life, as well as the hot dances of Korean girl groups. Plus, after finishing a fight in his past life, he had played even more crazily than this. Such tricks were just for children. If you really have the guts, come at me for real. These were just attempts to fool him, like the Korean girl groups that just seduce people. They were not as sincere as the women from Japan. A bunch of trash. They couldn't even dance well. What use did he have for them? Jiang Hao punched directly, killing them. The assessment officers outside exchanged glances. They thought those girls danced quite well. Why wasn't it good? Unfortunately, after this round, they wouldn't see the following illusions and wouldn't know what Jiang Hao would experience next. Even many had not passed this illusion. Evil God temptation. Jiang Hao, as long as you become my follower, just kneel down and pray sincerely. You can obtain what you want. Can I replace you? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Presumptuous. Do you dare to blaspheme the divine? The deity shouted angrily. Shut it. Jiang Hao cursed. What kind of deity are you? You don't even have this much tolerance. You must be a deity with no future. I want to replace you. Didn't you just get promoted? You don't even have a heart left. Yet you have the nerve to call yourself a deity. You're really a waste. The deity was stunned. No one had ever dared to insult him like this. Boom. The deity was blown up by a few punches from Jiang Hao, going around pretending to be a god, with no skills, yet still acting like a big shot. Jiang Hao didn't show any color to all the temptations. These temptations were too childish for him. Jiang Hao, why are you so violent? His first love, the one he loved most in his past life, called out with a blooming smile. If only it were true, but it was all fake. Jiang Hao sighed. You were the one who proposed breaking up back then. Why are you disturbing my mind now? Watch my fist. Boom, boom, boom. No matter what temptation, he blasted it away. Jiang Hao, you're still so narcissistic. It's a pity you ran into me. A strong black man glared fiercely at Jiang Hao. This was his strongest opponent in his past life, the only one he had never defeated, Eric from the US. He, like Jiang Hao, was a champion fighter, always occupying the champion's throne. He had always been Jiang Hao's inner demon, because at that time, Jiang Hao was already older, and he was injured and not a match for the young and strong Eric. Ha ha ha, I never expected to meet you in this life. It truly is my honor. When Jiang Hao saw Eric, he instantly revealed a bloodthirsty smile. I really have to thank this illusion for fulfilling my dream, a dream of killing you. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao laughed joyfully and rushed forward. In this life, he was still young, and he must make up for the regrets of his past life. Kill. Jiang Hao and Eric collided fiercely, blood splattering everywhere, yet neither took a step back. They fought hard against each other. When Jiang Hao used the shaking sky fierce tiger fist, he discovered that his opponent could use it too. Boom! Both were thrown back. Jiang Hao was somewhat dumbfounded. He originally thought it was just Eric from his past life being replicated by the illusion. Now it seemed that the one in front of him was actually another him. Another Jiang Hao. It was just that this inner demon had taken on a different face. Then let us go. Let us see who can hold out first. Jiang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. Since coming here, he and T had a proper fight. Jiang Hao realized that the skills used by his opponent were identical to his own. Even their power levels were the same. At this moment, Jiang Hao had never felt so difficult to deal with. Boom! Kill! They separated and collided again, fighting madly. Jiang Hao let out a low roar as his left arm was torn off by Eric. However, Jiang Hao fought on fiercely, lunging at Eric and biting his throat, desperately attacking the vital area below Eric's abdomen. The two were like beasts, tearing at each other madly. Hiss! Eric frantically struck Jiang Hao, trying to escape his bite. He even tore off Jiang Hao's ear, but it was still useless. Eventually, Eric's struggles grew weaker, then disappeared, lying quietly on the ground. Ha ha ha! With blood in his mouth, Jiang Hao looked at Eric's corpse and laughed maniacally. He had finally killed the inner demon that had long been hidden in his heart. Although at this moment he was in a terrible state, with his left arm torn off, both ears ripped apart, and his right leg broken, he had won. He had won. Ha ha! Jiang Hao felt completely refreshed and extremely exhilarated. There were no more shackles in his heart, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. A pure smile appeared on his face, happy like a child. Then, he finally lost consciousness. On the ground, Eric's corpse gradually faded, eventually turning into a puff of smoke and disappearing. Outside, the third round rang out with 9 bell tolls. Ding ding ding. Lin Feiyong and the other two looked on in shock at the ringing bells, which indicated that Jiang Hao had passed all the challenges in the illusion. Bang! Jiang Hao collapsed to the ground, startling Lin Feiyong, who hurriedly went to check. Quick, call a doctor. Jiang Hao has fainted. Lin Feiyong shouted loudly. You mustn't let anything happen to him. Soon, a doctor arrived to examine Jiang Hao. No problem. He just overexerted himself and is exhausted. He just needs to rest a bit and will wake up. The doctor checked and smiled. This made the three of them breathe a sigh of relief. They all knew that the final challenge was one's inner demon, and one had to kill this inner demon to escape. Those who could kill their inner demons would surely achieve great success in the future. Such people have a steadfast heart, are relentless, and can go far on the path of martial arts. In fact, no matter what path one is on, those who can conquer their inner demons will not be mediocre. Such talent is more precious than those with supposedly excellent aptitude, because those with such character possess infinite possibilities. Conversely, those with excellent aptitude may rely on their gifts to act recklessly and squander their potential, thinking that having good aptitude means they don't need to work hard on their training. They can just practice a little and their strength will naturally improve. Why bother with hard training? Such people may sail smoothly, but once they encounter setbacks, they will fall hard. On the other hand, those like Jiang Hao, who can kill their inner demons are unbreakable. Anything that cannot defeat them will only make them stronger. This saying seems tailored for such people. They will steadily and steadily catch up, killing their way through. Such people are all kings. The three looked at the sleeping Jiang Hao and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chapter 21. Passing the Assessment. Old Jean, this is his aptitude. It really isn't very good. Only C-level aptitude. No wonder he has always been in the ordinary class. Lin Feiyong said while flipping through Jiang Hao's aptitude profile. But look here, it seems he was tested to be D-level aptitude while in school. And now he has actually risen a level. It's possible that after training, his body has grown a bit. This phenomenon isn't unheard of. Jin Yun has said with a smile. Lin Feiyong nodded. All right, Miss Li, you can register Jiang Hao now. Just wait for him to wake up and sign. After confirming all the information, Lin Feiyong let Li Fian start registering Jiang Hao, officially passing the assessment and gaining entry into the Tianjiao class. Good. Li Fian nodded. The staff member witnessing this was also amazed by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao scored 95 points in this assessment. All other items received full marks, only losing 5 points on aptitude. If his aptitude had been A-level, then this assessment would have been a perfect score. However, no one is perfect, and this score is already quite impressive in the Tianjiao class. Even among the human race, this is enough to amaze. The qualification to enter the Tianjiao class only requires a score of 80. Jiang Hao far exceeded this score. Lin Feiyong and the others immediately reported this news to the principal. Good, good, ha, wonderful. Mei Tianheng exclaimed in delight upon hearing this news. Ha, it was worth it for me to protect him so much, and it was worth it for you, old Lu, to take such care of him. Mei Tianheng hung up the phone and laughed heartily at Lu Dongdong. He passed. Lu Dongdong asked excitedly. He passed, and he passed with excellent results. With no issues at all. Mei Tianheng said happily. The most important thing is this kid actually killed his inner demon in the illusion and exhausted himself. Another person who can conquer their inner demons has emerged from our human race. We must thank old Lu for discovering such a talent. Mei Tianheng excitedly patted Lu Dongdong on the shoulder. However, there isn't much time left before the college entrance examination. We need to hurry up and train Jiang Hao. Mei Tianheng said thoughtfully. Old Lu, according to the rules, since you recommended Jiang Hao this time, do you want to go to the Tianjiao class? Mei Tianheng asked with a smile. No. Lu Dongdong directly shook his head and refused. I still prefer to stay in the ordinary class, guiding them. There's not so much pressure, and old Jean teaches well. All right, then I'll grant you a bonus of 500,000 as a reward for this recommendation. Mei Tianheng patted Lu Dongdong on the shoulder. He knew Lu Dongdong had a mental block and was unwilling to go to the Tianjiao class. Being a teacher is tough. If you don't do well, people criticize you. If you do too well, people still criticize you. His disciple has excellent aptitude and is now fighting on the front lines, but his family has always resented old Lu. Looking at Lu Dongdong's hunched figure, Mei Tianheng sighed deeply, hoping Jiang Hao wouldn't let you down. Lu Dongdong didn't refuse the bonus. After all, he still had to live. Having more money was never a bad thing. Even if he didn't take it, that money might be squandered by someone else. Mei Tianheng said with a smile. All right, I'll go check it out and also hand over things to old Jean. Lu Dongdong walked out of the principal's office, his mouth instantly breaking into a smile, his face full of joy. That little brat has finally made me proud. He actually managed to conquer his inner demons, so from now on, he will have nothing to fear. The future is limitless. Being young really is great, with infinite possibilities. Lu Dongdong chuckled softly. Old Lu is here. Jin Yun, who was by Jiang Hao's side, immediately smiled and welcomed Lu Dongdong as he approached. This time, being able to gain a talent like Jiang Hao is truly a favor owed to Lu Dongdong. Since Jiang Hao has not officially entered the genius class yet, he naturally needs to be a bit polite towards Lu Dongdong. After all, if things go south, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. No need to be polite. Jiang Hao will be entrusted to you from now on. Teach him well. Lu Dongdong said decisively. Good. I like your straightforward personality. I will definitely teach him well. I will not let such a talent go to waste. I believe in you. You are an experienced old teacher. Lu Dongdong nodded in admiration. That's only right. After all, his uncle was kidnapped, and at such an old age, being tormented like that is truly suffering. Jin Yunhe nodded in agreement. Did you see his uncle? Jin Yunhe asked. The principal sent someone to check on him. He is currently receiving treatment in the hospital and is not in life-threatening condition. I plan to go visit him later, Lu Dongdong said with a smile. All right, let's go visit him later. After all, he will be my student in the future. Jin Yunhe began to pack up his things, preparing to go with Lu Dongdong. Let Jiang Hao sleep in the infirmary, with doctors taking care of him. It's much better than having him look after himself. Okay, when Jiang Hao woke up, it was already the next morning. Jiang Hao stretched lazily and yawned as he got up. He then realized he was actually in the school's infirmary. You're awake? A doctor in a white coat came over. What is going on? How long have I been asleep? Jiang Hao asked nervously. You only slept for one night. As soon as you woke up, I called Teacher Jean to come over and handle the paperwork for you. After checking Jiang Hao and finding no issues, the doctor called Jin Yunhe. Soon, Jin Yunhe rushed over. Jiang Hao, you're awake? Jin Yunhe looked at Jiang Hao with concern. Teacher Jean, did I pass? Jiang Hao asked eagerly. You passed. I'm here to handle the paperwork for you. Come over here to sign. Jin Yunhe took out a pile of documents for Jiang Hao to sign. This is a bank card. All your future allowances will be deposited into this card, along with some living expenses and potential scholarships provided by the school. This is a house that the school has provided for you, but it's only for you to live in. No one else is allowed in. You can get the keys after signing. This is a vehicle provided by the school. Sign here. The school also provided Jiang Hao with training resources, living resources, including his uncle's medical expenses. This resolved his worries, allowing him to focus on his training. Jiang Hao then realized the treatment for genius class students is vastly different from that of regular class students. Regular class students have to pay for their education, while genius class students not only don't have to pay, but also receive a salary. Isn't that infuriating? You can earn money while studying, and the pay is even higher than working in factories outside. If this got out, it would definitely infuriate a lot of people. Plus, their families receive the best protection, and they don't have to worry about medical expenses. Shaojing City covers it. Of course, this is only for immediate family, but it's still quite extraordinary. The gap between genius class students and regular class students is this significant. It made Jiang Hao feel that his hard work was not in vain. In fact, it's understandable. In his past life, those who excelled in their studies also received many privileges. He never expected that in this life, he would also become one of the privileged. Even with Jiang Hao's temperament, he felt quite happy. It's like a young girl getting married for the first time. Chapter 22, Yudahai. Jiang Hao walked out of the school gate, feeling very relaxed and refreshed. Now that he has passed the genius class assessment, both his financial and social status have steadily improved. Of course, this privilege comes at a cost. Since the human race has invested so much in training these genius class students, they must join the military after graduating to carve out a place for humanity. Alternatively, they might join the Demon Extermination Guard to eliminate members of evil cults. Moreover, once they enter college, if these so-called genius class students' grades drop, they will only be able to enjoy these privileges after their strength increases again. In short, the stronger you are, the more privileges you can enjoy. However, correspondingly, the cost you have to pay is also greater. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Jin Yunhe made it very clear to him that entering the genius class does not mean a life of ease. Instead, it requires facing more difficult challenges and potentially life-threatening situations. It is not as easy and comfortable as being in a regular class. However, all of this is something he will face only after entering. Today, Jiang Hao is notified that he has a day off and can go to the hospital to see his uncle, Yudahai. So, he decided to seize this opportunity to relax and first visit old Yu. Jiang Hao took a taxi to Shaojing City to handle the accommodation paperwork for genius class family members and received a house in the Zilong No. 1 community, which is specifically for Yudahai to live in. Other family members of genius class students also reside here. The management is strict. Only family members of genius class students and staff from the Shaojing City Lord's office are eligible to live in this community. Those who go out can hold their heads high. Having relatives living here is something to boast about for a long time. After all, old Yu was seriously injured, and it would be too much to ask him to settle in by himself. Arriving at the entrance of the Zilong #1 community, Jiang Hao noticed the security guards at the entrance were all 4-star martial artists. This surprised Jiang Hao a bit and made him feel more secure about the community's safety. The human race really invests heavily in these genius class students. Soon, after the security checked Jiang Hao's documents and found no issues, they let him in without any discrimination. Moreover, the security guard, being a martial artist himself, could clearly sense the fiery, intense vitality within Jiang Hao. Plus, with Jiang Hao being so young, it was easy to assume he might be a student from the genius class. The community is quite large. Shaojing City not only has the 3rd martial arts high school, but also 4 other high schools: 1st high school, 2nd high school, 4th high school, and 5th high school. Each of these high schools has a genius class, but their strengths vary. Relatively speaking, 1st high school is the strongest, while 5th high school is the weakest. Jiang Hao's 3rd high school has moderate strength, neither too strong nor too weak. The community is also divided into areas for the families of each school, so there won't be any conflicts. Families of each high school are mostly concentrated in one building. Jiang Hao's house is in the building where 3rd high school is located. The house is quite spacious, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 large balconies. A house like this would probably cost around $2 million outside. Currently, houses with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms are priced at over $1 million and are much smaller. Most people still live in shanty towns, let alone a community of such high standards. Jiang Hao found that the house didn't need any renovations. It was already furnished and ready to move in. Quite nice. Jiang Hao wandered around and found it indeed very suitable for living. The furniture is complete, and some of the things he planned to buy are now redundant. Genius class students are indeed different. In this chaotic world, strength is fundamental. With strength, one can have everything. After settling in, Jiang Hao prepared to go out to visit Yu Dahai. Hey, isn't that Jiang Hao who came to find Yu Liang a few days ago? Zhao Xuanyan, Yu Liang's classmate, asked with some confusion as he spotted Jiang Hao. No way. This is Zilong #1 community. How could a regular class student like him get in? The chubby Li Xian shook his head and said, "It looks like him from the back. Let's go to school and ask Yu Liang. We'll find out." Zhao Xuanyan said with a smile. The two followed Jiang Hao's figure, but, after going downstairs, found that he had disappeared. They could only walk toward the school with disappointment. Meanwhile, Yang Xing, who was also heading to school, watched as Jiang Hao casually opened the gate of Zilong #1 community. Her mouth dropped open in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Hao. How did he get into Zilong #1 community? Yang Xing murmured to herself. Her home was just across the street in Jinhua #1 community, which was specifically for the security team personnel, as her father was a member of the security team. Her parents often hoped that Yang Xing could get into the Tianjiao class so they could enjoy the benefits of living in Zilong #1 community. Yang Xing had been working hard, passing by Zilong #1 community every day to motivate herself. But today, she saw Jiang Hao come out naturally from inside. She saw clearly that Jiang Hao was not being escorted out. He had swiped a car to exit by himself. This meant that Jiang Hao had a place there. Had he already been admitted to the Tianjiao class? Yang Xing stood across the street, her eyes fixed on Jiang Hao, wanted to go over and ask him. But her feet felt like they were filled with lead, making it hard to move. It wasn't until Jiang Hao's figure disappeared that she sighed in disappointment. "Hey, Yang Xing, why are you standing here? Aren't you going to school?" Li Xian suddenly whistled and called out upon seeing Yang Xing. I'm tired from walking, just taking a break." Yang Xing's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhao Xuanyan, her face flushing. Let's go, we're heading to school too. Let's go together." Okay. Yang Xing had originally wanted to ask about Jiang Hao, but after seeing Zhao Xuanyan, her mind became fuzzy, and she forgot to ask. Jiang Hao arrived at the hospital, carrying some supplements as he entered Yu Dahai's ward. "Old Yu, I'm here to see you." Jiang Hao called out loudly as soon as he entered. "Old Yu, what happened to you?" Jiang Hao looked at Yu Dahai with concern. Seeing the injuries on Old Yu's body made Jiang Hao squint his eyes. He noticed that Old Yu had many new injuries, with a thick bandage wrapped around his head. His right leg, which had been fine before, was now in a cast, clearly indicating that it was broken. Now, Old Yu's entire body was wrapped up like a zongzi, with only 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth visible. Even his mouth was full of scars. His eyes blinked from time to time. Otherwise, one would think he was dead. Just then, a nurse pushed a cart into the ward. "Who are you?" The nurse paused upon seeing Jiang Hao. "I'm a relative of Hai. Here to see him," Jiang Hao said. "Nurse, how did my uncle get these new injuries?" Jiang Hao asked, suppressing his anger. The nurse looked at Jiang Hao with pity. Chapter 23. The method to save Hai. Seeing the questioning look in Jiang Hao's eyes, she realized he truly didn't know about the incident. She had also heard that Jiang Hao had been admitted to the Tianjiao class, and that Hai's medical expenses were being covered by the Lord's office of Shaojing City. The nurse sighed, her tone carrying a hint of consolation. "He was kidnapped? Who kidnapped him?" Jiang Hao asked in shock. "Was it Luan Min, the loan shark?" The nurse shook her head, saying, "I heard it was someone you offended before. Seems to be called Lu Qinglong," the nurse said uncertainly. Upon hearing the name, Lu Qinglong, Jiang Hao instantly confirmed that it was the other party's doing. After all, Lu Xiaofeng was killed by him. This Lu Qinglong definitely had a motive and the means to do it. Jiang Hao clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. A patient who was already severely injured by your son was actually taken out and beaten again. He could imagine the suffering Hai had endured. "What is my uncle's condition now?" Jiang Hao asked, suppressing his anger with concern. He's not doing well, has been unconscious, and is relying on medication to stay alive." The nurse shook her head and sighed. "Even with the medicinal pills, it's still the same. You have to understand he's old. His vital energy is declining, and after being tormented twice, his hidden injuries have all flared up at once. It's already very difficult for him to maintain his life." Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Hai lying on the bed, his face dark and cold. His previous self had been raised by Hai, and Jiang Hao had promised to take care of him. But just as his situation improved a bit, Hai had turned into a vegetative state, unaware of life or death. He couldn't even enjoy a bit of good fortune. Can he be saved? Even as an ordinary person, can he live a few quiet years in his old age? Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and asked. "You need to ask the doctor for specifics. But I heard he can be saved, though the conditions are very strict." The nurse shook her head, indicating that she was just a nurse. Saving a person still requires a doctor's confirmation. "Okay, thank you." Jiang Hao nodded in thanks. He leaned down, looking closely at the unconscious Hai. "Old man, rest well and take care of your health. Everything else is on me." Jiang Hao whispered in Hai's ear. "Thank you for taking care of my uncle. I will go ask the doctor about my uncle's condition." Jiang Hao forced a smile and said, "Okay, you go ahead. I'll give him some more medication." The nurse nodded. "What's your name?" Jiang Hao suddenly asked. "I. Li Mei," the nurse said, somewhat flustered. She hadn't expected Jiang Hao to ask for her name. Maybe because Jiang Hao had been admitted to the Tianjiao class, Li Mei saw Jiang Hao differently, filled with admiration for the strong and a hint of sympathy. Her emotions were quite complex. "Thank you, Li Mei." Jiang Hao looked into Li Mei's eyes and said solemnly, "No need to be polite, this is my job," Li Mei said weakly. Jiang Hao said no more and walked towards the doctor's office. "Dr. Chun, can my uncle's condition be restored to that of an ordinary person?" Jiang Hao asked anxiously. It's very difficult. Your uncle was already on the verge of death when he was brought in last time. After this ordeal, to be honest, it has consumed almost all of your uncle's last bit of vitality." Dr. Chun sighed, feeling helpless. "Unless you have a 7th grade blood-activating pill for your uncle to take, it could save him." Dr. Chun looked at Jiang Hao and said, "But you also know how rare 7th grade blood-activating pills are. Even in Shaojing City, there aren't many. These medicines are prioritized for the front lines." Dr. Chun spread his hands, looking quite helpless. "Right now, we are only providing conservative treatment, trying to keep your uncle alive for now. Once you get a 7th grade blood-activating pill, we can further treat your uncle. As long as we have the 7th grade blood-activating pill, we can treat my uncle, right?" Jiang Hao asked eagerly. "Yes." Dr. Chun nodded affirmatively. "Okay, I will definitely get a 7th grade blood-activating pill for my uncle," Jiang Hao said solemnly. "All right, anyway, these expenses will be settled by the Lord's office, but for the 7th grade blood-activating pill, they also won't be able to help. The hospital's blood-activating pills can't be used. They belong to the demon exterminators, and without their permission, if we use them, we will all be doomed," Dr. Chen explained. "Thank you, Dr. Chen, I understand." "Thank you." Jiang Hao said gratefully. Others can't get the 7th level blood activating pill, can he not? What is his system for? It's precisely for this. Just as he walked out of the inpatient building, he saw Lu Anmin lurking there, looking up at the building. Lu Anmin. Jiang Hao walked over angrily and slapped him on the shoulder. Lu Anmin was startled by the sudden attack and trembled. Mr. Jiang, wow, you scare me to death. Seeing it was Jiang Hao, Lu Anmin immediately broke into a smile. What are you looking at? Who are you spying on? Jiang Hao followed his gaze. He saw a slender and attractive woman helping an elderly man clean himself. No, don't slander me. I was just casually looking. Lu Anmin hurriedly denied it. Have you fallen for her? Jiang Hao teased Lu Anmin. Hee. I have a feeling of excitement. Lu Anmin chuckled when he was exposed. What's your identity? Jiang Hao asked. Hee. I'm just a staff member of the security team. Lu Anmin said with a smile. Wow, you really know how to play, huh? You a mouse. Dare to find a cat to be your wife. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Anmin in disbelief. Aren't you afraid she'll find out what you really do in the future and turn against you? Jiang Hao asked. What are you talking about? I'm just providing a little loan to help patients. How did it become a heinous crime in your mouth? Lu Anmin was displeased and muttered. Oh, is that so? Then I'll go in and tell her you were spying on her. Jiang Hao lifted his foot to walk inside. Hey, brother, can I call you brother? I'll extend your repayment deadline by another month. Hurry and go to your thing. Please don't cause trouble here. Lu Anmin shouted in frustration. Well, you said it yourself. I didn't force you. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Yes, I said it myself. Just hurry up and go. Lu Anmin waved his hand to shoo Jiang Hao away like a fly. He knew that Lu Anmin must have heard about him being admitted to the Tianjiao class, which is why he proactively extended the deadline by a month. Otherwise, how could someone as unscrupulous as him act so playful? Jiang Hao could feel that different identities brought different circumstances. This feeling was quite wonderful. Chapter 24. Hunting Sun God Palace. Lu Qinglong had already put on the clothes of the Sun God Church. The man in the black robe said, in a melodic tone, Salute the divine envoy. Lu Qinglong sincerely bowed. Salute the divine envoy. The surrounding followers also bowed in response. It was only after entering the Sun God Church that Lu Qinglong realized the identity of the black-robed man. He was one of the 365 divine envoys of the Sun God Church, specifically responsible for the missionary activities in Shaojiang City. Each divine envoy has a minimum cultivation level of 9-star warrior. It should be noted that there are very few 9-star warriors in the entire Shaojiang City. After realizing that the divine envoy was a 9-star warrior, Lu Qinglong felt that his chances for revenge had greatly increased and his sense of belonging to the Sun God Church suddenly strengthened. Now that our Sun God Church's Shaojiang City Chapel has been initially established, but the statue has not yet been consecrated, the crowd was astonished. At this moment, the statue of the Sun God was already radiant, but it had not yet been consecrated. Moreover, this statue had already increased their cultivation by 0.5 times. How strong would the cultivation increase be after it was consecrated? The group of followers couldn't imagine, their eyes fervently fixed on the statue of the Sun God. At the same time, they closely watched the black-robed divine envoy. Sir, how we consecrate the statue? Someone couldn't help but ask. With the blood of the Tianjiao class students to celebrate the arrival of our church. The black-robed divine envoy said seriously. Hiss! The crowd gasped. To consecrate the statue, it actually required the blood of Tianjiao class students. Our church upholds the principle of fairness. The divine cares for the world. It cannot be that people toil their whole lives without making any progress. The more one contributes to our church, the more one will gain. Once the statue is consecrated, each of you can offer sacrifices to the divine. The divine will grant you the strength you have longed for. Moreover, as long as you do not leave the chapel, the increase in your cultivation from the statue will grow stronger the more you offer sacrifices. Before the statue upgrades, the maximum increase can reach 5 times. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened, their breathing quickened. They could actually reach a 5 times increase. Don't underestimate this 5 times. It means that what previously took 5 days of cultivation now only requires 1 day. Even more terrifying is that this advantage accumulates over time. If others cultivate for a year, it's as if you have cultivated for 5 years. Even a pig should have gotten stronger. Most of the people joining the Sun God Church do not have very good qualifications. If they had good qualifications, why not go play in a Tianjiao class? At this moment, hearing the words of the black-robed divine envoy and looking at the statue of the Sun God, their eyes became even hotter. If any of the followers perform exceptionally well, I can recommend them to the provincial city chapel for cultivation, where the increase can reach 20 times. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly fell silent. The group of followers felt as if their breath was about to stop. 20 times. What does that mean? Cultivating for a year is equivalent to others cultivating for 20 years. How many 20 years are there in a life? Even the lifespan of a 9-star warrior is only 200 to 300 years. Many people can't break through the 9-star warrior threshold in their entire lives. The majority of the reasons are insufficient qualifications, resources, or time. If the increase reaches 20 times, then even if you stack it up, you can make it. The crowd looked at the statue of the Sun God, and their eyes began to turn fanatical. Their breathing became more rapid, their eyes bloodshot. The black-robed divine envoy sensed the change in the followers' emotions and was very satisfied. If you could perform even better, there is an even higher level chapel waiting for you. As long as you are devout enough and offer enough sacrifices, the divine can feel it. The various lords within the church can feel it too. Bang! Just as the black-robed gentleman finished speaking, someone directly knelt down with a bang, sincerely bowing to the statue. Others followed suit, all kneeling down in sincere worship. Everyone, we not only need to worship the divine devoutly, but we should also take practical actions to pray for the divine's arrival. The followers all looked at the black-robed man. Let us take action from today, hunt the Tianjiao class students, and strive to help the statue be consecrated as soon as possible. The black-robed man said with a tone full of temptation. Let us soon enjoy the 5 times increase of the cultivation chapel. Kill! Kill! The followers roared in unison. Their voices were full of fervor, their eyes bloodshot, bloodthirsty. They seemed to have already seen the statue being consecrated, enjoying the 5 times cultivation increase, becoming powerful figures. They would trample those who once looked down on them underfoot and humiliate them severely. Today, I received news that Jiang Hao from the 3rd Martial Arts High School has just become a student of the Tianjiao class today. His strength is the weakest, and he has not undergone the training of the Tianjiao class, making him a most suitable target for you to hunt. And today, he happens to be at the 1st Martial Arts Hospital, where his uncle is hospitalized. He was approved for a day off today to visit his uncle. The black-robed man said, his eyes sweeping over Lu Qinglong's face. Lu Qinglong's heart skipped a beat, his fists clenched tightly, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. He did not expect the opportunity for revenge to come so quickly. Thank you, divine envoy, for your fulfillment. Lu Qinglong fervently knelt down to thank him, knocking his head on the ground. In addition to Jiang Hao's information, I also have information on 5 other Tianjiao class students from 5 high schools in Shaojiang City. You can all come and collect it. This operation will also count towards your merits. As soon as this was said, the enthusiasm of the followers surged. It is well known that the Tianjiao class students from number 5 high school are the weakest, so they rushed to grab the information of the Tianjiao class students from number 5 high school. After everyone had selected their information, the black-robed man began to gather the materials. Everyone, let's take action. The crowd began to tightly grasp the sun god pearl hanging around their necks. Realizing that this sun god pearl had such an effect, this made their actions much more convenient. They felt more confident about this operation. Finally, they advised everyone to act within their means and wished everyone good luck. After speaking, the man in the black robe turned and left. The crowd exchanged glances and also left one after another, heading directly towards their goals. Lu Qinglong headed straight for the 1st Martial Artist Hospital. Jiang Hao was a 2-star martial artist, but after being purified by the sun god spirit, he was on the verge of breaking through to a 3-star martial artist, coupled with the divine medicine just issued by the envoy, which could temporarily incapacitate a martial artist's ability to resist. Lu Qinglong believed he could definitely kill Jiang Hao this time. He would avenge Xiaofeng. Jiang Hao was unaware that Lu Qinglong was coming to kill him. He was currently using a blood-activating pill to strengthen himself. However, Jiang Hao soon realized that he had underestimated the situation. The third and fourth level blood-activating pills might be manageable, but the seventh level blood-activating pill required reinforcement points that exceeded Jiang Hao's imagination. A fourth level blood-activating pill required about 5,000 points to strengthen. However, a seventh level blood-activating pill required 50,000 points to have a chance of being reinforced. He currently only had a little over 2,000 points at most. Where was he supposed to get 50,000 points? If he directly exchanged cash, he would need 5 million yuan to obtain 50,000 reinforcement points. This amount left Jiang Hao, who had just received a subsidy, feeling somewhat desperate. Chapter 25. How did you know I was short on money? Old Lu, how about we collaborate? A disciple approached Lu Qinglong. I see that Jiang Hao has just entered the Tianjiao class, but who knows what life-saving treasures he might have. Yuan Qingjie said with a smile. Lu Qinglong looked at Yuan Qingjie and suddenly smiled. Sure, as long as I can kill Jiang Hao, the more people who join me, the happier I will be. I only have one request. Jiang Hao must allow me to beat him to death. Lu Qinglong said with a fierce expression, causing Yuan Qingjie to shiver involuntarily. Mourning for Jiang Hao, you are still young. How did you offend this lunatic? No problem. You can dry him and eat him if you want. I have no issues with that. Yuan Qingjie said with a smile. Okay, then let's set off together. Hurry up. After today, it will be hard to find another opportunity. The disciples of the Sun God Church scattered like ants, looking for prey. Shaojiang City remained calm and peaceful, completely unaware that the Sun God Church would go so mad as to hunt down students from the Tianjiao class. After all the disciples had left, another figure in a black robe emerged from the Sun God Palace. Yuan Shiqi, is your plan to incite so many people to hunt down the students of the Tianjiao class secure? A woman's voice rang out, sounding very pleasant, like a yellow oriole. Hee, no need to worry, Yuan Sanwu. Just cooperate with me to hunt down the demon extermination guard. Only with their blood can we awaken the statue. Yuan Shiqi said with a cold smile. With these cannon fodder providing cover, the demon extermination guards will surely be thrown into chaos, and our opportunity will come. At this point, Yuan Shiqi's gaze turned sharp. I want to create a brief period of emptiness for the demon extermination guards in Shaojiang City. This will win the best development period for my church. We will take root here. After we finish this, you will immediately withdraw, and the church will also go completely silent, developing in the shadows. Yuan Shiqi began to arrange the plan. Yuan Sanwu looked at Yuan Shiqi in disbelief. Madman, you are a madman, joking with so many lives. Hee, each takes what they need. They want the favor of the gods without giving anything in return. It's not that easy, Yuan Shiqi said with a cold smile. In this chaotic world, I have given them hope. They should be grateful. I do this for the propagation of the church. Everything is for the sake of the gods. Yuan Shiqi said fervently while looking at the statue. This made Yuan Sanwu involuntarily bow slightly to the statue. Now we just wait patiently and let them disrupt the demon extermination guard's vision first. Yuan Shiqi poured a glass of red wine and began to share it with Yuan Sanwu for tasting. Meanwhile, Lu Qinglong and the others rushed to the outskirts of the first martial artist hospital as quickly as possible. That old Lu look, isn't that Jiang Hao? Yuan Qingjie pointed to a figure just walking out of Wei Fong Pharmacy. Lu Qinglong looked in the direction of his finger, and his eyes lit up. Although it was just a back view, even if Jiang Hao turned to ash, he would recognize him. For the enemy who killed his son, Lu Qinglong had deeply etched Jiang Hao's image in his mind. It's him. It's him. Lu Qinglong gasped and shouted. Hee, I was just thinking about where to find him, and I didn't expect to run into him here. Lu Qinglong grinned fiercely. Follow him and see where he is going. Our opportunity has come. Yuan Qingjie shouted excitedly. All right, let's follow. Jiang Hao bought 100 blood-activating pills, intending to first strengthen a batch of third or fourth level blood-activating pills, then sell them before purchasing more for reinforcement. It's worth noting that even third-level blood-activating pills are hard to come by in the market. The most common are first-level blood-activating pills, which are in surplus. There are some second-level ones, but third-level ones are quite rare. Basically, the refining technology is held by the demon extermination guards and the military, or by large families, and they generally won't sell them. Moreover, it is very difficult to refine them successfully. As long as he can sell them on the black market and make money, He could buy more blood-activating pills for reinforcement. This was the fastest method Jiang Hao could think of at the moment. Although it carried some risks, it was also the quickest and safest method he could come up with. Most other methods are not very legal. He had previously inquired at the pharmacy, and a third-level blood-activating pill would cost at least 130,000 yuan to buy. As for the fourth-level blood-activating pills, the pharmacy didn't even have stock. They were in short supply. Whenever a blood-activating pill appeared, it would be immediately bought up. It's worth noting that the minimum function of a fourth-level blood-activating pill is to increase a normal martial artist vitality by 3 points. This is just its most basic effect. Its most powerful effect is to enhance physical fitness, boost immunity, and save critically ill patients. It allows their vitality to become strong again, prolonging their lives. This can be considered a divine medicine, and in this chaotic world, who can guarantee they won't get injured? With such a fourth-level blood-activating pill, it would be equivalent to having an extra life. Such a medicine would definitely be in high demand. Sometimes, a single pill could sell for 500,000 yuan. And that was with a price, but no market. As for higher-level blood-activating pills, the pharmacy staff had never seen them. It was said that they would fetch an even higher price, and whenever they appeared, they would cause a sensation. They could even provoke cult members to go on a rampage to rob them. Jiang Hao believed that with his system, he would definitely be able to reinforce a 7th-level blood-activating pill, and he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Ever since he improved his heavenly shaking, mysterious tiger fist, his sixth sense had become very keen. Even without turning around, he could feel the two gazes behind him, the killing intent contained within piercing his back like needles. Just when I was short on cash, someone came to my door. Jiang Hao sneered. He clearly understood that the person stalking him should not be very strong. Their strength was likely not much different from his. If they were strong, why would they need to stalk him? Jiang Hao deliberately walked towards the cheap shantytown. The management there was chaotic, and even the demon extermination guards rarely went there. It was a good place to make a move. Behind him, Lu Qinglong and the others also thought the same. They were very pleased that Jiang Hao had voluntarily walked into the shantytown. They felt he truly understood their intentions. Yuan Chengjie felt a moment of reluctance to kill such a conscious lamb. So damn self-aware, so enlightened, Yuan Chengjie exclaimed. He was originally from the shantytown, so it's not surprising he ended up here. Lu Qinglong sneered. After arriving at a very dilapidated shantytown and confirming that there was basically no one around, Jiang Hao turned around with a smile, looking at the two fat sheep behind him. Lu Qinglong and the others looked at Jiang Hao with the same gaze. Both sides regarded each other as meat on the chopping block. Chapter 26. There are still more good people in the world. Oh, it's you, Lu Qinglong, Jiang Hao said in surprise. Ha! Jiang Hao, didn't expect that, did you? Lu Qinglong laughed loudly. Jiang Hao indeed didn't expect it to be Lu Qinglong. He was just thinking about finding him. How dare he kidnap his uncle and beat you to high so badly, without even settling the score with him. Lu Qinglong came knocking on his door. It saved him the trouble of looking for the other party. He could settle old and new accounts together. Jiang Hao, do you know how painful it was when Xiaofeng died? Lu Qinglong roared with a grim face. Your principal from 3rd high school is impressive. With one sentence, I can't trouble you anymore. Ha, why not? Why can't I trouble you? Why can you kill my son without taking responsibility? Lu Qinglong shouted hysterically. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Hao looked at Lu Qinglong, whose face was twisted in anger. Your son barged into my house first and beat my uncle nearly to death. Can your uncle be compared to my son's life? Lu Qinglong angrily questioned. Hearing this, Jiang Hao's expression turned completely cold. Today, I must torture you to death, so you can experience what it feels like to have your neck twisted. Then let me see how you twist my neck. Jiang Hao clenched his fist and lunged directly at Lu Qinglong. This kid is so arrogant, daring to strike first. Yuan Chengjie screamed, pulling out a packet of drugs from his pocket and throwing it at Jiang Hao. A packet of white powdery medicine scattered into the air. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes and immediately activated the Hengyang Sutra, but he found that the drug had no effect on him while using the Hengyang Sutra. Without hesitation, he charged straight through. This made Yuan Chengjie ecstatic. Young people are indeed reckless and impulsive, even daring to rush through the sacred medicine of the Sun God sect. Ha! Yuan Chengjie suddenly felt a pain in his chest and looked down in disbelief at the hand that had pierced his chest. Hee, what are you laughing at while fighting? Jiang Hao teased, and then crushed Yuan Chengjie's heart. Ah, you. Yuan Chengjie desperately clawed at Jiang Hao's arm, trying to grasp the last thread of life. But it was already too late. He trembled and looked at Jiang Hao's palm, which held his shattered heart, and fell down unwillingly. Lu Qinglong was stunned beside him. Upon first meeting, Yuan Chengjie was actually killed by Jiang Hao. He remembered that Yuan Chengjie had just sprinkled the sacred medicine. Why did it have no effect on Jiang Hao? Could it be that the sacred medicine was fake? But there was no time to check the authenticity of the sacred medicine now. Gulp! Lu Qinglong swallowed hard. When he saw Jiang Hao turn to look at him, his scalp suddenly went numb. But thinking of Xiao Feng's death, Lu Qinglong's anger surged. Jiang Hao, I will kill you. Lu Qinglong roared and threw a punch at Jiang Hao. Hee, foolish, dazed in the middle of a fight. Jiang Hao scoffed. He had thought Lu Qinglong would take the opportunity to sneak attack while he was killing this person. He didn't expect him to just stand there and wait until he finished before shouting. Just how did he survive in this chaotic world until now? Jiang Hao slapped first and struck Lu Qinglong in the face. Slap! Lu Qinglong staggered and almost fell to the ground. He looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. His furious punch was effortlessly countered by a single slap. Ah! Slap! Ah! Jiang Hao, I slap! Slap! Lu Qinglong was hit until he was dizzy, his head buzzing. Several of his teeth had been knocked out. His face swelled up like a pig's head. Stumbling, he looked at Jiang Hao in terror. Why was Jiang Hao so powerful? Wasn't he just a beginner 2-star martial artist? Who gave you the courage to dare to kill me? Jiang Hao slowly approached Lu Qinglong. Lu Qinglong retreated in fear. At this moment, he had no courage left to avenge Xiao Feng by killing Jiang Hao. Why? Why did the medicine have no effect on you? That was the sacred medicine of the sect. Sacred medicine? What sacred medicine from what sect? Jiang Hao squinted and asked. Wasn't Lu Qinglong there to avenge his son? This is the sacred pearl of the Sun God sect. You're finished. After absorbing this sacred medicine, your entire body will soften. Lu Qinglong threatened, backing away. Hee. What was he laughing about earlier? Jiang Hao continued to advance, making Lu Qinglong's face turn even more terrified. I am from the Sun God sect. If you dare to kill me, the sect will not let you go. Lu Qinglong pointed at Jiang Hao and shouted. Then let them come. A cult dares to threaten me in broad daylight? Jiang Hao looked at Lu Qinglong as if he were an idiot. Ah, don't come over. Lu Qinglong stumbled and fell to the ground, yelling in terror. My sect will send many people to hunt you down. Jiang Hao couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and directly punched Lu Qinglong's head, exploding it. Still talking so much before dying. What a nuisance. Jiang Hao searched both of their bodies for valuables and found over 30,000 yuan in total. Damn, they're all broke, and they have the nerve to come out here. Jiang Hao cursed in frustration. He had expected to loot some money, but it turned out to be so little. Jiang Hao opened the system, focusing on the two bodies, preparing to start exchanging. He wanted to try, adhering to the concept of waste utilization and not polluting the environment, to see if human corpses could be exchanged for enhancement points. Found a 2-star martial artist corpse, can exchange for 30 enhancement points. Do you wish to exchange? Found a sacred pearl of the Sun God sect, can exchange for 100 enhancement points. Do you wish to exchange? Just as Jiang Hao focused on Lu Qinglong's corpse, 2 dialogue boxes popped up. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Sacred pearl? 100 enhancement points? What kind of sacred pearl is this, that it's worth more than a person? Jiang Hao squatted down, tore the sacred pearl from Lu Qinglong's neck, and held it in his palm, examining it. Unfortunately, the system only provided a vague concept and did not explain the function of this sacred pearl in detail. I killed too quickly and didn't leave a tongue to ask, Jiang Hao said regretfully. Never mind, let's exchange first. Exchange. Lu Qinglong clearly had just joined the so-called Sun God sect and was given this sacred pearl. It was evident that this sacred pearl was not a very precious item in the Sun God sect. Jiang Hao had also seen this sacred pearl on another person. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for a total of 130 enhancement points. Jiang Hao then exchanged the other person as well and obtained 132 enhancement points. Jiang Hao opened the panel. Host, Jiang Hao Realm, 2-star martial artist cultivation method. Hengyang Sutra level 1 skill, Shaking Heaven Fears Tiger Fist level 1 weapon, enhancement points, 302 lottery chances, 0 storage space. 2 cubic meters exchange port, can use any valuable items for trade with the system to exchange for enhancement points. Killing 2 people earned him 300 enhancement points. The world still has more good people. Knowing that I have no money left, I proactively send it over to be killed. The key is that there's a system in place. Even the destruction of the body is omitted, directly utilizing waste, completely squeezing out the last drop of value. No wonder others say that killing and arson earn gold belts, while building bridges and repairing roads leave no corpses. Chapter 27. Strengthening Blood Activating Pill. I wonder where I can find followers of the Sun God sect again. Jiang Hao sighed. A person's corpse isn't worth much, or rather, the corpse of a low-level warrior isn't worth much. Jiang Hao speculated that the higher the realm of the warrior, the more valuable the corpse would be. However, with his current strength, seeking out the corpses of powerful warriors will be tantamount to seeking death. Jiang Hao sighed again, preparing to inquire about the gathering location of the Sun God sect later to hunt some down. They must have many divine pearls there. So wouldn't that be the points needed to strengthen the 7th level blood activating pill? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao became very excited. Compared to selling the 4th level blood activating pill in the black market, this is obviously faster. Jiang Hao walked towards the Purple Dragon No. 1 community. He made 2 preparations, gathering information about the Sun God sect while selling high-level blood activating pills. By doing this, his strength would also quickly increase with the rise in points. To strengthen the blood activating pill to level 2, 300 strengthening points are needed. Would you like to strengthen it? Seeing this result, Jiang Hao felt a bit of a headache. Fortunately, Lu Qinglong had come to deliver some strengthening points. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough. Strengthen. A yellow halo flashed across the blood-activating pill in the palm of his hand, and 2 lines appeared on the pill. This meant that the blood-activating pill had transformed into a level 2 blood-activating pill, exuding a fragrance that made one feel mentally clear. It was successful. Jiang Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. A level 2 blood-activating pill could be sold for 40,000 to 50,000 yuan on the market, and it might be even more expensive in the black market. He could completely utilize the difference in price. Strengthening a level 2 blood-activating pill, according to cash exchange, would only be 30,000 yuan, allowing him to earn a profit of 10,000 yuan. If he used blood-activating pills to exchange for strengthening points, then his cost would only be 15,000 yuan, allowing him to earn a profit of 25,000 yuan. If the market is good, he could earn even more. That is, he hasn't found any other materials with a significantly different exchange rate for cash to exchange for strengthening points. Currently, he could only use blood-activating pills to exchange for strengthening points. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao felt a surge of excitement and began to take stock of his wealth. Previously, the school had issued a subsidy of 100,000 yuan. He spent 5,000 yuan to buy blood-activating pills, leaving him with 95,000 yuan. Additionally, he had picked up 30,000 yuan from Lu Qinglong, totaling 125,000 yuan. That's enough plenty. Next is to find a sales channel. Jiang Hao carefully pondered whether to go through regular channels or find someone in the black market. If he went through regular channels and the volume was high, it would surely attract others' attention. It would be hard to explain then. So, he could only go through the black market. The black market doesn't ask where your goods come from. As long as you have the goods, they dare to sell. However, the prices are relatively lower than regular channels. He definitely couldn't personally contact the black market. He was a student from the prestigious class after all. How could he get involved with the black market? Suddenly, Jiang Hao thought of Lu Anmin, recalling his chubby, humorous face and the way he sneakily looked at a female security officer. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh. He immediately dialed Lu Anmin's phone number. "Hello, what's up?" Lu Anmin asked impatiently. "Good news. Do you have a way to sell level 2 blood-activating pills?" Jiang Hao asked. "What? You have level 2 blood-activating pills?" Lu Anmin shouted in shock. "How many do you have?" he asked anxiously. It seems you really have a way. Shall we find a place to discuss in detail?" Jiang Hao asked. "Sure, where are you? I'll come right over." Lu Anmin quickly asked. Purple Dragon number 1 community. Damn, I forgot you got into the prestigious class. Lu Onmin slapped his forehead, then hurried out of the hospital, got in his car, and rushed to the Purple Dragon No. 1 community. Soon, Jiang Hao met Lu Onmin. Jiang Hao opened the car door and sat in his car. Jiang Hao noticed that the cars of this era were quite similar to those of his previous life, except that all the energy here was electric. Jiang Hao took out a level 2 blood-activating pill from the glove compartment and held it out in his palm. You take a look at the quality first. Lu Onmin looked at the 2 lines on the blood-activating pill and immediately knew it was definitely not fake. He worked in finance and often received some collateral, including level 2 blood-activating pills. This one looked to be of excellent quality, almost without any impurities. Lu Onmin picked it up and examined it, becoming more and more astonished. The quality was too good. He had never seen a level 2 blood-activating pill of such high quality. Where did this come from? Lu Onmin asked in a low voice. You don't need to know where it came from. Do you have a black market channel? Jiang Hao asked. Haha, you don't even consider what I do. Lu Onmin scoffed. So, how much is this blood-activating pill worth? Jiang Hao asked. Lu Onmin glanced at Jiang Hao without speaking, then held up 3 fingers. 300,000. Lu Onmin's face immediately darkened, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Hao, who looked serious. You dare to quote that? Damn, I hate riddles the most. Just tell me how much it is. Jiang Hao said with a smile. 30,000. At most 30,000. Lu Onmin said unhappily. Regular channels are selling for 40,000. And you only offer 30,000? Jiang Hao asked. Don't you realize how much risk the black market takes? You could be wiped out by the demon exterminators at any moment. Lu Onmin said. Besides, if you could sell this in regular channels, would you be looking for me? Even a regular pharmacy only offers a buy price of 35,000. They won't give you too high a price. Lu Onmin said seriously. How many can you get? Lu Onmin changed the topic, asking curiously. I can get some in a month. Jiang Hao said ambiguously. No, how many can you really get? Give me a specific number. Lu Onmin asked anxiously. 6 pills. I only have 6 for now. Jiang Hao estimated and retained some information. That's great, I'll buy all of them. Lu Onmin exclaimed, clapping his hands. What's the price? Jiang Hao asked. Didn't I say 30,000? No way, the price is too low. I have a stable channel, and I will keep getting some in the future. Jiang Hao shook his head. Are you sure you'll always have them? Lu Onmin stared wide-eyed at Jiang Hao, looking shocked. Yes, I will always have them. Jiang Hao nodded. All right, then it's 35,000. Can't go higher. If it goes higher, I won't make any profit. Lu Onmin said with a fierce expression. Okay, then come here tomorrow to pick me up, and I'll give you the goods. Jiang Hao asked. All right. Lu Onmin nodded thoughtfully. This blood-activating pill isn't anything illegal. It doesn't have to be treated like an underground transaction. It's just going to be sold in the black market. Even if caught by the demon exterminators, they could say it's someone else's collateral. Lu Onmin took out a card from the car and handed it to Jiang Hao. This is an anonymous bank card from Shaojiang Bank. The initial password is 6 zeros, and it has 210,000 inside. I'll come over to pick up the goods tomorrow, Lu Onmin said with a smile. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. Indeed, those who can survive in chaotic times are not simple. He hadn't expected Lu Onmin to have such courage to take out 210,000 in cash for a full order. Wow, you're so trusting. Aren't you afraid I'll just run away with the money? Jiang Hao teased. Ha, you're a student of the prestigious class now. Would you give up a bright future for this little bit of money? Lu Onmin smiled. Do you need to go somewhere? I could give you a ride. Hey, your pills. Take them to show your clients the quality. Use them as samples. Jiang Hao waved his hand. Lu Onmin smiled upon hearing this. He knew that Jiang Hao was definitely not simple. Chapter 28. Enhancing the Hengyang. Because of the status of a student from the genius class, no one raised any doubts when purchasing the blood vitality pills. Jiang Hao had only 20,000 yuan in emergency funds. All the other money was spent on blood vitality pills. A total of 700 pills were purchased. This made the pharmacy owner almost burst out laughing. Jiang Hao was also about to laugh out loud. He kept 100 blood vitality pills for himself, and exchanged all the rest for enhancement points. Jiang Hao's enhancement points increased to 602 points. After deducting the 800 points needed for the 6 level 2 blood vitality pills for Luan Min, he had 802 enhancement points at his disposal. Jiang Hao looked again at the skills that could be enhanced. Enhancing the Hengyang to the second layer required 2,000 points, while enhancing the Hantian Xuanhu fist to the second layer required 3,000 points. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment. Although it seemed like he had a lot of enhancement points, it was actually not that much, as enhancing one skill would mean he could not enhance the next one. Considering he needed to leave some enhancement points for future business, Jiang Hao ultimately chose to enhance the Hengyang. He clicked the plus sign behind the Hengyang. Boom! Jiang Hao felt as if there was a sun hidden inside him. His skin turned red, and heat radiated from his body. Even the surrounding air distorted from the high temperature. Blood surged, and the temperature around Jiang Hao rose sharply, causing a tearing pain in his flesh. The scorching energy flowed through his body, nourishing all his blood and flesh. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and endured it all. After a long time, he finally recovered, and a thick layer of black filth appeared on the surface of his body. This was the toxins being expelled from his body. Jiang Hao quickly took a shower and felt incredibly relaxed, as if he had shed a heavy armor. He casually threw a few punches, causing the entire room to be in disarray from the wind generated by his fists, making a loud rumbling noise. Jiang Hao was startled by this power. He had only enhanced the Hengyang by 1 layer. Why was the power change so significant? He even noticed that the windows on the balcony had developed cracks. If they weren't of high quality, they would have shattered. This made him hesitant to throw punches at home again. Although he didn't know the specifics of the enhancement, Jiang Hao was very clear that he was now definitely much stronger than before, even able to take on 2 previous versions of himself. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived at school, Luan Min called. Jiang Hao, where are you? The client is very satisfied with the quality of your blood vitality pills, and they want me to come pick them up. Luan Min exclaimed excitedly as soon as the call connected. It seemed that Luan Min had made a good profit from this deal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited. However, Jiang Hao didn't take it to heart. He knew he couldn't monopolize this business, since he didn't want to show up personally. He had to give Luan Min some profit so that Luan Min could work better for him. In the future, he wouldn't be able to focus on business. More of his energy would still be on cultivation. I'm at school, come over, Jiang Hao said. Soon, Luan Min drove to the school gates. Can we get more next time? Luan Min asked, suppressing his excitement. Yes, but it needs to be done gradually. Also, they need to pay a deposit in advance. I'm taking a risk doing this. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and said, we can gradually scale up, but we can't do it all at once. Additionally, I might need to try learning alchemy as well. Luan Min glanced at Jiang Hao, thinking he was selling the pills he got from school and that Jiang Hao wouldn't be able to produce too many. He nodded, indicating he understood. I'm going to deliver the goods. Remember, the client said they will only take as many as they need. Luan Min said excitedly. Okay, wait for my news. If there is any, I'll call you immediately. Jiang Hao smiled. All right. He then walked towards the classroom. Yi Liang happened to be walking out of the classroom and frowned upon seeing Jiang Hao. Why are you here again? Didn't we agree to bury the hatchet? Yi Liang pulled Jiang Hao outside the classroom, angrily questioning him in a low growl. Are you out of your mind? I'm not here to find you. Jiang Hao looked at Yi Liang, speechless. If you're not here to find me, who else could you be looking for? Do you know anyone else in the genius class? Yi Liang shouted angrily. Why do I need to know anyone else? Jiang Hao said, patting his forehead in frustration. I'm here to study. I got into the genius class. Jiang Hao pointed to his nose. Are you kidding? You got into the genius class? Do you know how many assessments you have to pass to get into the genius class? Yi Liang looked at Jiang Hao with disdain. Yes, I admit Jiang Hao has some strength. He crushed Song Hai and the others. But Song Hai is just an ordinary class student, not even a martial artist. Any student from the genius class can confidently do better than Jiang Hao. This is also why Song Hai never dared to provoke the genius class. He couldn't win. But to say Jiang Hao got into the genius class, Yi Liang was the first not to believe it. He clearly knew what Jiang Hao's qualifications were. With that C-level qualification, how could he get into the genius class? Is the genius class a garbage heap where anyone can get in? Look, this is the certificate the school issued to me. It can't be fake, right? Jiang Hao attempted to take out his student ID, but when he pulled it out, he found that the student ID had turned into a pile of fragments. Haha, you're still putting on show here? Yi Liang's eyes were cold, and he wore a sneer on his face. It wasn't me, Jiang Hao tried to explain, but he realized there was no way to explain the situation in front of him. It must have been the 2 times he enhanced that shattered the student ID. Let me tell you, Jiang Hao, no matter what you're here for, don't think you can get any help from me. Yi Liang's gaze was icy, and his words were harsh. Don't think you can rely on me for a lifetime because of your parents' situation. I've already repaid that last time. I really didn't come looking for you. Jiang Hao looked at Yi Liang, speechless. If you don't want to help me, you can leave. I'm not stopping you. Haha, you just want to use the past to blackmail me, right? Let me tell you, that's not going to happen. Yi Liang didn't believe that Jiang Hao wasn't there to look for him. Jiang Hao was really annoyed at this point. He grabbed Yi Liang by the neck and lifted him up, pinning him against the wall. I told you, I'm not here to find you. Are you deaf? Jiang Hao shouted angrily. Always whining in front of me, saying you've repaid the favor. Did I ever oppose it? My parents were blind back then. Saving a white-eyed wolf like you. Yi Liang was stunned by Jiang Hao's sudden attack, and only then started to struggle. But Jiang Hao's grip was like an iron hoop. No matter how hard he struggled, it was futile, and his face turned red from being choked. This left Yi Liang feeling very aggrieved. Filled with anger and wanting to attack Jiang Hao, he was slapped around by Jiang Hao, spinning in a circle. Chapter 29, You All Go Together. Jiang Hao, I'm going to kill you. Yi Liang's face was flushed, and his eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Jiang Hao, charging at him like an angry bull. Yi Liang had always been praised by teachers and classmates for his good qualifications since childhood, and no one had ever slapped him in the face. But today, Jiang Hao actually slapped him, which he saw as a tremendous humiliation. Moreover, it was by someone he considered weak and always looked down upon. This made Yi Liang's anger burn even more. He came to ask for help, and yet Jiang Hao dared to make a move? Benefactor? Nonsense benefactor. If it weren't for my mom, would you even be in the same school as me? With your pathetic qualifications, which school would want you? Those favors should have been repaid long ago. Now, when Yi Liang sees Jiang Hao, he feels that Jiang Hao is his creditor, putting a lot of pressure on him. He also feels that Jiang Hao is a scoundrel, intending to take advantage of him for a lifetime. Today, he must teach this trash a good lesson and let him know that Yi Liang is not someone he can manipulate. Heartbreaking palm. Yi Liang shouted loudly, his palm turning blood red. He struck towards Jiang Hao, the air cracking with a loud bang. Jiang Hao had heard of the heartbreaking palm practiced by this genius class. It trained a shock force, capable of shattering a person's heart. All the power is channeled through one palm, concentrated at the heart's location. When it explodes at the heart, it can cause it to burst. Jiang Hao's expression changed. Wasn't Yi Liang being too vicious? A palm aimed directly at the vital point, and it was the heartbreaking palm. This was aimed at his life. Yi Liang's eyes flashed with brutality. He intended to give Jiang Hao a painful lesson. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he received a slap to the face. His head buzzed, and his whole body became unsteady, his attacking palm technique directly broken. He staggered, staring at Jiang Hao in disbelief. How could he have been slapped again? How could he possibly be hit? Yi Liang immediately flew into a rage. He threw another punch at Jiang Hao. But at this moment, Yi Liang looked like a child in Jiang Hao's eyes. He was truly too slow. Jiang Hao understood that this was due to his enhancement of the Hengyang Sutra, causing this phenomenon. Because he was faster, he felt that Yi Liang was too slow. Don't go too far. I told you, I'm not here to look for you, Jiang Hao said helplessly. He really didn't want to engage in a useless fight with Yi Liang. However, Yi Liang felt insulted by Jiang Hao. A martial artist should not be humiliated. He disregarded everything and used his strongest ultimate move. He appeared completely insane. Meridian cutting hand. Jiang Hao's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. He grabbed Yi Liang's hand and twisted it, producing a sharp crack. Yi Liang's hand dislocated with a scream. Slap! Jiang Hao slapped him hard, sending Yi Liang flying into the wall. The impact made a loud bang, startling everyone in the classroom, who rushed out to check. Yi Liang, are you okay? Li Xian hurried forward to check on Yi Liang's condition, finding that his face was swollen, his right hand dislocated, but nothing else seemed wrong. Jiang Hao, what are you doing? How dare you lay hands on Yi Liang? Zhao Xuanyin glared at Jiang Hao angrily, questioning him loudly. Other students from the genius class gradually emerged, and upon seeing Yi Liang's miserable state on the ground, they all glared at Jiang Hao with fury. Yi Liang had not expected to attract the attention of other classmates. Now that all his peers had witnessed his humiliation, he felt utterly embarrassed. His hatred for Jiang Hao had reached a dark level. Looking at the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, he became so enraged that he rolled his eyes and fainted, causing an outburst of gasps. Yi Liang, hurry, to the infirmary. Li Xian picked up Yi Liang and rushed towards the infirmary. Jiang Hao had not anticipated that Yi Liang would be so fragile that he would faint just like that. Jiang Hao, who gave you the courage to be so reckless in the genius class? Zhao Xuanyin's icy gaze fixed on Jiang Hao. The other students from the genius class spread out, subtly surrounding Jiang Hao to prevent his escape. Anyone who dared to act recklessly in the genius class must receive a lesson. Hey, who are you? Coming up and blindly defending him? Jiang Hao felt quite frustrated. He had merely come to report to the genius class, and how had it escalated to this? I am Zhao Xuanyin. What exactly did you do to Yi Liang? Zhao Xuanyin pressed aggressively. Jiang Hao looked around, realizing he was surrounded by the genius class students. With your posture, are you planning to gang up on me? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. We just want you to give an explanation, Zhao Xuanyin said coldly. What explanation? This is between me and Yi Liang. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Hao asked in surprise. You scoundrel. Yi Liang is one of us in the genius class, and you dared to lay hands on him. That's disrespectful to us. Ordinary class people dare to act recklessly here. Who gave you the courage? Kneel down and apologize to us. Kneel down. The students from the genius class looked at Jiang Hao coldly, all applying pressure. I really don't want to cause trouble. Jiang Hao shook his head at the crowd. Then his expression turned serious. You all just wanted to give an explanation, right? Then come at me. Jiang Hao struck a pose, beckoning to Zhao Xuanyin and the others. To them, Jiang Hao's gesture seemed utterly reckless. A student from an ordinary class actually dared to make a move in front of the genius class. It was simply looking for death. No need for class leader Zhao to take action. I'll teach you a lesson. Teach you how to be a person. Wang Xueling shouted disdainfully. A voice came from behind Jiang Hao, and then a figure like lightning appeared before him, slapping towards Jiang Hao's face. Bang! A loud slap echoed in the air. Everyone wore smiles, but before they could fully express their joy, it froze on their faces. Wang Xueling's figure flew back at a speed even faster than when she came, blood spitting from her mouth, and several of her teeth were knocked out. Bang! Wang Xueling crashed heavily to the ground, leaving everyone in disbelief. How could Wang Xueling be defeated? It was known that although her attack power was weak, her speed was among the best, even in the genius class. Jiang Hao, my face, my teeth. Wang Xueling screamed in terror, holding her cheek. As a girl, being slapped and losing teeth was a direct blow to her appearance. Jiang Hao, how dare you? Zhao Xuanyin trembled with anger. Are you sick? Jiang Hao sneered. Now that we've formed a grudge, we have to fight it out. So why not all of you come at once to save me the trouble of taking you on one by one? Jiang Hao said with a radiant smile. How dare you? Who gave you the courage? The students from the genius class glared angrily at Jiang Hao. They had always said this to others, but now Jiang Hao had said it in front of all of them, making them feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 30, The Shame of the Genius Class. Enough shouting. Are you coming or not? Jiang Hao shouted loudly, interrupting their clamoring. If you want to fight, hurry up. If not, I have things to do. Don't waste my time. This remark truly infuriated the proud students of the genius class. You really think we are weak and don't waste time? Do you really think fighting us is as easy as eating and drinking? This was intolerable. They were all young and hot-blooded. Who could endure such provocation? Wow, I can't take it anymore. Watch my fist. Someone really couldn't hold back, angrily shouting and rushing forward. Seeing someone take the initiative, Zhao Xuanyin and the others no longer held back, directly surrounding Jiang Hao. They didn't want to talk about morals anymore. Jiang Hao was simply too arrogant. They all decided to teach him a lesson. The genius class was not called that for nothing. Geniuses should not be insulted. Now that's more like it. Upon seeing someone rush over, Jiang Hao laughed heartily, feeling his blood boil. He hadn't experienced a big battle in a long time. The Hengyang Scripture operated, his whole body swelling up as he clenched his fists and slightly crouched down. With a loud bang, he charged out like a fierce tiger out of its cage, directly pouncing on the nearest person. He didn't want to passively take hits. He just liked to hit others. Bang! The child who had been shouting loudly was knocked away by Jiang Hao before he could finish a complete sentence. He crashed into the wall, spitting blood, and fainted immediately. Like a tank, he barreled through the crowd, sending everyone flying without even lifting a hand. Jiang Hao fully utilized his advantages. Immense strength combined with incredible speed left the elite class students unable to react. Jiang Hao came crashing in like thunder. Zhao Xuanyan saw Jiang Hao charging towards him, his eyes widening as he planned to collide directly with him to stop his momentum. Only by doing this could they surround and beat him up. Boom! Zhao Xuanyan felt like he had crashed into a mountain, his arms snapping with a crack. Cries of agony filled the air, and the scene descended into chaos. Yet Jiang Hao did not stop. He continued to charge at anyone he saw. He moved in and out of the elite class crowd like a bulldozer, unstoppable. Another person was sent flying. The scene many had envisioned of surrounding and beating up Jiang Hao did not happen. Instead, they found themselves in disarray due to his assaults. In fact, many were so intimidated by his fierce momentum that they chose to dodge, not daring to confront him head-on. Come on! The tank-like figure of the elite class roared at Jiang Hao. This act of charging was supposed to be his. But Jiang Hao had taken it from him and was enjoying it too much. He wanted to clash with Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao's speed was too fast. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of him, only able to shout in the middle to draw Jiang Hao's attention or use his massive size to obstruct Jiang Hao's movement. But he was destined for disappointment. Jiang Hao couldn't be bothered with such an immovable meat shield, simply circling around to punch the tank on the back of his head. Boom! The tank collapsed to the ground, leaving many dumbfounded. The tank they had relied on was knocked down by Jiang Hao just like that. Others no longer dared to confront Jiang Hao. The tank charged recklessly, becoming an invincible presence. You have no martial ethics. Despicable and shameless. Someone shouted. Who talks about martial ethics on the battlefield? Come on, let's fight. Jiang Hao pounded his chest, looking at the classmates around him with fearful expressions. The ground was littered with people injured by Jiang Hao, or those who had been knocked away and crashed into others, indirectly injured by him. They clutched their wounds, glaring at Jiang Hao and cursing. Wasn't this supposed to be one-on-one or a fair fight? Who would charge around like Jiang Hao like a wild bull? You bunch of cowards, claiming to be students of the elite class. Is this your fighting capability? Seeing that they didn't dare to step forward, Jiang Hao became furious, pointing at them and shouting, "Where's your pride? Where's your dignity? Come on, fight with me." Jiang Hao beckoned to them, shouting provocatively. But to Jiang Hao's disappointment, no matter how much he provoked them, the elite class students only glared at him in anger, not daring to approach. This truly disappointed Jiang Hao. The school spent so much money to cultivate these elite class students, and this was all they could do? They couldn't even dare to strike? Only bullying those weaker than them? Jiang Hao doubted if he had come to the wrong place. They were even less capable than the regular class students. Were they really worth the huge investment from Shao Jianshan? With no fighting spirit, were they even martial artists? A martial artist must have an indomitable heart, fearless in the face of adversity, charging forward. But what about them? Jiang Hao looked around, seeing the fear on their faces, and gave a thumbs up, shaking it. Suddenly, he turned his thumb down, pointing to the ground. A bunch of trash. Is this all the strength you have? I'm so disappointed. You're wasting the resources for human cultivation. If I were you, I would just find a piece of tofu to smash my head against. Jiang Hao said disdainfully. Expecting them to fight against fierce beasts was a joke. Weren't they afraid of wetting their pants before even reaching the battlefield? Zhao Xuanyan and the others were so enraged by Jiang Hao's words that they nearly spat blood, gritting their teeth as they glared at him. They felt a deep sense of humiliation, but they couldn't defeat him. Their once proud strength felt like paper in front of Jiang Hao, easily shattered with a light poke. Their once proud dignity was all trampled to the ground. I also got into the elite class, and now I'm attending class here too. Remember, don't mess with me. Jiang Hao saw their furious expressions, but they didn't dare to stand up and voice a protest, not even daring to resist. He suddenly felt bored. Zhao Xuanyan supported himself on the ground, shouting angrily at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao shrugged indifferently. Zhao Xuanyan was nearly driven to bloodshed by Jiang Hao's contemptuous gaze. Huh! Jiang Hao sneered and walked towards the teacher's building, ready to inform Jin Yunhe that he had arrived, leaving the elite class students there sobbing quietly. This was the worst beating they had ever received. It was the most humiliating day, with 30 or 40 people being defeated by one person. It would be a disgrace to speak of. Even if they piled up, they should be able to bury Jiang Hao, right? But they didn't manage to do that. Instead, they were knocked down. Meanwhile, Jin Yunhe and the others upstairs already knew what was happening with the elite class, but did not come down to stop it. They hoped to use the elite class to suppress Jiang Hao's momentum. However, they did not expect Jiang Hao's momentum to remain unrestrained. Instead, the elite class's morale was shattered. This left them speechless, looking at Jin Yunhe with unkind eyes. This is the elite class you trained? Just this? Jin Yunhe was also sweating profusely, unsure how to explain. Chapter 31, Elite Class Studies. They initially wanted to hone Jiang Hao, but the spearhead had not dulled. Instead, the whetstone had shattered. This was quite embarrassing. The spear and shield clashed, but unexpectedly, the spearhead was too sharp and pierced through the shield. When Jin Yunhe saw Jiang Hao walk in, the teacher saw him approach and were at a loss as to whether to feel happy or sad. Happy that Jiang Hao's strength had skyrocketed, managing to knock down the entire elite class. Sad that the elite class students they had invested so much effort into were not even a match for a regular class student. What could they hide their faces? Lu Dongdong had a big smile on his face when he saw Jiang Hao, immediately stepping forward to pat him hard on the shoulder. Good kid, you're amazing. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Ha ha ha. The other regular class homeroom teachers also burst into laughter. After all, it was none of their business. The embarrassment was not theirs. Lin Feiyong looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. He had known Jiang Hao was strong during the assessment, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. He had watched the earlier battle, and with his overwhelming strength and speed, Jiang Hao had sent the elite class students tumbling. Not one could withstand his charge. They all collapsed and ultimately lost their courage, no longer daring to confront Jiang Hao in battle. In fact, if they had surrounded and entangled him, Jiang Hao might not have achieved such a great outcome. It was just that Jiang Hao's fighting style was too unreasonable. Like a fierce beast, relying on his thick skin and strong flesh, he charged forward without hesitation. No matter how many humans were in front, he charged right through. However, the human race has developed many methods to deal with such rampaging beasts. The same goes for dealing with Jiang Hao. As long as they can suppress his rampaging momentum, he will be easier to handle. It's just that Jiang Hao caught the genius class off guard. Overall, the performance of the genius class has indeed been disappointing. Jiang Hao's fighting style was the most appropriate at that time. When Jiang Hao heard the teacher's praise, he smiled shyly and said, "It's all thanks to the teacher's guidance." Upon hearing this, Jin Yunhe's face immediately darkened. "So, it means my guidance was lacking? That's why you made the genius class a mess. Can't you speak properly? If you can't, then just don't speak." However, he couldn't argue with a student, especially one who would soon be a student, bringing him future glory. This made him quite uncomfortable. "Mr. Jin, I'm sorry, but it really wasn't me who attacked first. They attacked me first." Jiang Hao came before Jin Yunhe to reflect on his actions. This remark further raised Jin Yunhe's blood pressure. Ha ha! Seeing Jin Yunhe's dark expression, the other teachers burst into laughter. "You brat, get out of here and don't tease me." Jin Yunhe scolded with a laugh. "Mr. Jin, I want to ask a question. Is this the level of the students in the genius class?" Jiang Hao asked seriously. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Yes, the 3 students from the genius class of the 3rd middle school are basically at this level, Jin Yunhe said after a moment of silence. Seeing Jiang Hao's puzzled expression, Jin Yunhe felt very irritated. "What don't you understand? Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Your strength skyrocketing in a short time. If we hadn't seen you progress step by step, I would have thought you were a beast transformed." Jin Yunhe scolded. "Our Shaojing city is a small city. There are only so many resources, and we can only provide so much for the genius class." Jin Yunhe explained helplessly. "Moreover, those with good qualifications have all gone to big cities. Who would stay in Shaojing City? So, the students in our genius class are actually the leftovers from big cities." Jin Yunhe said. Teacher, what I'm trying to say is not this. It doesn't matter if their strength is lacking, but they don't even have a bit of a warrior's spirit. Jiang Hao shook his head and said, That's what I want to ask. This statement left everyone present stunned. Although they haven't been on the battlefield, they don't even dare to attack me. With such cowardice, how can they be considered warriors? Jiang Hao asked seriously. Exactly. Strength is one aspect, but courage is another. They've lived in luxury for too long, thinking they are superior in Shaojing City. They walk around school full of arrogance. The school also adopts a pampering approach, providing the best conditions for them to practice martial arts. But in the end, what they've raised are a bunch of spineless pretty boys who only bully weaker warriors and dare not draw their sword against stronger ones. Jin Yunhe also recognized the seriousness of the problem. In fact, they had sensed something was off before, but they didn't know where the issue lay. They were also new teachers, exploring how to educate students in martial arts. Lin Feiyong looked at Jiang Hao with admiration. Lu Dongdong felt the same. He exchanged a glance with Lin Feiyong, and the admiration in their eyes was overflowing. This was the talent Lu Dongdong valued, not someone who relied on qualifications to bully those with poorer qualifications. Old Jin, the question raised by Xiao Jiang should be taken seriously. You should report it to higher-ups. I see that several students from the genius class exhibit this sign, Lin Feiyong said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Hao, you handle the paperwork first. I'll report this situation to higher-ups to resolve it as soon as possible. Jin Yunhe also realized the seriousness of the problem. Changes must be made. When Jiang Hao completed the paperwork and arrived in the genius class, most of them had gone to the infirmary. A small portion who didn't go looked at Jiang Hao with fear as he walked in. Everyone don't be afraid. I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to learn, Jiang Hao said with a smile. This statement was incredibly arrogant, making people laugh, but because Jiang Hao said it, the students in the class breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a wave of humiliation surged within them. They were actually afraid of an enemy who said he wouldn't fight them. They actually felt relieved. Jiang Hao casually found a spot and sat down. Then he began his day in the genius class. The students in the genius class indeed learned differently. Not only did they practice a set of tiger fist, but they also learned other martial skills. Previously, he had noticed that the martial skills learned by the genius class students were varied. It turned out they selected suitable martial skills for each student based on their characteristics. Unlike the students in the ordinary class who only practiced one set of tiger fist to dominate, the disparity in treatment was too great. Yet the ordinary class students still had to compete with these genius class students for college entrance exams. Jiang Hao, I watched your battle earlier. I feel you should choose martial skills that cultivate utmost yang and strength to fully leverage your advantages. Martial arts teacher Chen Qijin said with a smile. Of course, speed shouldn't be neglected either. This way, you will possess the characteristics of high-speed movement and immense strength. Even when facing beasts in the future, you can charge like today and knock them away. Chen Qijin suggested. Jiang Hao felt the same, but since he had a system, did he still need to make a choice? He wanted to be a versatile warrior. Only children make choices. Adults want it all. ISNT it, just a few more enhancement points. Kill some more cultists, and enhancement points will come. If he could exchange the cult's idol, he wondered how many enhancement points he could get. He had been thinking about the sun god cult's orb. Chapter 32. The genius class students under attack. Jiang Hao selected a martial skill that increased movement speed, another that enhanced defense, and a technique called Iron Mountain Crash, which supposedly could break a mountain when mastered to a high level. Such claims were exaggerated. The person who created this martial skill would dare to attach any kind of exaggeration to it. It was like the nicknames seen in martial arts novels from his previous life, each one more impressive than the last. If someone didn't know the truth, just hearing the nicknames would scare them. The martial skills they practiced had names that were also louder than each other, like the immortal points the way and the blade splits Mount Hua. If someone didn't know better, they might think they were cultivating immortality. In reality, when it came down to it, they could be knocked down by a brick. Jiang Hao didn't know if there was a problem with the martial skills in this world, but he had a system, even if the name wasn't famous. Since you dare to call it that, he would practice it to show you, though it might take a bit longer. Just as Jiang Hao was about to choose more, he was stopped by Chen Qijin. Don't aim too high. Practice these 3 martial skills well first before choosing more. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Such targeted one-on-one teaching requires a teacher's patience and energy. One teacher can't handle too many students. Dozens are already the limit. More than that, it's really impossible to teach. What shocked Shinshijin was that Jiang Hao quickly grasped the basics of the three martial skills. When she realized how Jiang Hao trained, he quickly comprehended and began practicing in front of her. This made her take Jiang Hao's education even more seriously. Watching Jiang Hao's progress in practice, Shinshijin was secretly amazed and even a bit jealous. When they practiced initially, it took them a week, some even nearly half a month, to grasp the martial skill basics. Yet here was Jiang Hao doing it in just a few hours. Strictly speaking, it was just 1 hour. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Although she often interacts with students from the genius class, many of whom have excellent qualifications and learn quickly, Jiang Hao's speed is truly frightening. It surpasses the geniuses she has seen in the provincial capital. And the key is that Jiang Hao is also extremely hardworking. Since he received the martial arts techniques, he has been continuously practicing. What she doesn't know is that Jiang Hao's rapid progress is merely due to the use of enhancement points. His hard work is motivated by the hope that diligent practice might yield some progress and save some enhancement points, especially since they are hard to come by now. He also wonders where the Church of the Sun God is. He really wants to take it down. To him, it looks like a gold mine, a treasure trove. Thus, the first day in the genius class comes to an end. Jiang Hao happily walks home, while the other students in the genius class are dejected, as if they have lost their parents. When have they ever been beaten so badly? A whole group of them couldn't even defeat a newcomer to the genius class. They feel utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, the students from the other two genius classes are gleeful, as they are usually suppressed by Class 1. Seeing Class 1 in such a miserable state naturally leads to mockery and ridicule, even mimicking their limping walk, causing passers-by to burst into laughter. This makes the students who were beaten by Jiang Hao feel even more ashamed and angry, fleeing in embarrassment. Their resentment towards Jiang Hao deepens, but the fact that they cannot defeat him leaves them feeling frustrated. Jiang Hao is also preparing to leave, having already chosen the martial arts techniques he wants. The sun god cultists hiding nearby have finally waited for their opportunity. The black-robed Yuan Shiqi and others have also gotten their chance. Haha, the sun god cult will soon make a name for itself in Hengyang City. Let us sacrifice the lives of the demon extermination guards to honor it. Yuan Shiqi laughs maniacally in the sun god cult's church. The cultists who have waited for 2 days also laugh wildly, feeling that their opportunity has come. As long as they kill them and offer sacrifices to the cult, they will become stronger. They cannot defeat a student from the genius class in a straightforward fight, but they don't plan to confront them head-on. They can use traps, assassinations, poison, and seduction to hunt down the students from the genius class. The deities won't intervene as long as there are sacrifices to be made. They can become stronger. They will stop at nothing, even teaming up to hunt them down. Meanwhile, the naive students have no idea that a group of thieves is waiting for them. The school teachers are also unaware, and the demon extermination guards have not received any news. Hengyang City is still bustling with traffic. Although it's somewhat desolate, it remains relatively peaceful. In the apocalypse, it could be considered a land of bliss. The ferocious beasts are kept outside the border by the military and do not disturb inland cities like Hengyang. Jiang Hao walks home leisurely, just like his classmates. As he turns a corner on a street, he keenly senses that someone is watching him with ill intentions, and their aura resembles that of Lu Qinglong, whom he encountered before. No, it's not just similar. It's the same smell as the powder Lu Qinglong took out. This makes Jiang Hao's eyes light up instantly. Sun God cultists? Just when I wanted to find you, you delivered yourselves right to my door. Last time, Lu Qinglong and his group did the same. This time is no different. The sun god cultists are really good people. Jiang Hao feels reluctant to kill them. This time he must find out where their church is located. They are coming. They are coming. Get ready. This is Jiang Hao, who just entered the genius class. His strength shouldn't be very strong. Lu Qinglong, that coward, has taken so long without killing him. It's our lucky break. Ha ha! It's even better that he hasn't been hunted. How do we divide it? Let's agree that we will split his body evenly. Okay, that way it's fair for everyone. But in the future, we will still divide according to merit to prevent anyone from cheating. The crowd nods in agreement. This is the correct way to cooperate. They eagerly watch as Jiang Hao slowly approaches, their bodies tense and ready to strike at any moment. Previously, they had doubts about whether the sun god cult's sacrificial methods would work. Now, everyone is ready to act. Kill. One person rushes out, planning to catch Jiang Hao off guard. However, Jiang Hao seems completely unfazed and instantly punches that person to a pulp. The others are dumbfounded. Weren't they saying that Jiang Hao's strength was not strong? That he could easily be hunted down? How could their dispatch member be killed with a single punch? But they have already rushed out, so they can only brace themselves and continue. They refuse to believe that so many of them can't take down one Jiang Hao. In other places, many students from the genius class who have left the campus in counterattacks from the sun god cultists. Chapter 33, Chaos. 2 minutes later, everyone lies on the ground, wailing in agony, terrified as they look at the man who resembles a ferocious beast. They can't understand why a student from the genius class would be so terrifying. They had all taken out the divine medicine of the sun god cult. Why is it still ineffective? At this moment, they have been beaten by Jiang Hao until their limbs are broken or they are directly incapacitated. Despite being so many, they couldn't even touch the hem of Jiang Hao's clothes before lying down. I ask, you answer, understand? Jiang Hao squats beside one person and asks him, "Are you a cultist of the sun god?" Jiang Hao inquires. That person's pupils dilate in disbelief as he looks at Jiang Hao, biting his lip tightly and refusing to speak. Why does Jiang Hao know they are cultists of the sun god? This person screams internally, not saying anything, acting tough. Jiang Hao sneers and directly crushes his head with a kick. Blood splatters onto the nearby people, covering their faces and causing them to scream in terror. They never expected that Jiang Hao, who was smiling just a moment ago, would kill someone in the next breath. They are even more demonic than they are. Who is hunting whom? Whoever makes even the slightest noise will be the next to die. Jiang Hao, annoyed by the screams, lets out a cold snort and shouts. Instantly, everyone shuts their mouths tightly, trying to avoid making any sounds. Are you cultists of the sun god? Jiang Hao asks again. Yes, I am. We all are. The person quickly nods. But we just joined not long ago. We really haven't done anything evil. He cries out. We haven't even had time to do anything. I didn't let you talk so much. You talk too much. You must die. His head is crushed directly. The crowd looks at Jiang Hao in terror. He is simply capricious. Just for saying a little more, he is killed. They don't dare to scream, fearing that Jiang Hao might use that as an excuse to eliminate them. At this moment, everyone looks at Jiang Hao as if they see an extreme demon. They don't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that they might disturb Jiang Hao and be killed on the spot. Does anyone know where the Church of the Sun God is? Jiang Hao asks again. The crowd is taken aback, not expecting Jiang Hao to ask this question. We all know. One person weakly says. Hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes brighten great. Does your church have an idol? How many idols are there? Jiang Hao asks eagerly. Just one. Just one? You're not lying to me? Jiang Hao asks disappointedly. No, absolutely not. The sun god cult only worships one sun god idol. That person exclaims anxiously. Looking at the expressions of the others, it does seem reasonable. The sun god cult is different from Buddhism or Taoism, as it may have fewer deities. Only one person can be worshipped in the church, just like in a Christian church, where there is only one Jesus. Well, do you know the way to the church? Jiang Hao asked. Is there anyone willing to take me to your church? I want to admire the power of the sun god. Jiang Hao looked at them and asked. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Jiang Hao. They didn't believe a word he said. No one is willing. Jiang Hao's expression turned stern as he casually stepped on someone. Blood splattered everywhere, scaring them to the point of trembling, screaming, "We are willing. We are willing." That's more like it. But there are still 7 of you, and I only need 2. What do you suggest? Jiang Hao asked with a radiant smile. Upon hearing this, the people lying on the ground were terrified, their souls escaping as they lost control of their bowels. We are all willing. Please don't kill me. They shouted in panic. Hee, if you want to survive. It's not impossible. Does anyone know the whereabouts of other cults, like where their churches are? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Do you know? Jiang Hao approached one person and asked. Do. That person looked at Jiang Hao's raised foot and suddenly became anxious, sweating profusely as he quickly searched his mind for information about other cults. However, After racking his brains, he realized he had no knowledge of other sects, having spent little time in the cult circle and having limited contacts. Unfortunately, you are no longer valuable. I know where the Church of the Night Goddess cult is. Another person shouted before Jiang Hao could lift his foot. Oh, then write down what you know. If it's true, you can leave, Jiang Hao said kindly. Jiang Hao was quite patient with valuable people. He continued to press for information, and only two people knew about other cults. One was the Night Goddess cult, and the other was the Big Dipper cult. What a bunch of bizarre names for cults. However, what they said was likely true, and following the clues could lead to the churches of these two cults. Jiang Hao directly killed all the others and exchanged them for enhancement points, including their sun god beads. He exchanged a total of 400 enhancement points. Now he had 6,002 enhancement points. Indeed, hunting cultists was the quickest way. They were too kind, knowing he lacked enhancement points and voluntarily coming to him, saving him time searching. Such great benefactors were truly wonderful, deserving of praise. Jiang Hao then had the two lead him to the Sun God Church, and they dare not refuse. Hadn't they seen that their companions were left without even their corpses? Meanwhile, many Sun God cultists were hunting the elite class students who had been released for the holidays. This caused sounds of battle to echo throughout Hengyang City, and the Demon Extermination Guard quickly received news of the chaos caused by the cultists hunting the elite class students. They soon mobilized. The elite class students were not all weak. On the contrary, many of them were very strong, even stronger than most. Jiang Hao only thought they were weak because he had become too strong after enhancing the Hengyang Scripture. Many of them managed to escape from the Sun God cultists and even killed numerous cultists. Once other cultists learned of this, they also began to move, trying to take advantage of the chaos. This caused Hengyang City to be filled with battles, leaving the Demon Extermination Guard in disarray. This was a premeditated attack aimed at inciting turmoil in Hengyang City. Ha ha, look, they're in chaos. Ha ha ha. Yuan Shiqi stood on the rooftop far away from the Demon Extermination Guard, watching them rush around, laughing heartily. We can move out too. Yuan Sanwen nodded expressionlessly. Today, I will use the blood of the Demon Extermination Guard to consecrate the statue. After saying that, Yuan Shiqi dove down, rushing towards the Demon Extermination Guard. On Jiang Hao's side, he had also arrived in front of the Sun God Church. Initially, he thought there might be someone to block or guard the church. However, upon arriving, he found the entire church was empty. So good, just happens to have no one. Jiang Hao felt like his luck was too good. With 2 quick stabs, he killed the 2 guides and exchanged them for enhancement points. The enhancement points rose to 6,210 points. He entered the church and gazed at the statue of the sun god, radiating intense light, his eyes filled with excitement. What a treasure, Jiang Hao said excitedly. Chapter 34. Stealing the statue, he opened the system, and his gaze fell on the sun god statue. He discovered that the unconsecrated sun god statue could be exchanged for 20,000 enhancement points. Would you like to exchange? 20,000. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao was almost jumping with joy upon seeing the amount. Exchange, exchange. If I don't exchange this, when will I? Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 enhancement points. The original statue disappeared, leaving only a pedestal. Jiang Hao tested it and found it had no value. Ha ha ha, I struck it rich. 20,000 points. The sun god cult was simply a great benefactor, sending him enhancement points. Jiang Hao circled around the church, finding no secret rooms or anything valuable. In the back, didn't he find any treasure chests or any divine bead stock? The items here were either carried away by people or were in short supply. The most precious was the statue, Jiang Hao estimated. After circling again and still finding nothing of value, he reluctantly left, discovered a sun god church. Can exchange for 300 enhancement points. Would you like to exchange? Exchange. Whoosh. Only a bare cave remained, as all the embedded gems had disappeared. Even the engraved patterns of the statue were gone. Not bad. 300 enhancement points is equivalent to a second-level blood-replenishing pill. Jiang Hao then left with peace of mind. Next church, Night Goddess Cult. Ha ha ha, here I come. As Jiang Hao stepped outside, he saw the Demon Extermination Guard in action, with many facilities being destroyed due to the fighting. Among them One person was fiercely battling the demon extermination guard, dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask. It was clear he was not a good person. Jiang Hao watched from a distance. A demon extermination guard let out a scream as his lower body was shattered. His upper body lay on the ground, screaming in agony, desperately writhing as he sought a way to survive. However, blood flowed out like a river, and his internal organs spilled out from the wound below. He was basically beyond saving. Jiang Hao shivered. This demon extermination guard was at least a 4-star warrior. Yet he was crushed by this black-robed person with a single punch. Too terrifying. Jiang Hao didn't dare to go out for the time being, fearing he would attract their attention and bring disaster upon himself. He was still too weak, only a 2-star warrior. Although he now had more than 20,000 enhancement points, he wouldn't dare to enhance randomly until he found a safe place. Mainly, the noise from enhancing was too loud. If it attracted attention, it would be disastrous. Boom! The black-robed person was single-handedly overpowering 5 or 6 demon extermination guards, occasionally injuring them. The damage the demon extermination guards inflicted on the black-robed person was minimal, almost negligible. This made Jiang Hao frown. If the demon extermination guards died, it would be his turn next. He didn't believe the black-robed person was so powerful that he wouldn't notice him. It was just that the black-robed person didn't have the energy to divert his attention to deal with him right now. Could he help the demon extermination guards kill the black-robed person? At least the demon extermination guards wouldn't kill him for no reason. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao opened his panel and looked at several skill options. Since that was the case, he had to improve his skill to increase his chances of survival. However, before he could decide which skill to choose, he saw the man in black suddenly turn around and retreat, trying to escape. But before he got far, he was blocked by a man in a golden robe. You little rats just love to stir up trouble. The man in the golden robe coldly stared at the man in black. If I don't leave, how would you little rats dare to come out? Jiang laughed heartily, his face filled with pride. To actually think of using cannon fodder to disturb the students of the elite class, to disrupt our vision, very clever. Unfortunately, any conspiracy pales in comparison to strength. Jiang looked at the man in black, whose face was ashen, and mocked. You are Yuan 35 from the provincial city? Where is Yuan 17, the head of Shaojiang City? Jiang slowly approached Yuan 35, seemingly unconcerned. This made Yuan 35 very nervous, as she knew how terrifying Jiang was. She definitely wasn't his match. She wouldn't even last a few moves. Aren't you going to help those students who were ambushed? Yuan 35 asked unwillingly. Those students were cultivated at great expense by Shaojiang City. If they can't withstand this little danger, then it just shows they are trash. They don't deserve to continue enjoying the benefits of the elite class. Besides, we are not their babysitters. Our primary target is you. Jiang revealed a cruel smile, holding a big knife, ready to kill at any moment. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the resolve. Yuan 35 clenched her fists and charged forward. Her whole body radiated with blazing sunlight. Sun God Fist, invincible under heaven. Yuan 35 shouted, swinging her glowing fist towards Jiang. I want to see how invincible you really are. Jiang swung his knife, and a blood-red blade light sliced through the air. Boom! The two engaged in a fierce battle, raising billowing dust, and the surrounding buildings were left in ruins. Boom! Their fierce battle produced violent explosions, and beams of light shot out. Let the sunlight shine. The man in black roared as he jumped up and struck at Jiang with a palm. The palm infused with golden sunlight struck Jiang's big knife, producing a clanging sound. It even forced Jiang back several steps. Taking advantage of the gap, the man in black shouted, spreading his arms and yelling to the sky. Summon the statue. This was a secret technique of the Sun God Church. As long as the statue in the local church was still there, these high-ranking believers could summon the power of the statue to fight against enemies. Suddenly, a golden vortex appeared in the air, spinning rapidly and emitting golden light. Seeing the opponent use this secret technique, Jiang immediately wanted to kill him. After summoning the power of the statue, these believers seemed to be invigorated, unafraid of pain or death, charging forward. But before he could raise his knife, the vortex in the air dissipated. As the light faded, The man in black stood there, somewhat puzzled as to why the summoning of the statue had failed. Jiang was also stunned, and the two stared blankly at each other. The man in black broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding what had gone wrong with the technique. Unwilling to give up, he once again spread his arms and shouted, "Summon the statue." This time it was the same. The golden vortex spun for a while before vanishing with a poof. Gulp. Why did the summoning of the statue fail? She was sure that the technique she had practiced was flawless, so there was only one possibility. The statue had been destroyed or taken away. Chapter 35. Finding the Church of the Goddess of Night, Jiang Hao watched from the side. Not understanding why the man in black couldn't summon the statue, it was because he had taken it away. The man in black slowly lowered his arms, sweat streaming down his forehead like a spring, tracing his cheeks. At this critical moment, which bastard lost the statue? Jiang smile gradually surfaced. "Do you want another chance to summon the statue?" he asked mockingly. The other demon slayers also laughed heartily and gradually formed a circle around the man in black. Seeing the situation, Jiang Hao knew he was basically no longer involved. The man in black was unlikely to escape. Just now, it was clear he was about to unleash a big move, but for some reason, he couldn't. That was quite embarrassing. Jiang Hao turned to slip away, heading towards the Church of the Goddess of Night. Jiang glanced over and saw it was a two-star warrior, so he didn't pay much attention and continued to focus on the man in black. Today, he was determined to kill Yuan 35. Following the testimonies of the two, Jiang Hao arrived at the place in the first warrior hospital where corpses were stored, known in his past life as the morgue. Who would have thought that the Church of the Goddess of Night would be located here? The followers of the church came to pay their respects at night, so no one noticed them. Jiang Hao pushed the door open. It creaked loudly in the quiet night, sounding harsh, and a bone-chilling cold swept over him. Jiang Hao couldn't help but shiver. This wasn't about physical strength. In such a scene and atmosphere, it was impossible not to shudder. The hall contained two corpses, but after Jiang Hao looked at them, he found no value, only enough to exchange for a little reinforcement points, which he was too lazy to redeem. Jiang Hao searched carefully, but found no trace of the Church of the Goddess of Night. What's going on? Could it be that the testimony was wrong? Jiang Hao muttered to himself softly. No, that person's testimony shouldn't have been a lie. They were about to be killed, so there was no way they would lie. Could it be that he misheard? Jiang Hao searched again, but he still didn't find the statue of the Goddess of Night. Not even the church for worshipping was found. Jiang Hao looked towards the nearby freezer. That was where the corpses were stored. Jiang Hao approached, suddenly yanking open the freezer, which made a loud, clattering sound. In the silent environment, it was extremely jarring. Those with weak psychological endurance might have fled immediately. Inside lay a beautiful female corpse, her makeup exquisite but somewhat ghostly. Jiang Hao instinctively checked for reinforcement points. Can exchange for 100 reinforcement points? Jiang Hao was taken aback by the system's prompt. Then he looked again at the female corpse and hesitated. Well, since you're dead, how about you become my nourishment? He glanced at the information in front of the freezer. The female corpse was namely Meili and was found to have been a demon slayer in life. She was killed by an ambush from an evil cult while fighting against them. Forget it, you also died protecting Shaojiang City. I can't let your bones be left in vain. Jiang Hao then checked each freezer. As long as he found someone who had been a member of the evil cult in life, no matter how many reinforcement points they had, he redeemed them directly. Jiang Hao opened the last freezer on this side. As soon as he touched it, he found it very heavy. Inside lay a corpse covered in white hair, secured with iron chains. A zombie? The zombie, sensing Jiang Hao's scent, suddenly opened its eyes and struggled violently, emitting howls from its mouth. It exhaled a foul stench. Jiang Hao quickly stepped back, cautiously watching the zombie inside. Finally, he discovered that this zombie couldn't break free from the chains. It could only struggle and roar inside. Who was so imaginative to seal a zombie in a freezer and freeze it? Jiang Hao said with a smile. However, since the zombie couldn't move, Jiang Hao wasn't afraid of it and directly leaned in to observe its form. But he could only dare to watch, not to touch. What if there really was corpse poison and contact led to infection? That would be disastrous. Even the Hengyang Sutra is not omnipotent. All he could see was that this zombie was covered in white hair as hard as steel needles. Two fangs protruded from its mouth, looking extremely fierce. Its skin looked like it had been dried out, appearing black. It emitted a foul odor. Can this be exchanged? Jiang Hao instinctively opened the system to check. Found a white zombie. Can exchange for 700 enhancement points. Would you like to exchange? Wow, it can really be exchanged? The zombie seemed to sense a great threat and struggled desperately, shaking the entire freezer with loud, cracking sounds. Exchange. Whoosh. The freezer fell silent. The zombie suddenly disappeared. All that remained was an empty freezer and some chains. Ha! Even if I didn't find the night goddess statue, this trip wasn't in vain. Jiang Hao was very pleased. He was just testing the waters, and now he had tasted the sweetness. So he continued to search the other side of the freezer to see if there were any other corpses worth exchanging. However, after opening a large portion, there were only ordinary martial artist corpses, which were not worth much. He couldn't even be bothered to exchange for the 3 or 4 points they offered. Now, he already had 210 enhancement points, which he found too insignificant. Jiang Hao opened another freezer and found it empty. He was about to close it when he suddenly noticed a button next to the freezer. What is this button? Jiang Hao curiously pressed it. Boom! A door suddenly popped out from the wall beside him, revealing the church of the night goddess that Jiang Hao had been desperately searching for. Inside was a girl dressed in black, kneeling and praying to a statue. The statue emitted a hazy glow, making its features unclear. Jiang Hao's mouth dropped open as he looked at the button on the freezer and then at the church inside. Wow, this is truly modern. Unlike those people from the sun god cult, who placed their church in a cave, showing no creativity at all, Jiang Hao cautiously walked in, and strangely enough, despite being just a wall apart, it was quite warm inside. I'm here. I should pray to the goddess properly. Today is the day for hunting. We are blessed. The person kneeling in front spoke up. As long as we sacrifice the students from the Tianjiao class, we will gain a 3-fold enhancement in our cultivation tonight. And we have hope for a breakthrough. Jiang Hao stood to the side, saying nothing, just quietly watching the statue of the night goddess. Upon closer inspection, the statue resembled the Avalokiteshvara from his past life, both holding a small bottle. It had a large circular halo on its back, but its face was still unclear. Why aren't you speaking? Come over and pray to the goddess. How dare you look directly at the goddess? The figure in front scolded. Found a statue of the night goddess. Can exchange for 50,000 enhancement points. Would you like to exchange? 50,000. Why is it 30,000 points more than the sun god statue? Jiang Hao was puzzled, but his actions were not slow at all. Exchange. Whoosh. The statue of the night goddess suddenly burst forth with countless beams of light, but like a light bulb, it flickered once, and the statue disappeared. The entire church suddenly felt icy cold, with a chilling wind blowing in. Chapter 36, Black Snake Cult, Cultivation. The person kneeling in front was momentarily stunned, involuntarily shivering. They looked up at the empty divine seat in front of them, bewildered. Where's the statue? Where did my large statue of the night goddess go? Who are you? How did you get in? Jiang Hao then realized that this figure in black was actually a man, though his voice and demeanor were very feminine. I just walked in. Jiang Hao was also taken aback by this question. Didn't you know when I came in? This person felt like a lunatic to him. Did you take away the statue? The man in black asked sharply. Jiang Hao couldn't help but punch him in the nose, unable to restrain himself any longer. Bang! Blood gushed from the man's nose, and he let out a piercing scream. Oh! Jiang Hao moved forward, grabbed the man's head, and twisted it hard. Crack! The man's screams abruptly stopped, his face still showing an expression of terror. Jiang Hao coldly opened the system and exchanged the body. Anyone who could enter the Church of the Night Goddess was no good person. Besides, he had taken the statue. If it got out, wouldn't he be hunted down? He then looked around and found no other valuable items. Same old story. Directly envelop the Church of the Night Goddess and choose to exchange. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 enhancement points. The decorations and furnishings of the Church of the Night Goddess all disappeared, leaving only an empty room. Jiang Hao reset the mechanism and left the morgue. Opening the system, he found he now had 510 enhancement points. If someone found out he was the one who stole the statues from 2 evil cults, wouldn't they go crazy? With his current small stature, he couldn't withstand the pursuit of 2 evil cults. It seemed that tonight there was more than one cult hunting the students of the Tianjiao class. Several other sects were also in action and were fighting against the demon extermination warriors, turning many places into ruins. Boom! Suddenly, a commotion of fighting and shouting erupted ahead. Jiang Hao originally didn't want to get involved, but as he turned to leave, the fighters came running straight towards him. Help! Help! Old classmate, help! The person in school uniform shouted as they ran. Now Jiang Hao couldn't walk away even if he wanted to. He could only turn around helplessly and watch the figure running towards him. Old classmate, do I know you? Jiang Hao squinted at the person running over. Old classmate, help! Help! They're cultists. Be careful. Run. Don't just stand there blocking the way. The person in school uniform yelled anxiously when they saw Jiang Hao not moving, but instead blocking the path. They didn't really expect him to save them. They just wanted to divert the attention of the cultists to have a chance to escape. Who would have thought this person would actually want to fight the cultists? Are you their match? Run. The student in uniform tried to bypass Jiang Hao to leave, but Jiang Hao grabbed them. True warriors dare to face danger. How can they run away? Are you crazy? Let go of me. The girl was so panicked that she looked at the approaching Black Snake cult members with red eyes, shouting hoarsely. They are cultists, lacking humanity. Killing people is like killing chickens, sacrificing them on the altar. You want me to face that? If I could face it, would I be running away? This isn't just about bravery. It's a matter of life and death. Haha, don't be afraid. I'm here, right? Jiang Hao laughed heartily. He was just looking for other cult churches, and unexpectedly, they came right to him. He had already taken down the churches of 2 cults. Where would the next church be? He needed to stock up on some churches. In the future, if he ran low on enhancement points, he could just go exchange them. What can you do? There are so many of them. Are you going to get killed with me? The girl struggled desperately, trying to escape. Haha, you're quite aware. You even stopped to wait for me at the Black Snake cult. When it's time to kill you, it'll be quicker. The leader laughed, looking extremely arrogant and dismissive. Hee, I just want to ask you, does your Black Snake cult have a statue? Jiang Hao asked with a grin. The words left them all momentarily stunned. Of course, we have idols. What? Do you want to join the cult? The leader asked with a smile. Ha ha, great. Jiang Hao laughed heartily, leaving the others puzzled, looking at him as if he were a lunatic. Where's your church? I'd like to find a time to pay my respects. Jiang Hao asked sincerely. This is quite an unexpected surprise. Ha ha, no need to find a time. I can take you there right now for a proper visit. The leader said cheerfully. If they could lure someone to the church without having to use force, it would save them a lot of trouble. Jiang Hao glanced at the sky. It was already too late. If they went now, who knows if the big shots from the Black Snake cult would be there? Would they be delivering vegetables? Haha, no, it's too late today. Let's find a time next time. Just give me the address. Jiang Hao said with a smile. The others looked at him as if he were insane. Could this person really be out of his mind? We are a cult. Do you think this is just a casual visit? Find time next time? Can you decide the time? We are going to send you to heaven today. The student held by Jiang Hao was also in a daze, almost going crazy. How could she be so unlucky as to encounter a madman? You can't escape this. The leader shouted. Hey, why won't you listen to advice? I really don't want to work overtime anymore. I really want to go home. The female student looked at the cultists rushing over, terrified to the point of almost wetting herself. Taking advantage of Jiang Hao's moment of distraction, she desperately fled. Crazy, D. A cultist jumped up and threw a punch at Jiang Hao's face. In his mind, Jiang Hao would definitely not be able to dodge this punch, so he didn't take it seriously and left his defenses wide open. Jiang Hao's expression turned cold as he reached out and grabbed the man's hand, then swung him like a weapon towards the others rushing over. The two heads collided, instantly causing blood to flow and eliciting a wretched howl. Jiang Hao swung this person around, using him like a weapon, smashing wildly. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Hao turned the Black Snake cult members into rolling gourd shapes, with broken bones and a pitiful sight. 7 or 8 members of the Black Snake cult were instantly injured or killed, with not one left standing, only the leader at the back, who had not been harmed but was completely dumbfounded. They just wanted to capture one person, yet they never expected to encounter someone so powerful. At this moment, he regretted being so arrogant earlier. Why did he have to act so tough? The person in Jiang Hao's grasp had already become half a person, the upper body smashed to pieces. Jiang Hao casually threw the person aside and walked up to the leader. Now it's your turn. The leader swallowed hard, kneeling down with a thud, and began to knock his head on the ground frantically. Chapter 37, Overtime. Spare me. Spare me. I won't dare again next time. The leader pleaded desperately, knocking his head on the ground. He was genuinely in shock. In just a few minutes, all his companions had been beaten to a pulp. They had only come out to capture a few students from the elite class. Who would have thought they would run into someone so abnormally powerful? Hee, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Sir, please spare me. I could do anything you want. The leader trembled and shouted. Good. Jiang Hao replied with a smile. This left the two people present stunned. Are you serious about sparing this cultist? The female student looked at Jiang Hao in shock. The leader was similarly dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Hao, unsure if he was being played. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Regardless of whether it was true or not. He thanked him first. What if it was real? Watching the leader of the Black Snake cult continuously thank him, Jiang Hao smiled. Norus, Norus. Are there any experts at your church right now? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. I have always admired the Black Snake deity and wanted to pay my respects, but due to my status, I couldn't go. Now you tell me, are there still experts stationed at your church? Jiang Hao asked very gently. Gulp. The leader swallowed hard. Although Jiang Hao was being very gentle, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Hao had ulterior motives. But he had no evidence. No, no, the leaders are all out tonight. The leader shook his head. Is that so? Then please take me to the church for a visit, if it's convenient. Jiang Hao asked with a smile. The leader looked at Jiang Hao, wanting to shake his head in refusal, but seeing Jiang Hao's eyes, he knew that if he dared to say it was inconvenient, he could very well become a corpse in the next moment. Convenient. We can go right now. The leader raised his head and asked. Yes, we're in a hurry. Can't you see it's already so late? I need a rest too. Jiang Hao said impatiently. Let's go, hurry up. Jiang Hao kicked to urge him on. What about me? The female student shouted. Weren't you trying to escape? Why haven't you left yet? Jiang Hao asked in surprise. She was taken aback by this question. She had indeed wanted to escape earlier, but Jiang Hao was too fierce, beating the cultist to a pulp in just a few moves. She froze in place, forgetting to run away. After speaking, he pulled the leader of the Black Snake cult along. Looking at Jiang Hao's back, the female student Zhao Xiumei's thoughts swirled. If it weren't for this person today, she might have been captured. But now this person actually wanted to go to the Black Snake cult church to pay respects, which put her in a difficult position. Should she report him? But she didn't even know his name. How could she report him? Besides, he had saved her, so reporting him would be inhumane. Moreover, just a moment ago, she saw Jiang Hao beat the Black Snake cult members into a state of panic, not at all like someone who admired the Black Snake deity. It felt very strange, as if there were some treasure at the church attracting him. Zhao Xiumei couldn't make sense of it, and shook her head to stop thinking about it. The leader caught by Jiang Hao had thought about escaping, but when he recalled Jiang Hao's ferocity, he extinguished that thought. Along the way, they could still hear the sounds of fighting and martial artist shouts throughout Shaojiang City. It seems your cult has all mobilized today. Are you planning something big? Jiang Hao said, listening to the fighting sounds nearby. We're just following orders. The leader said weakly. All right, hurry up and take me to your church. Jiang Hao urged. They passed through several places where cultists and demon-slaying warriors were fighting, with many corpses lying on the ground. However, Jiang Hao didn't pay attention. He knew this wasn't the time to care about that. Soon, the leader brought Jiang Hao to a small store in a garden community. You can't be telling me your church is right here? Jiang Hao asked in disbelief. Yes. The leader nodded shyly. Then let's go inside. The leader, seeing Jiang Hao's eagerness, could only brace himself and take him inside. The store owner was a man about 50 years old, dressed in a purple cotton coat, warming himself by an electric heater. When he saw them come in, he didn't even look up, his eyes glued to his phone watching TV, laughing heartily at the plot. The leader felt hopeless. He just knew he would be watching TV and didn't even notice strangers coming in. He walked toward the church inside hesitantly. Opening the door, he saw a church adorned with precious jewels, with a giant snake idol coiled in the center. Behind it was a large circular halo shining brightly. The altar below was brightly lit, candles burning, and several incense sticks were inserted in the censer, with fragrant smoke rising, enveloping the idol of the Black Snake deity. Jiang Hao noticed that all the churches had this feature, yet they were engaging in the evil act of sacrifice. The same is true here. The altar is right next to the offering table, and the entire altar is blood black, a color stained by blood for a long time. How many people have been killed here? Is this the black snake god? Jiang Hao asked. Yes, you can go and pay your respects. There is sandalwood here. Just light it and insert it for worship. The leader guided Jiang Hao in his worship. Close the door. Worship is a very private matter and should not be seen by others. Jiang Hao pulled the leader inside and closed the big door. The leader dared not say anything. There weren't many people in the church now, just an old dead man, and he didn't know how strong he was. Ha ha! Jiang Hao looked at the statue of the black snake god with a circular ring behind it, grinning and laughing softly. He good. Jiang Hao responded. He opened the system, his gaze fixed on the statue of the black snake god. Detected a statue of the black snake god. Can exchange for 40,000 enhancement points. Do you want to exchange? Exchange. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40,000 enhancement points. Jiang Hao now had 117,510 enhancement points. This was unprecedented wealth, and Jiang Hao was so happy he could burst. The leader, on the other hand, was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out as he looked in disbelief at the empty altar. Where's the statue? The statue of the black snake god? How could such a big statue just disappear? He screamed internally, rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But looking again, it was still completely empty. The warm feeling had also vanished, replaced by a cold, eerie, and foul smell of blood that assaulted him. It felt as if he was in hell, making the leader shiver uncontrollably. His body trembled, but he was also sweating coldly. Chapter 38. Catch him. He turned his head to look at Jiang Hao, like a duck being choked by the neck, struggling. It's you? He asked in disbelief, growling. Huh? What do you mean it's me? Where's your statue? Jiang Hao pretended to be shocked, pointing at the altar. The leader trembled as he pointed at Jiang Hao. You can't be that stingy. Did I take the statue as soon as I came over? Jiang Hao asked innocently. Saying this, he opened the big door and prepared to walk out. Catch him. He stole the statue of the black snake god. The leader shouted as he saw Jiang Hao about to leave. The shopkeeper was stunned, looking up in shock at Jiang Hao walking out. Then he looked back at the church, his expression shocked and incredulous. Stealing his statue? No way. He didn't see where Jiang Hao hid the statue. Catch him, old man, catch him. Don't let him run away. The leader yelled as he saw the shopkeeper dazed, then rushed after Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao turned around helplessly to look at the pursuing leader. Why are you chasing me? I even gave you a chance to live. Why didn't you cherish it? Jiang Hao asked, exasperated. Hand over the statue. The leader shouted fiercely. Didn't he want it this way? The old man saw him enter the church. The old man sensed and found that the statue was indeed gone, and his face changed dramatically. He turned to look at Jiang Hao with an extremely ugly expression, his face gradually becoming fierce. How dare someone steal the statue right under his nose? This was simply slapping the face of their Black Snake Church. If this got out, how would the Black Snake Church have the face to preach in Hengyang City? They lost the statue. The leader saw the old man stand up and suddenly felt braver. Lunging at Jiang Hao sighed, having seen those seeking death, but never someone so eager to find it. Boom! Jiang Hao stepped forward, a punch like lightning smashing into the leader's chest. Instantly, his chest exploded with a mist of blood. He was punched through from front to back and flew out. Impudent! The old man roared and charged at Jiang Hao. His palm, shaped like a snake's kiss, pointed towards Jiang Hao's neck, the air whistling sharply from the friction. Black tiger pounces on the heart. Jiang Hao's palm was like an iron claw. He lowered his body to evade the old man's killing move and plunged directly into the old man's heart. His hand moved like lightning, causing the old man's heart to feel numb. The old man quickly retreated to avoid Jiang Hao's deadly strike. At the same time, he raised his leg, smashing down like a snake's tail. Boom! An iron shelf was smashed to pieces, the goods scattered all over the ground. Jiang Hao reached out like lightning, grabbing the old man's leg, and with a crash, began to smash wildly. Boom, boom, boom. The entire convenience store was thrown into chaos, shelves overturned, goods flying everywhere, mixed with the old man's blood and teeth. Ah! The old man let out a tragic scream, trying to call for his companions. But Jiang Hao did not give him that opportunity. He swung down like a hammer, smashing the ground and creating a large blood pit. The old man's head completely disappeared, blood shooting out like a fountain. Damn it, I gave you a chance. But you didn't cherish it and insisted on blocking me? Jiang Hao coldly snorted as he looked at the old man, who was unrecognizable. Fortunately, the experts from their church had all gone out tonight. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous this time. Stealing someone's statue was indeed unethical, and it was no wonder they wanted to fight Jiang Hao to the death. The leader had been robbed of his statue, his home invaded. How could he continue living? Jiang Hao glanced back, not even bothering to exchange with the Black Snake Church, and quickly left. As soon as Jiang Hao ran out of the neighborhood, he saw someone rushing toward him like lightning. Damn, could my luck be this bad? Jiang Hao said with a grim expression. He took off running, desperately trying to escape. But he hadn't gotten far when a sound like a speeding whistle came from behind. Bastard, come here. Jiang Hao turned around with a grim face, looking at the shadow that was chasing him. Secretly squeezing the critical hit talisman in his hand, he prepared to unleash it at any moment. Judging by the momentum of the person coming, he knew he was definitely not a match and had to resolve the opponent quickly. Otherwise, if he got entangled, he might really not be able to get away. As the figure leaped closer, Jiang Hao could finally see that it was a woman. But at this moment, the woman's face was frantically staring at Jiang Hao, attacking him wildly, determined to kill him on the spot. Her sharp claws reached for Jiang Hao's head, carrying a strong, bloody scent. Jiang Hao felt his scalp tingle, and the alarm bells of danger rang loudly in his heart. Knowing he absolutely could not withstand this move, he unhesitatingly activated the critical hit talisman. Instantly, he felt like his body was about to explode. He turned his body to evade, punching toward the woman's chest. The critical hit talisman had a time limit. He had to act quickly, or it would be wasted. This made the Black Snake Church woman's eyes widen in disbelief. Her confident strike actually missed. Then came a sharp pain in her chest. Her heart was crushed, and her back was pierced, bursting out a mist of blood. She looked in disbelief at the large hole in her chest, lifting her head with great difficulty to look at Jiang Hao. Blood kept pouring from her mouth, making hissing sounds. Jiang Hao also didn't expect the critical hit talisman to be so powerful. This person had at least the strength of a 5-star warrior, yet couldn't withstand his full-strength blow enhanced by the critical hit talisman. The woman was a guardian of the Black Snake Church. She had seen Jiang Hao run out of the neighborhood and had also noticed the church being destroyed and the convenience store smashed. She didn't actually suspect Jiang Hao of doing it. She just wanted to catch him to inquire about the situation. She could see that Jiang Hao's strength was only late-stage 2-star, and he couldn't possibly have caused the destruction of the statue. But she never imagined she would fall at the hands of a 2-star warrior. She is a 5-star warrior, having gone through countless hardships to reach this point. She doesn't even know how many people she has killed or how many sacrifices she has made to get here, only to die like this. She is truly unwilling to accept it. She wants to reach out for something. Her lips move, but blood spills from her mouth, and her body crashes to the ground uncontrollably. She dies with her eyes open. Jiang Hao opens the system as usual and quickly starts the exchange program. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 enhancement points. He knows that a corpse isn't worth much, but it shouldn't be this worthless, right? This is a 5-star warrior, and she only exchanged for 100 enhancement points. While Jiang Hao crazily runs away, he complains. No matter what, he cannot go out tonight. He must sleep until dawn. It's too dangerous outside. Chapter 39. Where is our statue? Jiang Hao quickly opens the door, washes up briefly, and collapses into bed. Tonight has been too exciting, and he is indeed too tired. Not long after, he begins to snore. Meanwhile, over at the Sun God Church, Yuan Shiqi is going crazy. His operation tonight was not successful. He didn't expect the demon exorcism guard to play dirty and trick him. Yuan Sanzhou has fallen. He himself has been injured, with his left arm nearly torn off, and he barely managed to escape. Although he killed a few demon exorcism guards, the losses outweigh the gains. After all this effort, he ends up like this, and Yuan Shiqi feels very irritated. Where's his church? Where's his sun god statue? Everything has disappeared, leaving only a bare cave. If it weren't for the fact that he personally established this church, he would think he had gone to the wrong place. Yuan Shiqi frantically touches the cave, searching for any remnants. But he finds nothing, as if the Sun God Church had never existed. That statue was personally refined by him, but now, through secret arts, he cannot connect or sense it. It feels as if it has vanished into thin air. How is this possible? Who could have destroyed his church so thoroughly? Not even a hair is left, just bare stones and dirt in the cave. Yuan Shiqi screams in despair. He has tried every method, but cannot sense the statue's existence. Who are you? He has painstakingly tried to create a good situation for the church, but the demon exorcism guard has tricked him. Now the church has been taken away, and everything has been cleaned out. Even the statue is lost. After months of hard work, he ends up with nothing. Who could withstand such a blow? Yuan Shiqi's anger causes him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Since he arrived in Hengyang City, he has never experienced such a devastating defeat. This is a tremendous shame. He can't even protect the statue. And what kind of faith can he preach? It's like the Christian missionaries in his past life, where the statue of God was chopped up for firewood, and they still dare to preach. The statue is lost. Nothing like this has ever happened before, and Yuan Shiqi can only imagine the punishment he will face. Besides being sacrificed, there is no other way out. Damn it, I quit. Yuan Shiqi looks at the bare cave, curses loudly, tears off his black robe, and quickly turns to disappear into the night. The same thing happens at the Night Goddess Church. However, when they open the mechanism, they find only an empty space where the church used to be, just a patch of white ground. They all think they have come to the wrong place. Unlike the Sun God Church, the Night Goddess Church has several people present. At this moment, they look at each other in confusion, staring at the church that has only a mechanism left. This was a hidden place they had worked hard to find and establish a church. How could there be nothing left? Where did the statue go? Where did the church go? Where are the embedded gems? Where did the original secret chamber go? What the hell happened? They feel their heads buzzing, and everyone is in a daze. They wonder if they're experiencing an illusion. A few of them, like headless flies, search everywhere for clues, but they find nothing. It is as if someone used a sharp knife to cut away the entire secret chamber, leaving a perfectly smooth and flat surface. Who the hell is this? Someone trembles and asks, who has such great power to cut away the entire secret chamber without causing any other damage, and without alarming anyone? They look at each other, all thinking about the formidable opponent. What to do? The statue is gone, and the church is gone? Are we still preaching here? They look at each other in silence. Damn it, while preaching, they actually lost the church and the statue. Where can they go to explain this? They can't just say the church was cut away and the statue was lost, can they? The people at headquarters need to believe it too. Even if they do believe it, how will they be dealt with? Their breathing starts to quicken as they glance at one another, tentatively probing each other's thoughts. Why don't we? They gather together to discuss. And in the end, they all tear off their priest robes and scatter into the night. In one night, the leaders of the two major cults in Hengyang City choose to quit and disappear. Soon, they vanish into the night. All of this has nothing to do with Jiang Hao, who is sleeping soundly. When the demon exorcism guards arrive at the three major churches, they are stunned. Looking at the bare, empty cave, the demon exorcism guards begin to suspect that their informants and undercover agents are playing tricks on them. They grab the undercover agents and interrogate them. Finally, they believe that they're indeed not lying. This is really the ruins of the Sun God Church. But why has it turned into this, no one could say. Some speculate that Yuan Shiqi was too heavily injured and moved the church to a more hidden location. Otherwise, it cannot explain the current situation. Search for any clues left behind, but they find nothing. The cave is just a cave, with not a trace of the Sun God Church. When they feel the Night Goddess Church, they are even more bewildered. Did all the cult churches move away? Someone among the demon exorcism guards murmurs. Did the demon exorcism guard become so powerful that after one battle, they made the cults feel hopeless in Hengyang City? The demon exorcism guards search the Night Goddess Church, finding the cut surface smooth and flat, indicating the church was moved as a whole. They continue to the Black Snake Church, discovering chaos. This church hasn't been moved, but the statue is missing. This makes the demon exorcism guards feel inflated. Are they really afraid of us? Otherwise, it cannot explain everything. Let's go see the remaining churches. Jin Daoping leads the team and turns to leave. They don't expect to find any clues here either. The next day, news spreads that the churches of the three major cults have disappeared. This garners great praise from the citizens of Hengyang City towards the demon exorcism guards, with many people coming to present banners, praising them for driving away the cults and destroying their churches. Only Zhao Xiumei looks thoughtfully in the direction of the Black Snake Church. Was it the demon exorcism guards or that strange person? Could it be such a coincidence? That night, many students from the Tianjiao class also met with misfortune, and ultimately their bodies disappeared. Those who were not attacked are left in cold sweat, feeling a sense of dread. Meanwhile, some cults in Hengyang City have not been eradicated. The demon exorcism guards are planning another cleanup to completely eliminate these cults. Chapter 40. The three mad, evil cults in the provincial capital of Zhongjiao Province, Pingnan City. The three major evil cults were in a state of shock after receiving news from Shaojing City. Were they sending out useless people? They lost the statue while spreading their teachings? The key point was that they still didn't know who was responsible, as the demon exterminating guard in Shaojing City was also investigating the matter. This made the three major evil cults lose face in front of the world, and the higher-ups were furious and extremely frantic, immediately dispatching personnel to Shaojing City to investigate, especially the leader of the Sun God cult, who felt utterly humiliated. Since this operation was initiated by his cult, he was aware of the matter and had even approved it, contacting other sects to act. But now it was a complete mess. Whoever did this better not let me find out who they are. How shameless to steal the statue. Su Haoan, the leader of the Sun God cult, gritted his teeth and roared, "I will skin you alive, chop you into pieces." Su Haoan frantically smashed things, venting his anger. This was something that had never happened before. Since their inception, they had never encountered such a ridiculous situation where the statue was stolen and even the church was cut away. It was simply absurd. Everyone had a tacit understanding that generally, when killing, they wouldn't touch the church, especially the statue. If they did, it would lead to an inescapable situation. It was like two families fighting, and one family resorts to digging up the other's ancestral grave. Who could endure that? The other sects also vowed to find the person who stole the statue and cut away the church. Such behavior was utterly detestable, making the three major evil cults a laughingstock, truly laughable. The leaders of the three cults also faced disciplinary action from their headquarters. The situation was simply too severe, and disciplinary measures had to be taken. They all worshipped deities, and if the statue of the deity they believed in was thrown into a latrine, how could that be acceptable? The deities would not forgive them. After all, the deities they worshipped could truly sense what happened around their statues. Being suppressed in a latrine was a form of desecration. Even if it wasn't suppressed in a latrine, but directly chopped up for firewood, it would still drive them mad. Thus, they immediately dispatched personnel to Shaojing City, and even pursued the person in charge of Shaojing City. How dare they defect? This made them lose all face. Shaojing City also directly released news about the incident, making headlines that day. Even the news broadcast of the human race covered the matter, causing the evil cults to lose face in front of all of humanity. The higher-ups in Shaojing City and the demon exterminating guard received high praise. They were even expected to become a model for the human race. Haha, this is so funny. Who is the genius behind this? To think they dared to steal a statue. 666. So slick, well done. The Sun God cult must be going crazy now. Their deity has been stolen. Ha ha. Let me laugh for a moment. I just can't help it. This guy is so talented. From now on, we in Lifeng City will also use this tactic against evil cults. Learned it. Got it. The internet was in an uproar. This day was a dark day for the three major cults. The statue was stolen, and they didn't even know it. Shaojing City was also filled with joy, and discussions about the evil cults could be heard everywhere, mostly mocking. Some were cursing because their children had been killed by these evil cults, their homes draped in white cloth. More people condemned the evil cults, spitting insults. Previously, the people of the evil cults were synonymous with darkness and cruelty. No one expected that one day they would stumble so badly. The higher-ups in Shaojing City were reflecting on the events of last night. They counted the number of elite class students who had perished, It was as high as 118. Although they were all students, the casualty rate was too high. They even thought about escaping, which was quite cowardly. Their efforts to cultivate these individuals had been in vain, resulting in a group of useless people. Last night, the people from the evil cults had their higher-level combatants restrained by the demon exterminating guard. The remaining ones were all 1-star and 2-star martial artists, none above late 2-star. Yet the elite class students suffered such heavy losses, it was a disgrace. They were the elite class students, cultivated with so much effort by the human race. And this was the result? This left the higher-ups in Hengyang City very disappointed, prompting them to reconsider whether their approach was correct and what method should be changed. All of this had little to do with Jiang Hao. He stood by the window, stretching lazily, basking in the bright sunshine outside, and began to enjoy his breakfast. As for the disappearance of the church statue, what did it have to do with him? If they could find it, then he would truly believe that there were deities in this world. Aren't you gods? Aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, go find your statue in the system. If that's the case, Jiang Hao would be convinced. With such a garbage system, it's better not to have it. Opening the system, he saw that he now had 117,610 enhancement points. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Even breakfast tasted exceptionally delicious. First, he would enhance a 7th-level blood revitalizing pill, save you to high, and then talk. Jiang Hao planned in his mind. Then it was time to enhance his own skills. Through last night's battle, he realized that if he hadn't enhanced the Fierce Tiger Fist and the Hengyang Scripture beforehand, he might not have survived. Relying solely on the Tremor Tiger Fist to fight was too monotonous. Both his movement and defense were too low, making it easy to get injured. Moreover, he didn't have a trump card, a move that could take out enemies in one blow. This was also a flaw that needed enhancement. Jiang Hao looked at his current skills. Swift Wind Step, a skill that increases movement speed and trains agility. Iron Mountain Slam, said to be a move that can instantly kill. Golden Bell Shield, a martial skill that enhances defensive power. Tremor Tiger Fist, with fierce killing moves and powerful attack power. Hengyang Scripture, which enhances his physique. The first 2 layers enhance his physique, making his vitality soar like a furnace, reaching the clouds. Now, ordinary evil beings dared not approach him, fearing being burned by his formidable vitality. This was also thanks to the Hengyang Scripture. When he first crossed over, his body was severely weakened. Now, let us start enhancing. Let me see what this over 110,000 enhancement points can do to make me powerful. At this moment, Jiang hadn't care much about the enhancement points. If they were gone, he would just take the statues from the evil cults. After all, there were so many evil cults and statues. Doing business was just an auxiliary. Chapter 41. Enhancement. Jiang Hao took out a blood revitalizing pill and began to select enhancement. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Jiang Hao enhanced, the blood revitalizing pill continuously emitted colorful light. Mysterious patterns began to circulate on the blood revitalizing pill. Level 4, Level 5, Level 6. The blood revitalizing pill now had 6 mysterious patterns, and it looked as though it was made of jade, crystal clear. It emitted bursts of fragrance, attracting even the birds outside the window, which perched on the window, greedily staring at the blood revitalizing pill in Jiang Hao's hand. However, the window was tightly closed, and those birds couldn't get in, frantically banging against the glass, try to enter and devour the pill that had captivated them. There were also some unknown animals trying to squeeze through the gaps in the window or the ventilation fan. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's home was chaotic with flying animals, and they didn't hesitate to be shredded by the ventilation fan. This made Jiang Hao wake up from his dream. Listening to the crazy banging sounds outside, he immediately put away the blood vitality pill into his storage space. The smell instantly disappeared. The banging stopped immediately, and they looked at Jiang Hao in confusion, as if to say, where did the pill go? Damn! Seeing the mess in his house, with animal blood and flesh scattered everywhere, he cursed loudly. He felt a wave of fear in his heart. If he hadn't realized it in time just now, the glass in his house could have been broken. Half an hour later, the animals outside slowly dissipated and retreated. However, there were still some animals unwilling to leave, wanting to wait here for the appearance of that pill. The property management came over at this time, asking what had happened. I was practicing just now, and I don't know why, but I may have produced some fragrance that attracted these animals. Jiang Hao said helplessly. Huh? The property management looked at him in disbelief, but he couldn't find any evidence. Is that really the case? Yes, that's right. Jiang Hao nodded with great certainty. Then be careful. Don't practice here anymore. It's best to practice in a closed room. We have such rooms in our community. Do you need us to provide one? The property management didn't linger on the issue and started to offer services. What is the price? Jiang Hao asked. You are a resident of our community. The first time is half price, only 5,000 a day. The property management said with a smile. 5,000? Damn, the property management is really making a huge profit. That is still half price. So the normal price is 10,000 a day. What could be more profitable than this? Let's go take a look. You guys help me clean this place up. I'll pay you whatever it costs. Jiang Hao pointed at the animal blood and flesh on the ground. Okay, no problem. I'll take you to see the closed room. Jiang Hao found that this closed room was indeed very enclosed, but didn't feel stuffy. It also didn't feel dark. Instead, it was dry and cool, brightly lit. It made people feel very pleasant. There were also special dry food and clean water as provisions, so he wouldn't need to go out for a whole day. If he needed to stay in seclusion for a long time, this place was also suitable. The property management would deliver meals on a schedule, and he could even order takeout directly. It was very convenient, and the property management took care of everything regarding eating, drinking, and relieving himself. Jiang Hao couldn't help but think of those ancient martial artists. It was said that they would isolate themselves for years. How did they handle their bodily needs? Did they just defecate in their rooms like pigs and wait until they came out of seclusion to clean up? Wouldn't tea that stink to high heaven? Jiang Hao paid the money and booked 5 days, then called Jin Yunhe to ask for leave, saying he needed to go into seclusion for 5 days to continue strengthening. As soon as he took out the 6th level blood vitality pill, the room was filled with fragrance. Just breathing in this smell made him feel refreshed and full of energy. Continue strengthening. He once again invested strengthening points into the blood vitality pill, and a golden light flashed. A golden pattern appeared on the blood vitality pill, extremely mysterious. The entire blood vitality pill seemed to come alive, exuding the essence of heaven and earth. Jiang Hao felt like he could just eat it in one bite, and the energy within him surged, filling him with an intense desire to consume the pill. This time, he experienced the sensations of those animals. No wonder they would come flying in even if it meant death. With immense willpower, Jiang Hao put the blood vitality pill back into the storage space, and the fragrance in the room dissipated instantly. The surging energy within him also gradually calmed down. He didn't expect that a high-level pill could possess such magical power. If he wanted to strengthen pills in the future, it seemed he would need to find a concealed place to do so. Jiang Hao opened the panel and found that strengthening points had consumed nearly 60,000 points. He still had 54,610 points left. Then let's start strengthening my own martial power, Jiang Hao muttered. Whether in business or robbing the evil cult's idol, strong power was the foundation. Otherwise, everything was pointless. The Hengyang Sutra was the foundation of everything. So let's start by strengthening the Hengyang Sutra. Hengyang Sutra, second layer, 546108000. To upgrade to the third layer, 8,000 points are needed. Upgrade. Jiang Hao felt his blood boil like lava. The temperature of his body's surface rapidly increased, and the clothes he was wearing began to burn. But right now, Jiang Hao had no time to care about his clothes. At this moment, his whole body was tense, his fists gripping the iron rod beside him tightly, trembling all over. He felt his muscles starting to tremble as they strengthened. It turned out that the third layer strengthened the bones and muscles. It felt as if bugs had entered his bones, gnawing inside, causing unbearable pain and itching, making Jiang Hao let out low growls. It was so uncomfortable. This must be the side effect of rapid improvement. His whole body creaked as his bones cracked, and his muscles trembled, bones strengthening. Drops of black blood appeared on the surface of his body. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, tried to distract himself with novels or movies he had seen in his previous life, or action films, to shift his focus. He felt as if time was dragging on, wondering why this system didn't skip the pain of leveling up like those systems and novels from his previous life and go straight to the point. Jiang Hao complained bitterly. He He didn't know how long had passed when the pain finally began to fade. What followed was a feeling of complete comfort, an incredible sense of relief, as if he had shed a heavy burden. Every pore seemed to exude a refreshing scent. Jiang Hao almost became addicted to it. He clearly felt that his bones had strengthened and his muscles had also grown stronger. Boom! With just one punch, he could burst the air. Moreover, the keratin layer that had appeared on his face due to enhancing the heaven-shaking mysterious tiger fist had actually disappeared. But his defense hadn't weakened. In fact, it had become even stronger. His face once again became very smooth, like a baby's skin, tender and smooth. Both his strength, energy, and reaction speed had significantly improved. However, there were no testing instruments here to accurately measure it. If he encountered that woman from the Black Snake cult again, he wouldn't be so helpless. Jiang Hao even felt he could at least evade her. He looked at the Hengyang Scripture. To upgrade again required 20,000 points. He wondered if the next layer would strengthen his internal organs or continue to enhance his muscles and bones. Jiang Hao was very curious, and with so many strengthening points left, he continued to strengthen. Chapter 42, Doubt. Boom! Another round of painful torment. This layer was still strengthening the bones and muscles, but it also strengthened the internal organ strength. Jiang Hao's body became even stronger, his energy soaring to the heavens. When Jiang Hao transported his energy, the room felt a wave of heat. He easily pulled down a steel rebar as thick as his thigh and began to squeeze it. In his hands, it was like dough. He could change its shape at will, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of effort. This was terrifying. If he hit someone with it, wouldn't he just explode them with one punch? Now, with just a casual punch, he could create an air cannon, even making a dent in the steel wall across from him. A gust of wind from a close distance could probably kill a small bird. This power was too great. He couldn't control it well, and standing up, he left a dent in the ground. Each step left a mark. This was a steel floor. Jiang Hao knew he couldn't upgrade the Hengyang Scripture any further, or he wouldn't be able to control this power. Then Jiang Hao turned his attention to other martial arts techniques. He still had 610 strengthening points left. With so many strengthening points, he didn't rush the heaven-shaking mysterious tiger fist. Let us enhance the swift wind step first. As Jiang Hao injected the enhancement points, the level of his gale step gradually increased. He felt a tingling sensation in his legs and torso. His legs began to bulk up, covered with a thick layer of keratin, especially his feet, which started to enlarge. When he reached the 5th level, Jiang Hao felt pain in his legs. They were covered with a layer of black keratin, tough and heavy like tree bark. The veins became thick, flowing darkly like water pipes. There was not an ounce of excess flesh. Like steel, Jiang Hao kicked the nearby iron railing, and with a loud bang, he bent the iron rod the thickness of his thigh into a terrifying arc. Yet, he felt not a hint of pain. Instead, he felt a rush of exhilaration. With one step, the ground erupted with a loud sound, and he shot out, reaching the wall 10 meters away in an instant. The air exploded with the force of his impact. Jiang Hao was extremely shocked. This was too fast. Looking at his darkened thighs, he wondered if this enhancement was leading him towards becoming a monster. Jiang Hao roared in his heart. He saw a glint of black light flashing on his toenails. He seemed to have transformed into a legendary devil muscle man. The enhancement of Gale Step consumed nearly 15,000 enhancement points, leaving him with 610 points. Forget it. Let's enhance further. This time, Jiang Hao aimed for the Golden Bell shield. Since he had gained speed, he would now increase his defense. As for Iron Mountain Lean, that could wait. With strength, as long as he didn't die, he could earn more enhancement points. He invested all 10,000 enhancement points into the Golden Bell shield, raising it to the 4th level. Each enhancement was an extreme torture, but by now, Jiang Hao had grown accustomed to the pain. When the pain subsided, he found himself significantly bulked up. He was now nearly 9 meters tall, able to reach the ceiling with ease. His skin was glowing with a faint golden light. Although he hadn't developed a keratin layer, it had become incredibly tough. Jiang Hao squeezed a steel bar into a sharp knife and slashed it across his arm. Not even a white mark was left, and it felt smooth like the body of a fish, slippery. The blade was easily glided off. When he scratched his arm with his fingernail, it instantly left a white mark and even broke through some skin. Drops of crimson blood oozed out, but the wound began to heal quickly. This excited Jiang Hao greatly. This indicated that his body's healing ability was exceptionally strong, as was his defense, speed, vitality, and strength. Ha! This change brought him immense peace of mind. A powerful sense of security arose. But soon, Jiang Hao dispelled this feeling, realizing it was an illusion. Many people were stronger than him. It was just that he had reached such a powerful level for the first time, creating an illusion in his heart. He had merely crushed those strong individuals from his past perceptions, but outside, there were even stronger figures. He absolutely could not develop a lazy mindset, thinking that this was enough. Outside, fierce beasts roamed and evil cults were rampant. What he knew were just some high school students and a few high school teachers. There were surely even more powerful figures in universities. Jiang Hao adjusted his mindset and slowly practiced the martial arts techniques he had enhanced. He familiarized himself with his body's strength, speed, reflexes, and defense capabilities. With 610 enhancement points remaining, Jiang Hao decided to keep them as a trump card. Or perhaps he could use some for business with Luan Min. Whoosh! Boom! The entire secret room was filled with violent sounds, and the steel bars inside were all broken. It looked as if it had been ravaged by fierce beasts. The ground, walls, and even the ceiling were pockmarked, covered in fist prints, footprints, or dents made by bodies crashing into them. The property management outside was terrified, fearing Jiang Hao would demolish the secret room. They even regretted renting this room to him. Had they known he was so powerful, they should have taken him to a level 2 secret room, where he could do whatever he wanted. Many of the facilities here were designed for 4-star warriors and below. However, they dared not disturb Jiang Hao's training, fearing he might come out and beat them up. If the person inside went berserk, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Jiang Hao also came to check once, and when he heard the storm-like explosions inside and saw the bulges outside, he was left dumbfounded. These bulges were shaped like fists, some like large feet, and some were simply large chunks protruding, shaped by bodies crashing into them. This left Jiang Hao extremely shocked. If he hadn't confirmed that the person inside was Jiang Hao, he would have thought a master was training in there. What martial arts was Jiang Hao practicing to have such terrifying power? It was simply horrifying. According to property management, these were nearly 100 centimeters of steel plates that had been bulged out. It was simply abnormal. Even a 4-star warrior might not achieve such results. Jiang Hao reported to the school, deciding to guard the area, waiting for Jiang Hao to come out. He had to see what martial arts Jiang Hao was practicing. Did he join an evil cult, which is why his strength had grown so rapidly? A thought suddenly crossed Jiang Hao's mind. Ordinary people could not possibly grow that fast in their training. He had observed Jiang Hao's talent. It was only C grade. How could he be so abnormal? Jiang Hao shared this thought with Mei Tianheng, who immediately brought a group of people to guard outside Jiang Hao's secret room. They had to find out the reason behind Jiang Hao's increase in strength. If an evil cult member infiltrated the elite class, it would be a laughingstock. Meanwhile, inside the secret room, with each strike during practice, Jiang Hao gradually mastered his strength. However, the secret room was basically ruined. Chapter 43. Coming out. Is Jiang Hao about to come out? Jiang Hao stared at the secret room. The noise inside was getting quieter, indicating that the training was nearing its end. Mei Tianheng nodded at the secret room. Old Jin, when he comes out, make sure to ask properly. Don't wrong an innocent person, Mei Tianheng said lightly. Okay, I will. The main thing is not to let an evil cult member mix into the elite class. Jiang Hao's eyes were fixed on the secret room. Mei Tianheng glanced at old Jin, but said nothing. This time he came without informing Lu Dongdong, fearing he might get agitated and act against old Jin. He also wanted to see what was going on with Jiang Hao. How had he suddenly become so powerful? He had previously checked Jiang Hao's file. He was merely C grade, with a slow training progress, and his physical blood vitality was stuck at around 0.3 for years, basically hopeless for university. He was also quite submissive, compliant with Song Hai's extortion, showing little resistance. He had no friends at school, yet he had the guts to beat Song Hai up and even kill Lu Qinglong's son. It was as if he had become a different person. He hadn't turned bad. Instead, he had become better and braver. His strength had undergone a tremendous transformation during assessments. He had managed to overpower a 2-star fierce beast, forcing the howling wolf to surrender. This was something he had never seen from Jiang Hao before. However, he did not believe Jiang Hao had joined an evil cult. He still trusted his judgment and did not think Jiang Hao could be a person sent by a cult. After waiting for half an hour, they still did not see the secret room open, which made Jin Yunhe and the others outside a little impatient. If it weren't for Mei Tianheng being present, they would have directly forced open the secret chamber to let Jiang Hao out. It's ridiculous that a mere martial artist has made so many of them wait here. Jiang Hao was completely unaware of all this and continued to familiarize himself with his newfound power in the secret chamber. The improvement this time was indeed substantial. So far, he had only managed to grasp his power slightly. To say he had mastered it intricately was still far from the truth. When he could punch with the intent to hit at any level he desired, that would be true mastery. Right now, he was merely at the entry level. A single punch could easily blow someone apart. In the future, it would be better to fight with enemies rather than allies whenever possible. The thick steel rebar in his hands felt like dough, easily malleable. How could a human body withstand that? Jiang Hao opened his panel. Host, Jiang Chun Realm. 5-star martial artist cultivation technique. Hengyang Sutra, 4th layer skills. Shockwave mysterious tiger fist, 1st layer. Gale step, 5th layer. Golden bell shield, 4th layer. Iron Mountain lean, 1st layer. Weapon, none enhancement points. 1610 lottery chances. 0 storage space. 2 cubic meters exchange port. Can trade any valuable items with the system for enhancement points. Haha, a 5-star martial artist. This Hengyang Sutra is truly powerful. Just a few layers of improvement, and my strength has increased so rapidly. Jiang Hao clenched his fist, looking at his impressive panel, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. In his storage space, there was still a level 7 blood vitality pill and a skill upgrade token. This was one of his trump cards. As for the remaining enhancement points, he hadn't decided how to use them yet. The lottery odds were too low, so he would save them for now and see if there were any surprises from Lu Anmin's side. He had been in seclusion for 5 days. It was almost time to go out. Otherwise, there would be questions at school. The status of being a student in the genius class was still very useful. There were many conveniences in Shaojiang City. Jiang had not want to give up this identity. At least he didn't have to worry about Yu Dahai's hospitalization issues or future pension problems. The benefits were excellent, even better than those of civil servants in his previous life. Creak. Jiang Hao opened the door to the secret chamber and suddenly saw several people standing in front of him, their eyes fixed on him. Teachers, principal, what are you doing here? Here to welcome me out of seclusion? Jiang Hao asked, somewhat confused. The people present did not speak, only looking at him with serious expressions. Teachers, I took a 5-day leave. I haven't exceeded the time, right? Jiang Hao asked again. No. Jin Yunhe stared at Jiang Hao, his smile not reaching his eyes. Even Jiang Hao, if he were a fool, would know something was wrong at this moment. He just didn't know what the issue was, given the solemnity of these people. Even Jin Yunhe and the principal had come, and there was also someone standing beside them wearing the Demon Exorcism Guard's uniform. So it seemed they were indeed from the Demon Exorcism Guard. Such a setup couldn't possibly be for welcoming him out of seclusion. Principal, teachers, what happened? Jiang Hao asked calmly. Haha, good, not panicking, very composed. Mei Tianheng praised Jiang Hao's calm demeanor and nodded. Jiang Hao, I see your strength is at least that of a 4-star martial artist now, right? Mei Tianheng assessed Jiang Hao and asked. Yes, about that. The improvement during this seclusion was significant. Jiang Hao nodded. I remember you were just a martial student before, with a vitality of only 0.3. In less than a month, your strength has ballooned like a balloon. You should know that ordinary people take at least 2 or 3 years to reach your level. Even geniuses need at least a year or 2 of honing. But you've covered in less than a month what others need 1 or 2 years to achieve. Mei Tianheng said, looking at Jiang Hao. As the principal, I must be responsible for you and also provide an explanation to the higher-ups. Tell me, why has your strength increased so quickly? Mei Tianheng's gaze was piercing, staring intently at Jiang Hao. Jin Yunhe also fixed his gaze on Jiang Hao, not willing to miss any subtle expression. The Demon Exorcism Guard was the same. They were there to combat evil cults and protect the peace of the region. If cultists infiltrated the genius class, they would also bear the blame. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He thought something had happened. It turned out it was just for this. If it had been earlier, he wouldn't have known how to explain the source of his strength. But now, it really wasn't a problem for him. Principal, is that it? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Yes, that's the question. My teacher and I are also doing this for your sake, to clarify the reasons and then register you with the Demon Exorcism Guard. Mei Tianheng nodded with a smile. Seeing Jiang Hao's relaxed smile, he felt relieved as well. Jiang Hao seemed quite confident. Jiang Hao reached into his chest, and everyone's nerves tensed. If Jiang Hao made any sudden moves, they would shoot him immediately. He pulled out a pill from his storage space. A pill that emitted a dazzling array of colors and was completely translucent, looking very beautiful. It released a fragrant aroma that made everyone present tremble with excitement. Level 7 Blood Vitality Pill. Mei Tianheng's eyes widened, staring at the pill in disbelief, shouting in shock. Where did you get this? Jin Yunhe was completely stunned. He had thought of many ways Jiang Hao could have improved his strength, but he never expected Jiang Hao to possess a level 7 blood vitality pill. The Demon Exorcism Guard's Kai Wenwen was also shocked, gazing at the pill and inhaling its scent deeply. It smelled so good. Just a few whiffs of the medicinal fragrance made him feel his internal vitality surge, and the realm he hadn't touched in years seemed to stir slightly. This made him so excited he was almost ready to jump up. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes as he stared intently at the pill. If he took this pill, he would definitely be able to break through his realm and even elevate to the next level. This was a level 7 blood vitality pill, a rare treasure that was hard to come by even in the entire Xiaojiang city. Even at the headquarters of the Demon Exorcism Guard, such pills were extremely scarce. Because very few people could refine this kind of pill, they were mostly top-tier alchemists, and the success rate was not very high. The input-output ratio was poor, and it took a lot of materials to refine a batch of level 7 blood vitality pills. Therefore, many alchemists wouldn't bother studying this level 7 blood vitality pill. Being able to refine level 3 or level 4 was already sufficient. Who would still stubbornly pursue refining level 7 blood vitality pills? Wouldn't it be better to spend that time learning to make other profitable pills? It was like cooking. Why strive to make fried rice at the level of a national banquet? Wouldn't it be better to learn a few popular signature dishes? That way, you can earn a lot. Why bother with just fried rice? Refining pills was the same. The customer base for level 7 blood vitality pills was very narrow. The price was high, and it was difficult to learn and master. Even if you mastered it, it wouldn't be very useful. It was better to learn the methods for a few popular pills, quickly earn money, support the family, and cultivate. Thus, the level 7 blood vitality pill was extremely rare. Where did you get this? Mei Tianheng asked, trembling. This level 7 blood vitality pill could slowly transform an ordinary person into a 5-star martial artist, making it extremely precious. It seemed to explain why Jiang Hao had suddenly become so powerful. Was it all because of this level 7 blood vitality pill? Just the scent of the medicine had driven the surrounding birds and squirrels wild, and the pets in the neighborhood were barking madly in that direction. Even many people couldn't help but move closer. Jiang Hao had experienced the madness caused by the level 7 blood vitality pill, and quickly put the pill back into its box and stored it away. The medicinal effect immediately dissipated, and those birds, having lost the source of the medicinal aroma, also began to gradually fade away. However, they were still reluctant to leave, not looking back as they dispersed. Others also gathered around, wanting to see what exactly caused this commotion among the animals. Their own pets were also barking wildly, as if something here was attracting them. But at this moment, looking inside, there was nothing, just a few people standing there. No, how could this secret room have changed like this? What on earth had this secret room gone through? The crowd gasped at the sight of the incredibly tragic secret room. Jin Yunhe, and the demon-slaying guard also left, leaving only the property management in disarray. The property management had no choice but to clarify the situation. After all, anyone here was stronger than him. Who knows, they might be a big shot in the future, and he couldn't afford to offend them. Unlike property management in other places that could be arrogant, the property management here was like a bunch of grandchildren. Oh, so it turns out Jiang Hao became so powerful because he had a level 7 blood activating pill. I thought my child mentioned a few days ago that Jiang Hao was just a weakling with a chi blood level of 0.3. It turns out this is how it is. In other words, he was raised up through drugs. Isn't this cheating? Someone said disdainfully. Others also showed a hint of realization on their faces, followed by expressions of disdain. Drugs are merely an aid. In the end, it still depends on one's own talent and strength. Even if he accidentally got into the genius class, could Jiang Hao still achieve good results in the college entrance examination? Even if luck allowed him to get into college, what about after graduation? One day, the level 7 blood activating pill will be used up and its effect will dissipate. So, at that time, can he still find such a powerful pill? They naturally look down on martial artists like Jiang Hao who relied on drugs to enhance themselves. This was an improper path. What about their own children? Spend some money to buy a level 7 blood activating pill for their child, and they could get into a key university in the future? In an instant, the news that Jiang Hao possessed a level 7 blood activating pill spread throughout the Zilong No. 1 community. Everyone knew that Jiang Hao did not enter the genius class through his own strength, but through taking drugs. Many people even called their own children to inform them of this news, especially the parents of students who had been beaten by Jiang Hao, notifying their children at the first opportunity. They wanted to ruin Jiang Hao's reputation. How dare he hit my child? I won't let you off. One day, Jiang Hao's medicine will run out. So what are they afraid of? As long as they wait until Jiang Hao's medicine is used up, they could easily defeat him. Jiang Hao's peak was right there, visible to all. Meanwhile, they had unlimited potential, and the future looked bright. As long as they kept going, they would surely surpass Jiang Hao, stepping on him beneath their feet. The students who had been beaten before, upon hearing this news, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled once again. Taking drugs, what kind of hero is that? Why not train step by step like us? Li Xian said with a cold smile. Exactly. Just because he took some medicine, he thinks he's invincible. One day, we'll reach heights he can't even imagine. Wang Shuling said coldly. She seemed to have forgotten that she had been beaten by Jiang Hao before, having healed her wounds but forgotten the pain. Others felt the same way, all criticizing Jiang Hao. Yi Liang was even more dismissive of Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Mei Tianheng, Jin Yunhe, and the demon-slaying guard Kai Wenwen were all staring at Jiang Hao. So tell me, where did you get this level 7 blood activating pill? Mei Tianheng asked. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Hao's expression turned cold, and he shot a cold glance at Kai Wenwen. Mei Tianheng and Jin Yunhe did not oppose. As this was within the rights of the demon-slaying guard and was a legal operation, they couldn't oppose it either. They even needed to help the demon-slaying guard capture Jiang Hao. Chapter 45. Mockery, I don't know. It just suddenly appeared in front of my bed one day. Jiang Hao spread his hands and said helplessly, I think someone must have given it to me. Upon hearing this, the three of them furrowed their brows. They all thought Jiang Hao was unwilling to reveal how he obtained the pill. Principal, teachers, and this esteemed person, you all know my background. I'm an orphan, picked up by Yuta High, and we rely on each other. Jiang Hao continued to explain upon seeing their furrowed brows. I believe you also know that before this, in order to improve my strength, I went to the black market for the black bear dragon gall, trying to use it to enhance my chi blood, and almost got killed. Jiang Hao said with a look of lingering fear. This was something Mei Tianheng and the others had indeed checked out. They would investigate the previous tracks of every student in the genius class. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances, nodded, and recognized Jiang Hao's statement. He indeed had no channels or resources to obtain this level 7 blood activating pill. But suddenly appearing, isn't that too hasty? Jiang Hao, you'd better clarify the source of this pill, otherwise it will be difficult for me. Kai Wenwen said with a smile, looking at Jiang Hao. I've already said it just suddenly appeared. How can I explain it? Jiang Hao replied irritably. Should I make up a story? Jiang Hao felt helpless. He couldn't just say it was something he enhanced himself, could he? He could only concoct this story to get by. Believe it or not, I believe it. This is how the pill came to be. Kai Wenwen raised an eyebrow, glaring at Jiang Hao. Hey, calm down, don't get angry. Mei Tianheng patted Kai Wenwen's arm. All right, I'll temporarily believe what you said, but I still need to conduct an examination. Mei Tianheng said seriously. What kind of examination? Jiang Hao asked. To check if you're a cultist. Mei Tianheng said word by word, staring hard at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched, feeling it was absurd. Okay, that's good. Come with me. I believe you. But for your own good, and to shut everyone's mouths, you must take this test. Tianheng said. All right, I'll do it. Kai Wenwen looked at Jiang Hao's back, a strange smile flashing in her eyes. Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Hao, his expression dark. He had originally thought Jiang Hao was a genius, but unexpectedly, he had relied on drugs to enhance himself. This was the method he disliked the most. Drug enhancement has significant limitations. What would he do when the drugs run out? Another thing to consider is that the human body can develop resistance to drugs. Some medicines lose their effectiveness if taken too much, requiring more and more of the substance. Moreover, these drugs can accumulate in the body, many of which cannot be digested, and can even cause drug poisoning. This is particularly harmful to martial artists and makes it difficult to go far on the martial path. This is a form of cheating, an improper way of pulling seedlings to help them grow. Therefore, Jiang Hao was very cold toward Jiang Hao. I originally thought I had found a genius, but unexpectedly he came up through cheating. Jiang aside, many plans he had made for Jiang Hao would have to be shelved. He believed that Jiang Hao was not worth investing so many resources in. Just keeping him in the genius class was already his tolerance towards Jiang Hao. There will always be someone looking for shortcuts. This is inevitable, Kai Wenwen said, smiling to comfort Jiang Hao. Although they had basically ruled out Jiang Hao being a cultist. Who was the person who gave him the pill? Kai Wenwen asked casually. This made Jiang Hao's expression change, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at Kai Wenwen, who seemed to be casually pondering. Indeed, who sent the precious elixir to Jiang Hao? It can't be for no reason, right? Could it be someone from a cult? Jiang Hao thought. Jiang Hao was taken by Tianheng to the cult detection device for testing. Jiang Hao didn't know how the device worked. He walked through it and was told afterward that the testing was complete and he was not a cult member. All right, your test is done, and no one will say you are a cult member anymore, Tianheng said with a smile. But Xiao Jiang, your future days might not be easy. After all, you have raised your level through drugs, and people will have some opinions about you. Tianheng looked at Jiang Hao and said. As for canceling Jiang Hao's spot in the genius class, he did not agree with that. At least for now, his strength was very strong, stronger than all the students in the genius class, and he could bring honor to the school. Even if it was raised through drugs, it was still a form of strength. Moreover, it wasn't Tianheng who pushed the drugs into Jiang Hao's hands. That didn't count as cheating at all. It's fine. Thank you for the reminder, Principal. Cultivation is my own business, unrelated to others' opinions. Jiang Hao said calmly. Good. Cultivation requires your calm demeanor. I have high hopes for you. Tianheng liked Jiang Hao's personality. It's just a pity that his talent wasn't very good. He didn't know how far he could go. Thank you, Principal, Jiang Hao said gratefully. He could sense Jiang Hao's indifference towards him, as well as the principal's lack of enthusiasm, merely treating him as a tool. He also noticed Kai Wenwen's malicious intent, that greedy and malicious gaze. Although it was very subtle, Jiang Hao still perceived it. Sigh. A tall tree catches the wind. Jiang Hao sighed. However, he had no regrets. With the system, would he still hide like before? That didn't align with his mindset. Since a tall tree catches the wind, he should grow quickly, becoming a towering tree that even the wind cannot touch. As his strength grew, there would be even greater storms ahead. Right now, this was just a minor breeze, just a sprinkle of water. Jiang Hao was not a cult member, and there was no cult aura in his body. Well then, I thought I had found a talent, but it turns out to be a false alarm. Jiang Hao shook his head with a bitter smile. By the way, Principal, earlier Kai Wenwen mentioned that the person who sent the elixir, could they be from a cult? Why would they send an elixir to Jiang Hao? Jiang Hao frowned and said, Old Jiang, you've gone too far. As long as Jiang Hao is not a cult member, you shouldn't make things difficult for him. He is still one of our students. Tianheng shot a glare at Jiang Hao and said solemnly, Yes, I overreacted. Jiang Hao immediately admitted his mistake. Kai Wenwen remained silent. Yes. Wang Shuling sneered, curling her lips and spitting on the ground. The others looked at Jiang Hao with similar scornful expressions, mocking him. A drug user, garbage. Chapter 46. From now on, I am the boss here. Jiang Hao slowly walked to Wang Shuling's side, his eyes fixed on her. Jiang Hao, what do you want? Jiang Hao, you who only knows how to take drugs, if you dare to hit her, I'll 1T let you go. Li Xian stood up and shouted angrily. Jiang Hao slowly turned his head to look at Li Xian, his eyes playful. Jiang Hao, don't act recklessly. You should know that we have limitless potential, and you will eventually reach your limit. You need to think about your future. Zhao Xuanyan shouted at Jiang Hao. These so-called elites could wait until behind Jiang Hao's back to insult him. Why insult him to his face? They all knew Jiang Hao was stronger than them. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Heh, I'm someone who actually doesn't seek progress, so I don't care about the future. I just seek the present. Jiang Hao looked at Zhao Xuanyan, grinning and showing his white teeth, as he said. Although Jiang Hao was smiling, Zhao Xuanyan felt a chilling sensation that made him shiver. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Li Xian's heart shook. Jiang Hao you. Before Li Xian could finish speaking, he was sent flying by Jiang Hao's slap. The teeth he had just gotten implanted were knocked out again, and blood gushed from his nose, looking tragic. Jiang Hao, how dare you hit someone? Wang Shuling stood up, barking like an angry little dog. But she was met with a slap from Jiang Hao that sent her teeth flying, her nasal bone broken, and she fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Don't think I hit women. In front of a martial artist, everyone is equal, regardless of gender. Jiang Hao snorted coldly, surveying the entire classroom, and everyone dared not make a sound. It was because Jiang Hao was too brutal. He would hit people over any disagreement, and the key was that they couldn't beat him. They had already lost to him before. Now that they heard Jiang Hao had taken a 7th level blood circulation pill, they were even less of a match for him. I don't want to hear you talking behind my back anymore. If I hear it, you will regret it. Jiang Hao stood on the podium, looking down at the group of students, his gaze icy as he spoke. Everyone tightly pursed their lips, silently watching Jiang Hao, their eyes filled with hatred. If looks could kill, Jiang Hao would have died thousands of times. I know you can't stand me, but there's nothing you can do. You can only listen to me. If you can beat me, come find me anytime. I won't let you down. I don't care if you know who the boss is. Starting today, I am the boss here. These words infuriated the proud students of the genius class, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. When have they ever suffered such humiliation? Aren't you just a drug user? What is there to be arrogant about? Give me a few years, and I will definitely surpass you. Kai Wentao stood up and shouted angrily. You dare to hit me? My brother is a member of the Demon Extermination Guard, and if you hit me, my brother will kill you. Kai Wentao glared at Jiang Hao defiantly. Yes. Do you dare to hit Wentao? Shark arm. Yi Liang also stood up, shouting. Jiang Hao looked at them and laughed as he slowly walked in front of Kai Wentao. Come on, hit me. Kai Wentao thought Jiang Hao wouldn't dare to hit him and arrogantly shouted at him. Sigh. I've never heard such a request. Begging someone to hit you. Jiang Hao shook his head and said mockingly. Ha. I'm begging you to hit me. So what? Kai Wentao saw that Jiang Hao didn't move and suddenly felt more confident, raising his head, looking down on Jiang Hao. You want to be the boss here? Who do you think you are? I'm so scared. Please come hit me. Kai Wentao shouted mockingly, and the others burst into laughter. Their looks at Jiang Hao were filled with disdain. Come meet me. Come meet me. Kai Wentao slapped his own face, presenting it to Jiang Hao with a smug grin. All right, since you're begging me like this, I'll reluctantly fulfill your wish. Jiang Hao nodded with a smile. Slap. Oh crap. Kai Wentao's body was sent flying with a single slap, blood and teeth flying everywhere, his cheekbone shattered. His body crashed against the desks and chairs, breaking several of them. Kai Wentao let out a wretched scream. One of his eyeballs exploded, and he covered his face, rolling on the ground, howling in agony. Everyone heard it. You have to testify for me. He begged me to hit him. Jiang Hao pointed at Kai Wentao, who was wailing on the ground, laughing. Jiang Hao, you're dead. How dare you hit Kai Wentao? Zhao Xuanyan was immediately terrified upon seeing Kai Wentao's condition. Do you know who his brother is? He asked Kai Wenwen from the Demon Extermination Guard, completely different from Song Dashan, whom you previously provoked. Zhao Xuanyan shouted angrily. Oh, and so what? Jiang Hao shrugged indifferently and asked, what do you care? You're going to die. Just play tough. Yi Liang sneered, pointing at Jiang Hao and shouting. Hee. I remember you just now, jumping the highest. Yi Liang, have you forgotten your pain after the scar healed? Jiang Hao mocked as he looked at Yi Liang. Remember, your life was given to you by my parents. You don't have to be grateful, but you can't provoke me. Jiang Hao coldly stared at Yi Liang, who he hated most for being ungrateful and lacking humanity. Yi Liang looked at Jiang Hao with rage, trembling with anger. If you dare to say another word, I'll make you paralyzed for half a year, Jiang Hao said coldly, pointing at Yi Liang's nose with a sneer. Yi Liang was frightened by Jiang Hao's icy gaze, realizing he meant it and wasn't he just trying to scare him. Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Jiang Hao looked around and asked with a smile while standing on the podium. Everyone gritted their teeth, glaring at Jiang Hao, yet they were helpless. Kai Wentao, lying on the ground and wailing, was a perfect example. Despite having trained in the Golden Bell Shield, he couldn't even block a slap from Jiang Hao. How could they defend against him? A real man can bend and stretch. We temporarily yield, but that doesn't mean we will always yield. Someone comforted themselves. Jiang Hao, don't be too domineering. We can never truly submit to you like this. Zhao Xiwenyan shouted angrily. I only need you to appear to submit. Whether you truly submit in your heart is none of my business. Jiang Hao sneered. All right, since no one has any objections from now on, I am the boss of the Tianjiao class, Jiang Hao declared with a smile. You, go pour me a glass of water. It has to be warm. Jiang Hao shouted at Yi Liang. I want to go. Lu Shuiqin suddenly stood up and shouted. Jiang Hao looked at her coldly. Lu Shuiqin gasped heavily, her clothes almost bursting with rage, and angrily went to pour water for Jiang Hao. Everyone watched Jiang Hao giving orders to the goddess of the Tianjiao class, gritting their teeth in anger. Some, who Lu Shuiqin looked down upon, felt an inexplicable pleasure. You look down on me, yet you still act like a dog. Obeying Jiang Hao, they looked at Jiang Hao and inexplicably found him somewhat likable. Keep ordering around. Chapter 47. Seeking Trouble. Bang. Lu Shuiqin slammed the cup heavily on Jiang Hao's desk, spilling 2/3 of the water. Clean it up. Jiang Hao coldly stared at Lu Shuiqin. Lu Shuiqin widened her eyes, baring her little tiger teeth as she glared fiercely at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, she is a girl. How can you treat her like this? I'll help you clean it up. Zhao Xiwenyan stood up and said with a smile. He couldn't stand Jiang Hao treating his goddess this way. Hearing Zhao Xiwenyan's words, tears welled up in Lu Shuiqin's eyes. Bully. You're just a bully. Tears fell like droplets from Lu Shuiqin. Crying already? When you all attacked me alone, I didn't see you crying. You were all laughing happily. Jiang Hao said coldly. Jiang Hao Zhao Xiwenyan wanted to say something, but was frightened into silence by Jiang Hao's cold gaze. Why are you everywhere? Are you that capable? Jiang Hao asked coldly. Crying still needs to be cleaned up, and you're a martial artist, crying at the first setback. What will you do when you meet an enemy? Jiang Hao asked coldly. Do you think the enemy will let you go just because you cried? Oh, that's not right. You're so pretty. They'll enjoy you first, and then kill you. Or use you for a long time. Jiang Hao teased, lifting Lu Shuiqin's chin with a finger. Lu Shuiqin fiercely swatted Jiang Hao's finger away, obediently grabbing a tissue to clean the table. Then she ran out crying, going upstairs to complain. Lu Shuiqin had always been clever and talented, cherished by everyone. Coupled with her beauty, she enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. She had never experienced such humiliation, being treated like a maid, who would speak to her without care. Bully. Bandit. Jiang Hao was just a savage thug. Soon, Jin Yunhe came down with Lu Shuiqin, looking angry. Jiang Hao, what are you doing? Showing off in the Tianjiao class? Wanted to be the boss. Jin Yunhe shouted, pointing at Jiang Hao. Others looked on with glee. You beat Kai Wentao so badly, what do you want to do? Rebel? Jin Yunhe asked sternly. Teacher, didn't you have this tradition before? We're just making friends through martial arts. How is that a rebellion? Jiang Hao asked in surprise. Disrespecting the teacher, disregarding your superiors, I now declare that you are expelled. You no longer belong to the Tianjiao class. Jin Yunhe shouted loudly. Jiang Hao looked at Jin Yunhe in disbelief. You, a waste who got into this class by taking drugs, dare to be the boss here? Who gave you the guts? Jin Yunhe shouted, pointing at Jiang Hao's nose. Get out now. This class doesn't welcome you. Jin Yunhe said coldly, pointing to the door. Teacher, are you serious? Jiang Hao asked seriously. Do you think I'm joking with you? No, I'm just reminding you that you don't have the authority to expel a student from the Tianjiao class. It must be reviewed by the principal and the Jiangshan Education Bureau to expel someone. Jiang Hao smiled as he reminded Jin Yunhe. Hearing this, Jin Yunhe's expression changed. looking very ugly as he stared at Jiang Hao. He had initially thought that Jiang Hao was unfamiliar with the Tianjiao Class S rules since he had just joined. He planned to trick Jiang Hao into leaving the school, then handle it as an extended absence to expel him. He didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so familiar with the rules. "I have a nomination right, don't get cocky," Jin Yunhe said coldly. "Then you nominate first. I'm not going to leave just like that. Moreover, doesn't the Tianjiao class advocate competition among students?" Jiang Hao waved his hand. "Why can't I beat a few people? Wasn't Kai Wentao always bullying other students?" Jiang Hao looked at Jin Yunhe and asked, "If I'm to be expelled, then he should be expelled too." Jiang Hao pointed at the unconscious Kai Wentao on the ground. "You wait." Jin Yunhe's chest heaved violently, clearly furious with Jiang Hao. "Teacher, I haven't violated any school rules. Why threaten me? You, as a teacher, threatening a student, I can report you." Jiang Hao showed a harmless smile. This sent shivers down everyone present. Jin Yunhe regretted believing Lu Dongdong's nonsense and bringing Jiang Hao in. Now, looking at the troublesome Jiang Hao, he felt a headache. What the hell did I do to deserve encountering Jiang Hao? "You're good. Don't let me catch you making a mistake, or else..." Jin Yunhe's last threat remained unsaid, but his final snort clearly meant he would keep an eye on Jiang Hao in the future. As long as he broke the rules, he would be in trouble. He might even find a reason to expel him. "Thank you, teacher. Take care. Don't get too angry. Watch your health," Jiang Hao shouted from behind. Hearing this, Jin Yunhe almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He understood that Jiang Hao was telling him that they would meet again. This made Jin Yunhe grit his teeth in anger, nearly shattering his teeth. He hurriedly ran to the principal's office to complain. "Principal, this Jiang Hao is outrageous. He beats classmates, rules the class, bullies female classmates, and shows no respect for teachers. I suggest he be expelled immediately," Jin Yunhe said angrily. Hearing this, Jin Yunhe's heart sank and his mind raced. Damn! A moment of impulse caught the principal's attention. "I'm not targeting him. He's just gone too far, even breaking Kai Wentao's nose," Jin Yunhe said loudly, trying to conceal his inner panic. Mei Tianheng squinted his eyes, looking at the angry Jin Yunhe. "Didn't your class always advocate for mutual fighting? Besides, a broken nose can be treated in the medical room. It's not a serious injury. Martial artists are bound to be a bit unruly. Why get so worked up?" Mei Tianheng soothed Jin Yunhe, pouring him a cup of tea and urging him to sit down. "What is the reason behind this? If it's not a big deal, why bother?" Mei Tianheng said with a smile. Jin Yunhe looked at the principal's expression and realized that even if he persisted, there would be no outcome, feeling somewhat disheartened. What reason could there be? It was just someone trying to get rid of him and expel Jiang Hao. Someone wanted Jiang Hao's life. He was just trying to help a friend. He thought it was a simple matter, but he didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so difficult. He was surprisingly familiar with the rules of the genius class. Now that the principal had caught on, it would be harder to handle. "Fine, I'll try to coexist peacefully with him." Jin Yunhe took a deep breath and nodded, not letting the principal see through him. This is the right approach. Even though Jiang Hao came up through medication, the ability to take medication to improve is still a form of talent. Many useless people can't even improve with medication. Mei Tianheng smiled as he said this. Chapter 48. The moon god cult. Looking at the photo of the child on the table, his face trembled with conflict. His child was a useless person, born without the talent for cultivation, and in this dangerous world, he had absolutely no hope of survival. He didn't even qualify to become a slave of a martial artist. He himself was the homeroom teacher of the genius class, leading the top students of Jiangchen. Yet his own child was a waste. This was undoubtedly a great irony for Jin Yunhe. On the next rainy night, someone from the moon god cult found him, saying they were willing to take his child into the cult. This would solve the problem of his child's cultivation. The cult only required sacrifices with no need for talent to become powerful. This is also why those evil cults persist despite being banned. There are too few talented individuals. Most are untalented. Moreover, many are unwilling to endure hardships or engage in arduous cultivation. They want to take shortcuts through the evil cult, sacrificing offerings to become strong. Who wouldn't be tempted? Initially, everyone sacrificed fierce beasts, but later, they discovered that sacrificing humans had the same effect. Gradually, the cult changed its nature and became an evil cult. Many people, unwilling to suffer or dissatisfied with the slow pace of cultivation, sought quick strength and thus joined the evil cult. However, once one joined the evil cult, they could never escape. They would be part of it for life. If one attempted to defect, they would be cursed by the evil god and hunted by the cult. To date, no one has successfully defected. Very few can withstand the curse of the evil god. Moreover, the crazed cultists are relentless in their pursuit. They are truly unafraid of death and pain, charging forward like a suicide squad. It's extremely crazy and sinister. Since joining the moon god cult, Jiang Hao has seen smiles on his child's face. The child wanted to offer sacrifices, and as a teacher at the school, it was naturally quite convenient. Besides, in this chaotic world, isn't it normal for a few people to die? Furthermore, he rarely hunted his own students, mostly targeting students from other schools. This time, the moon god cult specifically requested Jiang Hao, which is why he risked trying to expel Jiang Hao. He even went to Jiang Hao's retreat room, bringing along the demon extermination guard and the principal, intending to drive Jiang Hao out and then hunt him for the moon cult. This way, his child could receive the blessing of the divine and become stronger once again. He had been hunting students for a long time, both from the ordinary class and the genius class, yet no one had ever suspected him. During the last cult riot, he even picked up several students. His child's strength surged again, and Jiang Hao felt joy. However, he was also deeply conflicted and condemned himself. But seeing the longing in his child's eyes, he could never restrain himself. Jiang Hao, you forced my hand. You are the first student from my school that I will hunt, Jiang Hao said coldly. What he didn't know was that he was not the only one wanting to hunt Jiang Hao. Kai Wenwen was also observing Jiang Hao, preparing to hunt him and seize that level 7 blood vitality pill. As long as he obtained the level 7 blood vitality pill, he would have a great chance in the competition for the position of team leader of the Demon Extermination Guard. He had already been stuck as the deputy leader for too long. This time, he couldn't hold back. He had to be promoted. Only then could he gain better resources to take care of his younger brother and family. And for the one he loved, he would have the qualification to marry her. The deputy leader was still lacking, and he believed that once he became the leader, his father wouldn't look at him coldly anymore. He had seen with his own eyes how politely Bingyan's father was to the leader, while treating him very coldly. He believed everything was due to the difference in position. As long as he became the leader, he would also be treated politely by Li Lindong, and then he could conveniently propose. Thinking of this, Kai Wenwen's heart burned with passion. He, Kai Wenwen, would never be weak. Jiang Hao, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for possessing what you shouldn't have. Since ancient times, treasures have belonged to the virtuous. I am that virtuous one. At worst, I'll compensate Jiang Hao later, bringing him into the Demon Extermination Guard, which would count as my kindness. Ha ha, who beat you up so badly? Doesn't he know you are my brother? Kai Wentao looked at his brother, who was almost unrecognizable, with a heart full of rage. It was the new Jiang Hao. He relied on medication to enhance his strength to beat me up like this. Kai Wentao immediately began to complain. Jiang Hao. Kai Wenwen looked at his brother in disbelief. Yes, it's Jiang Hao, Kai Wentao said, trembling. Bastard, how dare you hit my brother? I will make you pay. Kai Wenwen looked at his brother, who was in a most miserable state, gritting his teeth and growling. He originally wanted to rob Jiang Hao. Now he wanted to kill him directly. It seems you are destined to die. I want to look for you, yet you dare to provoke me. Thank you, brother. You must break his legs, shatter his meridians, so he can never practice martial arts again. I want him to suffer for life. Kai Wentao said maliciously. Haha, don't worry. Big brother knows what to do. Kai Wenwen smiled slightly. Little brother is still too naive. Shattering his meridians is nothing. Killing him is the best way to solve the problem. Go rest now. Tomorrow you can cultivate at home. I have some business to take care of. Kai Wenwen settled his brother and left under the cover of darkness. Jiang Hao also prepared to leave under the night sky. He had seen that Jiang Hao was planning to go to the first martial hospital today, likely to visit his uncle Yudahai. Still a person with feelings and righteousness. What a pity. You are the person the moon god cult wants. So you must die. Child, today I have hunted another good prey for you. Your strength can be enhanced again. Jiang Hao, wearing a black cloak, looked up at the bright moonlight, whispering softly. After saying this, he rushed towards the first martial hospital, moving swiftly like a leopard, quickly disappearing into the night. Like a fish entering the sea, he vanished without a trace. Jiang Hao arrived at Yu Dahai's hospital room, looking at the now haggard Yu Dahai, sighing inwardly. The previous body truly had good luck, having such an uncle to take care of him to grow up. Moreover, he worked hard to earn money for Jiang Hao to spend, allowing him to buy medicine to enhance his strength. This kind of grace is no wonder that when Jiang Hao crossed over, the previous body reacted so strongly upon seeing Yu Dahai. It was a kind of obsession. Although he is not his biological son, Yu Dahai treats Jiang Hao better than a real son. He genuinely raises Jiang Hao as his own child, working hard to earn money to support him. Even at his age, he still operates a meat factory to make money. Old Yu, I'm here, and from now on, I'll take care of you, Jiang Hao said softly to Yu Dahai. Since he has taken over Jiang Hao's body, he also takes on some debts and responsibilities. Chapter 49. Treating Yu Dahai. Jiang Hao sat beside Yu Dahai, quietly watching him. He then called Dr. Chun and invited him over. Dr. Chun rushed into Yu Dahai's hospital room, looking intently at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, did you really find the 7th level blood revitalizing pill? Yes. It seems Dr. Chun is a bit out of touch. Everyone in Hengyang City is saying that I became so powerful because of a 7th level blood revitalizing pill. Jiang Hao replied with a smile. Haha, is that so? I'm here doing surgeries every day. I don't have time to pay attention to outside gossip. Dr. Chun laughed. But if you had it, you would have used it by now. You must have just found it recently, right? Dr. Chun asked Jiang Hao. From his understanding of Jiang Hao, if he had the 7th level blood revitalizing pill, he would have treated Yu Dahai long ago. He could tell that Jiang Hao is a person who values loyalty and affection. Yes, you understand me well, doctor. Jiang Hao nodded. Should I give it directly to my uncle now? Or do I need other medications to assist? If it's just taken alone, the effect won't be as good. You still need some assistance to help him digest the effects of the pill, Dr. Chen explained. After all, his body is already aging, and the effects of the 7th level blood revitalizing pill are too strong. If taken directly, it could overwhelm him. Even if it doesn't burst him, it could still cause some damage to his body. Too much of a good thing can be harmful. All right, then I'll trouble you, doctor, Jiang Hao earnestly said, handing over the 7th level blood revitalizing pill. Haha, no problem. I'm a doctor, after all. This is what I should do. Dr. Chen laughed. Is this what contains the 7th level blood revitalizing pill? Dr. Chen asked, looking at the box. Yes, but I suggest not opening it for now. Otherwise, it could cause unnecessary trouble. Jiang Hao nodded, remembering the animal riot caused when he first took out the 7th level blood revitalizing pill. Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. I understand. This pill is too potent. It will attract many animals that want to come and take it. Dr. Chen nodded in agreement. All right, thank you, doctor. Should I wait outside? Jiang Hao asked. No need. I still need your help later. It's late at night, and my other colleagues have left, so you'll have to assist me. Dr. Chun shook his head. Okay. Dr. Chen began to massage Yu Dahai's muscles, which had stiffened from lying down for too long. He needed to loosen them up so the medicinal effects could better integrate into his body. Acupuncture was also necessary to unblock the veins and ensure smooth blood circulation throughout his body. At that moment, Jin Yunhe arrived at the First Warrior Hospital, walking towards Yu Dahai's room. Seeing Dr. Chun at the door, he hesitated and chose not to enter recklessly. His target today was Jiang Hao, and he did not want to involve anyone else. Especially since the other party was a doctor who saves lives, he had no intention of harming him. This was one of his few bottom lines. Not wanting to lose his chance, Jin Yunhe confirmed Jiang Hao was inside and then left, quietly waiting in a nearby corner. He planned to hunt Jiang Hao when he left. He was very patient. He had successfully hunted many targets without failure. His patience, thorough planning, and strong abilities allowed him to strike swiftly and catch his targets off guard. He even took out his phone to modify the teaching plan for the next day, outlining the martial skills the students needed to learn and considering which areas each of them needed to strengthen. Since the cult riot, the education department in Hengyang City had been pushing for reforms. They felt that the current elite class students were too weak, unable to bravely resist when faced with enemies. even worse than ordinary class students. The good living conditions had turned them into useless individuals. Apart from their innate talent, they were lacking in other areas. Jin Yunhe had also thought about this issue, but had no good solutions. He couldn't just send them to fight savage beasts right now, could he? When entering the elite class, most of the students had good qualifications and were specially recruited. They either passed the second assessment, fighting savage beasts of the same level, or the third assessment of will. However, most only passed one assessment, and only a few passed two. Most of them were at the martial student level of savage beasts, with teachers watching, making it hard to truly assess a person's strength and character. Moreover, after entering the elite class, the resources and lifestyle were superior, which dulled the warrior's will. In fact, considering this, Jiang Hao was not bad. He was even quite good. It's just a pity that the moon god sect wants your life, and there's nothing I can do about it. Jin Yunhe sighed deeply. For the sake of the child, he had to do this. He knew it was wrong, but still wanted to proceed. Outside the hospital room, a figure was hanging diagonally, Kai Wenwen, who was intently staring inside. He wasn't sure if what was inside was the 7th level blood revitalizing pill. Charging in recklessly might alarm others in the hospital and lead to disastrous consequences. He didn't want to be known tomorrow as the deputy leader of the 3rd team of the Demon Extermination Guard robbing a hospital. What good would it do if he got the blood revitalizing pill? Therefore, he had to acquire the 7th level blood revitalizing pill at the smallest cost, and then find an opportunity to kill Jiang Hao for revenge on his brother. He was waiting for a chance, waiting for Dr. Chun to open the box and confirm whether it was the 7th level blood revitalizing pill. He had researched Dr. Chun. He was just a 1-star warrior, a weakling in his eyes, and could not possibly stop him. The only concern was Jiang Hao, but even he was just a student. Even if he reached 5 stars, without combat experience, he would be easily outmaneuvered. Kai Wenwen sneered inwardly. He was determined to snatch the 7th level blood revitalizing pill right in front of Jiang Hao. Aren't you trying to save your uncle? I'm here to destroy your hopes. Who gave you the courage to bully my brother? I want to see where you can find another 7th level blood revitalizing pill. After finishing the massage for Yudahai, Dr. Chun was sweating profusely, his whole body radiating heat. If he weren't a 1-star warrior, he might not have been able to endure the massage. Massaging a warrior is truly exhausting. One must control the strength well. Warriors have very hard muscles, and loosening them requires a significant force. All right, let me go get the equipment and medication to help him digest, and then we can use this pill. Dr. Chun sighed with relief. Okay, thank you, doctor. Jiang Hao handed Dr. Chun a bottle of water, expressing his gratitude. After drinking the water, Dr. Chun immediately went to bring over the equipment and medications. Let's get started. Follow my instructions. Whatever I tell you to do it without hesitation, understood? Dr. Chun said seriously. Okay, I understand. Jiang Hao nodded. Chapter 50. Stealing the level 7 blood activation pill. Dr. Chun connected the equipment to Yu Dahai and injected the medication, preparing for his treatment. Once everything was ready, Dr. Chun handed Jiang Hao a syringe and inserted the needle into Yu Dahai's vein. When I tell you to push this medication in, you must do it without hesitation. Dr. Chun said to Jiang Hao. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded. Dr. Chun picked up the box containing the level 7 blood activation pill, ready to open it. As he opened the box, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire ward, instantly revitalizing the tired Dr. Chun, making him feel as if all his fatigue had disappeared. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, inhaling the invigorating scent of the medicine. No wonder it's the level 7 blood activation pill. Even just the fragrance makes me feel rejuvenated. Dr. Chun exclaimed. Yu Dahai is fortunate. Using this medication to treat him will improve his health and even extend his lifespan. Dr. Chun smiled at Yu Dahai. With a nephew like you, Yu Dahai is really lucky. Dr. Chun patted Yu Dahai's arm. Dr. Chun is too kind. It's my good fortune to meet Yu Dahai. Jiang Hao replied with a smile. All right, enough small talk. We need to, before Dr. Chun could finish. The glass of the window shattered with a loud crash, and a figure in black burst in from outside. The black-clad figure quickly reached for the box in Dr. Chen's hand, the air filled with a whistling sound. This sudden change left Dr. Chen stunned, unable to react in time. How dare you? Jiang Hao shouted, his figure flashing as he stood in front of the black-clad figure. He threw a punch at the intruder. Seeking death, the black-clad figure roared, turning his claw into a fist to collide with Jiang Hao's punch. Boom! The impact created a loud explosion. A gust of wind swept through the ward, knocking several cups to the ground. Dr. Chen was pushed back a few steps by the force, quickly closing the box and moving to a corner, heading toward the door. Jiang Hao staggered back a few steps, eyeing the black-clad figure with a dangerous look. His body tense as he faced a skilled opponent. Kai Wenwen, too, stared intently at Jiang Hao, genuinely surprised by Jiang Hao's strength. Even a six-star martial artist like him could exchange blows with Jiang Hao and remain evenly matched. This shocked him deeply, intensifying his murderous intent toward Jiang Hao. This person absolutely cannot be left alive. He slipped forward, charging at Dr. Chen, not forgetting his purpose for coming here, to seize the level 7 blood activation pill. If he could kill Jiang Hao after taking the pill, wouldn't it be easy to crush him? However, he underestimated Jiang Hao's speed, who directly punched at his waist. The blow caused his waist to go numb. If it hit, it would truly end his lineage. Jiang Hao was too vicious. Kai Wenwen had no choice but to focus on avoiding Jiang Hao's punch while trying to pursue Dr. Chen. However, Jiang Hao's punches were relentless, making it extremely difficult for him to evade, leaving him no energy to chase after Dr. Chen. He could only watch helplessly as Dr. Chen escaped the ward. "You little thief, you're asking for death." Kai Wenwen roared in fury, charging at Jiang Hao. He planned to kill Jiang Hao first before going after Dr. Chen. As a one-star martial artist, how far could Dr. Chen get in this short time? His palm struck out like a snake's kiss, suddenly aiming for Jiang Hao's neck with a chilling aura and a faint sound, like a venomous snake attacking. Jiang Hao's eyes revealed a hint of a smile as he recklessly punched toward the black-clad figure's chest. Boom! A cold gleam flashed in Kai Wenwen's eyes, testing who was faster. "I'll kill you first." His movements quickened, aiming for Jiang Hao's neck. The black-clad figure's heart leaped with joy. A student had no combat experience and dared to act so recklessly. He was truly looking for death. But the next moment, he couldn't smile anymore, as his fingers felt like they had struck steel, nearly breaking them. How is this possible? Kai Wenwen stared in shock at the unharmed Jiang Hao. How could his neck be so hard? Golden Bell Shield. Damn it. How could he have trained the Golden Bell Shield to this level? He could even pierce steel. The black-clad figure screamed inwardly. At the same time, he saw Jiang Hao's fist coming toward him and tried to evade, but it was already too late. The fist landed with a thud on the black-clad figure's chest. Crack! The black-clad figure's chest instantly caved in. Thud! Kai Wenwen felt like he had been struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling. He crashed against the wall, causing the ward to shake. Kai Wenwen looked at Jiang Hao in terror, wondering how his punch could be so powerful. Holding his chest, he turned to flee. There was no chance left to seize the level 7 blood activation pill today. He had to escape and seek another opportunity. But Jiang Hao wouldn't be given the chance to run. As soon as he turned, Jiang Hao's fist was upon him, the scorching wind from the punch making Kai Wenwen's scalp tingle. If he didn't T-block it, he would be killed. Kai Wenwen hurriedly reached out to intercept Jiang Hao's punch. Crack! Boom! But his hurried attempt to block was futile. He couldn't withstand Jiang Hao's fist, and his arm was instantly broken. The punch struck his chest again, sending him flying into the wall, creating a dent and cracks in it. Kai Wenwen let out a cry, spitting out blood mixed with chunks of his internal organs, staring at Jiang Hao in rage. Jiang Hao's punch had shattered his insides, completely collapsing his chest. Kai Wenwen let out an enraged roar, his body trembling uncontrollably. He knew that if he didn't fight desperately now, he would definitely not escape. But it was already too late to fight. There was a slight chance at the start. Now, with such severe injuries, half of his strength was gone, and whether he could unleash even half of what remained was uncertain. Stop! I am. Kai Wenwen's furious shout was interrupted by Jiang Hao's fist, which rained down like raindrops upon him. At first, he could still block a few, but before long, his arms were broken, leaving him to passively endure the blows. Boom! 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 Kai Wenwen was beaten against the wall like a rag doll, his bones shattered all over. Even his face was unrecognizable from the beating. When Jiang Hao finally stopped, Kai Wen had become a flattened mess, devoid of any human shape. What were you trying to say just now? Jiang Hao coldly asked the black-clad figure. Kai Wen stared blankly at Jiang Hao, slowly sliding down to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 51. Absolute Kill on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked coldly at the body lying on the ground. Now, even if Kai Wen came, he would only be able to recognize his brother by his clothes. Jiang Hao had previously prevented him from speaking to avoid revealing his identity, wanting to beat him to death. How dare he come to steal his level 7 blood activation pill? He was truly tired of living. When Jiang Hao first saw Kai Wen, he had sensed his greedy gaze. Although well concealed, Jiang Hao was very sensitive to such expressions. He never expected to encounter him in the ward. In fact, he had envisioned many scenarios of meeting Kai Wen, but never thought he would come in alone and only attempt to steal at the last moment. It seemed he wanted to monopolize it. He was also afraid that news of Jiang Hao possessing the 7th level blood activating pill would spread too quickly, attracting too many people's covetousness. This was also the reason why Jiang Hao rushed to the hospital so quickly. He was afraid that cult members would team up to kill him. This blood-activating pill cost him 50,000 enhancement points to refine, and losing it would be heart-wrenching. Looking at Kai Wen's corpse, he couldn't exchange it, as it was in public, and he couldn't expose the existence of the system. Jiang Hao turned to look at the window, where shards of glass lay everywhere, but there was no one outside peeking in. Jiang Hao turned and left the ward, planning to find Dr. Chen to transfer his uncle to another room and continue treatment. However, as soon as he entered Dr. Chen's office, he saw Dr. Chen lying on the ground. Jiang Hao was startled and immediately checked Dr. Chen's condition, finding that he had only been knocked unconscious and was otherwise unharmed. This relieved Jiang Hao, but as he surveyed the office, his heart sank again. The 7th level blood activating pill was missing. It had been stolen. Damn, Kai Wen, you fool. You didn't even realize you were ambushed. Jiang Hao cursed angrily. It was obvious that this was a case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lay in wait, and Kai Wen had been followed. This made Jiang Hao furious. So many people were coveting his 7th level blood activating pill. Jiang Hao helped Dr. Chen up, wanted to wake him to see if he had any clues. His pill was not so easily taken. He had placed tracking medicine in the box, which could directly trace back to it. He had also put a tracking agent in the pill. As long as it hadn't been consumed, Jiang Hao would be able to track it. Just as he helped Dr. Chen up, he saw a note on the ground that had been pinned down by Dr. Chen earlier. Jiang Hao looked at the note and read it out loud. This made Jiang Hao's gaze sharpen. This person was coming for him, not for the 7th level blood activating pill. So why didn't he take the chance to ambush him while he was fighting with Kai Wen? Why go through the extra trouble? Jiang Hao found hard to understand. Could it be that he didn't want his life, but instead was interested in something else about him? Jiang Hao pondered, but couldn't think of anything else that could attract someone. It couldn't possibly be that they liked him as a person, right? Upon thinking this, Jiang Hao felt a chill down his spine and his expression turned cold. No matter who you are, since you dare to steal my pill, then I will come meet you. At this moment, the hospital was in chaos due to his battle with Kai Wen, and the hospital's security personnel had come to handle the situation. Seeing Kai Wen's tragic state, they were shocked and gasped. How much hatred must there be to shatter every bone in the enemy's body? They felt tense, and when they saw Jiang Hao approaching, their initially fierce expressions softened. Mr. Jiang, is this the villain who came to steal your medicine? Asked Security Captain Zhao Baolong. Jiang Hao nodded. It's been stolen again? Zhao Baolong was truly angry this time, and also felt a bit ashamed. The hospital he was in charge of had allowed a guest to be robbed twice, and the doctor was knocked out in his office. It was simply too rampant, showing no regard for him at all. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find clues, Zhao Baolong said, full of righteous indignation. Okay, thank you. By the way, when Dr. Chen wakes up, have him help my uncle change to another room. I will go chase after the thief. Jiang Hao pointed at you to hide. Don't worry, we will take care of it. This is all our fault, sorry, Zhao Baolong said apologetically. It's fine, the thieves are too cunning. No one can keep an eye on them all the time. I'm leaving now, Jiang Hao reassured Zhao Baolong. These words were just for show. Even if Zhao Baolong truly felt guilty, what could he do? Helping with medical expenses was all handled by Shaojing City. If Zhao Baolong had that ability, he wouldn't be stuck here doing security. As for compensation, that was even less to be expected. It was an accident, and they weren't responsible. Anyway, there would be plenty of excuses, and Jiang Hao didn't want to waste his thoughts on that. Looking at the panel, Jiang Hao hurried along while opening the lottery module. He exchanged all his enhancement points for lottery chances. Continuous draw. The lottery will started spinning with a whirring sound. Congratulations. Host, you have won 10 third-level blood activating pills. Congratulations, host. You're just one step away from winning. Congratulations, host. You have won a bottle of purified water. Congratulations, host. You have won a pair of celestial silk stockings. Congratulations, host. You have won a divine thunder talisman. Congratulations, host. You have won a piece of black iron. Jiang Hao looked at the rewards he had won from the lottery and nearly died of anger. Damn, the lottery was indeed the most rigged. Out of 16 draws, he only won 3 times. The rest were either empty, fried rice, or purified water. What the hell do I want with fried rice? And purified water? Do I look like someone who lacks water? Are these mundane items not beneath the system? Why did I draw such garbage? Fortunately, these 3 wins made Jiang Hao feel like it wasn't a waste. 10 third-level blood activating pills, a divine thunder talisman, and a piece of black iron. The third-level blood activating pills still had some use. They could be exchanged for enhancement points or sold. The black iron could be used to forge weapons. It was said that once one entered university, they would start forging their own weapons. This piece of black iron was still somewhat useful. As for the divine thunder talisman, it astonished Jiang Hao. It could summon 9 bolts of divine thunder in an instant to blast the target. The power of this divine thunder was said to be something even innate realm warriors couldn't withstand. But he didn't know what level the person who stole his pill was. Would 9 bolts of thunder not be enough to kill him? Jiang Hao immediately hailed a taxi and headed straight for Xiaojiao. Now, his panel was completely empty, and he urgently needed enhancement points to fill the void in his heart. Just as someone was delivering themselves to his door. He just didn't know if there would be a corpse left after the thunder struck. Meanwhile, at Xiaojiao, Jin Yunhe was waiting alone for Jiang Hao's arrival. He had even brought his child along to have him fight Jiang Hao and see who was stronger. It would be even better if he could kill Jiang Hao. He had also contacted the Moon God cult members to come collect the corpse. Chapter 52, Don't Blame Me. On a small hillside in Xiaojiao, Jin Yunhe stood alone with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought while looking at the bright moon. No one knew what he was thinking. Under the bright moonlight, behind him was his son, the chubby Jin Mingyu. He looked like a round ball, with his eyes almost completely squished into slits. In front of Jin Mingyu was a pot of wine, along with roasted chicken, roasted pig, and the signature dish Dompa pork from Osmanthus restaurant. Jin Mingyu was enjoying a feast, eating to his heart's content. Dad, come eat some. We still have to deal with Jiang Hao later. It takes a lot of energy. Jin Mingyu called to Jin Yunhe with his mouth full. Still eating? Look at you. You're as fat as a ball. Can you even fight? Jin Yunhe scolded, not in a good mood. Ha ha ha, Dad. You don't understand. My strength increases the more I eat. All this fat is my armor. Just think about it. If they hit me now, would it even hurt? Jin Mingyu said proudly with a look of you don't understand. When I fight with those from a moon god cult, I don't even need to do anything. I just crash into them. Jin Mingyu laughed disdainfully. Jin Yunhe was left speechless by his son's nonsense. He felt something was off, but didn't he know how to refute it. If you eat like this and get so fat, how will you find a girlfriend in the future? Jin Yunhe tried to educate his son from another perspective. Haha, you mean those beans sprout like girls? I wouldn't even look at them. If I pressed down on them, they'd almost get crushed to death. What I want is a woman who can handle my body. Jin Mingyu laughed heartily. Those women who pursue being slim, he looks down upon greatly. Only when a person gains weight can they have strength, be able to fight, and withstand blows. If it's just bones, one punch would shatter them completely. Jin Mingyu picked up a roasted piglet and, with a wide mouth, bit off its head. Crunch, crunch. The sound of Jin Mingyu chewing echoed on the scene, as if he were chewing on steel. His teeth were extremely white and sharp. The bones of the roasted piglet were crushed in his mouth like fruit, then swallowed down into his stomach. He finished the whole roasted piglet in 5 bites, stuffing the tail into his mouth, crunching and sucking on his fingers. With a look of intoxication, still wanting more. Picking up the wine jug on the ground, he gulped it down, golden liquid flowing down his mouth. Ah, refreshing. Delicious. Ho-Ha Building truly deserves to be the best restaurant in Hengyang City. This dish is indeed delicious. Jin Mingyu put down the jug and exclaimed in admiration at the bright moon. This made Jin Yunhe feel quite helpless. Such a slim person actually gave birth to a glutton. Just then, footsteps echoed from the foot of the mountain, and both of them turned their heads to look down. A figure was slowly climbing up the mountain. They could clearly see that it was Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao is coming. This Jiang Hao really has some guts. He actually dares to come alone. Jin Mingyu picked up a beggar's chicken and started eating. He does have some guts. Jin Yunhe looked at Jiang Hao's figure. His expression complicated. Jiang Hao looked at the two people above and slowed his pace, leisurely walking up the slope. Mr. Jin, it's you. Jiang Hao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the figure looking at the bright moon with hands behind its back. It's me. Jiang Hao, you really have guts. You actually dared to come alone. Jin Yunhe looked at Jiang Hao with admiration. Didn't Mr. Jin say so? I relied on the elixir to improve. That elixir is my support, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Since you know it is your support, why did you lose it? Jin Mingyu mocked. Jiang Hao turned to look at the person sitting on the ground, his expression somewhat confused. He's my son. He came here this time because he heard you are very powerful and wants to spar with you, Jin Yunhe said with a smile. I brought you here this time to facilitate both of you, to let you two spar with each other. As he spoke, Jin Yunhe took out a box containing a 7th grade blood vitality pill and threw it to Jiang Hao. This is your elixir. I'll return it to you first. Jiang Hao caught the box, and upon seeing that the elixir inside had indeed not changed and smelled the same, he confirmed it was the one taken from him. All right, I'm more than happy to accompany you. Jiang Hao put the box into his storage space. He absolutely did not believe that Jin Yunhe's intention was simply to bring him here to spar with his son. Jin Yunhe watched the disappearing 7th grade blood vitality pill, his expression changing slightly. This Jiang Hao seems to be more than he appears to be, hiding some big secrets. Perhaps there's more than just one 7th grade blood vitality pill. Maybe even other big secrets. Good. I like straightforward people like you. Jin Mingyu stood up and laughed loudly. His voice echoed far into the night, making Jiang Hao's ears thrum. Jiang Hao shifted his gaze. While sitting, he hadn't noticed. However, once Jin Yunhe's son stood up, he emanated a fierce aura like a wall. I'm Jin Mingyu. I heard you're strong, so let us spar today to determine who is superior and who will live or die. Jin Mingyu said with a smile as he walked in front of Jiang Hao. Tonight, only one person can leave here alive. All right. Jiang Hao flashed a brilliant smile. Then let us go. Jiang Hao extended his hand. Straightforward. I almost don't want to kill you. Jin Mingyu laughed heartily. Kill. Suddenly, Jin Mingyu shouted, his body shooting towards Jiang Hao like a cannonball. Boom! Jin Mingyu's body flew into the air, crashing down towards Jiang Hao, the air around him producing a sharp whistling sound. Jiang Hao felt a shadow loom over him, as if a mountain was pressing down. Jin Yunhe turned away, unable to watch Jiang Hao get killed. Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself. Jin Yunhe silently thought. Jiang Hao shifted his foot, executing the gale step, his body moving like a breeze, instantly escaping the range of Jin Mingyu's attack. Boom! Jin Mingyu's body hit the ground, creating a massive crater, and the entire ground trembled as if there had been an earthquake. Jin Mingyu's body bounced up like a rubber ball, crashing down beside Jiang Hao. You have some skill to escape, Jin Mingyu said with a sinister grin, slowly approaching Jiang Hao. Chapter 53, Digging Out the Heart. Jiang Hao. If you can defeat my son, then no one will dare to discuss you at school. And I will also clear your name for you. Jin Yunhe turned his head and said. He looked at Jiang Hao in surprise, as he had managed to escape his son's lethal blow. Many people before had not been able to escape from his son's attack. Thank you for your concern, teacher. I really like my current situation, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Jiang Hao, don't blame me. If you die today, it just proves you're not strong enough. Jin Yunhe looked at Jiang Hao and said after a moment of silence. He then turned his head away, no longer looking at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao let out a cold laugh, then looked at Jin Mingyu. Shall we continue? Sure. Actually, what I despise the most are you bean sprouts. You're too weak. Jin Mingyu slowly approached Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao saw Jin Mingyu approaching slowly and immediately understood his plan. He wanted to engage in close combat. So confident, Jiang Hao looked at Jin Mingyu with cold eyes. This Jin Mingyu appeared to be a 6-star martial artist, but he emanated a scent that Jiang Hao was very familiar with. It was the scent of the divine, the kind he had once exchanged for a divine statue. He was very familiar with it. It seems this Jin Mingyu is a member of a cult. Jin Yunhe is hiding it well. The homeroom teacher of the martial arts elite class in the human race, and his son is actually a cult member. By day, he pretends to educate students in the classroom, telling them never to become cult members, and that they should kill cult members upon sight. By night, he takes his son to hunt humans, sacrificing them to the divine to increase his own strength. Even Principal Mei Tianheng did not detect anything unusual about Jin Yunhe. What a skillful act. Jiang Hao looked at the turned back of Jin Yunhe, feeling a chill in his heart. How many people in the human race are like Jin Yunhe, living in the human race, but their hearts belong to a cult, worshipping the divine? Thump, thump, thump. Slowly closing in, Jin Mingyu began to run, charging at Jiang Hao like a tank. The ground shook and trembled with Jin Mingyu's movements. Come at me, Jin Mingyu roared. His face twisted as he charged forward. Jiang Hao shifted his foot and dodged Jin Mingyu's charge directly, but he found that although Jin Mingyu was quite fat, he was very agile. After charging out, he was able to turn immediately and charge at Jiang Hao again. He attempted to encircle Jiang Hao, limiting his range of movement. The distance of his attacks was getting shorter and shorter. Shadows surrounded Jiang Hao, creating gusts of wind that tore through the space. Dust flew in the center and grass. Leaves and stones were scattered everywhere. Jiang Hao had not made a move, continuously using the gale step to observe Jin Mingyu's charge. Let us see how long you can dodge. Jin Mingyu roared in fury. He had never seen anyone so fast, at such a close distance. Jiang Hao still managed to evade him. Jin Mingyu punched towards Jiang Hao's face, tearing through the air. A golden sheen flashed across Jiang Hao's face as he looked faintly at Jin Mingyu. He stood there unmoving, taking Jin Mingyu's punch head-on. Boom! Jin Mingyu felt as if he had struck a massive bronze bell, producing a loud sound. Crack! Jin Mingyu's arm made a cracking noise, broken by the tremendous rebound force. Jin Mingyu covered his broken arm and staggered back a few steps, staring in shock at Jiang Hao, letting out a scream of anger and pain. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao stood in place, looking at him calmly, completely unharmed. You have great strength, but you didn't hit the target. Jiang Hao commented with a smile. Hee. It's time for me to get my revenge, right? Jiang Hao slowly lifted his foot off the ground and walked towards Jin Mingyu. A hint of ferocity flashed in Jin Mingyu's eyes as he took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Enduring the excruciating pain, he reattached his broken arm, which immediately healed under the pill's effects. He still couldn't fight with full strength, but he was no longer a burden. A brutal look crossed Jin Mingyu's face as he approached Jiang Hao. The golden bell shield, Jiang Hao, I didn't expect you to have cultivated it to this level. It truly surprises me. Jin Yunhe's voice sounded from the side, startling Jin Mingyu. It was indeed the golden bell shield. Teacher, there are many more things that could surprise you. Just wait and see, Jiang Hao replied with a smile. Mingwe. There's a trick to breaking the golden bell shield before mastering it completely. If you hit this trick, you can break his golden bell shield. The trick is usually hidden under the armpits or on the buttocks or on the top of the head. Anyway, it's in a place that's easy to protect. Jin Yunhe sneered. All right, Jiang Hao, let me see where your trick is. Jin Mingyu revealed a sinister smile upon receiving his father's hint. Jiang Hao glanced at Jin Yunhe and displayed a radiant smile. Sure, come and find out. Jin Yunhe looked at Jiang Hao, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect Jiang Hao to become so difficult to deal with. Perhaps he had already reached this level of cultivation and had been hiding it before. Jin Yunhe thought to himself, this person must not be allowed to live tonight, or else he would never have peace again. The entire Jin family could even perish at Jiang Hao's hands. Mingwe, don't hold back, kill him. Jin Yunhe shouted coldly. Okay, kill. Jin Mingyu roared, throwing a punch. You have a golden bell shield, and I have fat on me. Let us see whose defense is stronger. Jin Mingyu sneered. Jiang Hao saw Jin Mingyu's figure, chuckled coldly, truly seeking death. He threw a punch, and both sides collided with a loud bang. They both recklessly struck at each other. Boom! Jin Mingyu's fist landed on Jiang Hao, producing an explosive sound. He didn't care. He just wanted to test how strong the golden bell shield's defense really was while also finding out Jiang Hao's trick. Just as he was about to lift his fist again to strike, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that a piece of fat had been gouged out by Jiang Hao, exposing the white bones inside, and blood immediately began to flow out. While he was stunned, Jiang Hao's hand reached again, as if it were an excavator, swiftly gouging out another piece of flesh from his body. Ah! Jin Mingyu screamed in agony, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. 2 pieces of flesh had been gouged out from his chest, leaving a wound as large as a plate, blood gushing out. You're seeking death. Jin Mingyu glared at Jiang Hao in fury. He tried to reach out and grab Jiang Hao to crush him, but as soon as he extended his hand, he felt a sharp pain in his fingers. Jiang Hao had gouged out one of his fingers. Jin Yunha's eyes widened at this scene. Mingwei, be careful. Jiang Hao, do you dare? Jin Yunha felt a wave of fear. This Jiang Hao had been hiding so deeply, and Mingwei was no match for him. But it was too late. Jiang Hao reached out and ripped out Jin Mingyu's heart. Chapter 54, Beaten to Death on My Heart. Jin Mingyu looked in terror at the heart in Jiang Hao's hand, then glanced down at the large hole in his chest. It was completely empty. His heart was gone. Breaking through your fatty defenses is really easy. Isn't it? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Just like digging a grave. You just need to dig little by little. Saying this, he brought the heart to Jin Mingyu's face and crushed it in front of his terrified, longing eyes. Pop! The heart was crushed into a mushy mess. Jin Mingyu let out a miserable scream, his eyes gradually losing their luster, and his body collapsed like a wall. Boom! The small hillside of the Shao family was shaken. Mingwei! Jin Yunha rushed to Jin Mingyu's side, calling out loudly. You actually killed my son. Jin Yunha glared at Jiang Hao, roaring in anger. Isn't this what you all said? To compete in strength and decide life and death? Jiang Hao asked in astonishment. You can't blame me. It's the rules you set. Jiang Hao shrugged. Hearing this, Jin Yunha felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly suffocating with rage. Why you? He trembled, pointing at Jiang Hao, unable to speak. Looking at Jin Mingyu, who was devoid of life, Jin Yunha felt darkness creeping in. His chest ached. All his years of effort had been killed by Jiang Hao. He had joined a moon god cult for Jin Mingyu, hunting down so many outstanding students, only for him to die like this. The flames of fury burned fiercely in his heart, threatening to consume him whole. Yeah. Jin Yunha laughed bitterly at Jiang Hao. Do you know how much effort I put into him? You actually killed him just like that? Jin Yunha roared in anger. I want you to accompany my son in death. Jin Yunha crazily shouted as he lunged at Jiang Hao. Teacher, I told you, you can't blame me. Isn't this what you taught me? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. You traitor. Jin Yunha slammed down at Jiang Hao with his palm. Rumble. His palm was as dark as iron, as if it would explode the air. Boom! Jiang Hao punched Jin Yunha's palm, the immense force sending him flying. You dare to trade punches with me? Seeking death. Jin Yunha didn't give Jiang Hao time to react and charge forward. Jiang Hao rolled away, evading Jin Yunha's pursuit. He hadn't actually been hurt. He was merely knocked back. However, Jin Yunha's strength was indeed formidable. He was at least at the 7-star warrior level. Otherwise, Jiang Hao was confident he could directly beat someone like Jin Mingyu to death. Jin Yunha struck at Jiang Hao's heart, causing Jiang Hao to feel a tingling sensation in his chest. Teacher, I'm actually very strong. Let me show you today. Saying this, Jiang Hao operated the Hengyang Sutra, his muscles bulging. He looked completely different, like a fierce beast unleashed. This ferocious aura stunned Jin Yunha. Jiang Hao looked at Jin Yunha cruelly, and with a boom, punched first into Jin Yunha's chest. Crack! Jin Yunha's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at Jiang Hao. You! Jin Yunha pointed at Jiang Hao, his face full of horror. He had actually been punched through the chest by Jiang Hao. Teacher. I told you I'm very strong. Saying this, he punched Jiang Hao's chest again. Boom! Jiang Hao was struck like a wooden stake by Jiang Hao. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Hao's body kept retreating, blood gushing from his mouth, unable to escape. Watching helplessly as the fist struck him, his body trembled violently. Teacher, I know your pain. Once you're dead, there won't be any more suffering. Jiang Hao mocked as he pounded Jiang Hao. Ha. Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Hao with unwilling eyes, his face filled with terror. He watched as his chest was pierced by Jiang Hao, his heart exploded, and even his back was penetrated. However, the warrior's strong vitality kept him from dying immediately. Don't worry, teacher. I will explain your situation to Principal Mei. You won't die for nothing, Jiang Hao said with a smile as he looked at Jiang Hao. Principal Mei should have the right to know. I will let him know how you died. Jiang Hao glared at Jiang Hao in anger, but he couldn't utter a word. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed out as he pointed at Jiang Hao, his face full of resentment. If Mei Tianhang found out about him, the entire Jin family would be implicated. He had never expected Jiang Hao to be this strong when he came, strong enough that even he, a 7-star warrior, couldn't withstand it. Jiang Hao's eyes widened as he struggled to say something, but Jiang Hao didn't give him the chance and directly punched through Jiang Hao's throat. Boom! Jiang Hao's body shook, and he completely lost his breath. Clap, clap, clap. Good. The students from the genius class are turning against each other. What a spectacular show. If I expose this, your reputation will be ruined, and you won't be able to go to university anymore. A man in a blue robe stood at a distance, watching Jiang Hao and clapping, a mocking smile on his face. Jiang Hao wiped the blood off his hands and looked at the man in the blue robe leisurely. No, you won't expose it, Jiang Hao replied with a smile as he approached the man in blue. You want to kill me, so I won't speak, right? The man in blue asked with a smile. Exactly, Jiang Hao nodded. If I kill you, no one will see it, or you can testify that he joined a cult. And I killed him. I am one of the cult members you speak of, the man in blue said with a grin. I can see that, so you must be killed. Jiang Hao nodded, his killing intent growing stronger. But I am already a 9-star warrior, even if you can fight above your level. You can't kill me, the man in blue said, taking out a cigarette and lighting it, smiling as he spoke, puffing out a smoke ring. Why don't you join my cult? You kill one, and I'll let it go as if nothing happened. The man in blue asked Jiang Hao. How about it? I'm afraid you won't be able to accommodate me. Jiang Hao sneered. Ha, that's not a funny joke. You will die. The man in blue laughed heartily, exuding a chilling aura that made Jiang Hao feel suffocated, as if the surrounding air was about to solidify. Opposite him stood a ferocious beast ready to pounce on him, making Jiang Hao's blood freeze and his scalp tingle. This person truly couldn't be matched in strength. A talisman appeared in his hand, unmistakably the heavenly thunder talisman he had drawn earlier. What's wrong? Unwilling to give up? Want to test the power of a 9-star warrior? The man in blue asked with a smile. In his eyes, Jiang Hao was hardly stronger than child. The power at this level far surpassed the combined strength he had gained before. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a crack above his head and suddenly looked up, his face filled with disbelief as he saw a dark cloud gathering in the sky. A purple lightning bolt striking down. He was horrified and wanted to dodge immediately, but he found he couldn't move, watching helplessly as the lightning descended. Chapter 55. The Unlucky El Chao. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the head of the man in blue, and his raised hands exploded, turning into a pile of flesh. The lightning continued to strike, making the man in blue tremble violently, smoke billowing from his body. A whiff of cooked meat wafted from him. He shouldn't even be called the man in blue anymore. His clothes were torn to shreds. Jiang Hao put away the heavenly thunder talisman. It could still be used 8 more times and shouldn't be wasted like this. This was also one of his trump cards. He slowly approached the man in blue, discovering that he was merely shaking, his arms smashed to pieces. His long hair was scorched, and his face looked as if it had been burned. Steam was rising from him. Jiang Hao poked him with a stick. The meat was cooked. Yet this 9-star warrior still hadn't died. He was still breathing. Are you from the moon god cult? Jiang Hao asked. Ha. The man in blue could only make a wheezing sound, unable to form a complete sentence. Before Jiang Hao could ask another question, the man in blue gasped his last breath. Damn, why did you die so quickly? I still had questions to ask. Jiang Hao angrily smashed the man's head with a slap. Jiang Hao growled in frustration. Forget it. Let's exchange all their bodies first. As for the man in blue's body, he didn't want to touch it. The corpse struck by lightning was sticky and disgusting. The flesh was cooked, and the clothes and skin were stuck together. And the man in blue had lost control of his bowels, emitting a terrible stench. Jiang Hao directly chose to exchange. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 enhancement points. A killed 9-star warrior only exchanged for 100 enhancement points. What good is that? Subsequently, Jiang Hao also exchanged the corpses of Jin Yunhe and Jin Mingyu, earning another 100 enhancement points. Better than nothing. Now he had 210 enhancement points. Jiang Hao looked at the small hill. Apart from the soil overturned in the battle just now, he couldn't find a trace of evidence of his killings. There was no need for him to destroy the corpses. The system took care of it, and he even earned some enhancement points. What a hassle-free and advantageous system. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard shouting from below the hill. Xingmei, I know you came here to help that useless Jin Mingyu, right? A man called out passionately from below the hill and rushed up quickly. Jiang Hao had nowhere to hide, even if he wanted to. But when Jiang Hao saw that the other party was wearing blue clothing, he suddenly didn't want to hide anymore. He was just worried about not finding the moon god cult chapel, and someone was delivering themselves right to his door. What a stroke of good luck. Jiang Hao shot towards a man. Shenghua, who are you? Stop. The man was startled when he saw Jiang Hao charging at him, and even more shocked when he realized Jiang Hao was about to strike. Boom! Jiang Hao threw a punch, taking the initiative. The tremor tiger fist aimed straight for the man's chest, intending to pierce through it. What guts, daring to act in front of me, El Chao. You're seeking death. After taking a few punches, El Chao immediately raised his hands to block Jiang Hao's attack. After a few punches, Jiang Hao discovered that even with a surprise attack, he couldn't kill the opponent. He merely caused El Chao some minor injuries. This left Jiang Hao a bit stunned. He knew his own strength. Ordinary warriors couldn't withstand it. Yet this El Chao had withstood his punches. As El Chao attempted to counterattack, Jiang Hao unhesitatingly took out the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. A little warrior dares to ambush me. Who gave you the courage? El Chao coldly stared at Jiang Hao as he stalked toward him. He wanted to skin this audacious warrior alive and offer him as a sacrifice. Moreover, he glanced around the scene. It was a mess, clearly showing that a fierce battle had just occurred. He had also heard a thunderclap earlier. Now, only this kid was here. Nothing else could be seen, not even the corpses. El Chao assumed that the people he was looking for had left. Jin Yunhe and his son had also departed. He would never suspect that Jiang Hao had directly killed all three of them. After all, Jiang Hao could see that Lu Chao was not even able to defeat a single finger of Xingmei. How could he possibly kill Xingmei? Just as he was about to shout to intimidate Jiang Hao, he suddenly heard a loud explosion above his head. Boom! Lu Chao looked up and was shocked to see a purple lightning bolt crashing down, exploding right above him. It directly shattered his innate vital energy, and the lightning struck down on his head. No! Lu Chao roared in anger. But it was useless. Lu Chao was struck by the lightning and fell down like a piece of wood. Luckily I have a lightning talisman. Otherwise, this would have been disastrous. Jiang Hao said with a look of lingering fear. He was not reassured by this person. After all, this person was much stronger than the previous blue-robed man. After waiting for a while, and noticing that the man still had not moved, Jiang Hao did not want to waste another lightning talisman. He ran to the side, picked up a stone, and threw at the man. Bang! Crack! The large stone directly broke Lu Chao's legs, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Lu Chao, who had already been stunned by the lightning, was jolted awake by the pain and let out a miserable scream. It's better to be cautious. He is still not dead. Saying that, he picked up another huge stone. Lu Chao looked at Jiang Hao lifting another stone and was instantly enraged. Hey, little brother, don't be impulsive. Let us talk it out. Lu Chao shouted anxiously at Jiang Hao. Damn it. If that stone falls, he might really be crushed to death. He was an innate martial artist, yet he could be killed by someone with a stone. Just thinking about it made him feel suffocated. He had worked so hard for so long to reach his current strength and status. He was truly unwilling to die like this. Lu Chao was sweating profusely and roaring. Let us talk it out. My legs are already broken by you. I can't pose a threat to you anymore. Whatever demands you have, just say it. We can negotiate. Lu Chao shouted with wide eyes, fearing that Jiang Hao would really disregard everything and smash his head with a stone. We can negotiate? Jiang Hao looked at Lu Chao and asked. We can negotiate. We can negotiate. Just tell me what you want. If you kill me, you'll get nothing. Lu Chao wiped a cold sweat and hurriedly shouted. Haha, then good. First, teach me all the martial arts you practiced. Jiang Hao said with a smile. What is the most important thing in this world? Strength. Martial arts are the most basic strength of a martial artist. Good, good. Just put down the stone, and we'll talk slowly. Lu Chao trembled and shouted while looking at the stone in Jiang Hao's hand. Damn it, he was really scared. If he accidentally dropped it, all his strength from being struck by lightning would be gone. He didn't know when he would recover. Now even a child could kill him. Chapter 56. The unfortunate Lu Chao. The martial arts we practice are not suitable for you. Lu Chao hesitated and said nervously. After all, the martial arts he practiced were granted by the cult, and his martial arts realm was also achieved through sacrifices, not through normal training methods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so powerful at such a young age. Under 30, he was already an innate martial artist. He crushed a large group of talented students. Many college graduates had not reached the innate realm even after decades. My martial arts are all granted by the cult and can only be practiced in specific environments. You can't practice them at all unless you join our cult. Lu Chao said sincerely. Being insincere wouldn't work. This villain truly could kill. He really didn't want to die so tragically. At least for now, he felt there was still a chance to save himself. Cult? Which cult are you from? Jiang Hao asked casually. The Moonlight Cult. You should have heard of it. It's one of the 10 great cults within the human realm. Lu Chao said. Oh. Jiang Hao nodded in realization. Lu Chao showed a hint of smile. He believed that the name of the Moonlight Cult was well known enough that the person in front of him wouldn't dare to act recklessly. I've never heard of it. This is the first time you've mentioned it. Lu Chao's smile suddenly froze as he looked at Jiang Hao in shock. Impossible. My Moonlight Cult is so famous. You cannot not have heard of it. Besides, how could you not if you hadn't heard of it? Lu Chao screamed inwardly, feeling very indignant. Don't worry about whether I can practice. Just teach me your cult's martial arts, and I'll take a look. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Chao and said, he had a god-level enhancement system. As long as he got the basics, it didn't matter whether it needed to be practiced in a specific environment. He could just pile up enhancement points directly. He didn't believe that if a skill name appeared, he wouldn't be able to use enhancement points to strengthen it. No, I said. Lu Chao hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. He saw Jiang Hao holding a sharp stone, circling it around the wound on his leg. Now it's my turn to make the rules. I say what goes. Jiang Hao coldly laughed at Lu Chao. Do you understand? Jiang Hao asked with a smile while stirring Lu Chao's wound with the stone. Lu Chao screamed in agony, nodding frantically, his eyes almost popping out. He gasped for breath, his whole body twitching, drenched in sweat. I understand. I understand. Please stop. Lu Chao pleaded in pain. No one who has not experienced the pain of having a stone drill into a wound can truly understand how torturous it is. It was a pain that touched the soul, and Lu Chao was gasping heavily. Don't try to be clever. Understand your current position. Jiang Hao pulled his hand out and said with a smile. Lu Chao nodded madly, his lips trembling, tears and mucus streaming down his face, looking utterly miserable. That's right. Now tell me all the martial arts you've learned. Don't hide anything. I'm also a martial artist. I can tell, Jiang Hao said with a beaming smile. I've learned the moonlight cleansing technique, which utilizes moonlight to refine one's body, making it stronger. This is a body refining technique of the Moonlight Cult. It is said that when practiced to the highest level, one can withstand heavenly lightning attacks without being harmed. Lu Chao began to recite the techniques he had practiced. When a person is under the eaves, they have no choice but to lower their head. Jiang Hao listened, secretly pondering. No wonder the heavenly lightning attack earlier didn't kill him directly. It turned out he practiced this technique. After practicing, one gains immense strength, said to be able to carry mountains and chase the moon. This technique has a total of 12 levels, but so far, no one has practiced to the highest level. Lu Chao said, Good. Tell me this technique. Jiang Hao is very interested in body refining techniques. The golden bell shield he was currently practicing was a defensive technique, which, according to the game, was a method for defending against physical attacks. The moonlight cleansing technique in front of him was obviously a method for defending against magical attacks. If successfully practiced, he wouldn't have to fear magical attacks in the future. He had heard that fierce beasts were not only strong, but also many could use spells, such as ice spells, fireball spells, heavenly lightning spells, and so on. Fierce beasts had both physical and magical types. To prepare for the future, learning an additional defensive technique would increase his chances of survival. Only by surviving could he go further. Lu Chao glanced at Jiang Hao and saw he wasn't joking. So he quietly began to teach Jiang Hao the moonlight cleansing technique. Jiang Hao listened while incorporating this technique into the system, and sure enough, when Lu Chao recited it for the second time, the name of the technique appeared in the system. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth. Ha ha! It worked. Jiang Hao felt a thrill of joy. Lu Chao, on the other hand, was sneering inwardly. This technique could only be practiced with the blessing of the moon goddess. If he could practice it, I would stand on my head and eat shit. He had succeeded in his cultivation only after 2 months of sincere worship and a large number of sacrifices. Lu Chao absolutely did not believe that an outsider could cultivate this technique. He was considered a small genius within the moon god sect and received special training from the sect. Although he was a member of the sect, he also held his own pride. Jiang Hao opened the system and directly selected the moonlight cleansing technique to begin strengthening. He still had some strengthening points left, and saw that the first layer of this technique required only 200 points. He had just enough. Strengthen. Lu Chao was coldly laughing in his heart as he watched Jiang Hao, intending to see him make a fool of himself. No outsider had ever successfully cultivated this technique. Otherwise, the members of the moon god sect wouldn't be so unguarded about it. One reason was that it was difficult to practice, and the other was that it required the blessing of the moon goddess to be cultivated. Suddenly, Lu Chao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the moonlight surrounding Jiang Hao, his mouth agape in shock. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Lu Chao shouted in a frenzy. Jiang Hao's body was like a black hole, attracting the surrounding moonlight, making him appear like a giant light bulb in the pitch-black night. The moonlight poured into Jiang Hao's body like a tidal wave. His body lit up with blood acupoints, filled with moonlight. Lu Chao watched in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? An outsider actually succeeded in cultivating the moonlight cleansing technique. Lu Chao trembled as he looked at Jiang Hao, his face full of horror. How could this happen? Could he be a member of the moon god sect? Had he received the blessing of the moon goddess? Lu Chao secretly speculated. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why Jiang Hao could cultivate this technique. He had seen outsiders attempt to cultivate this technique before, and they had no reaction at all. If members of other sects tried to cultivate it, their bodies would directly collapse due to conflicting divine powers. He looked at the blood acupoints glowing on Jiang Hao's body, his face filled with fear and disappointment. Chapter 57. One of us, Lu Chao, watched Jiang Hao cultivate the moonlight cleansing technique, his mind swirling with thoughts that he couldn't calm. He secretly speculated about Jiang Hao's background. He had heard Cheng Mei mention that Jin Yunhe was going to kill a student from the genius class tonight. Could this Jiang Hao be an undercover agent sent by the moon god sect? Considering this possibility, Lu Chao looked at Jiang Hao again, and his gaze was no longer as sinister as it had been at the beginning. He even felt pleased that the moon god sect had such a genius. It took him 2 months to enter the sect, while Jiang Hao had entered in an instant. He was even more terrifying than the rumored geniuses within the sect. Truly a peerless talent destined to become the leader of the sect. After strengthening, Jiang Hao had only 10 points left, not enough for anything. He opened his eyes and was surprised to see Lu Chao actually smiling at him, and it was a very friendly smile. This left Jiang Hao astonished. He had beaten him into such a state, yet he could still smile? Did he not hit hard enough? Or had he hit too hard, making him lose his mind? What are you laughing at? Jiang Hao asked lightly. Little brother, are you one of us in the sect? Lu Chao asked with a smile. In the sect? The moon god sect? Do you think I am? Jiang Hao scoffed. Were you sent to be an undercover agent? Lu Chao asked again. No. Jiang Hao shook his head. Oh, little brother, I know the rules for undercover agents. only one person can know. But I'm the strongest in the Moon God sect in Shaojiang City. And I came from the headquarters to protect the Moon God sect. Let me know, it won't matter much. Lu Chao said, trying to smile amiably. Jiang Hao looked at the man whose leg he had broken. He was indeed strong, having survived a blow from him. Coming to protect the Moon God sect was also reasonable. But what did that have to do with him? My name is Lu Chao. We are all one of us. The flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. You get me treated first. You hit me too hard just now. Lu Chao extended his hand to Jiang Hao. Hee, I said, I'm not a member of the Moon God sect. Jiang Hao coldly looked at him. Hee, still not admitting it? You can cultivate the moonlight cleansing technique, yet you refuse to admit it? Lu Chao looked at Jiang Hao sideways, as if he had seen through him. This technique must have the blessing of the moon goddess to be cultivated, and one must have been nurtured in the church to qualify. You just entered, and you still say you're not a member of the Moon God sect? I already said, I am from the Moon God sect. I want to leak your information. Lu Chao smiled at Jiang Hao. We are all one of us. There are only the two of us here. No need to be so distant. Lu Chao extended his hand again. Hearing this, Jiang Hao finally realized. This guy named Lu Chao thought he was a member of the Moon God sect because he could cultivate the moonlight cleansing technique. According to his words, this technique must be blessed by the moon goddess to be cultivated, and one must have been nurtured in the church to qualify for cultivation. But he really wasn't a member of the Moon God sect. He had forcibly cultivated it using strengthening points. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Chao's smiling face and his outstretched hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Ha, you figured out? Jiang Hao laughed as he squatted down to help him move the stones. Hee, others don't know, but I know how to cultivate this technique. Lu Chao said, gasping in shock. The sect had told him that outsiders could not cultivate this technique. You hit me too hard. My legs are crushed like this. Lu Chao looked at his legs, which had been smashed to pieces, and suddenly said in annoyance, Hey, I didn't know you were from the Moon God sect. I always treat my enemies like this. Jiang Hao shrugged, showing an apologetic expression. You should be thankful I didn't throw stones at your head earlier. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to recognize me. Hearing this, Lu Chao was taken aback, then felt a chill down his back, and was grateful. Damn, are these younger generations really this ruthless? They want to kill someone on the first meeting, much harsher than they are. Also, give me some elixirs to apply. This injury won't heal in 10 days or half a month. Lu Chao said with great annoyance. Didn't he catch anyone? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. He hadn't expected that stealing the statues of the three major sects would lead them to start sending people to guard at night. It seemed that it would be a bit difficult to exchange for those cult statues again later. However, there was still a way. This Lu Chao had delivered himself to him. Now that he had no strengthening points left, he would have to pay a visit to the Moon God sect's church. No, the heads of the three major churches were so afraid of being held accountable by the headquarters that they all ran away. They haven't found anyone yet, and we don't even know who is so insane as to steal the statues. Lu Chao said with deep disgust. How inhumane. It's like we have grudges against each other, but the enemy actually digs up your ancestors' grave. Who can stand that? Lu Chao shook his head, feeling speechless. Jiang Hao smiled awkwardly. The person who stole the statue was him. Now that all the major sects had begun to send people to guard at night. After all, it was a joke that a statue from a church had been stolen. Even now, the Sun God sect had become a laughingstock in the sect community. Haha, that person is too bad, Jiang Hao said with an embarrassed smile. This isn't bad, it's immoral. Who does that? Lu Chao shouted in distress. Haha, then I'll carry you to the church of the sect. There should be someone to receive you there, right? Jiang Hao decisively changed the topic, not wanting to continue on this subject. He overheard others cursing at him. Although the other party didn't realize they were cursing at him, he still felt very unpleasant. He decided that tonight he must destroy the Moon God sect's church. Otherwise, the cursing would be for nothing. I know your difficulties. Just drop me off outside the church, and I'll call someone to pick me up. Lu Chao nodded and said, No, I have to take you into the church myself. Just say I'm a secret disciple of yours from outside, and tell them not to spread it. Jiang Hao shook his head firmly and said, I feel guilty too for hurting you like this. I must see you safely home. Lu Chao was deeply moved by these words. Only someone from within the sect could treat fellow members with such warmth, like the spring. Chapter 58, Finding the Moon God Sect's Church. Brother, thank you, don't feel guilty. If it were me, I might have been even harsher. You are right. Lu Chao began to comfort Jiang Hao. What a good person. How could he have ever thought of attacking him? If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have suffered such harsh treatment from the other party. Big brother, please don't say that. Saying this only makes me feel more guilty. Jiang Hao countered him. After all, he had come looking for Sheng Mei, and that Sheng Mei was the woman he had killed before. If he didn't divert Lu Chao's attention, they might not reach the Moon God Sect's church without falling out. Anyone who comes out at night looking for a woman must have deep feelings for that Sheng Mei, or he might be unilaterally infatuated with her. If Lu Chao found out he had killed Sheng Mei, he might very well turn against him. Jiang Hao wanted to avoid this unexpected occurrence. Haha, brother, there is no need to feel this guilty. We both have faults, and we're too impulsive. However, we wouldn't have met if we hadn't fought. You and I hit it off right away, and I, Lu Chao, have made a friend, Lu Chao said, feeling very touched. Big brother, second brother, big brother, second brother. Ha ha ha, this trip is not in vain. Meeting a hero like second brother is worth it. Lu Chao laughed heartily. Big brother, I'm also very happy. Tonight, I followed Jiang Hao out, who knew they would fight for a while, and that person would start a flee. They chased after him, and I didn't have time to pursue. Then you came. Jiang Hao explained the night's actions. Sigh, it was a lucky coincidence. Thankfully, we ran into each other. Otherwise, we might never have met, Lu Chao said with emotion. By the way, second brother, how many people did you see chasing after him? Lu Chao suddenly asked. I didn't see clearly. It seemed like 3. Their speed was too fast, especially the last one in the blue robe. His speed was like lightning. And I didn't see clearly before the figure disappeared. Jiang Hao shook his head. My strength is still too low. Otherwise, I could have seen who they were trying to kill, Jiang Hao said with a look of regret. Hearing this, Lu Chao's concern eased, and his wariness towards Jiang Hao completely dissipated. He was originally worried that Sheng Mei might have been killed by Jiang Hao. After all, his divine thunder was too domineering. Even the qi he cultivated was shattered, and he was left paralyzed. That was terrifying. Sheng Mei was only a 9-star warrior and had not practiced the moonlight cleansing technique, so she had no immunity to divine thunder. If she encountered divine thunder, it would indeed be dire. At this moment, when Jiang Hao said he saw Sheng Mei chasing after someone, Lu Chao completely relaxed. Haha, it's okay. Your cultivation time is still short. With your talent, I believe it won't be long before you can make waves throughout the human race. Lu Chao laughed and comforted him. He had seen Jiang Hao's talent, which was terrifying. He had mastered the moonlight cleansing technique in just a few minutes. He had overwhelmed many prodigies within the sect. Who has ever heard of someone mastering a profound technique in just a few minutes? Such talent was too terrifying and unprecedented. Thank you for the encouragement, big brother. By the way, which way do we go next? Jiang Hao asked with a shy smile, just like someone who is bashful after being praised by an elder. This way, our Moon God Sect's church is located in a bar. Our worship times are different from other sects. They're during the day, while we are at night. The bar is the best cover, Lu Chao said with a smile. You must be an undercover sent by the headquarters, right? How come you don't even know the location of the church? Lu Chao asked in surprise. Big brother, you don't know. Once you enter the prodigy class, it's hard to get out of school. You're required to practice diligently, and there are many martial arts techniques to train every day, leaving no time to go out, Jiang Hao said helplessly. Moreover, before coming here, it was instructed that you could only contact the sect after getting into university. Contact was not allowed before. Jiang Hao quickly thought and began to fabricate a story. He almost believed it himself. Hearing this, Lu Chao suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. Oh, I didn't think of that. Indeed, sending you there is to get into university and learn the martial arts techniques. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. Lu Chao laughed in realization. Go directly to the night bar on Victory Road and enter through the back door. Lu Chao began to guide Jiang Hao. All right, big brother. Hold on tight. I'm starting to run, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Okay, I want to see how fast your speed is. Ha ha, Lu Chao laughed. Woo-woo. Before he could close his mouth, a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing him to make a wailing sound. He didn't expect this little brother to be so fast. Catching him off guard, he quickly closed his mouth and didn't dare to speak on the way, watching the scenery rush by, which also surprised Lu Chao. This speed was almost comparable to Xingmei's. Although he couldn't match her, catching up would still require some effort. This made Lu Chao pay even more attention to Jiang Hao. With such good talent and speed, his future achievements would definitely be significant. Making good connections now would definitely be useful in the future and could even provide him with great help. Soon, they arrived at the night bar on Victory Road. Is it from here? Jiang Hao asked, pointing to a small door. Yes, it's from here. Lu Chao nodded. Jiang Hao knocked on the door using the method Lu Chao taught him. 3 short knocks and 1 long. The door opened quickly. Who are you? Are you Lord Lu? Why do you look like this? The person inside asked in shock upon seeing Jiang Hao carrying Lu Chao. Let me in quickly. Get the doctor from the sect to come and help me heal. Lu Chao shouted loudly. Yes, yes, I will call someone right away. The person, seeing Lu Chao's injuries, immediately began to call for help. Jiang Hao followed their guidance and put Lu Chao down. Big brother, I want to go to the church to worship the goddess. Is that convenient? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Unlike some current disciples who only think about their own interests and neglect to worship the gods. Go ahead. I think you haven't worshipped in a long time. Xiao, and take my brother to the church. Lu Chao began to instruct. Mr. Jiang, please follow me. Xiaoan said with a smile. Thank you. Jiang Hao said seriously. No need, no need. You are Lord Lu's brother. It is my honor to serve you. Xiaoan waved his hands excitedly, clearly very thrilled. Those in high positions are always this polite. Xiaoan, is there anyone guarding the church now? Jiang Hao asked again. There is one person. Although our church is not afraid of someone stealing the statue, we have arranged for someone to guard it. But it's just a formality. No one can steal the statue of our church. Xiaoan said confidently. Hearing this, an unusual smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face, which he quickly concealed. Soon, they arrived at the church. At the entrance, there was only an old man watching a TV drama. Xiaoan brought him inside, but the old man didn't pay attention at all, focusing intently on his phone. Chapter 59, Exchanging the Statue. Mr. Jiang, you can worship the goddess now. I'll wait for you outside. Xiaoan said to Jiang Hao with a flattering tone. As she spoke, she stepped back and thoughtfully closed the door. Inside the church, Jiang Hao was the only one present. He never expected things to be so easy. None of the rehearsed lines were needed. This made Jiang Hao feel a bit absurd. The Moon Goddess Church was so unguarded against an outsider like him, letting him be inside the church so freely. It was truly surprising. However, considering the misunderstanding with Lu Chao before, along with Lu Chao's status in the Moon Goddess Church in Shaojiang City, it all seemed to make sense. Life is unpredictable. It's truly hard to foresee the affairs of the world. Jiang Hao opened the system, revealing the statue of the Moon Goddess. Found a statue of the Moon Goddess can exchange for 60,000 enhancement points. Do you want to exchange? Exchange. Swish. The glowing statue of the Moon Goddess vanished, and the entire church became dark and eerie, with the dim moonlight cascading down and a chilling wind blowing. It didn't feel unusual when the statue was present, but once it disappeared, the sinister atmosphere was exposed. This place had killed too many people. These beasts. They usually shouted slogans about fairness, but hunted warriors for sacrifices, gaining strength through those offerings. Outside, Xiaoan and the old man guarding the church suddenly felt a chill. However, it was winter, so they didn't think much of it and just tightened their clothing. Jiang Hao looked at the altar and opened the system, directly choosing to exchange. Found an altar of the Moon Goddess Church. Can exchange for 100 enhancement points. Do you want to exchange? Exchange. The eerie atmosphere inside the church vanished instantly. Jiang Hao lit the candles inside the church, restoring brilliance and warmth. After circling around, he found nothing else worth exchanging and opened the door to leave, also closing the church door behind him. Mr. Jiang, you're out. Xiaoan respectfully waited outside. Seeing the church brightly lit, she didn't mind, especially since Mr. Jiang politely closed the door. He was more courteous than anyone she had ever met, which made her admire Jiang Hao greatly. Well, after the worship, I finally feel at ease. Thank you. Jiang Hao smiled and said. This made Xiaoan feel as if she was bathed in spring breeze, and the old man guarding also looked up at Jiang Hao, showing a hint of a kind smile. He had never seen anyone show kindness to Xiaoan. Jiang Hao was the first. No need, mister. Jiang is too polite. Shaoan beamed, feeling very comfortable leading the way for Jiang Hao. This further impressed both Shaoan and the old man. Such a polite person, so devout to the goddess, truly a good believer. Neither of them disturbed Jiang Hao's reminiscence. Jiang Hao felt it was about time. The act could end here. Let us go. I'll come back to worship when I have time, Jiang Hao said with a hint of melancholy. Sigh. Arriving at the front yard, Lu Chao's leg was already bandaged, and he was dealing with other injuries. Second brother, are you done with the worship? Lu Chao asked joyfully upon seeing Jiang Hao. Yes, big brother, and thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I would see the goddess again, Jiang Hao said, gripping Lu Chao's hand emotionally. This also moved Lu Chao. Hey, come here often when you have a time. Lu Chao shook Jiang Hao's hand vigorously. Big brother, I'm afraid that won't be possible. I came today, but I won't be able to come again, Jiang Hao said somewhat regretfully. Lu Chao thought it was because of his undercover work and looked at Jiang Hao in realization. Big brother was confused. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and we will meet again someday, Lu Chao said, patting Jiang Hao's hand. Thank you for your comfort, big brother. I need to go. I got a call from over there, Jiang Hao said awkwardly. I can't stay with big brother anymore. So go quickly. Don't delay important matters. Lu Chao waved, urging Jiang Hao to hurry. All right, I'm leaving. Jiang Hao stood up, opened the small door, and left the nightshade bar. My brother is so loyal. Lu Chao looked in the direction where Jiang Hao disappeared and turned to Shaoan. Yes, Mr. Jiang is very loyal and kind to others. Shaoan nodded in agreement. Back home, Jiang Hao finally relaxed, throwing himself onto the bed, feeling completely drained. He opened the system and saw that he now had 116 enhancement points. Lu Chao was truly a great person, but there was also that uncle. He said he would treat him today, but unexpectedly, such an incident occurred. Looking at the enhancement points in the system, Jiang Hao felt an immense sense of happiness, his sense of security overflowing. The so-called sense of security is just having money in the bank, food at home, fuel in the car, and not being anxious. If he could grab a few more evil cult statues, he could quickly rise to a 9-star warrior, even break into innate warriors. Forget it. Let us sleep first. There is a lot to do tomorrow. Then Jiang Hao got up, washed up briefly, and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Hao fell asleep, but that night, many people were unable to sleep. This made Li Dunmei a bit angry. She called Jin Yunhe, but no one answered. She called her son, but it was the same. No one answered. Could it be that it was too late, and they had already gone to sleep? Li Dunmei looked at the night outside and checked the time. It was already 4 a.m. After thinking for a moment, she decided to close the blanket and planned to sleep for a bit, intending to find them in the morning. They really had a lot of nerve. Neither of those two was any good. In the early hours, the old man looked at the sky. Dawn was approaching. That night, apart from Mr. Jiang, no one came to worship the goddess. The old man pushed open the church door. It was still brightly lit inside, and the candles were still burning. The old man began to clean up, noticing that some incense ash had scattered on the offering table and started to clear it away. Then, he glanced at the goddess. Upon seeing this, he was instantly stunned, his mind buzzing, nearly falling to the ground, his face filled with horror. Where's the statue of the goddess? The old man panicked, frantically searching around, but he found that the altar was also gone. The old man was completely alarmed, throwing down the broom and letting out a heart-wrenching, tearful shout. Help! The statue of the goddess has been stolen. Chapter 60. His surname is Jiang. The old man's shout woke everyone in the drowsy bar. Lu Chao had not yet awakened, as his injuries were severe. He had exhausted himself in the fight last night and remained in a deep sleep. Shaoan was guarding Lu Chao and was startled awake by the old man's sharp cries. What happened? Shaoan raised her head, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and stepped outside, mumbling. Suddenly, she saw the bar's followers panicking and running towards the church. Curious, she stopped someone to ask what was going on. What happened? Why are you all so flustered? Shaoan asked. Oh, the old man guarding the church. Lu said the statue was stolen. I'm rushing over to check. The person replied impatiently, then bypassed Shaoan and ran straight towards the church. Hearing this, Shaoan was stunned. Our statue was stolen too? Just a few days ago, she had heard that the statues of the sun god, the black snake cult, and the night goddess church had been stolen, and she had laughed happily at the time. But now, She never expected their statue would be stolen too. However, the statue was located inside the church, and there was only one way to enter, the secret passage through the bar. How did the thief manage to steal the statue? And such a large statue. How could he take it away? As for storage rings and other magical artifacts, Xiao didn't even think about them. The entire human race hadn't even heard of storage artifacts. So how did he leave with the statue? Xiao couldn't understand, following behind and looking inside the church. He found that the statue had indeed disappeared. His mind buzzed, filled with noise. The statue had really disappeared. It had really been stolen. How could this be possible? Looking at the panicked believers around him, Xiao felt lost, like a headless fly, running around with the crowd. Damn it, there's no passage here. How could the statue have been stolen? Some people, skeptical, examined the structure of the church. They found that there was indeed no passage to enter. Only a hidden passage from the bar that could lead in. That's right, there's only one passage here. Did anyone see someone carrying the statue out? Wang Xian asked the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. Old Lu, who entered the church last night. Wang Xian looked at the sobbing Old Lu. Old Lu was trembling at this moment. He was supposed to guard the church, but he was watching a TV series instead. Normally, no one cared about him. But now that something had happened, he would have to take responsibility. He never expected that in such a safe environment, the statue could be stolen. His mind was in chaos, fearing punishment from the church. He truly regretted watching TV so much last night. If only he and T watched TV, the statue wouldn't have been stolen. He really regretted it. He resolved never to watch TV again. TV really harms people. Why do they make such good shows? Hey, Old Lu, stop crying. Crying is useless. Think about who came in here tonight. Wang Xian lifted Old Lu and asked. You all came in. Old Lu said, trembling. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking who entered the church last. We didn't enter the church after we finished worshipping in the first half of the night. Wang Xian anxiously asked, patting his head. Right, Old Lu, think carefully. The statue was lost in the second half of the night, and it was fine when we came out. Exactly, think hard, otherwise you're the one who stole it. This statement terrified Old Lu. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I spent the whole night watching dramas. I didn't enter the church at all. Old Lu screamed in panic. He really didn't steal it. If he was accused of this crime, it would be worse than death. He was scared. Shut up. Don't interrupt. Let Old Lu think clearly. Wang Xian, hearing the chaotic shouting, suddenly got angry and shouted, causing the surroundings to quiet down. Don't be afraid. Think carefully about who last entered the church. Wang Xian said kindly to Old Lu. Old Lu trembled as he looked at Wang Xian, his eyes panicking. Suddenly, Old Lu saw Xiao and his eyes lit up. He pointed at Xiao and shouted. He was the last one to enter the church. I remember clearly. He brought someone into the church. Instantly, everyone's gaze followed Old Lu's finger to Xiao and felt a chill run down his spine, feeling uncomfortable all over. Before Xiao could react, the crowd surrounded him. They had previously mocked the other three sects for losing their statues. But now that it had happened to them, they realized how embarrassing this was. They didn't dare to go out until they found the statue, fearing ridicule from others. Xiao, did you steal the statue? Wang Xian squinted at Xiao and questioned. No, it wasn't me. Why would I steal the statue? Xiao shouted in panic. Old Lu said you brought someone in. Who was that person? Wang Xian pressed Xiao. That person was Mr. Jiang, a friend of Lord LV. It was Lord LV who asked me to bring him to the church. Xiao, looking at the fierce Wang Xian and the other hostile believers, immediately confessed everything in terror. Is what you said true? Wang Xian grabbed Xiao's collar and asked fiercely. It's true. Everything I said is true. How would I dare to lie to you? Xiao was about to cry. You can ask Lord LV. Mr. Jiang and Lord LV are brothers. He must know Mr. Jiang's identity. Xiao cried out. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes. LV Chao, what are you doing? So many people barging in? LV Chao had just woken up and saw Wang Xian leading a crowd into his room, immediately asking angrily. What does this mean? LV Chao looked at Wang Xian in confusion. Seeing Wang Xian's serious expression, he knew something must have happened. LV Chao's mind buzzed. He couldn't believe it as he looked at Wang Xian. Impossible. He was an undercover sent by headquarters. How could he steal the statue of the church? LV Chao exclaimed. How do you know he is an undercover? Did he tell you that? Wang Shan asked in a deep voice. Do you have any evidence proving he is an undercover? Does his ability to practice the moonlight cleansing technique count? LV Chao hurriedly shouted. When Wang Shan heard this, he frowned. This technique could indeed only be practiced by people from the church. So the person from last night was indeed an undercover sent by headquarters? Do you have any other evidence? What is his name? Wang Shan asked again. His name is Jiang. LV Chao started to say the surname Jiang, but couldn't continue. His mind buzzed. He didn't even know the name of the person from last night. He only knew he had the surname Jiang. They had called each other brothers very intimately last night, and at this moment, he realized he didn't even know the other person's name. Even the surname could be fake. LV Chao was dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at Wang Shan, unable to speak. Chapter 61, You Fool. Wang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at LV Chao. You don't even know his name, do you? You don't even know the other person's name, yet you call him brother? Looking at the dazed LV Chao, Wang Shan was truly exasperated. This fool. Looking at LV Chao, it was clear that finding the statue would be difficult. Although this little Jiang city wasn't large, it wasn't small either, and there were many floating populations. It was a transit city in the central Jiao province. Trying to find one person among so many was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Hurry up and hold a meeting. What are his characteristics? Wang Shan forcibly held back his anger and shouted, trembling. Yes. Let me think. LV Chao scolded. Didn't he even care to retort? The situation was too serious. He swallowed hard, patting his head, imagining the scene of the two of them with their arms around each other last night. LV Chao suddenly remembered that when he mentioned Jiang Hao was a person of the moon god sect, Jiang Hao vehemently denied it. It was he who insisted that Jiang Hao was a member of the moon god sect, and only then did Jiang Hao admit it. So all his later claims of being an undercover were fabricated? LV Chao felt his blood boil, his veins bulging, and his hair standing on end from anger. He, LV Chao, had never suffered such a big loss. He had actively brought the other person in and even asked someone to take him to the church, closing the door to let him steal the statue properly. Come on, what are his characteristics? Wang Shan, seeing LV Chao grinding his teeth, wanted to beat him up. If he weren't the son of the headquarters incense master LV Wanhua, he would have already hung LV Chao up and beaten him. He is particularly strong, very powerful. Does that count as a characteristic? LV Chao, feeling pressured and sweating profusely, stammered. The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing this. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were up to something last night. Particularly strong, very powerful. Listen, what kind of wolfish words are these? Were you ahead, or was he ahead? Wang Shan's veins bulged, nearly unable to hold back his anger. On his appearance, physical characteristics, Wang Shan shouted, trembling all over. Lu Chao imagined Jiang Hao's physical features and realized that he had seen him too late last night and couldn't see clearly. At this moment, he found it all quite vague. He could only remember the back of Jiang Hao's head. When asked to describe him, he found he couldn't really articulate it. I just remember he was very sturdy and tall, but I can't recall anything else, Lu Chao said with a troubled expression. Shit. Wang Shan could no longer hold back and cursed directly. Is he really that tall? Wang Shan asked, clenching his fists. Yes, he's a bit taller than me. Lu Chao quickly nodded. Note it down. The thief is probably around 9 meters tall and very robust. Wang Shan shouted to those around him. Yes. What about his accent? Is he from out of town or local? What martial arts does he know? He knows Thunder Law, and he's extremely strong, ruthless. And by the way, he also knows the moonlight cleansing technique. Lu Chao quickly replied. Wang Shan fixed his gaze on Lu Chao, looking at the injuries on his legs and the wound on his head. The head injury was caused by lightning, right? So the leg injury was from being hit by the other party. How much of what you're saying is true? Does he know that person was after the statue? Does he have any leverage over that person? Will he continue to betray the church in the future? And how does he know that person can practice the moonlight cleansing technique? Thinking about these questions, Wang Shan quickly calmed down. Lu Chao felt uneasy under Wang Shan's gaze and nervously shouted, Do you have any more questions? You said he can practice the moonlight cleansing technique. How do you know that? Wang Shan coldly questioned. Lu Chao initially wanted to say that he taught it to him. If the statue hadn't been stolen, Then teaching Jiang how the moonlight cleansing technique wouldn't be an issue. But now that the statue was stolen, him teaching that person the technique made things complicated. Looking at Wang Shuren's cold, mocking face and his suspicious expression, Lu Chao felt very uneasy. What? You can't say that? Wang Shuren looked at Lu Chao coldly. Then how did you get injured? Wang Shuren asked again. You have to clarify this matter, otherwise even your father won't be able to protect you. Wang Shuren said with a cold smile. If you don't believe me, I can hand you over to headquarters right now, and you can see whether your father dares to protect you. If he does, he will lose his position. Just see if you can still act so carefree in the church without your father's protection. If that statue is found within Shaojiang City, we can still control the situation ourselves. If the higher-ups find out, then both you and your father are done for, because you won't be able to explain. Wang Shuren said, patting Lu Chao's shoulder coldly. These words made Lu Chao break into a cold sweat, feeling icy all over. His expression changed drastically as he thought about how his father would definitely kill him if he lost his position as the leader because of him. At this thought, he shivered uncontrollably, sweat pouring out as if he had been caught in the rain. Think it over. Will you clarify this with me or with headquarters? Think carefully. I'll give you half an hour. Wang Shuren patted Lu Chao's shoulder and prepared to leave. By the way, it's best not to leave this room while you're thinking. Otherwise, I'll report you for defection. Wang Shuren turned around and coldly looked at Lu Chao, causing him to shiver. No, I will clarify now. Lu Chao shouted with a cry in his voice. Although he was stronger than Wang Shuren, at this moment he felt like a lamb ready for slaughter. I'll tell everything. I'll tell everything. A smile appeared on Wang Shuren's face as he walked beside Lu Chao and began to inquire. Lu Chao recounted everything that had happened last night without daring to hide anything, as he was now fully relying on Wang Shuren to help him catch that person and not get his father into trouble. He wanted to continue being the second generation of the church. This life was too comfortable. If he had to venture out on his own, he might accomplish nothing. When he learned that he had followed Li Shengmei out, Wang Shuren's heart skipped a beat because he knew that Li Shengmei was going to deal with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's parents were actually defectors from a moon god church, and according to the church's rules, all family members of defectors must die. Jiang Hao was no exception. He had to die. Therefore, Jin Yunhe was essentially cleaning up the church's ranks. You said when you went there last night, you only saw him alone, with no one else around? Wang Shuren asked. Yes, I didn't see anyone else. Lu Chao nodded. Chapter 62. The calm Wang Shuren upon hearing this. Wang Shuren immediately turned to the followers beside him and commanded yes. The subordinate promptly called Jin Yunhe's home. Lu Chao anxiously watched those followers. No, we didn't see her. The follower shook his head. Lu Chao glanced around and saw everyone shaking their heads, and he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. This is bad. The three of them are likely in serious danger. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuren angrily slammed the table and said, Impossible. Shengmei won't die. She's too strong to die. Lu Chao shouted in disbelief. The person said that when he got there, he saw 3 figures chase after them. Wang Hao Master, please help investigate Shengmei's whereabouts. She definitely won't die. Lu Chao pleaded anxiously. Wang Shuren looked at him with a caring gaze. Do you still believe what he said? Upon hearing this, Lu Chao's face went pale and his eyes turned red. You bastard, if I catch you, I'll make your life worse than death. Lu Chao shouted, trembling. His dearest woman was likely killed by that person last night. He had even taught the other party the moonlight cleansing technique and had become close with him. Thinking of this, Lu Chao felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood, which he spat out. If you see him again, will you recognize him? Wang Shuren asked Lu Chao. Yes, I will definitely recognize him. Lu Chao clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he spoke. Good. You focus on healing. When the time comes, I'll let you identify him. Wang Shuren patted Lu Chao's shoulder. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him leave this room. Wang Shuren instructed the followers as he left the room. What if he's so strong that he tries to break out? A subordinate asked. I trust he won't. If he tries to break out, then kill him if you can. And if you can't, just let him go, and you can report him for defection. Wang Shuren said with a cold smile. This made those nearby shiver. According to the church's rules, defectors had to be killed along with their families. His father would not be spared either. Yes, we understand. Go, find Jin Yunhe's wife, and then you all go to the school to ask if he went there. Wang Shuren instructed. Also, find someone to look for Jiang Hao from 3rd High School. He is currently living in Zilong No. 1 community. Find someone to inquire about his whereabouts. Yes. Additionally, find out what major incidents happened in the city last night and have the intelligence personnel report immediately. Yes. Go. Wang Shuren waved his hand, urging them to get to work quickly. Time is money. The sooner he identifies the murderer, the sooner he can catch the person. Although he had just said that Lu Chao couldn't escape punishment, he himself was not exempt either. As the person in charge of Xiaojiang City, he too would face consequences. Moreover, given his understanding of Lu Wanbo, he would definitely shift the blame onto him to absolve his son Lu Chao. Even if he couldn't completely clear Lu Chao's name, it would at least lessen the charges, while he, as the Hall Master, might face a death sentence. Should I just defect like the leaders of the other 3 sects? He hated El Chao and Jiang Hao at this moment. If I'm not doing well, you won't have it any better, Wang Shan said fiercely. At the same time, Jin Yunhe's wife, Li Dunmei, was also in a panic, looking at the sky, which was already bright. She originally planned to find Jin Yunhe when she went to work, but now she was anxious. She got up to call Jin Yunhe and his son's phone, but none went through. All were out of service area. Li Dunmei immediately called Mei Tianheng to inquire about Jin Yunhe's whereabouts. Hearing this, Li Dunmei was completely panicked. Principal Mei, you have to help me find our old Jin. If he's gone, how am I supposed to live? Li Dunmei cried out. Okay, don't worry. I'll have someone help you find him right away. Mei Tianheng, now wide awake, got up and called the demon exorcist to help find him. After all, as a class teacher of Genius class, he was an important figure in the school, and his disappearance would be a huge loss for the school. At this moment, not only the Moon God sect was looking for Jin Yunhe, but the demon exorcists were too. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao stretched and began to wash up, preparing to go to school. Looking at the morning sun outside, Jiang Hao was in a good mood. Today would definitely be a good day. When he arrived at school, the genius class was in chaos, extremely noisy. Jiang Hao casually listened to a few topics they were discussing and realized they knew Jin Yunhe was missing. This news spread so quickly. The teacher is so powerful, yet someone harmed him. It's really too insecure, Wang Shuiqin said to her deskmate. I heard that the demon exorcists are searching for Teacher Jin with all their might. I wonder if they can find him? I don't know which villain harmed Teacher Jin. Zhao Xuanyan shouted loudly. Exactly, everyone don't panic. Even without Teacher Jin, there are other teachers in the school. Li Xian shouted along. Li Xian, do you have any conscience? The teacher treated you so well, and you say that? Zhao Chunmei stood up to scold Li Xian. Yes, Li Xian, you're simply inhuman. The teacher just went missing, and you can't wait to find a new teacher? Li Xian was left speechless as everyone began to chastise him. Even his best friend Zhao Xuanyan joined in. He couldn't argue back and could only lower his head in shame. Jiang Hao watched the spectacle from the side, thinking it was a miracle if they could find Jin Yunhe. Just then, 2 people entered the classroom, a man and a woman, Li Dunmei, Jin Yunhe's wife, and Li Xiaoyu from the Moon God sect. They immediately found Jiang Hao, and Li Xiaoyu quickly pressed the button on her mini camera to start recording. Li Dunmei was in charge of providing cover, crying as she looked at the people in the classroom. Have you seen where old Jin went? Li Dunmei cried out. The classroom immediately fell into chaos as everyone came over to comfort Li Dunmei. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyu followed behind Li Dunmei, clearly filming Jiang Hao's physical features. After comforting Li Dunmei for a long time, Principal Mei came in to announce that the class would have a new homeroom teacher, reassuring them not to worry. He also told everyone to settle down, as there was a pre-exam competition coming up, and the school would select students from the genius class to participate in the competition, which would be held across the entire human race. The prizes were very generous, so everyone should adjust their states and prepare for the selection. Chapter 63, It's Him. El Chao saw Jiang Hao in the video and was instantly furious, pointing at him and shouting, Master Wang, it's him. It's him. The one who came into the church last night is him. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian stepped forward to look at Jiang Hao in the video, and he did indeed have a robust figure. Even through the screen, one could feel a fierce aura emanating from him, with a mocking smile on his face. It was as if he were watching a show. That's it. He killed Jin Yunhe. Isn't it just like watching a show? Wang Xian looked at Jiang Hao seriously. as if wanting to imprint his appearance deeply in his mind. Shao, and is it him? Wang Xian asked Shao. Master, it's him. It's him. Shao hurriedly replied. Master, you must help me kill him. Kill him. El Chao shouted frantically. Since his debut, he had never suffered such a huge loss. Remembering how he had been chummy with Jiang Hao last night, El Chao felt like dying. His lifelong reputation was destroyed just like that. He was tricked into the church and even allowed the idol to be stolen right under his nose. Every time El Chao thought about it, he wanted to spit blood. Whenever he closed his eyes, it was Jiang Hao's shadow that surrounded him like a curse, calling him Big Brother. The members of the Moon God sect looked at El Chao with sympathy. Previously, they had respected El Chao because of his strength. Even Wang Xian treated El Chao with caution and a hint of reverence. But now, although there was still some respect, it was only superficial and secretly. They looked down on him. When El Chao saw the gazes cast at him by others, he gritted his teeth in anger, filled with hatred. His legs were still broken by Jiang Hao, and remembering how he had begged for mercy under Jiang Hao's hands made El Chao feel immense shame. So he had to kill Jiang Hao to break this mental barrier. Don't worry. No one has ever been able to provoke our Moon God sect and come out unscathed. Wang Xian patted El Chao on the shoulder, telling him not to get too worked up, as his leg wounds had begun to bleed. Not only are we hunting him down, but the other 3 sects are also looking for the person who stole the idol, right? If we tell them this news, I'm sure they'll be very happy, right? An evil smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. The other followers were stunned upon hearing this, then looked at Wang Xian with admiration. Master is wise. This way, he will be besieged by the 4 major sects, and Jiang Hao will have nowhere to run. Li Xiaoyu admired Wang Xian. Others, hearing Li Xiaoyu's words, also understood and then looked at the master with admiration, shouting that the master was wise. Wang Xian showed a humble smile on his face while looking at Li Xiaoyu with appreciation. This way, the 3 major sects can encircle Jiang Hao first, and we can reap the benefits. Li Xiaoyu spoke again. Master is wise to come up with such a strategy in such a short time. Xiaoyu admires you. Li Xiaoyu looked at Wang Xian with admiration. Ha ha ha, it's just some small tricks. Everyone go and spread the news. Wang Xian was even more satisfied with Li Xiaoyu. He had only thought of informing the 3 major sects, and the idea of reaping the benefits was something Li Xiaoyu reminded him of. Yes, the people of the Moon God sect scattered to spread the news outside. Master, please, you must hand Jiang Hao over to me. If I don't kill him, my hatred won't be relieved. El Chao gritted his teeth and shouted. I will, don't worry, Wang Xian said with a smile. He felt much more at ease now that he found the person who stole the idol. He was just afraid of not knowing who the thief was. Finding a needle in a haystack. That would be the end if the higher-ups held him accountable. He really couldn't bear it. At that time, he could only push El Chao out to take the blame and share the responsibility. That would definitely offend El Wanbua. No one could steal the idol and still live peacefully. Wang Xian looked at Jiang Hao's smiling face in the video and said heavily. Jiang Hao had no idea that he had already been targeted by the Moon God sect and would soon be pursued by the other 3 sects together. Now, their class had a new homeroom teacher. To Jiang Hao's surprise, it was actually Lu Dongdong. He thought he was just the homeroom teacher of another elite class. When Lu Dongdong came in, he winked at him with a smile, looking at the students below with a cheerful expression. The crowd looked at Lu Dongdong, exchanging glances. Lu Dongdong had a nickname in school, the Violent Madman. They had dared to confront Jin Yunhe before, but when faced with Lu Dongdong, they didn't dare to voice any dissent. There was an incident where some troublemakers came to the school and happened to cause chaos in Class 5, only to be severely beaten by Lu Dongdong, losing their teeth and having their limbs broken. A dozen little thugs ended up crying for their mothers, regretting their lack of foresight in causing trouble here. In the end, they were tortured into requesting the demon-slaying guards to come and capture them. Since then, no little thugs dared to come to the school to cause trouble again. The people from Songhai S group were afraid to enter the school because of Lu Dongdong and could only block Jiang Hao at the school gate. The rules that applied before remain unchanged. You can continue to cultivate as before. If you need my help or have difficulties in cultivation, feel free to come to me, Lu Dongdong said with a smile as he looked around. Additionally, I don't know what Teacher Jean told you about needing to hold a selection competition before the college entrance examination, but this competition is organized by the military, with very generous prizes. If you achieve a certain ranking, you can even receive personal guidance from some generals of the military. There are also substantial cash prizes, high-quality weapons, and qualifications for direct admission to universities. Lu Dongdong said slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom began to stir. The students squirmed in their seats, feeling a bit excited. In their student days, who doesn't think of themselves as a champion? They looked at Lu Dongdong with eager eyes, sparkling with excitement. This election competition is aimed at all students, not just those in your elite class. You must feel the pressure. If you get beaten by students from the regular classes, it would be a joke, and you'd lose your qualifications as elite class students. Lu Dongdong said sternly. Zhao Xiwenyan and the others scoffed. Regular class students? Teacher, are you joking? However, thinking of this, Zhao Xiwenyan couldn't help but glance at Jiang Hao. As long as they didn't encounter a freak like Jiang Hao, who was on drugs, they weren't afraid. The others also glanced at Jiang Hao, their eyes filled with disdain and hostility. Time was tight. The selection competition was to start this afternoon, beginning with internal selection, then moving to Shaojiang City, and finally to within Zhongjia Province. Layer by layer, the selection would proceed. Each province only had 100 slots, so you all need to adjust your state and prepare for the upcoming assessments. After Lu Dongdong finished speaking, the classroom erupted. There were those who were worried and those who were indifferent, feeling that their strength was just so, and they definitely wouldn't get a high rank. But passing the college entrance examination was definitely not a problem. Chapter 64. Keep a close eye on Jiang Hao. Outside the school, members of the Sun God cult and the other two major sects learned that the person who had stolen the statue was actually Jiang Hao from the 3rd Martial Arts High School. They couldn't even recruit followers. When people heard that it was a sect that couldn't even protect its statue, who would see any future in that? Every time they went to recruit followers, many left in disdain for this reason. Each time they went out, others looked at them with strange eyes, making them feel like they were pricked by needles, their faces burning with shame. They were infuriated by the person who stole the statue. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find out who had stolen the statue. They could only swallow this great loss themselves. Are you sure this news is true? The leader of the Sun God cult, Wan Qianshan, asked sternly. Good. Regardless of whether he is the one who stole our statue or not, from now on, keep a close watch on him. We can't let him escape, even if we make a mistake. Wan Qianshan said coldly and fiercely. Understood. The same situation occurred in the Night Goddess cult and the Black Snake cult. After hearing this news, they immediately sent people to the 3rd Martial Arts High School, the Zilong No. 1 community, and the 1st Martial Arts Hospital to keep an eye on Jiang Hao. They aimed to create immense pressure on him. From Lu Chao, they learned that Jiang Hao possessed a powerful lightning technique, and if they recklessly attempted to capture him, they were unsure if they could withstand the impact of that lightning technique. Seeing Lu Chao's miserable state, Wang Shiren didn't dare to act rashly. They decided to let others test Jiang Hao's strength first. The 3 major sects began to take action, causing the demon-slaying guards to become tense, keeping a close watch to prevent these cult members from causing trouble. After all, the selection competition was starting in the afternoon. You must protect the school well and not let the cult members mix in. Wu Xiaoyi of the demon-slaying guards said to the people below. Understood. Subsequently, the demon-slaying guards began issuing defense tasks to each school, and the Shaojiang City Guard team also arrived. It was evident that the city lord of Shaojiang City was taking this selection competition seriously. If they could produce a top contender, it would greatly benefit him as the city lord. During the selection period, any student still competing was not allowed to leave the school. Those who were eliminated could continue to cultivate and study normally without restrictions. Soon it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Hao and his classmates arrived at the training ground, where the arena had already been set up. The school claimed it was for all students, but there were also criteria for selection. First, they tested the students' vitality. Anyone who didn't exceed 0.8 was eliminated. Just this alone filtered out at least half the students. Then they had to duel against a martial arts puppet, similar to a video game's AI battle. And this puppet was at the level of a martial student, crafted according to the vitality standard of 0.8, with a martial technique being the fierce tiger fist. Only those who defeated this martial arts puppet had the chance to step onto the arena. If you can't even defeat an AI, what is the point of fighting against real people? This round also eliminated a large portion of the participants, leaving only a few students. Jiang Hao saw that there were fewer than 200 students from the regular class who made it, roughly the same number as those from the elite class. Those who reached this point were the best among the regular class students. Jiang Hao also noticed that Song Hai was among them. After all, Song Hai could flaunt himself at school, indicating he must have some strength. Otherwise, he would have been beaten long ago. There were also a few students from Class 5 whom Jiang Hao recognized, including the class monitor, Yang Xing, who stood proudly among them, with several boys flattering her. Soon, Principal Mei walked onto the arena and announced the rules of the competition. As before, it would be one-on-one duels, simultaneously starting 100 matches. The winners would advance to the next round. Opponents would be decided by drawing lots, making it fairer and faster, with fewer than 600 participants. All matches could be completed in 2 to 3 hours. Then there would be another round of fighting, ultimately selecting 50 people to participate in Shaojiang City's selection. After Principal Mei finished announcing, they began drawing lots. Jiang Hao opened his drawn slip and found it was a person he didn't know. But he was from elite class 2, namely Hong. However, Jiang Hao didn't mind. None of the people here could pose a threat to him. His strength as a 5-star martial artist was overwhelming here. In fact, according to Mei Tianheng and Lu Dongdong's plan, they wanted to let Jiang Hao directly enter the final slots, but for fairness, they still let him participate in the competition, only advising him to go easy and not seriously injure anyone. After all, these were still students from their own school, and they were all elite students worth investing in. The students from Elite Class 1, seeing that they hadn't drawn Jiang Hao, were immediately very pleased. When they saw Jiang Hao drew Li Hong from the neighboring class, some looked at Li Hong with glee. Although they all disliked Jiang Hao and even looked down on him, they didn't want to encounter him. Jiang Hao's strength was simply too abnormal. Li Hong also had a mournful expression on his face as he looked at Jiang Hao, feeling frustrated. He was also a member of the elite class and had seen Jiang Hao beat the students from Class 1 as if he were hitting children. He questioned whether he would be a match for Jiang Hao, but he was unwilling to admit defeat so easily. Therefore, he decided to confront Jiang Hao to see how big the gap between them was. All right, everyone, take your seats according to your numbers, and let's start the match. Principal Mei waved his hand and announced the start of the competition. Over 500 students immediately chose their platforms and took their places. The martial arts arena was huge, with half of the platforms still in use. Jiang Hao, I'm Li Hong. I hope you go easy on me later, Li Hong said with a smile. Sure, no problem. Jiang Hao replied with a smile and a nod. Here I come, Li Hong asked with a grin. Come on, don't be afraid. Jiang Hao waved him over. Li Hong's expression turned serious, his body tense like a tiger or leopard. With a bang, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of Jiang Hao. Seeing Jiang Hao still standing there motionless, Li Hong felt a surge of joy in his heart. Jiang Hao wasn't as formidable as they said. At least he was lacking in speed. He planned to use his speed to bridge the gap between them. With that thought, Li Hong threw a punch at Jiang Hao's neck like an arrow. He aimed to knock Jiang Hao out with one punch. If Jiang Hao reacted, he wouldn't have another chance. As his fist got closer, Li Hong's smile grew wider. Ha! He was going to defeat Jiang Hao. Who would dare provoke him in the future? Jiang Hao turned his head, looking calmly at Li Hong's incoming punch. Chapter 65. What are you laughing at? Bang! Li Hong's fist struck Jiang Hao's neck with a loud thud. Ha! Hearing that sound, Li Hong couldn't help but burst into laughter. His loud laughter attracted the attention of those around him. Li Hong laughed triumphantly, his fist still resting on Jiang Hao's neck. Jiang Hao looked at the laughing Li Hong with a calm expression. The scene was quite bizarre. Everyone was confused about what Li Hong was laughing about and why Jiang Hao didn't block him. It was just Li Hong laughing wildly, like a victorious rooster returning home. What are you laughing at? Jiang Hao asked lightly. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's voice, Li Hong's laughter abruptly stopped, and he stared at Jiang Hao in shock. Why are you not hurt? Li Hong shouted in disbelief. Your punch had no strength behind it, so light. And you call yourself a martial artist. Jiang Hao looked at him with disdain. I wish I were hurt, but your strength is too weak. Even if I wanted to cooperate, I couldn't, Jiang Hao said provocatively. Ha! The teachers and students watching burst into laughter at Jiang Hao's words. Li Hong's face turned red with embarrassment and anger. He had used at least 70% of his strength, yet he couldn't even harm Jiang Hao. After all, this was the neck, a vital point. What kind of monster was he? At that moment, the laughter around him felt particularly piercing to Li Hong. Thinking of his earlier foolish laughter, he wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. He was so embarrassed he could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. The strange looks cast in his direction made him feel like he was being pricked by needles. I'll give you another chance. Want to try again? Jiang Hao offered, exposing his neck and pointing to it for Li Hong to hit him again. This made Li Hong so furious he was about to explode. There was no way to bully someone like this. Even if you're strong, you shouldn't treat people this way. Besides, he had just been afraid of seriously injuring Jiang Hao, so he held back some strength. Now Jiang Hao was openly provoking him. With red eyes, Li Hong glared at Jiang Hao. Come on, why are you still dazed? Jiang Hao shouted, patting his neck. Are all the people from class 2 weaklings? Can't even throw a punch? This remark immediately drew a crowd to watch. Hit him, Li Hong. Use all your strength to hit him. He's too arrogant. The teacher from class 2 couldn't hold back any longer, shouting from the sidelines. That's right, hit him, don't hold back. Punch him in the nose, make it crooked. It infuriates me. Don't hesitate, go hit him. The teachers from class 2 urged Li Hong to make his move. Jiang Hao's comment about class 2 being weaklings had provoked them greatly. They were so furious they wished they could replace Li Hong and beat Jiang Hao themselves. With a roar, Li Hong, fueled by anger, jumped up and threw a punch at Jiang Hao's face. He wanted to smash that face he loathed. Yelling awe, he charged forward. Jiang Hao remained standing, allowing Li Hong's punch to come at him. Bang! This time it struck his left cheek, and Li Hong felt as if he had hit a steel wall. He looked up at Jiang Hao, seeing those disdainful eyes that he hated the most. Jiang Hao seemed completely unaffected, merely looking at him calmly. Li Hong was so enraged he trembled all over, desperate to explode Jiang Hao. But he found himself powerless, feeling frustrated as he looked at Jiang Hao, who seemed completely unscathed. With a roar, he went wild with punches, even extending 2 fingers, aiming to poke Jiang Hao's eyes out, wanting to extinguish those eyes he detested the most. The teachers watching from the sidelines gasped as they saw Jiang Hao remain unharmed. This Jiang Hao's external defense was incredibly strong. Li Hong was clearly using all his strength, yet he still couldn't inflict any damage on Jiang Hao. Seeing Li Hong act like a madman, even trying to poke Jiang Hao's eyes out, the teachers immediately shouted to stop him. Li Hong, come to your senses, don't. Li Hong, stop. But Li Hong was beyond hearing any advice, as if he were possessed, determined to kill Jiang Hao. If he didn't take down Jiang Hao, he would always live in his shadow. How dare a trash who enhanced himself with drugs be so arrogant? Why are you forcing me? Jiang Hao looked at Li Hong, feeling quite irritated. He had intended to let Li Hong retreat without a fight. Wouldn't that have been better? But now Li Hong was trying to poke his eyes out, which was too much. Jiang Hao extended his palm and gently pushed Li Hong's chest. Li Hong felt as if he had been hit by a car, flying off like a cannonball, landing heavily outside the arena. According to the rules, anyone knocked out of the ring was considered to have lost. The teachers below saw Li Hong flying out and immediately gasped, rushing over to check on him. However, they found that apart from some bruises from the fall, Li Hong's chest was fine. Not even a bone was broken. As long as he rested, he would be okay. This shocked the teachers examining him. Li Hong flew out so far, yet his body was unscathed. The application of force involved here was extraordinary. Even they wouldn't guarantee Li Hong wouldn't get hurt if they had knocked him out that far. Worried, they checked Li Hong's internal organs and found them fine as well. The teachers looked at Jiang Hao with newfound respect. Even if Jiang Hao had enhanced himself through drugs, just the application of his strength had surpassed all the students present, and even most of the teachers. His control over power had reached an astonishing level. The teachers exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of shock. Even Lu Dongdong, after checking Li Hong's injuries, wore a broad smile, feeling quite relieved. He was very satisfied with Jiang Hao. When he had seen Li Hong fly out, he had worried, but now he felt assured seeing Jiang Hao's precise control over his strength. He knew Jiang Hao could handle his power well, and wouldn't become a bloodthirsty person. Even Mei Tianheng was quite satisfied with Jiang Hao. Li Hong woke up at this moment, realizing that he wasn't seriously injured. Seeing himself surrounded by teachers, he immediately became furious and yelled, demanding to go back on stage to compete with Jiang Hao again. "Shut up. Are you not embarrassed enough?" Li Weiming, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, glared at Li Hong angrily. "It's fine if you can't beat others, but don't ruin your character. If you lack skills, you can learn more, but if you lose your character, your life is ruined." If it weren't for Jiang Hao's mercy, do you think you could still be standing here talking? Li Weiming scolded with a grim expression. The other teachers also stopped paying attention to Li Hong, as he had already lost his worth after saying that. Wouldn't it be better to focus on Jiang Hao during this time? Chapter 66. The gap between ordinary class students and talented class students. Jiang Hao also stepped down from the stage. Watching the other matches, he realized that his match didn't end too quickly. He found others who finished even faster. Just now, he had seen a student from the ordinary class face off against a student from a talented class, only to be taken down in one move by the latter. At that moment, he was hiding in a corner and crying. Jiang Hao could understand their feelings. They practiced hard and worked to improve their skills, but on this stage, they couldn't even withstand one move before being knocked off. Who could bear that? Moreover, the opponent looked down on them with arrogance, claiming he hadn't even used half of his strength. This was a huge blow to them. While they knew there was a significant gap between them and the talented class, they never expected it to be this vast. Many students from the ordinary class couldn't accept it, and their mentality crumbled. Jiang Hao observed all the matches, and basically the students from the ordinary class were being suppressed, even crushed by those from the talented class. However, there were a few standout individuals. Not everyone was being dominated. Jiang Hao noticed that Yang Xing had definitely been taught combat skills privately, and her instructor must have been a master. The most important thing in combat is to take fewer hits or to preserve oneself while exhausting the enemy. If you can achieve a one-hit kill, then do so without delay to avoid complications. If you cannot achieve a one-hit kill, it becomes a war of attrition. This requires retreating when the enemy advances and disrupting them when they retreat, consuming the enemy's strength while preserving your own, then looking for opportunities and weaknesses to deliver a fatal blow. Alternatively, one can create opportunities to force the enemy into a mistake, leading to a one-hit kill. Going head-to-head is the dumbest way to fight. While it may be passionate, even if you win, it's a Pyrrhic victory. The human body is very fragile. Once hit in a vital area, it's hard to stay standing. Unless, like Jiang Hao now, you are so much stronger than them that they can't even move you when they hit you. Sure enough, not long after, Yang Xing found an opportunity, nimbly circling behind her opponent and delivering a punch to the back of his head. The student from the talented class collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Surrounding them erupted in applause and cheers. These ordinary class students clapped desperately, as if they had won the fight themselves. Jiang Hao could understand this feeling. When the weaker group is suppressed, once someone stands out, they will place all their hopes on that individual, cheering for them and hoping for more glory. Jiang Hao didn't pay more attention to Yang Xing. While her technique was sufficient, her strength was still lacking. When facing a true master, if they don't dodge and charge like a bulldozer, forcing her into a direct confrontation, it would be very hard for Yang Xing to win. Jiang Hao shifted his focus to Song Hai, who surprisingly had also defeated a student from the talented class. Song Hai didn't win through brute strength or martial skills, but rather by using dirty tricks. His opponent was a pampered young master, and Song Hai frequently resorted to eye pokes, groin kicks, or spitting, catching the young master off guard and infuriating him, leading to a heated argument. In the end, Song Hai seized the opportunity and flipped him out. These students from the talented class had it too easy, spoiled by the school, unable to handle such minor tricks. How would they survive in a brutal battlefield in the future? Jiang Hao wasn't very optimistic about them. He had heard that after the recent cult riots, the education department had been considering reforms for the talented class, but there had been no results so far. He didn't know where the problem lay. If this system doesn't change, once you get into the talented class, you receive such generous rewards, and only those who fail at the end of the term will be eliminated. A whole semester without adjustments. It's a waste of resources to let those who are coasting enjoy such benefits. Among the remaining students, there were only a few top students from the ordinary class, the best in their class. However, over 200 students from the ordinary class were sent over, and they were basically wiped out, leaving only 10. and it was uncertain how far they could go from here. Meanwhile, those students from the talented class who were defeated by the ordinary class students looked as if they had lost their loved ones, their faces filled with despair. Their positions in the talented class had been taken by these ordinary class students. Even if someone pleaded for them, it was useless. They had been defeated in a fair battle, and favoritism couldn't be manipulated here. The promoted ordinary class students erupted in excitement, dancing and shouting. Even if they were eliminated later, they accepted it. As long as they got into the talented class, they could enjoy rich resources, and they believed they could become even stronger. Soon, the first round of matches concluded, and half of the participants were eliminated. The host announced a half-hour break before continuing the matches. "Kid, not bad. You didn't embarrass me." Lu Dongdong patted Jiang Hao's shoulder vigorously. Lu Dongdong's hand hurt from the force, and he looked at Jiang Hao in astonishment, feeling as if he had hit steel. At this moment, he could understand Li Hong's feelings. "How'd your body so tough?" Lu Dongdong pinched Jiang Hao's arm, which felt like rock. Hee. Jiang Hao grinned and laughed. "You little rascal. What did you train your external defense to be so tough? Is this the Golden Bell Shield?" Lu Dongdong asked in surprise. "Yes. What level are you at?" "4th level." He hadn't had time to strengthen the energy he had obtained earlier. Otherwise, it would be even tougher. "Hiss." Lu Dongdong gasped, looking at Jiang Hao in shock, his eyes shining and his heart racing. He had heard that Jiang Hao had improved through drugs, but drugs were just an aid. If drugs could enhance so much so quickly, how many 7th level blood activating pills could Jiang Hao ask for? Damn, Jin Yunhe is such an idiot. Actually looking down on Jiang Hao for this. What a fool. Lu Dongdong thought furiously. He knew that Jiang Hao started practicing the Golden Bell Shield only after entering the talented class, and achieving this level in such a short time was a testament to his talent. Lu Dongdong was completely excited. "Good kid from now on. If you want any 7th level blood activating pills, just tell me, and I'll do my best to get them for you." Lu Dongdong patted Jiang Hao excitedly. "Huh?" Jiang Hao looked at his teacher in confusion, not understanding why he said that. "Haha, if you can improve this fast just by taking medicine, who would dare say you're not a genius? Let them take the same medicine and see if they can improve as quickly as you." Lu Dongdong laughed heartily. "Wait, I'll go report this to the principal." Lu Dongdong turned and left. Jiang Hao was left in a daze for a while before slowly reacting, his expression strange. He didn't even know what to say. Chapter 67. Despairing Yi Liang. "Really?" Mei Tianheng asked loudly upon hearing Lu Dongdong's report. "It couldn't be more true. I don't know what old Jean is up to. If taking medicine can improve so quickly, I wish he would take it every day." Lu Dongdong said with a face full of indignation. "Has he really practiced the Golden Bell Shield to the 4th level?" Mei Tianheng asked again. "Yes. Why don't you go take a look yourself? Let's ask Jiang Hao directly." Lu Dongdong pulled Mei Tianheng towards Jiang Hao's side. "Old Lu, don't rush. I want to see his match first. Don't hurry." Mei Tianheng broke free from Lu Dongdong's grip. "All right, if I hadn't noticed something off about Jiang Hao today, we would have almost wasted a talent." Mei Tianheng led a group of school leaders towards Jiang Hao's competition stage. At this moment, Jiang Hao's opponent was his classmate Yi Liang, and it was a case of enemies meeting especially hostile. Last time, Jiang Hao had beaten Yi Liang so badly, right in front of the whole class. Every time Yi Liang thought about it, he gritted his teeth in hatred, nearly crushing his teeth. "Jiang Hao!" Yi Liang shouted with red eyes, gritting his teeth. "Hee, young Master Yi, long time no see, how have you been?" Jiang Hao asked with a smile. "I'm doing just fine, you bastard." Yi Liang glared at Jiang Hao with resentment. "TSK, you, how can you curse when I'm speaking nicely?" Jiang Hao laughed even more. Yi Liang had always looked down on him. When he last went to school, he said he was there to study, but Yi Liang didn't believe him at all. He even wanted to fight him, and the key point was that he lost. This made Jiang Hao very displeased. "You can't handle it yourself, got beaten up, and you want to blame me for being too strong? Should I squat down to let you beat me? Or should I beat myself up and say you did it?" Jiang Hao was most annoyed by people who couldn't see their own position, who looked down on others but couldn't see the reality. They always thought they were something special, but in fact they were just average. So whenever he saw Yi Liang, he liked to tease him. It was quite enjoyable to see him go crazy with frustration while having no way to retaliate. "I like that you hate me, but can't get rid of me. Jiang Hao you. Yi Liang trembled as he pointed at Jiang Hao and shouted, "Put away your hypocritical face. Today, I will definitely take you down." Yi Liang said fiercely. "Oh really? So ambitious, then I'll help you," Jiang Hao said with a smile. Saying this, he straightened up and pointed to his chest. "Hit here. If your strength is enough, one punch could take me down. Come on, I'm standing here for you to hit. Don't hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat." As he spoke, Jiang Hao grabbed Yi Liang's hand and slammed it onto his chest. Yi Liang was completely bewildered by Jiang Hao's antics, like a puppet being played with. "Enough!" Yi Liang broke free from Jiang Hao's arm and shouted loudly. He was gasping heavily, feeling very embarrassed under the strange looks from the audience. Jiang Hao seemed to be his nemesis, having been a thorn in his side since childhood. "You told me to hit you. Don't blame me." Yi Liang looked at Jiang Hao's smiling face, wanting to go insane. I wasn't trying to provoke you," Jiang Hao thought, still wanting to tease Yi Liang. Taking advantage of Jiang Hao's moment of inattention, Yi Liang punched him squarely in the chest. Before Jiang Hao could finish a sentence, he saw Yi Liang's sneak attack had succeeded. "Oh, you really hit me?" Jiang Hao asked mockingly. Yi Liang looked at Jiang Hao, whose expression hadn't changed at all, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Although it was a sneak attack, he had used at least 70% of his strength and aimed for a vital point. Yet Jiang Hao's face didn't even change color. This left Yi Liang in utter shock. Seeing Jiang Hao's mocking smile, Yi Liang went berserk. He yelled and threw dozens of punches at Jiang Hao's chest. However, by the end, his arm felt like it was about to break, and his fists were bleeding. Jiang Hao continued to look at him with the same mocking expression. There wasn't a hint of change. The only thing that had been damaged was his clothing. Mei Tianheng in the audience frowned as he watched Jiang Hao. Could he really withstand so many punches? Was Jiang Hao just showing off, too proud to dodge? Other school leaders also frowned, thinking Jiang Hao was just trying to attract attention, feeling quite displeased. "Yi Liang, haven't you eaten? Do you lack the strength to hit? You can't even scratch me." Jiang Hao tisit Yi Liang. Hearing Jiang Hao's strong voice, Mei Tianheng's brow relaxed, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. The other school leaders were also taken aback, their eyes widening. After taking so many punches, he was completely fine? They looked at Jiang Hao's figure with fervent eyes. "Old Mei, this is a talent. His defense is so strong. He took so many punches and is still okay." The vice principal exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, I didn't see it before." Lu Dongdong, grinning widely, exclaimed, "The student I discovered can't be bad." Earlier, he was quite upset and frustrated when he heard Jiang Hao was looked down upon by Jin Yunha. Now, seeing Jiang Hao's strength and the praise from everyone, he felt completely relieved and elated. He didn't embarrass him. The other spectators felt a pang of toothache. How on earth could they fight? They couldn't even break through their opponent's defenses. Wasn't this just tickling the opponent? Yi Liang looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief, his hands trembling. He felt like his arms were about to break. "Still want to fight?" Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Liang stumbled and looked at Jiang Hao with despair. How did he become so strong? He had entered the elite class first. Why was he so powerful? His full-strength attacks couldn't even hurt Jiang Hao a bit. "Aren't you just taking medicine to get this strong?" Yi Liang looked at Jiang Hao, embarrassed, and shouted unwillingly. "Ha ha, but you have to admit, I'm just better than you," Jiang Hao said provocatively. This infuriated Yi Liang to the point of feeling nauseous, and he staggered back a few steps, looking at Jiang Hao in despair. "Your improvement from taking medicine has its limits. One day, I will surpass you," Yi Liang shouted at Jiang Hao unwillingly. It was like a child who lost a fight, trying to say something tough as they walked away. "All right, I'll wait for you." Jiang Hao looked at Yi Liang sincerely, smiling the whole time. This made Yi Liang feel as if he had eaten something unpleasant. He wanted to smash Jiang Hao's smiling face. He felt utterly hopeless. The gap was too wide for him to face Jiang Hao. Yi Liang awkwardly left the stage, hurriedly running away, disappearing from people's sight. Jiang Hao advanced again, leisurely tidying his clothes as he walked off the stage, waiting for the next match. The next match would only have 100 participants left. The next match would decide who would participate in the selection for Shaojiang City. Lu Dongdong shouted at Jiang Hao, "Over here, Jiang Hao, come over here." Jiang Hao saw Lu Dongdong and Mei Tianheng along with a group of school leaders together and was somewhat surprised. Old Lu was swift and decisive. Had he already spoken to the principal? Then Jiang Hao revealed a harmless smile as he walked towards the teachers. Chapter 68, Investment. Xiao, I ask you, have you really practiced the Golden Bell Shield to the 4th level? Mei Tianheng asked with a smile. The other school leaders also looked at him with smiles, some even sizing Jiang Hao up. Yes, I've reached the 4th level. Jiang Hao nodded and replied. He knew what Mei Tianheng meant. Teacher Liu had informed him ahead of time, and now there was a need for strengthening points. With this reason in place, when others discovered his rapid strength improvement, they would automatically assume he was taking medicine to enhance his abilities. They wouldn't think of other reasons, which would be greatly beneficial for him, allowing him to effectively conceal the existence of the system. It wouldn't attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, and by the time he truly caught others' attention, Jiang Hao might have already grown into an existence they wouldn't dare to shake. He no longer cared whether they would overthink things. Is it because of the 7th level blood activation pill? Mei Tianheng asked again. Yes, I found that as long as I take this medicine, no matter what cultivation technique I practice, I progress particularly quickly and my mind is exceptionally clear, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Xiao, do you mind if I take a look? Mei Tianheng asked with a smile. No problem at all. Feel free to check. Jiang Hao actively extended his wrist for Mei Tianheng to examine. This was related to how many 7th level blood activation pills he could obtain in the future, so of course, he had to cooperate with the benefactor. All right, Mei Tianheng stretched out 3 fingers, resting them on Jiang Hao's wrist, and began to check with closed eyes. Jiang Hao only felt a pure warm current surge from his wrist into his body. Mei Tianheng sensed that his true energy seemed to have entered a gigantic furnace. Extremely hot. The blood inside was like magma, boiling hot, and even his true energy would evaporate upon contact. He didn't dare to linger in the blood for long, and quickly traversed through Jiang Hao's meridians. When he saw the colorful and vibrant internal organs, his expression changed instantly, and his heart shook. With a hint of surprise on his face, Mei Tianheng repeated the examination before releasing his hand. He opened his eyes to look at Jiang Hao, filled with admiration. He remembered very clearly that when Songhai had a conflict with Jiang Hao was just a martial student back then. Yet now, he was a 5-star warrior with a solid foundation, not appearing frivolous just because he had been boosted by medicine. The colorful internal organs were clearly a manifestation of a 5-star warrior refining their organs. The boiling blood further indicated that Jiang Hao had completely absorbed the medicine and forged his own path. He found no trace of the medicine left in Jiang Hao's body, indicating that the volcano inside him had truly refined the medicine. Moreover, his flesh and internal organ strength exceeded that of an ordinary 5-star warrior. Even a 7-star warrior would be comparable to this. This shocked Mei Tianheng. Could there really be such a physique in the world? A physique born specifically for pills? One that could completely absorb the medicinal properties and convert them into one's own strength? That would be terrifying. As long as he took medicine, his strength could increase. Mei Tianheng looked at Jiang Hao as if he were a rare treasure, causing Jiang Hao to feel his scalp tingle. Others also looked at Mei Tianheng, waiting for him to give a result. You all take a look, check out Xiao Zhang's physique, it's truly rare. Mei Tianheng said with a smile, urging them to come over and see Jiang Hao's physique. Upon hearing this, everyone was curious. Could Jiang Hao really have a rare physique that could cause Mei Tianheng to act so out of character? Let me take a look. The vice principal extended his finger to rest on Jiang Hao's hand. Oh, this is indeed very rare. The vice principal's true energy flowed through Jiang Hao's body, discovering that the boiling blood within him made his internal body feel like a furnace, constantly growing stronger. It refined the nutrients coming from the outside world, converting them into his own nourishment, transforming into strength. Even their true energy would be melted by the boiling blood, becoming part of Jiang Hao's strength. This amazed the vice principal. No wonder Mei Tianheng was so out of character. Thus, every leader in the school came over to check, and Jiang Hao stood there like a wooden statue, letting them examine him without feeling tired, but rather feeling invigorated. Each person who checked was astonished at Jiang Hao. Even Lu Dongdong couldn't resist the urge, and after checking, he too looked at Jiang Hao in shock. He truly hadn't known that Jiang Hao's internal body was so miraculous. However, They didn't realize that this was due to Jiang Hao enhancing several skills, resulting in exceptionally strong vitality, along with the system's concealment contributing to the illusion that his body was a furnace capable of refining any external nutrients. This transformed into Jiang Hao's own strength, explaining why his power increased so rapidly. Mei Tianheng thought they had found the reason. So he looked at Jiang Hao as if he were a rare treasure. As long as he took medicine, he could become stronger. Where could they find such a genius? If Jiang Hao had known, he would certainly have nodded, saying, "You're not wrong. I am indeed someone who can become stronger just by taking medicine." With the enhancement system in place, although the process was different, the result was the same. Good lad. With such a physique, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, we would have gathered medicine for you long ago. Mei Tianheng patted Jiang Hao's shoulder hard, his face filled with joy. Exactly. During your assessment, your blood test showed a grade C qualification, and you didn't seem to have much talent. Who would have thought you were hiding such a powerful talent? The vice principal's mouth was practically splitting with a grin. The other leaders also looked at Jiang Hao with smiles, their eyes filled with satisfaction, feeling as if they had found a treasure. My physique is good. Jiang Hao feigned ignorance. Ha ha, not just good, but extraordinarily good. Mei Tianheng laughed heartily. Your physique is one that can become stronger just by taking medicine. As long as you work hard, your strength can keep increasing. You truly have struck gold. Now, there isn't a trace of the 7th level blood activation pill left in your body. It's all been refined by the furnace within you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was taken aback. Wasn't there no trace left? I haven't even taken the blood activation pill. It's all been enhanced by the system. The blood activation pills he had taken before had all been refined by the Hengyang Sutra. What they perceived as the furnace was likely the operation of the Hengyang Sutra, along with the signs created by the system's concealment. Although I don't have any 7th level blood activation pills here, I do have 3rd and 4th level ones. How many do you want? I can gather them for you. Mei Tianheng said grandly. Let me ask you, if I give you enough medicine, can you raise your strength to a 9-star warrior before the college entrance examination? Mei Tianheng looked at Jiang Hao with burning eyes. I'll try. It should be possible. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and nodded affirmatively. Good. Starting today, you will receive 10 4th level blood activation pills every day and 1 7th level blood activation pill every month. Mei Tianheng said with a smile. The vice principal and others were taken aback by Mei Tianheng's generosity. Even Jiang Hao was shocked. He knew how valuable these medicines were. Chapter 69. Are you serious? Looking at Mei Tianheng's serious expression, Jiang Hao knew the principal was not joking. He really intended to give him so many pills just to enhance his strength. Jiang Hao took 2 steps back, adjusted his clothing, and solemnly bowed to Mei Tianheng. Thank you, principal. Thank you, leaders. Thank you, teachers. Thank you for your cultivation. Ha ha ha. Seeing Jiang Hao's extremely serious expression, Mei Tianheng and the school leaders all burst into laughter. They learned from Lu Dongdong that Jiang Hao was a loyal and righteous student. Now, seeing Jiang Hao's serious demeanor, they knew this matter was definitely not false. You know, your teacher should have told you that our school cultivates people to send you to the battlefield or into the demon eliminating guard. Mei Tianheng pointed at Jiang Hao and said, if you really want to thank us, then during the college entrance examination, achieve a good score, strive to shock the world, and earn the title of first in the human race's college entrance examination, letting everyone know about Shaojiang City. The students understood that Jiang Hao would definitely not disappoint the elders' goodwill and would achieve a good score, paving the way for his future. Jiang Hao looked seriously at everyone, as if making a vow. He could sincerely feel that Mei Tianheng genuinely wanted him to become stronger, without any mixed thoughts. Others felt the same way. They all hoped to cultivate a genius master for the human race. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Take it step by step. Don't be greedy for quick success. The most taboo in martial arts is being restless, Mei Tianheng said with a smile. And don't think about hiding your strength. If you have strength, you should show it. Only then can everyone see it and provide you with more resources to nurture you. Mei Tianheng earnestly reminded. Yes, the student understands. Jiang Hao humbly accepted the principal's advice. All right, that's it. Do well in the competition. Get first place in internal competition for me. Mei Tianheng waved his hand, signaling Jiang Hao to go and compete. Yes. Thank you, elders. Just watch. I won't let you down, Jiang Hao said with a smile. He could feel their dedication for the human race, putting in great effort without any ulterior motives. It was like the most difficult time in his previous life when everyone was willing to sacrifice themselves. That kind of sincerity could move heaven and earth, changing days and nights. This made Jiang Hao's heart burn with passion. That kindness warmed his heart. Go ahead. We're watching here. Lu Dongdong waved, urging Jiang Hao to hurry up. Hee. Jiang Hao chuckled and went back to the host to draw lots. There were still 70 people left in the competition. The previous match eliminated half of them, leaving only these 70. Jiang Hao was surprised to find that Song Hai and Yang Xing had made it this far without being eliminated. This astonished Jiang Hao. He had seen their matches. Their strength wasn't very strong, so how did they get to this point? This indicated they indeed had something special. There was also another person from the ordinary class. Li Daqiang from class 3. He was a tough guy, fighting like a madman, directly overwhelming his opponents with his momentum. His battles often involved exchanging injuries. And the most outrageous thing was that his physique allowed him to recover quickly. A serious injury today, and by the third day, he would be bouncing around as if nothing had happened, ready to compete again. He had become quite a celebrity in the school. This time, seizing the opportunity, he stood out. Out of the 200 or 300 students in the ordinary class, only these 3 remained, while the others were all from the elite class. The number of students from the 3 classes was roughly equal, but Class 1 had fewer people, while the other 2 classes had slightly more. Jiang Hao drew lots, and this time got a person from his own class. His name was Li Tiniu, who had trained his iron cloth shirt to an impressive level. Reaching the 3rd layer, relying on his external skills, he often bullied other students, acting like a tyrant, just like a bulldozer. Last time, when Jiang Hao had beaten up students in his class, Li Tiniu happened to be absent. Otherwise, Jiang Hao might not have been able to handle the students so easily. However, things were different now. Jiang Hao was no longer the Jiang Hao he used to be. Only others didn't know this, and Li Tiniu knew even less. He had always wanted to clash with Jiang Hao, but never found the opportunity. He didn't expect such a coincidence this time. Li Tiniu jumped onto the arena with a fierce grin, causing the platform to shake as if a mountain was walking. His exposed arms were muscular and coiled. Like a centipede crawling, his fists clashing together, making a sound like metal striking metal. Just standing there, he emitted an extremely fierce aura that felt suffocating. Upon encountering Jiang Hao's golden bell shield was of a higher level than Li Tiniu's iron cloth shirt, and his strength was also greater. So Jiang Hao calmly looked at the grinning Li Tiniu. Seeing Jiang Hao's indifferent expression, Li Tiniu's grin became even more sinister. In Li Tiniu's eyes, Jiang Hao was just putting on an act. He had seen this too many times. Many people had faced him with the same calmness, only to break down and cry after being hit by him. This Jiang Hao must be the same, he thought. It was said that he had also trained the Golden Bell Shield, so Li Tiniu wanted to see whose was more powerful, his iron cloth shirt or Jiang Hao's Golden Bell Shield. Li Tiniu was somewhat excited. The crowd watching from below was also fixated on the 2 of them. Most of them were from Class 1, watching Jiang Hao with glee. Hee. Can Jiang Hao continue to be arrogant this time? Tiniu's defense is incredibly strong, and his fists are unmatched. I'm here to see how Jiang Hao gets beaten. Haha. Jiang Hao, you have your day now, just because you have some strength. You think you can look down on everyone. This is what you get for being arrogant. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. People from other classes were curious as to why Class 1 hated Jiang Hao so much. If it were them, with their entire class being beaten up by one person, they would also hate Jiang Hao. They had always regarded Jiang Hao as a disgrace to Class 1 and secretly vowed to take revenge. Only Yu Liang stood at a distance, watching Jiang Hao with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. Could Jiang Hao really be beaten by Tiniu? Even if he was. So what? It wasn't him doing the beating. Jiang Hao, throw a punch over here. If you can knock me down, then you win. Tiniu pounded his chest, making a thunderous sound. Jiang Hao found this very strange. Are you serious? Jiang Hao looked at Li Tiniu with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Is it real or not? Li Tiniu, never speak falsehoods. Li Tiniu was enraged by Jiang Hao's words. When I tell you to hit, you hit. I want you to see the gap between us. Li Tiniu shouta, glutting fiercely. Why are you talking so much? Hurry up, Li Tiniu urged, pounding his chest. This made Jiang Hao's expression quite strange, as if a child was challenging a college student. Let's do some simple arithmetic and see who wins. Jiang Hao genuinely wanted to advise Li Tiniu not to be so arrogant. However, looking at the angry Li Tiniu, Jiang Hao thought he probably wouldn't listen. The spectators below, including Mei Tianheng and a group of school leaders, also found Li Tiniu's behavior quite odd. How bold of you to dare to shout at Jiang Hao like that? However, they didn't remind Li Tiniu. Such arrogance would be a good lesson for him. Since you insist, then fine, Jiang Hao said with a smile. He also noticed Li Tiniu's confidence in his defense. Ha, that's right. Come, let me show you how big the gap between us is. Li Tiniu laughed heartily, opening his mouth wide. Finish quickly and get down. Don't delay the competition. Li Tiniu waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Hao walked in front of Li Tiniu with a smile on his face. He reached out, placing his palm on Li Tiniu's chest. Just as Li Tiniu was about to urge Jiang Hao to hurry up and not dawdle, he felt as if his body had been struck by a fierce beast. His body flew back like a cannonball and crashed with a loud bang against the wall of the training arena, collapsing the wall. The crowd below was stunned. They hadn't even seen what happened when they heard a whoosh. Then came a loud crash, and the wall collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. They stared blankly at the arena, where only Jiang Hao remained, unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Then they turned their heads to look at Li Tiniu, who was buried under the rubble. Our hopeful Li Tiniu couldn't even withstand one move and was sent flying. This left them wide-eyed and agape, staring at Li Tiniu. Did you see what happened? Someone asked. The person next to me shook his head, and I saw Jiang Hao's palm pressing against Li Tiniu's chest, and then Li Tiniu flew out. The others, upon hearing this, felt it was absurd. Could hitting someone really have such an effect? Were they not practicing the same martial arts? Was their teacher fake? What on earth had they been training? At this moment, they realized that regardless of whether Jiang Hao had enhanced himself with drugs, at least for now, they were truly no match for him. In the face of Jiang Hao, they could only be crushed. Li Tiniu was a prominent figure at school, known for his defense and dominance in combat. Many had surrounded and beaten him before, but he would just stand there, and others couldn't hurt him. Yet under Jiang Hao's hands, he couldn't even withstand a gentle palm strike. The gap between them made them understand just how vast the difference was. The disparity was so great that it filled them with despair. At this moment, some began to understand Yi Liang's feelings. It was said that Yi Liang and Jiang Hao had grown up together, and when Jiang Hao was still in the ordinary class, Yi Liang felt a sense of superiority. But now, comparing the two, Jiang Hao had far outpaced Yi Liang, to the point where he couldn't even see his back. The entire martial arts arena fell into an extreme silence. The shock Jiang Hao brought was too great, and everyone was filled with mixed emotions. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, Jiang Hao was now the top expert, and none of them were his match. Even Mei Tianheng and the others, upon seeing Jiang Hao's effortless way of striking, were filled with admiration. Although they had seen him fight Yi Liang before using the same method, this time, it was clearly more powerful. The control over his strength had deepened. His mastery of strength was so subtle, it was exquisite. The vice principal shook his head, looking at Jiang Hao with great appreciation. It was as if someone had punched through the stone slab under a block of tofu without harming the tofu at all. A group of school leaders were even more determined to invest in Jiang Hao. If they didn't invest in such talent, what kind of talent would they invest in? If they missed out, they would truly regret it for a lifetime. As for being labeled as someone who enhanced through drugs in the future, if you can find students who can become strong just by taking drugs, then let us all take drugs to get stronger together. Thinking of this, the corners of the school leaders' mouths lifted, and their mood was quite delightful. Based on Jiang Hao's current performance, as long as there were no accidents, he was sure to secure first place in the selection competition in Shaojiang City. At that time, the expressions of the people from the first and second high schools would definitely be very unpleasant, and just thinking about it made them happy. It's truly a case of light at the end of the tunnel. Their gazes towards Jiang Hao grew increasingly gentle. At this moment, Li Tiniu was also bewildered. Wasn't he on the arena just now? How'd he suddenly fly out and crash into the wall? He quickly checked his body and found that he was disoriented but not seriously injured. Shaking his slightly dizzy head and looking at the bewildered expressions of his classmates and teachers around him. Li Tini finally remembered that he was in a match. He recalled shouting at Jiang Hao to hurry up and hit him, and after that, to get off the stage quickly. What on earth had happened? He was thrown out without even knowing it? Li Tiniu's dark face rarely showed an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Damn it. Did he talk too big and meet a real master? Looking at the unusual gazes around him, Li Tiniu forced himself to suppress his discomfort, walked to the edge of the arena, and asked Jiang Hao, what kind of palm technique is this? I want to learn it. I can teach you. Jiang Hao looked at the disheveled Li Tiniu and, hearing his question, said something unexpected. Li Tiniu was taken aback, then immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you for your mercy. From now on, you are my boss. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Li Tiniu said in a deep voice. Jiang Hao looked at Li Tiniu's honest face and couldn't help but laugh. Go wash up first. Jiang Hao waved his hand. Yes, boss. At this moment, the host also reacted and announced Jiang Hao's victory. The martial arts arena became lively again, and the crowd below looked at Jiang Hao with a hint of awe in their eyes. This was a primal fear of the strong. When Jiang Hao stepped down from the arena, they instinctively parted to create a path for him, and there was no trace of impatience or contempt on their faces, even showing some admiration and flattery. Jiang Hao smiled at the people on both sides, nodding in greeting, and went to the resting room. The competition continued, but those who drew Jiang Hao in the later rounds automatically forfeited, willingly admitting defeat. Jiang Hao remained in the resting room and did not come out again. He lay back and ended up securing first place. Chapter 71. Departure. Mei Tianheng stood on the high platform, looking at the 50 selected students below. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, his eyes were filled with satisfaction. You will represent our third martial arts high school to participate in the selection with other high schools in Shaojiang City. I want to say much here, just one thing. Don't bring us shame. Fight fiercely and show the prestige of our third martial arts high school. Mei Tianheng raised a bowl of wine on the table and said passionately, Come, drink this bowl of wine. I send you off and wish you all good results. Hoping you can enter the provincial city to continue participating in the selection. After saying this, he tilted his head and downed the wine in one gulp. The other leaders did the same, signaling to the students below and then drinking in one go. Jiang Hao and the others followed suit, picking up their bowls and downing the wine. Bang! After finishing the wine, Mei Tianheng forcefully smashed the bowl to the ground, shattering it into pieces. But he was filled with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha! The future is up to you all. Clap, clap, clap. The others also laughed heartily, infected by Mei Tianheng's enthusiasm, and followed suit in smashing their bowls. Everyone, get in the car. Let me see you leave the school gate. Mei Tianheng waved his hand and shouted. Jiang Hao and the others, under the guidance of the staff, began to board the bus in an orderly manner, led by the vice principal, heading towards the martial arts arena in Shaojiang City. Mei Tianheng watched them leave, knowing the seeds had been planted, and now he awaited the blooming that would astonish everyone. Jiang Hao, I hope this flower blooms even more brilliantly and lasts longer, helping humanity truly repel the ferocious beasts. Mei Tianheng murmured. Jiang Hao and the others left under the envious gazes of many students. They also needed to regain their composure and continue preparing for the college entrance examination. Since they were not fated to compete, they could not slack off on the exam. Otherwise, it would ruin their lives. You little brat, don't let me down, Lu Dongdong said softly as he watched the bus depart. Meanwhile, the cult members monitoring Jiang Hao, upon seeing the bus leave, quickly reported back to their sect. They had previously contacted an undercover agent within the school and confirmed that Jiang Hao was indeed on the bus, heading to Shaojiang City to participate in the selection contest. Spies from various sects quickly relayed the news. They hated Jiang Hao to the bone, especially Lu Chao. Feeling slightly better from his injuries, immediately came out and sought to gather a group of experts from Zhongzhou province. They were determined to eliminate Jiang Hao. Otherwise, their hatred would be hard to quell. After Lu Wanbo learned about this, he immediately sent people to provide support. Jiang Hao had to die, and it must be at their hands. The three major sects, including the Sun God sect, were also determined to eliminate Jiang Hao this time. They had investigated and found that Jiang Hao's uncle, Yuda Hai, was receiving treatment at the first martial arts hospital. However, after the attack on the hospital last time, security had been tightened, making it very difficult for them to kidnap Yudahai again. Even if the Hall Master personally intervenes, there's a possibility that the guards inside could wipe them out. Only then can the gods absolve them of their sins. Are you saying they will hold a selection competition and the top students from the entire Xiaojiang city will participate, right? Su Sangtian, the Hall Master of the Sun God sect, asked. He is Su Haohan's son, specifically sent to handle this matter. Yes, according to the information we have. The Third Martial Arts High School has selected the top 50 students to participate in the selection competition in Xiaojiang City, competing against other schools. And then they will continue to participate in the selection competition for Zhongjiao Province, ultimately going to Shengjing for the selection of the human race. So other schools have also sent people to compete? Su Sangtian asked. Yes, they have already set off. Su Sangtian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the newly erected statue, walking and pondering silently within the church. Wang Mingming stood respectfully behind him, waiting for the Hall Master's instructions. You said they will go to Pingnan City after the competition in Xiaojiang City. It's normal for unexpected incidents to occur on such a long journey, right? Su Sangtian's voice echoed. Wang Mingming was taken aback upon hearing this, and his eyes brightened. Does the Hall Master mean to ambush this batch of selected students on the way? Wang Mingming asked loudly, trembling with excitement. Hee. Yes, they stole my statue. Just killing Jiang Hao isn't enough to wash away the humiliation of our sect. Only by making them feel pain will they think twice before acting against us like this again. Su Sangtian said coldly. Killing Jiang Hao is just a minor issue. If we are to act, we must act decisively, making these so-called righteous factions understand that as long as they dare to offend our sect, we will definitely retaliate and make them pay a painful price. Only then can we preach in peace, and the reputation of the Sun God sect can truly spread. Su Sangtian spread his arms wide, looking at the statue as he spoke passionately. Wang Mingming looked at Su Sangtian in admiration, shocked by his plan. Only a Hall Master with such ambition is worthy of my following. Hall Master is wise. I, Wang Mingming, am convinced. While others are still searching for Jiang Hao, I didn't expect the Hall Master to have such a grand plan. Compared to the Hall Master, they're like fireflies next to the bright moon. One in the sky, one on the ground. Wang Mingming knelt on the ground, shouting at Su Sangtian with a devout and worshipful expression. Ha ha ha. Hearing Wang Mingming's words, Su Sangtian laughed heartily. He thought that after losing his statue, he could secretly release the news and that everyone wouldn't know his intentions. Su Sangtian said with a cold smile. But in reality, it's just like a louse on a monk's head. Isn't it obvious? Such small-mindedness. No wonder the Moon God sect has not developed quickly in recent years. And the sect's church still has to hide and seek. Su Sangtian complained. You go contact other sects and tell them about my plan. When the time comes, we will act together and tell them that the Sun God sect will take the lead. If they are scared, they can just cheer from behind. Su Sangtian turned around and pointed at Wang Mingming. Wang Mingming looked at Su Sangtian excitedly, awed by his grand spirit. A person with such spirit is who I, Wang Mingming, should follow. Yes, Wang Mingming exclaimed excitedly as he stood up. Killing a Jiang Hao is nothing. I want to kill all the top students from Xiaojiang City, making you all feel pain. You should also experience what it feels like to be made a laughingstock. At this moment, Jiang Hao and the others had already arrived at the martial arts arena of the first high school. The martial arts arena for the selection competition in Xiaojiang City was set up in the first high school, and all high schools in the city had to send people here to participate in the competition. Accommodation and meals were also provided here. There are a total of 5 high schools in Xiaojiang City, each sending 50 people, making a total of 250 participants. Finally, 50 will be selected to participate in the selection for Zhongjiao Province. Chapter 72. Taking medicine to become strong under the arrangement of the vice principal. Everyone entered the martial arts arena of the first high school. The atmosphere here was much more solemn than that of the third high school. Representatives from various schools had come, and people from the Xiaojiang City Lord's Mansion had also arrived. Officials from the Education Department of Xiaojiang City were also present. Everyone attached great importance to this selection competition, with 5 schools, each sending 50 students, a total of 250 people. They needed to select the top 50 to go to Hengyang City for the selection competition. It was evident that the competition would be extremely brutal. Just because you were outstanding in your school doesn't guarantee victory here. Those who made it this far all had their own unique skills. Even Yang Xing, Song Hai, and Li Daqiang managed to stand out from hundreds of people and make it to the current stage. Those on the final list of 50 must have some special tricks up their sleeves. Jiang Hao observed the students from his school. Most of them had a few unique skills, whether it was high defense, fast speed, fierce combat style, overwhelming momentum, rich combat experience, or a disregard for face in favor of practical techniques. Some were simply strong, or a combination of these traits. There were very few who were well-rounded. This was because human energy is limited, and some smart individuals would choose to focus on one or two specialties. In the world of martial artists, there's a saying, one trick will take you far. In his previous life as a boxer, Jiang Hao understood this saying deeply. In the early stages, as long as you have one or two unique skills, you can generally stand out, but this only guarantees you a spot. The ceiling is clearly set. The further you go, the more you realize that it's not about unique skills, but your overall quality. This is true not only in the martial artist world, but in all professions. Today, everyone will have half a day to rest and adjust their condition. In the afternoon, we will take everyone to familiarize themselves with the venue because the official competition starts tomorrow, the vice principal said seriously. I hope everyone can adjust their state well and show the prestige of our third high school during the competition. All right, let us first check out your accommodation and dining area. The vice principal led everyone to the dormitory building, with 2 people in each room. Jiang Hao was given a single room due to his special status as the first place. After all, he was the first place. The vice principal also provided him with a large amount of third-level blood revitalization pills to help him quickly enhance his strength. Tainyo, why are you following me? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Hee, big brother, I said I will be your little brother from now on, so I have to take care of you here. Li Tinia chuckled. Haha, you're taking this seriously? Jiang Hao asked with a wry smile. Of course I, Li Tiniu, am a man of my word and never go back on my promises. Li Tiniu proudly patted his chest. Ha ha ha, all right, then you can follow me. Jiang Hao looked at the earnest Li Tiniu and suddenly found him quite endearing. He agreed to let him follow. Besides, which big shot doesn't he have a few little brothers? Seeing Jiang Hao agree, Li Tiniu grinned widely. Is your mouth sealed? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Yes, very sealed. If you don't let me speak, I won't say a word. Li Tiniu nodded vigorously, speaking earnestly. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Hao took out a large pile of third-level blood revitalization pills from his backpack. The strong medicinal scent dazzled Li Tiniu's eyes. Wow, big brother, where did you get so many pills? Li Tiniu came closer, shocked. Wow, and they're all third-level blood revitalization pills. This is too extravagant. Li Tiniu's eyes widened in amazement. Ha, the school gave them to me. Jiang Hao chuckled. Huh, the first place gets this benefit too? Li Tiniu asked in confusion. No, it's because of my aptitude issues. I'll tell you privately, but don't tell anyone else, okay? Jiang Hao said seriously, pointing at Li Tiniu. Li Tiniu nodded vigorously, curiosity shining in his eyes. You know that just a month and a half ago, I was still an ordinary class student. But now I can crush your elite class and become the undisputed #1. This is all due to my special constitution, which has allowed my strength to skyrocket in a short time. Hearing this, Li Tiniu became even more curious. What kind of constitution could allow a martial artist with a bloodline of only 0.3 to suddenly become the best in the third group? Because I can become stronger just by taking medicine, Jiang Hao said with a bright smile, looking at Li Tiniu. Huh? Li Tiniu exclaimed in disbelief. You can become stronger just by taking medicine? Li Tiniu pointed at the elixir in disbelief. Yes, I just need to take medicine to become stronger. Jiang Hao nodded and said with a smile. Ah. Li Tiniu looked at Jiang Hao in shock, his mouth agape, stunned and unsure of what to say. Damn, there's actually such a constitution in the world? Then, boss, doesn't that mean you just have to keep taking medicine to quickly become a congenital martial artist? Li Tiniu looked at Jiang Hao enviously and asked. He was so envious that he was drooling. This is simply cheating. No wonder I lost to the boss. The school knows about this, so will there be a shortage of elixirs? As long as I keep taking medicine, I can keep getting stronger. This is just too unfair. Otherwise, a lot of medicinal power would accumulate in my body and could cause great harm. Plus, I have to expel the poison from the elixir in time. As the saying goes, medicine is 3 parts poison. If I keep taking medicine without expelling it in time, my body will inevitably accumulate a lot of elixir poison. So it's not as simple as you think. The process is still quite complicated. Li Tianyu nodded, somewhat understanding. But he was still envious. Isn't it just a complicated process? Isn't practicing martial arts complicated too? Just practicing the iron cloth requires a lot of preparation before you can start training. Besides practicing iron cloth, there are also martial techniques, leg techniques, body techniques, and so on, all of which need practice. Which one isn't complicated? Which one isn't more complicated than the boss becoming stronger by taking medicine? Li Tianyu, also wanted to experience this complicated process. Seeing that Li Tianyu believed it, Jiang Hao wore a faint smile on his face. He wanted to use Li Tianyu's mouth to spread the word about how he could become stronger by taking medicine. If his strength skyrockets in the future, people would only suspect he took medicine and wouldn't doubt anything else. This way, it would effectively cover up the existence of the system. It wouldn't be because everyone is so stupid that they see his strength skyrocketing and not suspect anything at all. He is patching this up now, so when he rises in the future, it won't cause unnecessary trouble. Plus, with the school backing him, it wouldn't raise other suspicions. Chapter 73. I don't believe you can hurt me, Jiang Hao said as he took a level 3 blood vitality pill and poured it into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, it was already exchanged for enhancement points by the system. In the future, even if he doesn't exchange it, he could put the blood vitality pill into storage space. This way, everyone would think he really took the medicine. At least in Li Tianyu's eyes, the boss was indeed taking medicine. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Li Tianyu felt Jiang Hao's aura become even more powerful. Jiang Hao opened the panel. Since Li Tianyu couldn't see it anyway, he took this time to use the enhancement points from the last exchange of the statue. Enhancing himself was just right. It would be useful in the competition. The more powerful he becomes, the safer he would be. Striving for better results could also get him more elixirs from the school or from Shaojiang City. This way, in the future, he would have to run around for enhancement points. He wouldn't need to take risks to rob other statues either. Host, Jiang Hao Realm. 5-star martial artist cultivation technique. Hengyang Classic level 4 skills. Shaking Heaven Xian Tiger Fist level 1. Gale Step level 5. Golden Bell Shield level 4. Iron Mountain Lean level 1. Weapon none enhancement points 61. 000 lottery chances. 0 storage space. 2 cubic meters exchange port. Any valuable items can be traded with the system for enhancement points. More than 60 000 enhancement points. Apart from the 60 000 points from the last statue exchange, there is also a large batch of blood vitality pills given by the school which exchange for 1,000 points. In this competition, he would definitely encounter opponents stronger than before, and since he was facing students, he couldn't directly use lethal force. Shaking Heaven Xian Tiger Fist is powerful, but it's still a bit cruel to dig out someone's heart against students. The Gale Step at level 5 should be sufficient. In Jiang Hao's view, their speed was very slow. The Golden Bell Shield could be raised a few more levels. The higher the defense, the better. Iron Mountain Lean was the martial skill that needed the most improvement right now. This skill has great potential, but last time he didn't have enough enhancement points to upgrade it. So let us upgrade Iron Mountain Lean first. Jiang Hao directly clicked on the Iron Mountain Lean section to start upgrading it. Buzz. Jiang Hao felt the air around him shake, and Li Tianyu, standing beside him, also felt the wind blow. Jiang Hao clearly felt his body becoming tougher and heavier. Blood began to flow rapidly within him, nourishing his entire body. And a warm current radiated from Jiang Hao. Tianyu, I'm going to practice now. Stand back a bit. I'm afraid I might hurt you later, Jiang Hao said to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief, astonished. Boss, I admit you are strong, but can practicing martial arts really hurt me? You really underestimate me. I practiced Iron Cloth to the 3rd level. It's fine, I'll just stand here and feel the mystery of your practice. Li Tianyu waved his hand dismissively, stubbornly standing there. He wanted to see how the boss could hurt him. I don't believe it. Am I really that weak? Seeing Li Tiniu stubbornly standing there, Jiang Hao smiled, and didn't continue to persuade him. He then upgraded Iron Mountain Lean again. Li Tiniu felt the air around him shaking continuously and getting hotter. He felt as if Jiang Hao was like a furnace or a volcano, with blood energy soaring. But it was locked by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was still upgrading Iron Mountain Lean, and had already reached level 4. Li Tiniu clearly saw that Jiang Hao was covered from head to toe with a thick layer of black keratin membrane. His body kept swelling, and his clothes were torn apart. Jiang Hao continued to upgrade. His body made a sizzling sound, swelling again, and the air around suddenly boiled. Li Tiniu wiped the sweat off his forehead, looking at Jiang Hao in terror. He really couldn't take it anymore. It was too hot. Damn, Jiang Hao wasn't lying. Even practicing martial arts could hurt him. It's a good thing Li Tiniu, practiced iron cloth, or he wouldn't be able to withstand such high temperatures. If it were anyone else, they would have been cooked by now. Li Tiniu gasped for breath. Unable to bear it any longer, jumped away, and ran to the bathroom to pour water on himself desperately. The entire room felt like a high-temperature sauna. He felt that the air he exhaled was scalding hot. This is too abnormal. How could Jiang Hao withstand such high temperatures? A person practicing martial arts can actually emit such high temperatures. It's simply incredible, and Li Tiniu felt he had to open his eyes. The indoor temperature kept rising, and Li Tiniu didn't dare to come out of the bathroom, only pouring water on himself to cool down, feeling very frustrated. Fortunately, the school assigned him a single room, which also served as a practice room. Otherwise, under such high temperatures, an ordinary room wouldn't be able to withstand it. Meanwhile, Mei Tianheng also reported to the leaders above. Really? Don't lie to me for the elixirs. You could become stronger just by taking medicine? A loud voice of doubt came from the other end of the microphone, full of disbelief. He is more real than gold. He is one of our school's students. In just 1 or 2 months, he has gone from an ordinary class student to the top student of our school. Mei Tianheng exclaimed excitedly. If the leaders don't believe it, they can come and see for themselves. Top student? So, this time in the selection competition, you became the strongest person in your school? The leader asked. Yes. Well, I also need to go to number 1 middle school, so I will see how strong this person you mentioned is. The leader said with a smile. I hope he won't disappoint me. If taking medicine could really make someone stronger, then I have plenty of pills in Shaojiang City that would definitely satisfy him. The leader said confidently. Great. You will see. He will definitely not let you down. I will send you his information shortly. Mei Tianheng was waiting for this response. Jiang Hao, as a 5-star martial artist, had a crushing victory in the Shaojiang City competition. He was well aware of the strengths of the other elite students from different schools, and even if they had trump cards, Jiang Hao was not weaker than them. All right, bring it over. I'll go take a look. When it was time to eat, Jiang Hao finally stopped training, awakened by the dining bell outside. The temperature in the room finally began to drop. Li Tiniu, drenched in sweat, rushed out of the bathroom and fled from Jiang Hao's room in terror, glancing back at Jiang Hao with lingering fear. It's mealtime. Go get me some food. Okay, actually, I was just about to go get the food, Li Tiniu forcefully explained. He had been pressured to practice the iron cloth technique and resist the high temperatures inside, and at this moment he was also starving. He was genuinely scared. It was terrifying. He felt he was almost reaching a bottleneck in his iron cloth training and was close to breaking through to the 4th level. Chapter 74. Conflict. Li Tiniu bolted out of Jiang Hao's room like a charging bull. Panting in fright, he swore that if Jiang Hao practiced again in the future, he would be the first to run away. Today, he almost got roasted into jerky. Jiang Hao watched Li Tiniu's fleeing figure with a smirk. He waved his hand, creating a gust of wind that closed the door. He opened his panel. Host, Jiang Hao Realm, 5-star martial artist cultivation technique. Hengyang Sutra, 4th layer skills, Hantian Chuanhu Fist. 3rd layer, Jifeng Step, 6th layer, Golden Bell Shield, 5th layer, Taizhan Cow, 6th layer. Weapon, none, enhancement points, 0 lottery chances, 0 storage space. 2 cubic meters exchange port, can trade any valuable items with the system for enhancement points. This time, instead of upgrading the Hengyang Sutra, he improved several martial arts techniques. The Hantian Chuanhu Fist was raised to the 3rd layer, and Jiang Hao grew increasingly fond of this deadly technique. However, This fist technique was extremely fierce, aimed directly at killing. The Jiang step increased his speed again. It was difficult to test it here, but Jiang Hao could sense the wind brushing past him and the flies flying by, as if they were moving in slow motion. Whenever he wanted, he could flick a finger and kill the flies flying past. In his eyes, the flies were moving too slowly. The golden bell shield was upgraded to the 6th layer, and Jiang Hao's skin bore faint golden, mysterious patterns. His skin felt as tough as leather. Even when he dug his nails into his arm, he couldn't leave a mark. It was noteworthy that his hands could directly pull out someone's heart, but couldn't leave a scratch on himself. Even the faint white marks faded away after a while. This made Jiang Hao quite satisfied, who would not collapse when facing an opponent like him. His physique expanded again, growing bulkier but not cumbersome, instead exuding a sense of refined, robust ferocity. Especially with thousandth, Jiang Hao's body became as hard as steel. His upper body muscles were like rocks, sharp-edged and well-defined, resembling a descending demon god. It gave a tremendous visual impact, making people hesitant to look directly at him. A fierce aura surged forth. His arms were as thick as thighs, and his palms were as large as fans, covered by a layer of gray keratin membrane, resembling bulging veins. His thighs were as massive as an elephant's, almost matching the waist circumference of others. From a distance, he looked like a statue of a demon god. Jiang Hao looked at his reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but smile wryly. The downside of practicing martial arts was that the body was easily affected by various techniques, changing one's physique and appearance. When he first crossed over, he was just a delicate young man. Now he had transformed into a fierce muscle man. Thankfully, he hadn't lost all his hair. Otherwise, he would truly look like a superhero. When he casually threw a punch, it exploded the air in the room, creating a terrifying humming sound and stirring up a whirlwind in the dormitory. He didn't dare to touch any daily items, fearing he would lose control of his strength and destroy them. Jiang Hao struggled to adapt to the newfound power he had gained, slowly practicing the Hengyang Scripture fist to digest the enhanced energy within him. Like an old bear, he swung his fist slowly, using the Hengyang Scripture to quickly digest the discomfort brought by the rapid increase in power. Even so, the dormitory still experienced slight gusts of wind. The air inside felt like water being stirred in a bucket. Jiang Hao had a clear sense that once martial arts surpassed the 5th layer, a qualitative leap would occur. It was completely different from before. For example, with the Jiang step, once it surpassed the 5th layer, his speed had at least doubled. thousandth was even more terrifying. He didn't dare to test it indoors for fear of collapsing the dormitory building. As time passed, Jiang Hao slowly digested the power brought by this upgrade. He was still puzzled about why Li Tinyu had been gone for so long without coming back. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, urgent knocking sounded from outside. Open the door. Jiang Hao, open the door. Anxious shouts came from outside. Jiang Hao halted his movements, and the wind in the dormitory gradually ceased. He opened the door to find Zhao Xuanyan and Yang Xing looking worriedly at him. What is wrong with you two? Jiang Hao asked, puzzled. Jiang Hao, Li Tinyu was beaten by people from number 2 middle school in the cafeteria, Zhao Xuanyan shouted anxiously. Number 2 middle school? Li Tinyu couldn't handle them? Jiang Hao squinted and asked. What happened? How did the conflict arise? Jiang Hao inquired. It was all people from number 2 middle school. They cut in line and insulted us. Tinyu couldn't stand it and got into a conflict with them. Zhao Xuanyan said angrily. There were over 20 of them bullying us. If Tinyu hadn't trained in iron cloth, he would have been seriously injured by now. Whether he can participate in tomorrow's competition is still uncertain, Zhao Xuanyan added furiously. Let us go take a look, Jiang Hao said, pulling open the door and striding toward the cafeteria. Zhao Xuanyan and Yang Xing were startled by Jiang Hao's imposing figure. How could he change so much in just half a day? The fierce aura coming from him made it hard for them to breathe. They quickly followed Jiang Hao's lead toward the cafeteria. Before getting close, they heard a cacophony of shouting from inside. Jiang Hao looked from a distance and saw students from number 3 middle school surrounding those from number 2 middle school, both sides engaged in a fight. However, there were too many people from number 2 middle school, and those from number 3 middle school were at a disadvantage, being surrounded and beaten. Li Tinyu was at the forefront, with a bruised face, messy hair, and bloodstains on him, looking quite miserable. Nearby, other students from different schools were watching the spectacle. You guys from number 3 middle school still dare to be so arrogant in front of us from number 2 middle school? Today, I'll let you see how big the gap is between number 3 and number 2. Haha, a bunch of trash. Who gave you the courage? Dare to provoke us from class 2? The people from class 2 shouted and crazily attacked Li Tiniu and the others. Even though Li Tiniu resisted with all his might, he was outnumbered. He punched one person, but received 5 or 6 punches in return. Jiang Hao was furious, his eyes widened, and he quickly rushed toward the crowd from class 2. Boom! Jiang Hao slapped the person blocking his way and sent him flying. It was like a beast entering a flock of sheep. In just a few moves, he made the people in front scream and flew out. A large area in front was cleared. Who dares to oppose us from class 2? Before the words were finished, Jiang Hao slapped him and sent him flying. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb. Class 3 had brought a fierce person. Brothers, let us take him down. Seeing Jiang Hao so fierce, the people from class 2 immediately turn around and try to surround him. The boss is here. Ha, you're all dead. Li Tiniu was so excited to see Jiang Hao that he almost cried. He had just been bullied too badly. 7 or 8 people had ganged up on him, and even with his iron shirt training, he couldn't withstand such a beating. Now is the time for revenge. Chapter 75, Jiang Hao lead us. Boss, you finally came. We've been bullied terribly. Li Tiniu shouted at Jiang Hao. So what if I'm here? The people from class 2 shouted and charged at Jiang Hao. Beat him to death. How dare he hit someone from class 2? 7 or 8 people rushed towards Jiang Hao with a fierce momentum. Jiang Hao looked at them coldly, his fists moving like phantoms, pounding on their chests with a thunderous boom. Boom! The people from class 2 flew out like cannonballs, smashing the chairs in the cafeteria. The onlookers quickly dodged, and those still behind, trying to surround class 3, were knocked over like rolling gourds. Blood gushed out as they clutched their chests and wailed in agony. Their chests were crushed in by Jiang Hao's blows. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock. Did you see how he attacked? Someone asked in disbelief. The people nearby shook their heads, looking at Jiang Hao in shock. Too fast. We couldn't see clearly at all. Yes, it's too fast. When did class 3 have such a fierce person? The crowd shook their heads, unsure of when Jiang Hao had appeared. They had never heard of his name, only vaguely heard of Zhao Xiwenyan and Li Tiniu from class 3. Could he be the ace of class 3? After all, everyone who came here was not weak. But just now, the people from class 2 seemed like nothing but clay chickens and tiles in his hands, easily sent flying. Could they hold their ground against him? They all silently shook their heads. If they couldn't even see how he attacked, how could they defend? Li Tiniu was also stunned. He had intended to help, but just as he took a few steps forward, all the people from class 2 were knocked down. Just a moment ago, he was besieged by those 7 or 8 people and was in a terrible state. But against Jiang Hao, they couldn't even withstand a single move. The gap was too big. Everyone retreat. Get out of the way. Let me handle this. Jiang Hao shouted at those still fighting. The people from class 3 felt a surge of confidence. Their spirits lifted. They who had just been at a disadvantage were now starting to counterattack, suppressing the people from class 2, especially Li Daqiang, who was shouting loudly and attacking wildly, leaving his opponents bloodied. Jiang Hao, you stay aside and help us lead the charge, Li Daqiang shouted. We'll handle these people. Yes, you just help us lead the charge. Don't let anyone else join the fight. Song Hai shouted crazily. Although they had been beaten badly earlier, they were now full of energy and enthusiasm. They didn't want Jiang Hao's help. They wanted to personally take revenge on this group of dogs for their earlier ruthless attack. Everyone here was not the type to submit passively. They all had a fierce spirit inside. Since Jiang Hao had created this opportunity for them, they had to personally settle the score. The onlookers were secretly shocked. Had the people from class 3 gone crazy? They were fighting ferociously against the people from class 2. All right, you all can fight without worry. No one will interrupt your battle, Jiang Hao said with a grin. This was the warrior he wanted to see, with a spirit of defiance in his heart, not like those pampered flowers in school. Zhao Xiwenyan and Yang Xing rushed over, panting and standing next to Jiang Hao. Looking at the moaning people lying on the ground, they realized they were not from class 3, but from class 2. Some of them were among the most arrogant just moments ago. Now they were lying on the ground, groaning, spitting blood, pale-faced, clutching their chests in extreme pain. Hee hee. Zhao Xuanyan looked at them with a cold smile. You all have your day now. Weren't you so arrogant when you ganged up on us earlier? Zhao Xuanyan felt as refreshing as drinking iced sour plum soup on a hot June day. His whole body felt invigorated. Ha ha! He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yang Xing also smiled, looking at Jiang Hao with a hint of admiration. You were so arrogant. Now what? Stand up and be arrogant again? At this moment, a group of people in Class 2 uniforms came to the entrance of the cafeteria. When they saw the people from Class 2 being beaten by Class 3, their expressions changed immediately. Stop! What are you doing? The leader shouted and rushed over. Jiang Hao turned around, coldly looking at them, stepping forward to block their path. Stop! This road is closed. Jiang Hao said coldly. Who do you think you are? The leader shouted, pointing at Jiang Hao. Beat him. Or do you think there is no one in Class 2? The leader didn't take Jiang Hao seriously at all. How dare you bully someone for Class 2? You're looking for death. The leader led the charge and threw a punch at Jiang Hao without asking any questions. Zhao Xuanyan looked at them angrily. How could they be so reckless, attacking without understanding the situation? This usually nice guy was provoked. He rolled up his sleeves, glaring and ready to beat them up. But before he could act, Jiang Hao slowly stepped forward, slapped the leader, and sent him flying, his teeth mixed with blood flying through the air. Then, as if dealing with children, he slapped each of them in turn, causing their teeth and blood to scatter everywhere. They were left dizzy and all fell to the ground, clutching their faces and wailing, their faces swollen like pig heads. Zhao Xuanyan hadn't even rolled up his sleeves completely, and the enemies were already all defeated. He stared dumbfounded at the moaning enemies before him, feeling a bit confused. Is Class 2 this weak? They can't even get up after a single slap. But the people from Class 2 didn't see it that way. They watched Jiang Hao move casually, seeming slow, but they could see every move clearly, yet couldn't dodge. They covered their faces, looking at Jiang Hao in terror. Where did this monster come from? Did they really get taken down by a single slap? The onlookers were also shocked, watching Jiang Hao. He was too fast. Jiang Hao's speed was so fast that they couldn't even see how he attacked, and the people from Class 2 were already down. In the distance, the vice principal of Class 3, Sun Dahai, who had just wanted to come to Jiang Hao's aid, was also stunned. He had just taken 2 steps when the fight ended. Was it really that fast? The vice principal of number 2 high school, Chao Meng, who was accompanying him, looked extremely grim. Having just arrived at the cafeteria, he saw his students being knocked down. With a dark expression, he quickly walked into the cafeteria. Stop it! What are you doing? Chao Meng shouted, his voice booming like thunder. The people fighting froze in shock and turned to look at the entrance. Who gave you the guts to fight in the cafeteria? Chao Meng coldly scanned the scene. And you, why are you ganging up on the students from now? 2 high school. Chao Meng pointed at Jiang Hao and questioned him. Chapter 76. You wouldn't want this matter to escalate, would you? Jiang Hao saw that both the vice principal of his school and that of number 2 high school had arrived and realized he couldn't continue the fight. If students came, he could still hold them back. But with the vice principal here, it was truly difficult to stop. However, Jiang Hao ignored Chao Meng and looked towards the vice principal of number 3 high school, Sun Dahai. Sir, they started at first cutting in line for food, and when they didn't succeed, they ganged up on Li Tiniu. Jiang Hao immediately reported to Sun Dahai as he walked over. This left Chao Meng, who wanted to confront them, speechless. Did the students from number 2 high school start it? Moreover, they had ganged up on fewer people, shouting that they would cripple the students from number 3 high school to prevent them from participating in tomorrow's competition. Sun Dahai's face darkened upon hearing this, as he glared coldly at Chao Meng. You students from number 2 high school have quite the audacity, Sun Dahai said with a sneer. Sir, we didn't The students from number 2 high school cried out in protest upon hearing Jiang Hao's accusation. Jiang Hao immediately turned around, pointing at them and angrily rebuking. If you hadn't made the first move, would Tiniu have clashed with you? I personally heard you say that you would cripple all the students from now 3 high school. Ask the people around if that's what you said. Jiang Hao pointed at the surrounding students and staff. He spoke quickly to prevent Chao Meng from saying anything. From the moment Chao Meng entered, he hadn't inquired about the reason, but had come to blame them. Clearly not someone easy to deal with. So Jiang hadn't given the opportunity to speak. There's surveillance here. If you check the footage, it'll be clear who started it. Jiang Hao pointed at the camera in the corner that was lit up. Everyone followed Jiang Hao's finger to look at the surveillance camera. The expressions of the students from number 2 high school changed drastically. They had forgotten about the surveillance before they started fighting. As everyone saw the change in the faces of the students from number 2, they generally understood how things had unfolded. Then isn't it just you guys using your numbers to bully the fewer? Someone shouted angrily. Huh, getting killed by someone better, and now you want to complain? Jiang Hao asked with a cold smile. As soon as these words came out, both the students from No. 2 high school and Chao Meng changed their expressions. This statement was too damaging. What martial artists despise most is people who play tricks. The students from No. 2 were now being led into a big pit by Jiang Hao, establishing an image of being clever. It should be noted that today, the higher-ups from Shaojing City would be coming. And if they learned about this incident, it would be very unfavorable for number 2 high school in the future. All right, let us leave this matter here. If you want to fight, wait until tomorrow's competition and fight to your heart's content. Chao Meng shouted with a dark face. Is it appropriate to just walk away like this? Li Tiniu stepped forward, his eyes wide as he shouted. You hit our people and just leave? Li Daqiang also stepped forward and shouted. Exactly, apologize. The student from number 3 high school echoed when they saw the two stand up. Their voices drowned out Chao Meng's. This made his face even uglier, nearly dripping with gloom. Sun Dahai looked at them, feeling quite satisfied. This was the spirit of number 3 high school. They didn't embarrass him, they had backbone. The students from number 2 high school, already beaten, couldn't muster any momentum and were being suppressed by the furious students from number 3. Chao Meng was left with nowhere to vent his anger. Watching the students from number 2 with their heads down, looking dejected like frostbitten eggplants. Principal Chao, let them apologize. Let us downplay this matter. You wouldn't wanted to escalate, would you? Sun Dahai said with a grin next to Chao Meng. Immediately, Chao Meng's expression changed, and he glared fiercely at the students from number 2, trembling with anger. He looked deeply at Jiang Hao. It was this student who had interrupted him, preventing him from defining the matter. Instead, this student had taken the initiative to make the situation public, putting him in a very passive position. Now, if he mentioned the surveillance, the matter would be definitively settled, with no possibility of reversal. Principal Sun, do we really have to be so ruthless? Chao Meng growled in question. As the saying goes, it takes 2 to tango. I can't believe the student from number 2 would provoke you for no reason. Chao Meng said with a twisted expression. Fine. Let us escalate this to the Education Bureau. After all, there's surveillance here. What am I afraid of? Sun Dahai said nonchalantly. Now that Jiang Hao had paved the way for him as the vice principal of number 3 high school, if he showed weakness now, he would lose all face in the future. He was now one with the students here. If he backstabbed them in front of everyone today, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. What could Chao Meng offer him? Apologize, Principal Chao, don't struggle anymore. The facts are right in front of us. Sun Dahai patted Chao Meng on the shoulder, meaningfully saying. The muscles in Chao Meng's face twitched as he stared fiercely at Sun Dahai, Jiang Hao, and the shouting students from number 3, wishing he could kill them all on the spot. Seeing the gazes of the surrounding onlookers, Chao Meng squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Apologize. Sir, we were. The students from number 2 looked at the principal in disbelief, raising their heads to defend themselves. Slap. Chao Meng slapped one of the students, sending him spinning and falling to the ground. This unprecedented humiliation made their eyes turn red. Trembling with anger, the students were at an age full of vigor. How could they endure such humiliation? Isn't being humiliated enough? Apologize and compete well tomorrow. Chao Meng shouted angrily when he saw they remained silent. Jiang Hao looked at them mockingly, thinking that if they dared to act, wanting to bully the fewer and rely on strength, they should be prepared to be beaten. Don't think they seemed wrong now. Their previous arrogance was even more hateful. The students from number 2 realized they had no choice but to apologize. Stiff-necked and angrily shouting into the air, they said, Sorry. Is that how you apologize? Like mosquitoes. Who are you apologizing to? Li Tiniu shouted when he saw them turn their heads and not look at anyone. Don't go too far. Chao Ming shot a cold glare at Li Tiniu. He felt he couldn't eat here anymore. No, two high school had become a joke before their competition had even begun. Ha, well done. Good. You're all great. You didn't embarrass me. Sun Dahai laughed heartily as he came forward, patting a few on the shoulders, praising them. Hee, Li Tiniu chuckled. The others also looked at Sun Dahai with silly smiles, holding their heads high like victorious roosters. Even though they were injured, their spirits were even higher. Have you eaten? Sun Dahai asked. Report, principal, no. They messed it all up. Li Tiniu shoutaludli. All right, then don't eat in the cafeteria. I'll treat you all to a good meal outside. Sun Dahai waved his hand. Gather all our people and let us go outside. Upon hearing this, Li Tiniu and the others immediately cheered, shouting loudly. The onlookers were filled with envy. Haha, let us go. Sun Dahai waved his hand and led the way outside. Chapter 77. Tomorrow, hit them hard. As the people from Class 2 walked out, they could still hear the cheers from Class 3 inside, feeling as miserable as if their father had died. The wounds from being beaten hurt even more. Upon returning to Class 2's base, Chao Ming was waiting for them with a gloomy expression. Stand straight. What do you look like? Chao Ming emanated a cold aura. Although the people from Class 2 were angry, they did not dare to express it and stood obediently. Shame. Shame. Are you feeling very unconvinced? Chao Ming asked coldly. If you're unconvinced, then in tomorrow's match, take them down. It's all because of you that I lost face in the cafeteria, and that Class 2 has become a joke. When you see the people from Class 3 tomorrow, do your best to take them down. Not a single one should advance. Chao Ming shouted with red eyes. Tell me, I've given you such good conditions. Can you take down the people from Class 3 tomorrow? Chao Ming roared. Yes. The students of Class 2 shouted. Such a small voice. Are you all cowards? Did that battle just now knock the spirit out of you? Did it shatter your backbone? Chao Ming angrily questioned again. Yes. Yes. The students of Class 2 roared with red eyes, like enraged bulls. Remember what you said. I have plenty of medicine here. It all depends on whether you dare to fight hard. As long as you eliminate a student from Class 3, you can come to me to exchange for a level 4 blood revitalizing pill. How many you can exchange for depends on you. If you can eliminate half of the students from Class 3, then the whole hot building is on me, Chao Ming declared emphatically. If you can eliminate 70 of the students from Class 3, then the Yee's Club is on me. At this, the students of Class 2's eyes lit up, like a pack of hungry wolves, excitedly breathing unevenly. They all clenched their fists, swearing to eliminate the students from Class 3. Martial artists are all vigorous, full of energy, and cannot stand such stimulation. One by one, they were so stimulated that they howled, breathing heavily. So tomorrow's match was no longer a concern for him. He had to take revenge at all costs, making Class 3 lose face and become the joke of this competition. Principal, what if we can eliminate them all? Someone asked excitedly. Everyone perked up, eager to know what the ultimate reward was. Hee, then I'll send you a 60-year-old lady. Chao Ming joked and scolded. Ha! Everyone was amused by Chao Ming. Class 3 still has some strong students. Don't let your guard down. Don't underestimate your opponents. Chao Ming said seriously. But don't be afraid of them either. There are only one or two strong ones. Not everyone can be strong. The rewards are here with me. It depends on whether you have the ability to take them. Whether it's medicine, logistics, or medical personnel, I have prepared everything for you. As the ancient saying goes, only after knowing shame can one be courageous. Saying this, Chao Ming took out a box of liquor, handing it out one by one, each receiving a small cup of white liquor. Just enough for everyone. After drinking this cup, can tomorrow's match wash away today's shame? It all depends on your performance tomorrow. Saying this, he uncovered the lid of the cup. With great enthusiasm, he raised his cup to the students. Kulme. Cheers. Chao Ming drank the liquor in one go. With a loud bang, he slammed the cup down on the ground, making a crisp sound, feeling quite satisfied. The students followed suit, drinking in one go. And even those with poor alcohol tolerance, with the atmosphere being what it was, also drank it all down. They then slammed their cups down on the ground, as if they were throwing out the humiliation they had just endured, feeling much better psychologically. Ha ha! Chao Ming laughed heartily. Rest well, gather your energy, and wipe out the shame. After saying this, Chao Ming turned and left. Yes, just wait, Sun Dahai, Tomorrow I'll make you look good. Jiang Hao, you, a mere student, made me lose so much face today, so I will destroy you. Chao Meng's face twisted as he coldly snorted, still feeling uncomfortable thinking about what had happened in the cafeteria. Meanwhile, outside in the Piaoxiang building, Sun Dahai and the students from Class 3 were toasting and eating meat. Having a great time. I am very satisfied with everyone's performance today. Sun Dahai stood up and said. Everyone stopped and quietly listened to Sun Dahai. However, don't underestimate Class 2 just because we won against them today in the match tomorrow. The reason they're called Class 2 is that they have stronger resources than us in various aspects. But don't be afraid of them either. I believe you won't be worse than them. Tomorrow, if they encounter our people, they will definitely go all out, so you must be careful. Sun Dahai emphasized, knocking on the table. We humiliated them so badly today, they will definitely target us tomorrow. But don't be afraid. Whether it's medicine, logistic supplies, or medical personnel, I have prepared everything for you. Even if you get injured, you will be treated as quickly as possible. This time, as long as you can enter the top 50 of Xiaojiang City, the school will provide generous rewards. As long as you can defeat the people from Class 2, regardless of whether you enter the top 50 of Xiaojiang City, the school will also provide generous rewards. Aren't you all thinking about going to the club every day? As long as you meet any of the above conditions, the expenses for your club visit will be covered by the school. Li Tiniu and others widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were hearing. However, more people were already blushing, beginning to fantasize, excitedly resolving to win against Class 2 tomorrow no matter what. The Yi's Club, a place they might only be able to visit once in a lifetime. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they might truly regret it for life. If they could kill in the top 50 of Xiaojiang City, the reward would be 2 million yuan, one level 5 pei yuan pill. And they could choose 2 martial arts techniques from the library, plus a Filong car. Sun Dahai looked around and smiled as he said. As soon as these words came out, Li Tiniu and the others began to breathe rapidly, their eyes turning red. Some Kuden tea helped but grab the wine cups on the table and gulp them down. Seeing the fighting spirit rise in the surrounding people, Sun Dahai smiled even more. Chapter 78. Lu Chao takes action. In the Moon God Church, the statue here was still empty. Only a divine seat was added. He wanted the people of the Moon God Church to always remember that Jiang Hao had stolen the statue right under their noses. And he wanted everyone to remember this humiliation. I must wash away this shame before I can reinstall the statue. At this moment, Wang Xian and Lu Chao were sitting together drinking tea, both looking a bit troubled. Wang Xian was drinking tea, feeling somewhat depressed. He had just laid out his plans when Jiang Hao and the others participated in the human elite selection competition. The most hateful part was that Jiang Hao was still the top student of Class 3, with extremely high defenses. This made Wang Xian, who originally thought victory was within reach, feel as miserable as if he had eaten shit. This likely meant that Jiang Hao would enter the top 50 of Xiaojiang City and would be sent to Pingnan City for the selection. At that time, if they couldn't ambush Jiang Hao in Xiaojiang City, they would have to go to Pingnan City to ambush him, which would significantly increase the difficulty. It might even involve the headquarters of Zhongjiao Province in Pingnan City, and the punishment they would face would certainly not be light. Just then, a spy from the Moon God Church rushed in, panting heavily. Hall Master, Lord Lu, I saw Jiang Hao. They are dining at Piaoxiang Building. And they even had a conflict with Class 2 inside the school. Lu Chao stood up abruptly, stepping forward 2 steps, grabbing the spy as close and urgently asking, was it just him alone? No. Everyone from Class 3 went, led by Sun Dahai. The scout was startled by LV Chao. Upon hearing this, LV Chao dejectedly released the scout's collar. If Jiang Hao came out alone, he would definitely go over to ambush him immediately. But now that Sun Dahai was coming out together, it was troublesome as most of the top experts from Xiaojing City were gathered there. If he went over and Jiang Hao escaped or alerted others, it was very likely he wouldn't make it back. Did he have a conflict with people from Class 2? Wang Shuren asked. Hearing this, a hint of contemplation flashed across Wang Shuren's face. Go investigate further, keep an eye on Jiang Hao, and see which people from Class 2 hate him the most, Wang Shuren instructed the scout. Yes, our scouts are always monitoring the conflict between Class 2 and Class 3. The competition is tomorrow, and they will definitely be at odds. The scout nodded and replied, Keep them in contact at all times and tell them that regarding the matters of Class 2 and Class 3, every detail must be reported to me. Wang Shuren said seriously. Yes. Are there any other updates? Wang Shuren asked. No. The most explosive news today is this. By the way, the people from the Shaojing City Lord's Mansion have gone over, and the Education Bureau people have also arrived at Class 1. Additionally, Pingnan City has sent someone to supervise. Good. Go investigate further and be careful. Wang Shuren nodded, waving for the scout to get busy. Yes, thank you, Home Master, for your concern. The scout turned and left. I have this thought, but the conditions are not mature yet. Wang Shuren nodded. Home Master, there's no time left. If there are no conditions, we must create them and act. We can't wait any longer. LV Chao urged anxiously. We can't wait until Jiang Hao finishes the competition and ambush them on the way to Pingnan City. By then, it might be too late. Previously, the Sun God sect had contacted them, proposing that they hold a competition and then kill them all on the way to Pingnan City after the match. These people were the top students from Shaojing City. Killing them would definitely deal a heavy blow to Shaojing City, causing significant losses. Compared to ambushing a single Jiang Hao, this plan was bold but worth pursuing. However, LV Chao and the others couldn't wait for that time. The leaders of the other three major sects had fled and sent new leaders. They were certainly not in a hurry. But Wang Shuren and LV Chao were anxious, as the statue was lost in their hands. They might also have to go on the run. The punishment from the sect was too terrifying. I know, but isn't this still under consideration? Wang Shuren pondered, pinching his brow. Let us send someone to sow discord, to incite conflict between Class 2 and Class 3, and make them fight again. What do you think? LV Chao added. It would be best if someone got killed. Then they wouldn't be able to reconcile, right? Don't we have that kind of medicine that can triple one's power? When their relationship is tense, we give them a dose of that divine medicine for revenge. Would they refuse? Wang Shuren asked with a smile. They will, definitely. Jiang Hao's strength is too strong, and it would surely make the people from Class 2 despair. With this divine medicine, they would have a glimmer of hope. They absolutely wouldn't refuse. The two exchanged glances and grinned wickedly. Then send the word out to continue sowing discord between Class 2 and Class 3. They must not be allowed to reconcile. Wang Shuren ordered. Yes, I will instruct them right away. LV Chao hurriedly left to command the scouts from Class 1. Their spies embedded in Class 1 were deeply hidden, and they wouldn't activate them unless absolutely necessary. However, this time the situation was special. They had to activate them, or they would be held accountable. They couldn't bear such severe consequences. Only by doing so could they wash away their sins and prevent the headquarters from pursuing them. LV Chao, check on the movements of the other sects. If appropriate, you can communicate with them. I believe they are also anxious. Wang Shuren called after LV Chao's retreating figure. Good. Seeing LV Chao so obedient, Wang Shuren smiled. I have to thank Jiang Hao. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to subdue LV Chao and make him this compliant. When a report is submitted, it will be stated that they captured the thief of the statue. The headquarters would definitely be pleased, as the other three major sects hadn't captured anyone in so long. But the Moon God sect did. This would bring honor to the Moon God sect. The headquarters would surely reward them. LV Chao relayed the decided strategy, instructing them to incite conflict between the people of Class 2 and Class 3. He then went to investigate the actions of the three major sections. Not only the Moon God sect was paying attention to this competition, but the other three major sects were also keeping an eye on it, primarily focusing on Jiang Hao. Su Santian was not lax at all, firmly sending people to watch Jiang Hao. Additionally, he sent people to contact the other three major sects to plan an ambush on the way to Pingnan City. However, he also didn't miss any regular news. He was fully aware of the conflict between Class 2 and Class 3. Chapter 79, Sowing Discord. Sowing discord? Su Santian looked at LV Chao and asked. Yes, this is an excellent opportunity to let them continue their conflict and create chaos. Then our chance will come. LV Chao asked with a smile. How so? Su Santian asked. While they're fighting, we let our people run and lure Jiang Hao outside. LV Chao replied with a smile. As long as they are at odds, our people can do anything to anger Jiang Hao and draw them outside. and we will surely be rewarded by the headquarters. Su Hall Master, you will also be recognized. LV Chao said proudly. Are you confident? Su Tsangtian asked. Yes, our scouts have already infiltrated Class 1. It won't be difficult to sow discord. They are already at odds, and we are just adding fuel to the fire. LV Chao said confidently. Good, then I trust you this time. Su Tsangtian slammed the table and stood up. I will send people to join you and capture Jiang Hao together. Good. Thank you, Su Hall Master. By the way, after capturing Jiang Hao, restraining the experts from Shaojing City will require your help. Our Hall Master will also join in. LV Chao clasped his fists. All right, that's fine. Su Gangtian not that. What about the other two sects? Su Tsangtian asked. As long as Su Hall Master agrees, I believe they will agree too. LV Chao replied with a smile. Good. Then you go persuade them. Su Tsangtian smiled. Thank you, Su Hall Master. I will take my leave now. LV Chao wanted to hurry and persuade the other two sects to act together. After all, relying solely on their sect would be difficult to withstand the onslaught of the Shaojing City Lord's Mansion's experts. Only by working together could they withstand the experts from Shaojing City. By the way, tell Wang Hall Master that if this time doesn't work, we will follow my plan. Su Tsangtian said with a smile. LV Chao paused, turned, and clasped his fists. All right, I will convey that. After saying that, he left quickly. Sai, you are too anxious. Su Tsangtian shook his head and sighed. According to his information, Pingnan City attached great importance to this competition, even sending people to supervise and protect the students. However, since Wang Shuren took the lead in action, he couldn't embarrass the other side. It was just a test of Shaojing City's reaction. It would lay the groundwork for that battle. The people of Shaojing City would definitely not expect that after acting once in school, they would dare to act again on the road. Su Tsangtian showed a hint of a smile. Let's see how well the people Wang Shuren arranged can perform this time. After receiving Su Tsangtian's instructions, LV Chao quickly persuaded the leaders of the other two sections. This is the bone-crushing power pill. After taking it, one can unleash 3 times their strength in a short period. Remember, this miraculous medicine is rare even in the cult, so be sure to use it wisely and don't waste it. Lu Chao sternly instructed the scout. Yes, I will use it with caution. After they left, Lu Chao went in to report to Wang Shuren. Hall Master, everything has been arranged. Good, then we just wait for their actions tomorrow. Wang Shuren nodded. By the way, they are officially starting the competition tomorrow, right? Wang Shuren asked. Yes, it officially starts tomorrow. It will last for 3 days. Lu Chao nodded. All right, we still have enough time, so let's not rush or push the people on site. After all, we're not there and don't know the situation. Blind commands might lead to serious consequences. Wang Shuren comforted Lu Chao. Yes, I understand. The Hall Master remains calm. Lu Chao nodded, showing he had learned. A night passed, and beneath the calm surface of Shaojiang City, who knows how many things happened. As the morning sun rose, Jiang Hao was awakened by the horn sound from downstairs. Everyone is up, get down to stretch a bit, eat breakfast, and prepare for the competition. Sun Dahai went from room to call people. The other buildings were the same, getting students up early to stretch, eat breakfast, adjust their state, and prepare for the competition. Jiang Hao, are you up? Let's have a good competition today. Sun Dahai called out with a smile when he saw Jiang Hao up. Yes, I won't let you down. Jiang Hao smiled and replied. After everyone finished washing up, they entered the cafeteria, and the student from the second school immediately turned to look at Jiang Hao and the others. Everyone's faces looked grim, glaring fiercely at Jiang Hao. Oh, aren't these a few from the second school? Have your injuries healed so quickly? Jiang Hao asked teasingly with a smile. Li Tiniu and the others immediately understood Jiang Hao's meaning and laughed loudly. Ha ha, I'm really envious, Jiang Hao. Don't you think only those who often get beaten can recover so fast? Songhai laughed and asked. This immediately caused an uproar of laughter. The onlookers also burst into laughter, which made the second school students grind their teeth in anger, their veins bulging. They wished they could tear Jiang Hao and the others apart. Don't be too proud too soon. Sneaking attacks from behind is not what heroes do. Sheng Yulan from the second school stood up angrily to scold. Ha ha! Jiang Hao and his group laughed carefreely. Jiang Hao turned to those furious students from the second school and made a throat-cutting gesture, which nearly made them explode with rage. The few of them stood up abruptly furious and ready to rush over. Fortunately, someone held them back. Stay calm. We will fight them during the competition. Remember the strategy we discussed last night. The people beside them reassured. Gua Guang watched from the side, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. They didn't need him to incite them. They already wished they could kill each other on the spot. This is just wonderful. A few from his second school could still remain calm. But the third school's people were too arrogant. Although the atmosphere was tense, both sides eventually finished breakfast peacefully and headed to the competition venue. The leaders spoke. And then the leaders of the leaders spoke, still the same old rhetoric about fighting for the stability and rise of the human race. And only then did the competition begin. As usual, they conducted a draw, but no one would draw a student from their own school, only from other schools. Xingzhou, do you think we should stand up and demand a direct match with the third school's people? Su Qianhe, standing at the front, asked with a smile. No, the higher-ups wouldn't allow it. Let's stick to the normal rules. Xiao Xingzhou shook his head. No matter who we encounter, tell them to fight with all their might. Hit them hard, Xiao Xingzhou said calmly. This time we must showcase the prestige of our second school and wash away the shame. Su Qianhe nodded heavily and then passed the message down. Chapter 80, the competition begins soon. Everyone received their numbers. It was a small plastic tag, with the words Human Race Elite Selection Competition circling on the front, and the number 15 in the middle, representing the 15th arena. The back was covered with a layer of coating, and only by scratching off the coating could one see the opponent's name. This maximized the fairness of the competition. Jiang Hao scratched off the coating and saw the words Li Hu from the second school. What a coincidence! It's someone from the second school. Jiang Hao murmured. He didn't know if this was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement. But regardless of whether it was a coincidence or an arrangement, encountering me would be their calamity. Jiang Hao then walked towards Li Tiniu and the others to check their opponents. He found that their opponents were not all from the second school. There were also students from the 5th, 4th, and 1st schools. Soon, the host at the front began to speak into the microphone. Everyone, please take your number tags and find your corresponding arena. You have 10 minutes to get on stage. If you don't make it within the time limit, it will be considered a forfeit. The opponents will automatically win. From left to right, the arena numbers range from arena number 1 to arena number 100, and so on, with a total of 500 arenas. The competition rules are simple. No taking banned substances on stage, and those needing to carry weapons must be inspected before bringing them on stage. Remember, once you knock an opponent off the stage, you cannot continue to pursue them. If they're still on stage and voluntarily concede, you should stop attacking. Remember, no deliberate killing during the competition. The ringing of the bell indicates the start of the competition. All right, those are the rules. Hurry up and get on stage, the host shouted. Jiang Hao listened to the host's words, his eyes narrowing. No deliberate killing means accidental killing is allowed, and he even suspected that the higher-ups were encouraging them to kill. Otherwise, how could they explain the host's sudden statement? Isn't that a reminder that accidental killing is permissible? This is absurd. They can also bring weapons on stage, and jumping off the stage counts as a voluntary concession. Jiang Hao looked at the arena and suddenly seemed to see a scene of rivers of blood, a fierce aura hitting him head-on. It made Jiang Hao smell the scent of blood and caused his blood to boil. This was very different from competitions in his past life, where safety was the top priority. Even in mixed martial arts arenas, killing was not allowed in principle. People would also be careful not to strike vital areas. Here, although the host mentioned many rules, it was essentially meaningless. It merely limited the rules for conceding, and the safest way to concede was to jump off the stage. Conceding on stage carries significant risk. Listening to the host's words, if an opponent concedes on stage, they should stop attacking. This means it is permissible to not be able to stop in time. It's too brutal, but Jiang Hao found it very enjoyable. He grinned. This was because the human race faced a harsh environment and brutal beasts, so nurturing talent was also conducted through a method akin to raising poisonous insects. It can be anticipated that in this selection competition, the further they go, the stronger their opponents will be. If one's overall strength is lacking, they are destined not to go far. Jiang Hao's blood began to excite. It had been a long time since he encountered a competent opponent. Luch out and count. He was a congenital warrior, far surpassing Jiang Hao, and Jiang Hao would need to use the divine thunder talisman provided by the system to protect himself. Otherwise, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Not passion, but foolishness. Jiang Hao focused his mind and stepped onto the 15th arena. Meanwhile, a strong opponent with a tiger-like back and bear-like waist walked up from below, exuding a fierce aura just by walking. Li Hu coldly looked at Jiang Hao on the stage, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It turned out that he encountered Jiang Hao, the person Chao Meng specifically instructed to get rid of. Chao Meng had offered a generous reward, which made Li Hu very tempted and excited. He must defeat Jiang Hao, wash away the shame of the second middle school, and use Jiang Hao's defeat to make a name for himself. Jiang Hao stood on the stage, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for his opponent to come up. I'm really lucky to run into you. Li Hu stood on the stage, grinning. Jiang Hao opened his eyes and smiled at Li Hu. Yes, you are really lucky. Daring to be so arrogant at this time. It's only because I wasn't here yesterday. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to appear here today, right? Li Hu said grimly. Yes, you are right. Jiang Hao replied with a smile. Li Hu's expression darkened immediately, looking coldly at Jiang Hao. I originally wanted to give you a quick end, but unfortunately, your mouth is too foul. You lost this opportunity. This is self-inflicted, Li Hu said with a sullen face. Yes, you are too powerful, coming up to scare me. Jiang Hao said mockingly, looking at Li Hu. Do you think that by doing this, I will let you go? Liungria suddenly lowa. You think Li Hu's words weren't finished when a sound of ding, ding, ding rang out from outside the arena. This was the signal for the match to begin. Li Hu felt a flash in front of him, and a huge fist appeared before his eyes. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his nose. With a crack, he felt his nasal bone break, and then his head was violently shaken, sending his body flying into the air. What is this? How can it be so fast? Li Hu screamed internally. Soon, his consciousness fell into darkness. Boom! Li Hu's body was knocked out of the ring, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chao Meng's face twisted slightly, his brows furrowed, and his facial muscles twitched. He looked towards the ring, and it was Jiang Hao, the student he hated the most, the one who had embarrassed him. Jiang Hao had actually knocked Li Hu, who ranked high in their second middle school, off the stage with a single punch. Medical personnel immediately rushed over to check, finding that Li Hu had only broken his nasal bone, and his opponent had controlled his strength, not smashing his head. There is still hope. Hurry up and treat him. The doctor checked his pulse on his neck and shouted. Chao Meng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that there was still a chance for rescue. But he continued to look at Jiang Hao with a sinister gaze, as if he wanted to skin him alive. Is that all? Still making noise? Jiang Hao sneered. Number 15, Jiang Hao wins. The host announced the result as soon as he saw Li Hu being knocked off the stage. The people from the second middle school were all shocked by this announcement. The match had just begun, and Li Hu had already lost. They all looked towards the number 15 ring, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even the judges on the high platform were startled by Jiang Hao's speed, and those on the highest platform squinted their eyes to focus on Jiang Hao. Have someone bring up Jiang Hao's information. Meanwhile, the people from the third middle school were invigorated, their spirits seeming to rise a notch. Xiao Xingzhou and Su Tian's expressions turned cold as they looked at their opponents. They were quite regretful that the opponent they encountered today was not from the third middle school. But they also planned to knock their opponent off the stage as quickly as possible. They want to show everyone that the people from the second middle school were not weak. Jiang Hao shook off the blood on his hands and walked down the ring. Sun Da's mouth was so wide open with joy that it seemed about to split. Great, wonderful. This statement made Chao Meng want to punch him to death, wishing he could shatter Sun Da's nose too. Chapter 81. The Frenzied Students of the Second Middle School. Guohaguang watched Li Hu being carried away from below, his eyelids twitching and his breath nearly stopping. He asked himself, if he faced Jiang Hao's attack, could he dodge it? It was too fast, so fast that he didn't even see how Jiang Hao made his move. In the blink of an eye, he saw Jiang Hao punch Li Hu flying. It was really in the blink of an eye that he sent his enemy flying. If he had hit harder, Li Hu might have had his head exploded. As an undercover agent of the Moon God sect, could he really escape under Jiang Hao's hands? The original plan was for him to attract Jiang Hao's anger, provoke him, and lure him outside the school. But now he realized this plan was completely unworkable. His speed was far inferior to Jiang Hao's, and he might not even make it outside the school before being killed by Jiang Hao. It seemed the plan needed to change. Following the original plan would not only fail to complete the task, but might also cost him his life. This was not the result he wanted. Although he also believed in the moon goddess, he hadn't reached the point of sacrificing his life for faith. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be an undercover agent. With this thought, Guohaguang shifted his gaze to the other contestants from the second middle school, observing their strengths, recording their performances, and contemplating how this plan should change to save his life while completing the task. At this moment, another scream rang out in the competition arena. It was Xiao Xingzhou who had sent his opponent flying with a palm strike, and the opponent flew out of the ring, letting out a scream. Xiao Xingzhou stood proudly on the stage, coldly looking down at Jiang Hao watching from below, pointing at Jiang Hao and making a throat-cutting gesture. This provocation caused an uproar among the spectators, their gazes involuntarily turning to Jiang Hao. This kind of provocation stunned Jiang Hao for a moment. Then he broke into a brilliant smile and beckoned Xiao Xingzhou with his hand, indicating for him to come on. Xiao Xingzhou sneered and also stepped down from the stage. Unfortunately, his opponent was not from the third middle school. Otherwise, he would definitely have killed his opponent. After Xiao Xingzhou finished off his opponent, screams rang out one after another in the competition arena. Those top experts quickly dealt with their opponents. Those who had previously mixed in here were now easily eliminated by the experts. Jiang Hao observed for a moment and found that very few directly killed their opponents. Most, like him, only injured their opponents or knocked them out of the ring, holding back some strength and not delivering fatal blows. However, when Jiang Hao shifted his gaze to the matches of the students from the third middle school, he noticed a significant anomaly. Whenever someone from the third middle school encountered someone from the second middle school, the latter would definitely attack desperately, with no exceptions. They seemed to be fighting for their lives, regardless of the consequences, trading injuries for injuries, and all aimed directly at vital points. The most excessive ones were even delivering fatal blows. Jiang Hao's brow furrowed. There couldn't be such a coincidence that all the people from the second middle school were fighting desperately. It definitely wasn't just a coincidence. They must have received orders from above. They were commanded to go all out from the very beginning. Jiang Hao turned his head to look at Chao Meng standing on the high platform, his eyes narrowing. If Chao Meng wasn't involved in this, Jiang Hao would not believe it. A scream came from the direction of Yang Ziying. Her opponent happened to be from the second middle school. Yang Ziying's speed was originally very fast, but she encountered a tank-like contestant with very high defense and strong power. This perfectly countered her and prevented her from showcasing her skills. Yang Ziying's punches landed on her opponent like a tickle. As long as she didn't hit vital points, she couldn't hurt the opponent at all. At this moment, Yang Ziying was grabbed by the neck by her opponent, lifted like a little chick, and her right hand was wildly pounding on Yang Ziying's body. Yang Ziying seemed stunned, passively taking the hits, only knowing to scream in terror without knowing to concede. "Stop! Admit defeat, Yang Ziying," Jiang Hao shouted thunderously. This made the other competitors pause for a moment, staring at Jiang Hao in shock. This roar, if it were close, would even make them dizzy. In the future, they would definitely have to guard against Jiang Hao's sudden shouts. This loud shout shocked Yang Ziying awake, and she hurriedly shouted her surrender. However, the person from the second middle school did not stop attacking, furiously pounding several punches until Yang Ziying's upper body bones were crushed before stopping and throwing Yang Ziying off the stage, like throwing away garbage. Chao Meng provocatively looked at Jiang Hao, her face full of smugness. "Chao Meng, are you crazy?" Sun Dahai angrily glared at Chao Meng, shouting in question. Chao Meng revealed a sinister smile, coldly looking at Sun Dahai. "Did I violate the competition rules? You're endangering lives. This is malicious revenge. Why is your heart so narrow?" Sun Dahai shouted loudly. "Ha ha ha. Although we are quite familiar, if you say that about me, I will sue you for defamation," Chao Meng said with a smile, pointing at Sun Dahai. "My students strictly follow the competition rules, and you can't slander them." Sun Dahai trembled with rage. He was left speechless, fully aware that the other party was retaliating maliciously, yet he felt helpless against them. Seeing Chao Meng's arrogant demeanor made Sun Dahai's teeth grind. "Aren't you afraid that my people will go all out against yours?" Sun Dahai gritted his teeth and asked. "Ha ha. Doesn't that just fit the competition rules perfectly?" Chao Meng laughed heartily. "Isn't this competition meant to select the strong who can survive in bloody storms? If everyone is just being polite and deferential, then what's the point of this competition? Will the beasts outside show you mercy? Will they consider not striking vital points to avoid harming your students? Chao Meng's continuous questioning left Sun Dahai speechless, causing him to tremble with anger, his eyes nearly bursting. You will get your comeuppance. You are not human. Sun Dahai pointed at Chao Meng and cursed. Ha ha, do you think my words are wrong? Chao Meng ignored Sun Dahai and turned to the other team leaders from different schools. The other vice principals cursed inwardly, thinking, damn, why are we dragged into your fight? Yet they nodded reluctantly at the frenzied students from the second high school. Sun Dahai laughed bitterly, making the other vice principals feel ashamed and turn away, unable to look at his face. Below the stage, Jiang Hao quickly approached to check on Yang Xing when she landed, discovering that the bones in her upper body had been shattered. Even if Yang Xing was healed, it would require a great cost to recover, and if things went poorly, she could suffer severe consequences. This was destroying Yang Xing's foundation. This instantly ignited Jiang Hao's rage, and he glared at the tank-like figure on the stage. Clenching his fists tightly, the tank-type contestant from the second high school disdainfully laughed and walked off the stage. Doctors quickly came over to check on Yang Xing's condition, lifting her onto a stretcher for treatment. Very good. People from the second high school, I will remember you. Don't let me encounter you. Jiang Hao's eyes were nearly ablaze with fury. He turned to the other platforms and noticed that all the students from the second high school were attacking wildly. They were all frightened by the crazed students from the second high school. Chapter 82, Going All Out. This was just the beginning of the competition, and these students from a second high school were attacking recklessly as if they were on drugs. Contestants facing the student from the second high school were currently in dire straits. The internal competition had begun with the students from the second high school, forcing others to fight desperately. They weren't even prepared to fight for their lives, but were being pushed to battle against the second high school. This made them feel incredibly frustrated and hate the students from the second high school even more. Crazy. These people are completely insane. Jiang Hao saw that the situation for the students from the third high school was not optimistic and wanted to shout a warning. Just as he was about to speak, the host landed beside him and pressed a hand on Jiang Hao's shoulder. Jiang Hao, do not disrupt the competition, the host said sternly. I didn't stop you in time when you shouted just now, but don't disturb the competition any further. Chao Meng on the high platform saw Jiang Hao being stopped, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Jiang Hao, Sun Dahai, this is just the beginning. I want you to kneel and beg me. I will make you pay for what you have done. Chao Meng coldly looked at Jiang Hao, laughing inwardly. Dare to make our second high school a joke? Then you third high school should be prepared for heavy casualties. On the high platform, the two big shots coldly watched the fighting below. They did not stop the actions of the students from the second high school. As Chao Meng said, they strictly followed the competition rules and did not violate them. In fact, from their perspective, they preferred to see such a competition rather than one where everyone is polite and friendly, much less one that prioritizes friendship over competition. They wanted to use this bloody reality to tell those still in their ivory towers that the world is cruel, more cruel than you can imagine. If you can't withstand this little setback, then don't expect to battle against even more ferocious beasts. If you can't handle a little blood, you'll only drag your teammates down on the battlefield. Such uselessness is not what they wanted. Moreover, this time the human elite selection competition was meant to select the top talents to explore those secret realms. Inside, there are numerous crises and countless ferocious beasts, but also many talented treasures waiting for them to explore. If one's strength is insufficient, then entering would just be a death sentence. There have been attempts to send people in before, but none have come out. Sigh, they are still too young. They have been too well protected. They are furious over such a minor situation. The people on the high platform looked at Jiang Hao and shook their heads lightly. Haha, there's nothing to be done. That's how the inland people are. They only understand beasts from books without directly facing them. The Lord of Jiangchang City smiled. They indeed lacked the direct experience that students from the border regions had. However, once they became familiar with the battlefield, they believed they would not be inferior to the students from the border regions. The one from Pingnan City wondered whether to continue watching the competition. After Jiang Hao's shout, the students from the third high school had already realized that if they couldn't win, they should Jump off the platform immediately. The student from the second high school had gone mad. Jiang Hao, they are crazy. Completely crazy. Song Hai limped over to Jiang Hao and said, trembling, yes, they are all crazy, coming up to fight desperately, disregarding the subsequent matches. Even if they injure their arms, they still attack as if they are on drugs. Tan Jing said with a face full of lingering fear. Those who were eliminated by the second high school gathered around Jiang Hao, all chattering about their experiences. Looking at the terrified expressions on their faces, Jiang Hao suddenly felt calm. Since the students from his second high school are fighting desperately, why can't you? Some of them were even stronger than the student from the second high school, but chose to jump off the platform, scared by the frenzy of the second high school. Warriors should have a heart that is fearless and unyielding. Now, looking at them, they are merely intimidated by the madness of the second high school. And they dare not continue the competition. Is it really that serious? At worst, they would get injured, but it's not like there aren't medicines to treat them. Yet they still hesitated. Jiang Hao was relieved to see that only a dozen people had gathered around, while most others were still on the stage, especially Li-Da-Qiang, who also encountered the students from the second high school. The students from the second high school were mad, but he was even crazier than them. At this moment, he had the students from the second high school crying for their fathers and mothers, screaming in terror, frightened by Li-Da-Qiang's wild demeanor. You go crazy. I will go crazier than you. Let us see who doesn't care about their lives. Even kind-hearted people like Zhao Xuanyan had their anger ignited and were going all out against the students from the second high school. Many of them were not weaker than the students from the second high school. As long as they dared to fight, they really had a chance to win this competition. You all rest well. We will take care of the rest of the matches, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Jiang Hao, help us take revenge. You must kill the students from the second high school fiercely. Song Hai shouted defiantly. He truly couldn't compete against the students from the second high school. And even if he fought desperately, he was no match, so he could only jump off the platform. He also knows that this is a matter of his innate talent. Being able to enter this field is already a stroke of good fortune. He owes it to the competition among the top students that gave him this opportunity. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter this industry at all, as many students from the top class are stronger than him. It was just bad luck that he was eliminated. However, others were simply timid and hadn't taken the competition seriously, jumping off the stage out of fear from the students of Class 2. All right, if you see any injured classmates, please help take care of them. Jiang Hao smiled as he walked towards the drawing stage. Soon, the first round of matches was basically over, and Class 3 still had 20 people left, including Jiang Hao. The others were eliminated, resulting in a 50 elimination rate. Fortunately, the remaining students were mostly top experts. However, there were a few with more serious injuries who needed treatment before they could participate in the next match. Li-Da-Qiang was seriously injured. His arm was broken, his nasal bone was shattered, and his face was covered in blood. But his opponent was in worse shape, with all 4 limbs broken and no intact bones in his body. Li-Da-Qiang left the stage with a smile. Class 2 still had 28 students left, and their aggressive strategy was effective. Among the other 3 schools, Class 1 had the most remaining students, with 33 left, having only eliminated 17. The other 2 schools, Class 4 and Class 5, each had 22 students remaining. Class 3 was at the bottom, suffering extremely heavy losses, and even became a laughingstock, nearly driving Sun Dahai to anger. Chao Ming was grinning from ear to ear. He really didn't expect this aggressive strategy to keep Class 2 in second place without dropping down. The other 2 schools weren't looking too bad either, thanks to Class 3 propping them up. Class 1 still dominated, leading the way. Today's matches ended here, with a total of 125 people remaining. Tomorrow's competition will continue, needing to eliminate 75 people. The day after tomorrow's matches will determine the ranking order among the remaining 50 people. After today's matches, there was a tense atmosphere among the 5 schools, with the other 3 schools expressing significant discontent towards Class 2, except for Class 1. The drawing began, which would determine their opponents for tomorrow. The atmosphere grew even more tense. Chapter 83. The Wind Rises. Class 1 drew first, as they had the most students and were ranked first. Gu Changxing from Class 1 reached in and drew a number. Everyone drew a number, and each number had 2 cards inside. If anyone drew the same number, congratulations, you would be opponents in the next match, the host said with a smile. All the number plates were covered with a coating, so no one knew what number they had beforehand. Now, with 125 people left, one person would surely be left out. So let's see who was lucky enough to draw number 63. That person would automatically advance to the semifinals. Come on, Gu Chongqing, you start. Good luck to you. Everyone was internally hoping to draw number 63, not just to be left out, but to show off their good luck. Gu Chongqing scratched off the coating on his plastic card and found the number 23. Everyone silently prayed not to draw 23. Gu Chongqing was recognized as the number 1 expert among the students from Hengyang City. Encountering him basically meant saying goodbye to the stage without any suspense. The people behind began to draw numbers, and whenever someone drew their number and saw it wasn't 23, they couldn't help but cheer. The students from Class 1 had good luck. None of them drew number 23. This meant that no students from their school would face Gu Chongqing as opponents. Then the students from Class 2 began to draw. Xiao Xingzhou drew number 46 and breathed a sigh of relief, glad he wasn't facing Gu Chongqing. Su Tianhe began to draw, and when he scratched off the number plate, his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. It was as if he had lost a loved one as he looked at the number on the plate. If he could do it again, he would definitely not have drawn that number. There was glaringly showing number 23. Xiao Xingzhou, seeing Su Tianhe's number from behind, was also shocked. What incredible luck was this? How could he draw that? He looked at Su Tianhe with sympathy, patting his shoulder. The other students from Class 2 also looked at Su Tianhe with pity, mourning for him. Although Su Tianhe was a seed player from Class 2, facing Gu Chongqing, there was basically no suspense. He could be declared to have left the stage. Chao Ming's expression was equally grim, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. He had thought Su Tianhe could make it into the top 50 in Hengyang City, but never expected him to encounter Gu Chongqing here. Sun Dehai and the other 4 vice principals burst into laughter. Then Class 3 began to draw numbers, and Jiang Hao was the first to draw, scratching off the coating. The number displayed was 35. Who is number 35? Jiang Hao shouted. Everyone was stunned for a moment, looking at their own number plates. The tank player Zhang Ming, who had once violently beaten Yang Ziying from Class 2, suddenly looked at his number plate and found it was 35. His expression turned somewhat ugly. Could he really be this unlucky? Jiang Hao actually drew number 35? Scanning the crowd, Jiang Hao noticed Zhang Ming's drastic change in expression and smiled. It's you, isn't it? Jiang Hao asked, pointing at Zhang Ming with a grin. Zhang Ming's expression changed. Then he looked up at Jiang Hao defiantly. It's me, so what? Zhang Ming asked coldly. It's good that it's you. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Then I'll wait for you. Zhang Ming replied with forced laughter. Jiang Hao merely smiled and didn't look at Zhang Ming any further. In Jiang Hao's eyes, Zhang Ming was already a dead man. You need to be careful. Don't underestimate him. Jiang Hao is very strong. Xiao Xingzhou reminded Zhang Ming from the side. I know, but I'm not weak either. Zhang Ming said. Just be careful. Xiao Xingzhou merely reminded once. The spectators from Class 3 saw Jiang Hao draw Zhang Ming and immediately cheered in secret, especially Li Qin, who had a decent relationship with Yang Ziying, who couldn't help but cheer. This made Zhang Ming's expression extremely ugly as he glared fiercely at the people below and at Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao completely ignored Zhang Ming and continued to watch the drawing of numbers on stage. Many people were unwilling to show their numbers, hiding the drawn number plates directly. They just didn't want their opponents to prepare for tomorrow and didn't know who their opponents were either. This was a gamble on luck, leaving their opponents in the dark about their situation. Everyone was looking forward to who could draw number 65, but once all the students from Class 3 had drawn, no one had drawn number 65. Sun Dehai also felt quite regretful, sighing and looking at the other 2 vice principals, clasping his hands in congratulations. The vice principals from Class 4 and Class 5 were laughing so hard they were almost showing their teeth. Finally, number 65 was drawn by a student named Yang Mao from Class 5, who was so happy he almost fainted. He had already sustained serious injuries, and today's victory was purely by chance. If he had to participate in the next match, his own strength wasn't very strong, and combined with his serious injuries, it would be nearly impossible for him to win the next match. Now he had unexpectedly gained a chance to enter the top 63 in Hengyang City. Even if he couldn't win the next match, This qualification would be a great advantage for job hunting or college applications. This made everyone envious to the point of their eyes turning red. If a strong competitor had been left out, it would have been fine. But if a weak one was left out, everyone felt it was unfair. All right, everyone is finished drawing. Gather here tomorrow morning. There will only be one match tomorrow, which is the semifinals. Get ready. The host called out with a smile. As the host's words fell, the crowd began to slowly disperse. The moon was bright, and the clear moonlight illuminated the night as if it were daylight. Some people slept soundly, but others couldn't sleep at all. Tomorrow was the semifinals, and after learning about their opponents, it was hard to fall asleep. The cult spies also began to take action, with Guo and Guang being the first to approach Zhang Ming. At the same time, they sought out those who were ranked lower and weaker, giving them hope. Although the other cults did not have the divine medicine like the moon god cult, which could triple one's strength after consumption, they could still double one's strength, and aim to disrupt the opponent's focus and avoid being exposed. In the dead of night, a shadow flashed outside the window, and a scream came from a room, waking everyone up. Murder! Murder! A terrified scream echoed, prompting the school security to rush over. In one of the dormitories of the fourth school, several students were so frightened that their faces turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. On the bed near the window, blood was dripping. A student lay there, eyes wide open, his throat slit. Blood flowed down like a stream, forming a pool on the floor. The smell of blood filled the air, terrifying the students who had rarely seen blood, causing them to scream in panic. Murder! Murder! The security chief's face turned extremely grim, and the guard from the city lord's mansion, who rushed over, also looked pale, exuding a terrifying aura. Who on earth is it? The security captain gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. Someone dared to kill a student right under his nose. The wind howled outside. It was getting windy. Chapter 84. Assassination. The security captain pushed aside his collar and saw that the cut on the neck was very smooth. A clean, throat-slitting. It was done swiftly. Before the student had time to react, his throat was already cut. Security Captain DOOMSDAY and the guard from the city lord's mansion, Huang Chun, exchanged glances and could see the worry in each other's eyes. This was a seasoned killer, a professional at murder. There are no clues left about the murderer at the scene, only a new scratch on the window. However, this scratch was of no use. It only indicated that the murderer had reached in through the window and slashed the throat of this student, Li Yongxi. This was definitely not a crime of passion. It was premeditated, with the murderer having scouted the location beforehand. Sure enough, after questioning the other students in the room, there were no useful clues. They only realized something was wrong after hearing Li Yongxi make gurgling sound from his slit throat and smelling the blood. They hadn't seen the murderer, not even a shadow. This left Li Dajing feeling quite frustrated. Li Yongxi had already been eliminated. Why would someone still want to kill him? If he had won, it would make sense for someone to want to kill him. But now that he had been eliminated and was staying at the school, how deep was the grudge against him? Did someone chase him all the way to the school to kill him? Wouldn't it be easier to kill him after the match was over? Why did they have to do it in this heavily guarded school? This left Li Dajing baffled. He wanted to explode in anger, but didn't know who to direct it at. Just then, another scream came from outside the window. Help! Someone come quick, someone is dead. Xiaolong, check where the incident happened. Li Dajing shouted. Xiaolong rushed out to confirm and soon called back, panting heavily. Captain, it's from the 5th school. 3 people from the 5th school have been killed. Damn! Li Dajing's expression changed, and he cursed, quickly turning around to run towards the 5th school's dormitory, leaving a few people behind to keep watch. 5 schools had come to participate in the competition, and the first school, being wealthy, had arranged 5 courtyards for the participants to stay in. Each school had 1 courtyard. These courtyards were originally built for the participants because Shaojing City often held various competitions, many of which were hosted by the first school. Particularly for this selection competition, it was chosen to be held at the first school. Therefore, the first school specially built these courtyards to accommodate participants, showcasing its generosity. Jiang Hao was also awakened by the cries, but he had not been asleep. He had been practicing Hengyang Scripture. He had just enhanced his skill level and needed to practice Hengyang Scripture more to digest the sudden surge of power and better control his strength, making sure he was finally attuned to his own abilities. This way, his strength would reach a new level, and when he had reinforcement points, he could continue to enhance. Otherwise, forcing an enhancement would only make his foundation unstable. This was already much better than those who had to train hard for years to improve their realm. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's ears perked up, and he sniffed lightly, sensing someone had entered the dormitory. A shadow appeared beside Jiang Hao's dorm, the moonlight stretching its shadow long as it quietly threw a black round ball inside. It made a hissing sound on the ground, releasing thick smoke. Soon, the smoke filled the entire dormitory. Jiang Hao sat still on the bed, motionless. With a soft sound, the shadow landed and slowly approached Jiang Hao. A dagger glowing blue appeared in the shadow's hand, swiftly stabbing towards Jiang Hao's back. The figure in black growled lowly as he plunged down. Jiang Hao remained completely still, quietly sitting there. Clang! Crack! The dagger struck Jiang Hao's back, producing a sound that made the assailant's teeth ache. The attacker felt as if he had stabbed into a steel plate, and he couldn't believe it as he raised the dagger to inspect it. His face instantly filled with disbelief. The tip of the dagger had actually broken. How is this possible? How could the tip of the dagger break? The shadowy figure's mind buzzed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He looked at Jiang Hao's back. It had only pierced his clothes, but there wasn't a single mark on his back. What kind of monster was this? The figure screamed in his mind, unable to believe what he was seeing. He stubbornly plunged the dagger into Jiang Hao's back again, only to hear another crack, and the dagger broke in two. Yet Jiang Hao remained unharmed. The figure staggered back a few steps, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his head buzzing, and his back drenched in sweat. What kind of monster had he attempted to assassinate? Could that mist still confuse him? Looking at Jiang Hao, he saw Jiang Hao turn his head and look at him mockingly, sizing him up. This startled the figure, making his eyeballs nearly pop out. Ah! The figure in black screamed, turning to flee. It's over, it's over. He thought frantically as he rushed towards the window. But just after taking 2 steps, his body uncontrollably slammed into the wall with a thud. Ah! The figure in black cried out in pain, gasping for breath, struggling to get up. His arm was broken, and he felt disoriented. His internal organs jostled around. A mouthful of blood spilled out, and then he saw a pair of feet standing in front of him. You! Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Hao stepped on the back of the figure in black, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Tonight is very lively. Let me see who you are, he said as he reached to pull off the figure's mask. The man in black widened his eyes as he looked at Jiang Hao's hand, then clenched his teeth fiercely. Before Jiang Hao could remove his mask, the man began to foam at the mouth, convulsing violently and trembling until he lost his breath. A death warrior? Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes. He removed the mask from the man in black, revealing a handsome young man's face, someone Jiang Hao had never encountered before. Jiang Hao pried open the man's mouth and saw that his back molars were shattered with poison, emitting a foul smell that was nauseating. He chuckled coldly. This is interesting. Someone actually sent a death warrior to assassinate me? Who could it be? Who holds such a grudge against me? Meanwhile, downstairs, Guohaguang waited in vain for the assassin to come out. He had already seen the mist of smoke enveloping Jiang Hao's dormitory. Why hadn't the assassin escaped yet? Had something gone wrong? Guohaguang looked at Jiang Hao's dormitory with a bad premonition in his heart. He glanced at the window of Jiang Hao's dormitory again and suddenly saw a head poking out. It was Jiang Hao. Guohaguang's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning, and he quickly hid in a corner, gasping for breath. Something indeed had gone wrong. In Zhang Meng's room at number 2 middle school, there was also a man in black. He was holding a bottle of elixir and looked at Zhang Meng, asking, "Do you want to defeat Jiang Hao?" Zhang Meng sat up suddenly, looking at the man in fear, a glint of horror flashing in his eyes. Chapter 85. Do you want to win? Who are you? Zhang Meng asked in terror. I'm here to bring you warmth. The man in black said with a smile. Do you want to defeat Jiang Hao? He asked again. I could defeat Jiang Hao by myself. Zhang Meng shouted, then suddenly lunged at the man in black. Boom! The moment they made contact, Zhang Meng was sent flying, crashing into the wall and sliding down. He struggled to get up but spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee, with that little strength. You think you could defeat Jiang Hao? The man in black mocked. Do you have any misconceptions about Jiang Hao's strength? Zhang Meng glared defiantly at the man in black. Internally terrified, He was very confident in his own strength, and even more confident in his defense. But against this man in black, he couldn't withstand even one move. He felt his insides shift, his blood unstable, and after a long time, he finally managed to stabilize his breathing. With your strength, Jiang Hao could easily take you down twice, and you still dare to boast that you can defeat him? The man in black taunted. How do you know Jiang Hao's strength? Zhang Ming asked defiantly. I fought with Jiang Hao before, of course I know his strength. I almost died at his hands. Do you really think you can win against him? The man in black sneered. Impossible. He's just a student. How could he have such strength? Zhang Ming shouted in disbelief. Also want to ask why? Why is Jiang Hao so strong? The man in black laughed coldly. Do you still think you're a match for Jiang Hao? He asked. Zhang Ming fell silent. However, he still couldn't accept that Jiang Hao's strength was so formidable. Even the man in black before him was not a match for Jiang Hao, and yet he couldn't even withstand one move from the man in black. Could he really defeat Jiang Hao? Gulps. Zhang Ming swallowed hard, already having an answer in his heart. Are you trying to deceive me? What is your real purpose for being here? Zhang Ming suddenly raised his head and asked the man in black. I want you to kill Jiang Hao tomorrow. The man in black said slowly and deliberately. Why? Why don't you kill him yourself? Zhang Ming asked, his eyes wide. You say you come to deliver elixirs. Your strength is greater than mine. Why don't you take it yourself and go kill Jiang Hao? The man in black fell silent for a moment. Speak. What is your real purpose for being here? Or I'll shout for help. Zhang Ming shouted, pretending to call for help. If you dare shout, I will kill you directly. The man in black said coldly, his icy gaze sending a shiver down Zhang Ming's spine. He knew that if he dared to shout, this man in black would really kill him. So what do you want from me? Zhang Ming asked, swallowing hard. I already said, I want you to kill Jiang Hao in the arena tomorrow. The man in black reiterated. Then why don't you go kill him yourself? Zhang Ming asked immediately. You would have a much greater chance of success in killing Jiang Hao than I would. I'm not in a position to do so. The man in black said coldly. Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. What kind of excuse is that? Do you have a more perfunctory reason to offer? The man in black knew Zhang Ming didn't believe him, but it was true. He really wasn't in a position to do so. What if I refuse? Zhang Ming asked. You will die. The man in black said directly. Zhang Ming fell silent, his body trembling slightly. The man in black stared intently at Zhang Ming, putting immense pressure on him. He doubted that if he dared to refuse, the next moment the man in black would kill him. They were too close. The man in black could reach him with a hand. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhang Ming's forehead. His breath became erratic, and he kept swallowing hard. Can I think it over? Zhang Ming asked. Think it over? Do you even have time to think? The man in black mocked Zhang Ming. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Jiang Hao has already made it clear that he wants to kill you today, and you still want to think? The man in black questioned. Zhang Ming suddenly raised his head and looked at the man in black. Were you there at the scene today? Zhang Ming suddenly asked. The man in black let out a cold laugh, his eyes growing colder, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped, as if the atmosphere was about to freeze. Zhang Ming shivered, frantically swallowing hard, regretting why he had asked that question. What kind of elixir is this? Zhang Ming asked, looking at the elixir in the man in black's hand, trying to break the silence. Bone-eroding pill. After taking it, it could triple your combat power. The man in black raised his hand and said. Zhang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Is there really such a miraculous medicine in this world? Zhang Ming asked. The effect is real. I'm not lying to you. I just want you to kill Jiang Hao tomorrow. The man in black reiterated. As long as you complete the task, I will give you an additional 5 million yuan. The man in black offered again. Isn't your mother waiting for money to treat her illness? With this 5 million, her treatment can begin, the man in black said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Ming felt a chill run down his back. The man in black was too terrifying, having even investigated his family situation. If he didn't agree, would he harm his mother? I agree, but you must not harm my mom. Zhang Ming glared fiercely at the man in black. Rest assured, we disdain to use your family to threaten you, the man in black said with a smile. Here, take this elixir. Remember to take it before you go on stage tomorrow. Its effect lasts 10 minutes. The man in black placed the elixir on the table. As long as you complete the task, We will send 5 million to your mother." After saying this, the man in black suddenly leaped out of the window, disappearing into the night, blending into the darkness. Zhang Meng turned his head, his eyes red as he looked at the man in black's retreating figure. He wanted to shout out, but hearing the last sentence, he didn't dare. He was really afraid that the other party would harm his mother. Zhang Meng's hands trembled as he grabbed the elixir bottle, removing the cap. Inside lay a golden elixir, engraved with mysterious patterns, emitting a fragrant aroma. Just breathing in the scent of the elixir made Zhang Meng feel the blood within him stir, beginning to surge, his whole body heating up. He dared not be careless and immediately closed the cap. "Jiang Hao, you must die tomorrow." Zhang Meng gripped the elixir tightly, whispering fiercely. Hearing the noise outside, Zhang Meng jumped onto the bed, covered himself with a quilt, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, the assassin Li Denian rushed into the dormitory building of number 5 middle school, looking extremely grim at the sight of 3 students with their throats slit. "Check the surveillance. I want to see who is so daring." Li Denian yelled angrily. For students had been killed right under his nose, and his security guards and escort team were completely unaware. This was a disgrace. A slap in the face right in front of them. The vice principal of number 5 middle school also arrived, his face pale with anger, his eyes bulging. "Quick, go check if anyone else has been harmed. Wake everyone up," Li Denian shouted at the people outside. Huang Chun, waking up as if from a dream, understood Li Denian's intent and immediately notified all the vice principals to wake their students and check if they had been harmed. Chapter 86. What did you just say? This investigation revealed that several high school students had also been killed. There was no pattern. The murderer randomly selected victims, striking cleanly and decisively, without hesitation. The gruesome sight of the dead students sent chills down Li Denian's spine. How many people had the murderer killed to master such a skill? 10 corpses lay in the courtyard, a cruel mockery of their incompetence. Jiang Hao stood upstairs, looking down at the bodies, his brow furrowed. The security team leader Li Denian stood in the courtyard, smoking furiously but unable to find any effective clues. Faced with inquiries from the principals of the 5 high schools, he felt incredibly stifled, his anger boiling inside but unable to be released. The smell of smoke mixed with a nauseating stench was overwhelming. Jiang Hao carried the body of one of the black-clad assassins down the stairs. "Teachers, Captain Li, this is one of the assassins who tried to kill me. I caught him." Jiang Hao threw the assassin's body onto the ground. Everyone in the courtyard turned to look at Jiang Hao, then at the body on the ground. Li Denian's heart leaped with joy as he rushed to examine the assassin's body. "He committed suicide by poison?" Li Denian asked in surprise. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "I wanted to interrogate him for information, but he bit down on his poison pouch without hesitation. By the time I wanted to save him, it was too late." Li Denian pried open the assassin's mouth, a foul smell wafting out that made him frown. He clearly saw that there was still a poison pouch lodged in the assassin's molars. "Captain Li, do you know him?" Jiang Hao asked. "I don't know who I have offended to warrant such an assassination attempt. If I hadn't had some skills, you might have seen my corpse tonight." Everyone turned to look at the face of the assassin, and suddenly, Vice Principal Zhu Xueming of number 5 middle school's expression changed dramatically, his face filled with shock. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was indeed a student from their school. His mouth fell open in terror, trembling all over. How could this person attempt to assassinate Jiang Hao? How could he become someone else's assassin? "Old Zhu, what's wrong?" Principal Xiao Wanlong of No. For middle school quickly supported the almost collapsing Zhu Xueming, concern etched on his face. Jiang Hao, hearing the commotion, fixed his gaze on Zhu Xueming. "Principal Zhu, do you recognize him?" Jiang Hao asked. At Jiang Hao's question, everyone turned to look at Zhu Xueming. Zhu Xueming was now sweating profusely, panic-stricken, his face pale, trembling as he desperately denied it. But everyone could see that something was off with Zhu Xueming. Li Denian narrowed his eyes, staring intensely at Zhu Xueming. Even Principal Xiao Wanlong of number 4 middle school was now closely watching Zhu Xueming with a harsh gaze. "Old Zhu, do you really know him?" Xiao Wanlong asked. "Who is he?" Zhu Xueming stammered, drenched in sweat, looking extremely nervous. "I don't know him." Zhu Xueming waved his hand in denial. "So many people have already died. Are you not satisfied with the number?" Li Danian stepped forward, coldly questioning Zhu Xiuming. You're also a vice principal. Do you really want to watch these students die in vain? Huang Chun asked from his side. Zhu Xiuming was completely panicked, his eyes darting between Li Danian and Huang Chun. Speak up. Old Zhu, who exactly is he? Xiao Wanlong shouted angrily. Yes, old Zhu. Could it be that you are the killer tonight? Xiao Meng coldly asked from his side. It's not me. It's not me. Zhu Xiuming reacted strongly to Xiao Meng's words, immediately denying it. If it's not you, then tell us who he is, Xiao Meng demanded, pointing at the black-clad assassin on the ground. He. Zhu Xiuming looked awkwardly at the body on the ground, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. The pressure from everyone was overwhelming, draining the color from his face and rendering him incoherent as he lost the ability to think clearly. Zhu Xiuming realized he could no longer remain silent and, feeling utterly defeated, burst into tears. He is my brother-in-law, a security guard now. 5 middle school. Zhu Xiuming cried out. Did you catch the wrong person? How could he become someone else's assassin? Zhu Xiuming wailed. Principal Zhu, are you implying I killed the wrong person? I have surveillance outside my window. You can check the footage, Jiang Hao said coldly. Go check. Li Danian bellowed. Yes. The security team immediately went to check. You go too. Huang Chun ordered someone beside him. Yes. In my impression, he is just an honest and hard-working security guard. Zhu Xiuming cried out. At number 5 middle school, everyone praises him for being diligent. How could he be someone else's assassin? Zhu Xiuming suddenly felt too frightened to cry out loud, just sobbing while holding the body of the assassin. Let go. We need to examine his body. Li Danian shouta. Zhu Xiuming reluctantly released his grip, trembling as he looked at his brother-in-law Lin Hai. Take off his clothes, verify his identity, and check for any marks on him. Li Danian kumanda. You can't do this. Can't you take him to the forensic room for examination? Must it be done in broad daylight? Zhu Xiuming cried out. Take him away. Don't interfere with our investigation. Li Danian shouta impatiently. Yes. Zhu Xiuming was escorted away by 2 security guards. Captain, there is a black snake tattoo. As they removed Lin Hai's clothing, they revealed a black snake tattoo on his back, the snake's head raised as if poised to strike, its eyes icy cold. Just a tattoo sent chills down people's spines, creating a sense of dread. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the tattoo. This is the symbol of the black snake cult, Jiang Hao said softly. He was quite familiar with this symbol because he had personally stolen the idol of the black snake cult. Realizing this, he understood that the enemy was the black snake cult. Oh, do you recognize it? Li Danian asked, surprised. I've killed members of the black snake cult. They all have such a tattoo on their backs, Jiang Hao said, his gaze fixed on the design. You've killed members of the black snake cult? Huang Chun asked in shock. Yes, I even encountered a girl who was from your number 1 middle school and participated in this competition. Jiang Hao looked at the vice principal of number 1 middle school. Oh, who is she? Zhang Wenba asked with a smile. I think her name is Zhao Xiumei. Jiang Hao replied. Is it her? Zhang Wenba immediately recalled the girl and quickly dialed a number. Tell Zhao Xiumei to come to the dormitory courtyard of No. 3 middle school right away. You've only killed a few members of the black snake cult. They wouldn't send assassins after you, would they? Li Danian asked, astonished at Jiang Hao. I stole their idol, Jiang Hao stated bluntly. This revelation left everyone stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. What did you just say? Li Danian confirmed in disbelief once again. I said, I stole their idol. Jiang Hao said again. Chapter 87, It's all Jiang Hao's fault. Everyone was stunned and confused by Jiang Hao's words. The Black Snake cult had been frantically searching for the person who stole their idol. They didn't expect it to be Jiang Hao. Everyone was bewildered. Everyone in Shaojiang City was speculating who had such talent to steal someone else's idol. Cults are all sects that worship deities. It's quite funny to think that their own deity's idol was stolen. Many people were secretly laughing. So is he who did it? They all felt it was somewhat absurd that the powerful Black Snake cult fell into the hands of a student. If this word got out, it would definitely make people laugh out loud. Jiang Hao personally admitted that he stole the idol of the Black Snake cult. Everyone still found it hard to believe. You weren't lying? Wasn't there anyone guarding the Black Snake cult's church? Huang Qin stared at Jiang Hao and asked. Yes, but their strength isn't high. Their experts have all gone out, Jiang Hao replied. Where's their church located? Li Danian immediately asked. In the convenience store of the garden community, but I don't know if it's still there now, Jiang Hao said with a smile. He exchanged a glance with Huang Chun, who nodded in shock. He informed Li Danian that the Black Snake Cult's church was indeed in the convenience store of the garden community at the beginning. The demon exorcist received a report that an old man had died in the convenience store of the garden community. They only confirmed that it was the Black Snake Cult's church because the idol was taken away. The demon exorcist also reported the case to their guard team. This incident was quite unforgettable and rather funny, so Huang Chun remembered it clearly. Seeing Huang Chun nod, Li Danian's suspicions about Jiang Hao were completely eliminated. He had originally suspected that Jiang Hao was crying thief while stealing, but now seeing that he answered his questions without hesitation, Jiang Hao could be ruled out as a suspect. Furthermore, the black-clothed man on the ground not only committed suicide by poisoning, but also suffered severe injuries. His internal organs were ruptured, and his bones were broken all over. Jiang Hao had indeed dealt a deadly blow to the black man. He looked at Jiang Hao with a somewhat ugly expression. So it seems tonight's people were all after you? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Jiang Hao. This person was indeed after me, but I don't know about the others. Jiang Hao shook his head and said. Everyone thought about it and agreed. There was not just one black-clothed man tonight. If there was only one, he definitely couldn't have committed so many crimes. Xiao Jiang, what did you steal their idol for? Zhang Wenba asked curiously. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with curiosity. They also wanted to know what Jiang Hao was going to do with the stolen idol. I sold it for a 7th grade blood-boosting pill, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Sold it? Zhang Wenba exclaimed. Who took it? He asked again. I don't know. Every time I just put the idol there. He would come to pick it up and leave a 7th grade blood-boosting pill. Jiang Hao shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Otherwise, if he made up a person, he would eventually be exposed. But he also didn't know, so it would be easy to directly use the system to fabricate a person. If they wanted to verify, that would be even better. He would give them an idol for free and directly produce a 7th grade blood-boosting pill for them. This business would definitely not lose money. You haven't seen him? Chao Ming asked maliciously. I once hid in the dark and watched the idol, but it seemed to disappear into thin air, leaving only a 7th grade blood-boosting pill in its place. Jiang Hao sighed and said, I still don't know how this idol disappeared or how this 7th grade blood-boosting pill appeared. Jiang Hao shook his head and said absurdly, You are lying. How could such a thing exist in the world? Chao Ming pointed at Jiang Hao and said, I know you want to believe it. So please, Principal Chao, help me find an idol, and I'll show you personally. If there's even a slight difference. I'll give you my life, Jiang Hao said coldly. As long as you can help me find an idol now, I'll immediately help you contact the other party. You see, you can contact the other party, yet you say you haven't seen them? Chao Ming seized Jiang Hao's loophole and shouted at him. Sun Dehai also frowned and looked at Jiang Hao. The others looked at Jiang Hao with confusion. Jiang Hao looked at Chao Ming impatiently, as if looking at a silly dog. Principal Chao, how long has it been since you used a mobile phone? Don't you know that contacts are all communicated through mobile phones now? Jiang Hao looked at Chao Ming with caring eyes. Who still uses traditional methods to contact people? Do you think it's writing letters? Or sending messages? Times have changed long ago, Principal Chao. Here, this is the other party's phone number. You can call them now and have a chat. Jiang Hao took out his phone and handed it to Chao Ming. You have their number, yet you say you don't know who the other party is? Chao Ming was embarrassed and flustered by Jiang Hao's words. Big brother, it was he who contacted me. Not me who contacted him, Jiang Hao sighed. Chao Ming was almost triggered to jump up by this remark, feeling other strange gazes prickling his back. Let me see if what you said is true or false. Chao Ming snatched the phone, looking at Jiang Hao. All right, if the call gets through, just say, I have an idol here, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Chao Ming looked at Jiang Hao with a cold smile and dialed the number directly. Soon, the call was connected, but there was silence on the other end. No one spoke. Hello, Chao Ming said. Beep, beep, beep. The other side hung up immediately. Chao Ming. He looked dumbfounded at his phone and dialed again. But this time, the other party directly rejected the call. What kind of person are you? Chao Ming shouted angrily. Principal Chao, why did you say hello? Didn't I tell you to just say, I have an idol here? Jiang Hao laughed, looking at Chao Ming as if he were a silly dog. The others also looked at Chao Ming with a blank expression. Upon hearing that hello, He knew it wasn't me. You go find an idol, and I'll make this call. Then you can go with me to see how this idol vanished. Let go. Are you going to snatch my phone? Let go. Chow Meng, what are you doing? Aren't you ashamed enough? Sun Dahai roared, pointing at Chow Meng. Chow Meng's face trembled, glaring fiercely at Jiang Hao. This made Chow Meng feel extremely frustrated, angrily wanting to kill someone. All right, Chow Meng, return the phone to Jiang Hao. Don't embarrass yourself. Huang Chen said lightly. Our main task now is not to investigate whether what Jiang Hao said is true or false, but how to take revenge for these students and how to prevent the cult members from entering the campus in the future. Besides, if it weren't for Jiang Hao today, we wouldn't have even caught a shadow of a black man. Is it too much to pursue Jiang Hao like this? Don't disregard the big picture because of personal grievances. Chow Meng was roaring in his heart, but no one was paying attention to him now. Huang Chen's words were already quite heavy, making Chow Meng dare not insist any longer. Chapter 88, Bone-Corroding Pill. Chow Meng awkwardly retreated to the side. He had a good impression of this little guy who stole from the Black Snake cult. Back then, the Black Snake cult acted like mad dogs, searching everywhere for the person who stole from them. He wanted to laugh. This Jiang Hao had indeed given them a breath of relief. Back then, the cult's riot had caused them, along with the demon exorcists, a huge amount of trouble. Who would have thought they would be robbed? Just thinking about it was funny. He even glared at Chow Meng, suspecting that what Chow Meng did earlier was to drag Jiang Hao down and not let him rest properly. Too despicable. All right, thank you, teachers. Jiang Hao bowed to the teachers before turning around and entering the dormitory to sleep. He was nervous after finding out that Jiang Hao had stolen the statue of the Black Snake sect. Jiang Hao was now the ace of the 3rd middle school. Nothing could go wrong. Captain, this person really entered the room through the window and threw in a smoke bomb, a security team member reported. Captain, look, he also had a dagger, and it was obviously poisoned. It was glowing blue. The security team showed Li Danian the intercepted video. In the video, a man in black held a blue glowing dagger, looking menacingly at the room inside. The smoke filled the entire dormitory, even spilling out of the window. Then the man in black jumped into the room, and the video ended there. The next clip showed Jiang Hao dragging the body of the man in black out. Chow Meng, you idiot. Open your eyes and look at this video. Do you still dare to doubt Jiang Hao? Sun Dahai grabbed Chow Meng by the collar and asked fiercely, Are you blind? How dark-hearted must you be to harm Jiang Hao like this? I didn't. I was just questioning normally. Chow Meng struggled desperately. By the way, what about that poison dagger? Chow Meng suddenly shouted, as if realizing something. Upon hearing this, Sun Dahai became furious and punched Chow Meng in the face. Are you looking for trouble? I'll beat you to death. Sun Dahai continued to rain blows on Chow Meng's face. In no time, Chow Meng's face looked like it had been hit with soy sauce. Red, black, and purple all bloomed together. Chow Meng cried out in pain and tried to escape. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Oh no, stop! Others stood by, watching with smiles, shouting for them to stop, but no one stepped in to help. It was Li Danian who finally couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped in to separate them. Sun Dahai, I will not rest until I settle this with you. Chow Meng shouted through swollen lips, glaring at Sun Dahai and the others. Li Danian felt some regret for pulling Sun Dahai away. Chow Meng limped back to the dormitory, ignoring those behind him. Old Li, you pulled him away too early. We should have all gone up to beat him together, Huang Chen said with a smile. Meanwhile, a security team member sent by Li Danian to find the poison dagger was coming down with it. Captain, the dagger is all broken. The security team member said in shock. Jiang Hao's room is a mess, and there's blood all over the walls. You, Sun Dahai, Li Danian shouted angrily, pointing at him. Old son, this is a routine check. Don't take offense. It's also to eliminate Jiang Hao's suspicion. Let everyone who doubts Jiang Hao shut up. Li Danian quickly explained as he stopped Sun Dahai from getting angry. All right, everyone, this person is confirmed to be from the Black Snake sect. He is also Zhu Xiweming's brother-in-law. This matter cannot be handled by us. It must be reported. Li Danian said to everyone. Yes, it involves a middle school principal. And Lin Hai has been a security guard at the 5th middle school for a long time. No one knows if there are still spies from the Black Snake sect at the 5th middle school. Huang Chen nodded. We must dig deeper along Lin Hai's line. We need more strength, more resources, and more information. Several vice principals nodded, although they felt some sympathy for Zhu Xiweming. looking at the corpse lying on the ground, instantly turned that sympathy into hatred. Tonight, we must guard this place. No more students can be harmed, Li Danian declared. All right, we'll each take a building, and my security team will be divided into 5 groups. Everyone take a team over, Huang Chun said to Li Danian. Li Danian understood Huang Chen's concern. He was afraid there might be spies from the cult among his security team. Okay, my security team will also be divided into 5 teams, patrolling behind all of you, Li Danian said. Good. Let us work hard today to ensure tomorrow's competition goes smoothly, Huang Chun said with a smile. All right, Sun Dahai and others nodded. After all, it concerned the safety of the school's top students. Losing even one would be painful for them. The vice principals actively took on their tasks, leading their teams to patrol and ensure the safety of the 5 middle school dormitory buildings. However, nothing happened throughout the night, and they remained safe until dawn. Li Danian breathed a sigh of relief, but felt his head throb painfully when looking at the corpse on the ground. Black Snake Sect, don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons, Li Danian shouted fiercely. The students were awakened by the whistle, and everyone quickly got up, washed up, and had breakfast. Although there was much discussion about what happened last night, the competition was still the priority. Only those who were eliminated had the leisure to discuss the events of the previous night. Jiang Hao's group was adjusting their state. Zhang Ming looked at the pills on the table, hesitated for a moment, and then put them in his pocket. On the way to eat, he poured the pills out, hid them in his palm, crushed the bottle into powder, and sprinkled it down the drain, washing it away with the morning's water flow. When they arrived at the competition venue, the matches proceeded normally, and the host began the competition as usual. No one mentioned what happened last night, as if nothing had occurred, leaving the audience below in surprise. They secretly speculated about when the officials on stage would remember what happened last night. Jiang Hao, didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Come on. Zhang Ming shouted from the arena, taunting Jiang Hao. Now I'm giving you the chance to avenge that girl from your school. Let us see if you have the ability. Zhang Ming laughed, calling out to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smirked and slowly walked toward the stage. The students from the 3rd middle school watched Zhang Ming's arrogance with outrage, wishing they could rush up and beat him up right then and there. Chapter 89. The clown hurry up, slowpoke, moving like a woman. Zhang Ming jeered from the stage. The students from the 3rd middle school glared at Zhang Ming, but Jiang Hao ignored his provocation, continuing to walk up to the stage at a leisurely pace, as if he were not there to compete, but to enjoy the scenery like a cultured scholar. He walked a step and paused, letting Zhang Ming on stage see that his temper was rising. Even the host was twitching, unsure whether to urge him on, as Jiang Hao was not violating any competition rules. As long as he made it to the stage within 10 minutes, it wouldn't count as a violation. The officials watching from the high platform also noticed Jiang Hao's unusual behavior and exchanged knowing smiles. This kid is messing with the mindset. The deputy director of the Education Bureau of Shaojiang City chuckled, shaking his head. There was a clear contrast on the stage. Zhang Ming was furious while Jiang Hao was calm and collected, unaffected by the tension. He continued to ascend the stage step by step like an ordinary person. Even the students from the 3rd middle school couldn't bear it anymore. This was too much bullying. With smiles on their faces, they chuckled, saying, "Ha, this is how you break Zhang Ming's mentality." So satisfying, seeing Zhang Ming so furious. Songhai laughed heartily. Yang Xing looked at Jiang Hao with gratitude. She knew Jiang Hao was doing this for her revenge, and when she looked at him, a complex feeling arose in her heart, remembering how he was the first to come to her aid when she was injured. The more Zhang Ming saw Yang Xing's anxious and furious demeanor, the happier he felt inside. Can you be any slower? Zhang Ming was so furious he almost spat blood. But now, he was extremely impatient. Mainly, it was just too irritating. He had just seen Jiang Hao's lips moving, and initially thought Jiang Hao was cursing him. It wasn't until Jiang Hao got closer that he realized Jiang Hao was actually counting. He had clearly timed his arrival, right on the 10-minute limit, stepping onto the last step. This made Zhang Ming feel extremely disgusted as he glared at Jiang Hao. As Jiang Hao stepped on the last step and took a step forward, he suddenly shouted and charged at Jiang Hao. The crowd below erupted in curses. It was too unethical. Jiang Hao hadn't even steadied himself before he charged in. Meanwhile, the students from the 2nd school applauded and cheered. They had been so angry just moments ago, wishing they could throw Jiang Hao up there or beat him to death. Now, seeing Zhang Meng sneak attack Jiang Hao, they all began to cheer. The student from the third school glared at each other, nervously watching Jiang Hao on stage. Hold on, Jiang Hao. Go for it, Jiang Hao. Beat him. Beat him. The students from the second and third schools cheered for their respective fighters. Zhang Meng's face twisted in rage as he jumped up and kicked towards Jiang Hao's chest. The crowd below clenched their fists, widened their eyes, and watched Jiang Hao anxiously, too nervous to make sound. In contrast, the students from the second school began to cheer loudly. Zhang Meng, Zhang Meng, Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng grinned maliciously and slammed his foot hard into Jiang Hao's chest. Boom! Jiang Hao stood firmly on the stage, calmly watching Zhang Meng. He raised his hand to cushion his chest, firmly blocking Zhang Meng's attack. Zhang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Hao, who stood there unscathed. He couldn't believe that his kick had no effect, and that Jiang Hao had actually caught his foot. The cheers from the second school were still ringing out. With a forceful shove, Jiang Hao threw Zhang Meng away. Zhang Meng let out a surprised cry, desperately trying to control his body in midair, terrified. If he was thrown out of the ring without having landed a hit, it would truly be a big joke. The cheers from the second school's students abruptly stopped, replaced by gasps as they followed Zhang Meng's trajectory. The third school's students sighed in relief, many loosening their clenched fists and displaying relaxed, joyful smiles. Ha! As expected of Jiang Hao, amazing. Wow, he caught that kick, incredible. They shouted and applauded vigorously, venting their tense emotions. Jiang Hao had caught such an attack with just one hand. If it had been them, they would have definitely been kicked off the stage. There was no way they could have done it as effortlessly as Jiang Hao did, and even turned the tables on Zhang Meng. They felt relieved now. From the earlier fight, it was clear that Zhang Meng and Jiang Hao were not on the same level at all. Sun Dahai in the stands also wore a relaxed smile, secretly loosening his tightly clenched fists. Just a moment ago, he had genuinely been worried for Jiang Hao. Chao Meng sighed inwardly, feeling quite regretful. Zhang Meng crashed to the ground with a thud, rolling toward the edge of the ring. His fingers dug into the ground, leaving 10 deep scratches in the surface before he finally stopped sliding. His fingernails were broken, and his hands were bloodied. Zhang Meng's heels were right at the edge of the ring. He was sweating profusely, his face filled with fear, his back drenched in sweat. Part of it was from pain, and part was genuine terror. So close. He was just a hair's breadth away from being thrown off the stage. His strength was far too lacking compared to Jiang Hao's. He had thought he could hold his own against Jiang Hao. After all, he was confident in his own defense and strength. But that last encounter had left him utterly humiliated. Looking up at Jiang Hao, who wore a relaxed smile and didn't take the opportunity to push him off the stage, he instead beckoned him to come again. The crowd erupted in cheers and jeers, making Zhang Meng's blood boil, rushing to his head. Earlier, he had acted quickly, and this time he wanted to give it another try. He couldn't believe Jiang Hao's strength was really that formidable. Zhang Meng sprang up like a hunting leopard, landing in front of Jiang Hao. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Meng unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Jiang Hao's chest. His fists were like phantoms, striking who knows how many times. Jiang Hao stood there like a wooden post, motionless, allowing Zhang Meng to attack fiercely. It was as if he hadn't even reacted. But no one would think that way. After all, Jiang Hao had managed to catch Zhang Meng's kick earlier, and this time he was prepared. The spectators were all focused intently on the ring. Gradually, everyone began to sense something was off, because despite Zhang Meng attacking for so long, Jiang Hao showed no signs of movement. His face remained calm and leisurely, with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng was still attacking wildly, looking extremely fierce, yet at that moment, he resembled a clown. Chapter 90, a little more strength. Even Zhang Meng himself, with his violent attacks, found his body unable to withstand it. His fists hitting Jiang Hao's chest felt like striking a hard steel plate, causing his hands to bleed. The audience below watched Zhang Meng's frenzied assault in silence. They were all mute, staring blankly at Zhang Meng. At this moment, they couldn't even warn Zhang Meng to stop. You're no match for Jiang Hao. Zhang Meng looked up and saw Jiang Hao's harmless smile, momentarily stunned. The scene he had envisioned, Jiang Hao in pain, spitting blood, did not materialize. Zhang Meng's fist remained firmly pressed against Jiang Hao's chest. He felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. After hitting for so long, Jiang Hao had not been hurt at all. Zhang Meng's mind buzzed, panic setting in. Put a little more strength into it. You're hitting like a weakling, and you call yourself a martial artist? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Zhang Meng's face flushed red from this remark, trembling all over. Looking at Jiang Hao, who was completely unharmed, Zhang Meng felt a sense of confusion, staring at his own fists, deeply doubting himself. He had just given it his all. How could Jiang Hao be unscathed? He knew his fists could even break through steel plates. Was Jiang Hao's body harder than steel? Or was it that my fists just couldn't hurt anyone? Zhang Meng stared at his own fists, falling into deep doubt. Was the gap between my strength and Jiang Hao's really that vast? Even using all my strength, I couldn't even scratch Jiang Hao. Zhang Meng felt a sense of despair. All his usual hard work and training seemed pointless in front of Jiang Hao. The strength he had once prided himself on was now just a joke in Jiang Hao's eyes. Shattering his pride in the most humiliating way and shaking his martial arts resolve to the core, Zhang Meng staggered back a few steps, his lips quivering, gazing fearfully at Jiang Hao. He wanted to use the bone-corroding pill. He knew that taking it would inevitably have severe side effects. Even if he had evaded security checks before the match, he couldn't escape the watchful eyes of the higher-ups. But now, seeing Jiang Hao's confident smile, Zhang Meng felt a surge of anger. That stubbornness in his heart flared up. He had to defeat Jiang Hao today. Zhang Meng loosened his palm, sliding a pill from his hidden compartment in his sleeve into his mouth, while retreating, even using the act of spitting blood as a cover. No one in the audience noticed Zhang Meng's small action. Only the few officials at the highest level furrowed their brows slightly, keeping a close watch on Zhang Meng. Did he just take medicine? The person from Hengyang City asked lightly. He probably did. His earlier action was quite unreasonable. The Lord of Hengyang City sneered. Should we organize a competition? No need. I want to see just how strong Jiang Hao really is. Didn't he say last night that he killed a few people from the Black Snake God sect? This is a good opportunity to test the limits of Jiang Hao's strength. As long as we are here, Jiang Hao won't get into trouble, unless Zhang Meng's medicine can kill him in an instant. The Lord of Hengyang City said with a smile. But that was clearly impossible. Even if Zhang Meng became very strong after taking the medicine, he would still be able to react and protect Jiang Hao before any crisis hit. All right, the person from Hengyang City nodded. Then, Zhang Meng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly turned red, steam rising from his mouth. He was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, occasionally flashing with madness. The exposed skin turned bright red, like a cooked shrimp. Anyone with keen eyesight could tell that Zhang Meng was behaving very unusually at that moment. Zhang Meng couldn't help but let out a low growl, like a beast. He felt a surge of immense power inside him, threatening to explode his body. If he didn't unleash it, he felt he would burst. A dangerously intense aura emanated from Zhang Meng, forcing Jiang Hao to turn his gaze toward him. Jiang Hao! Zhang Meng roared like a beast. Then he kicked off the arena floor, and with a loud bang, he charged at Jiang Hao like lightning. The speed was so fast that Zhang Meng cut through the air, creating a whistling sound. Zhang Meng's figure was like a meteor, crashing toward Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't dare be careless, and didn't take Zhang Meng's attack head-on like before. The spectators below were captivated, gripping their hands tightly. The people in the stands were the same. The battle between Jiang Hao and Zhang Meng drew far more attention than any other. Boom! Zhang Meng's fist, accompanied by a shriek, slammed into Jiang Hao's chest. Jiang Hao felt the violent aura radiating from Zhang Meng and raised both hands to block the attack. The two clashed, creating a loud explosion. A wave of energy radiated out from the center where Jiang Hao and Zhang Meng stood. Zhang Meng, with red eyes, looked at Jiang Hao, who was still standing in place, his face filled with disbelief. He had taken the bone-eroding pill. His strength had tripled, so why couldn't he shake Jiang Hao? Zhang Meng roared inwardly, but at that moment, the immense power dulled his reason. He screamed and frantically attacked Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao shook his slightly painful palm. This Zhang Meng had indeed improved. His strength had become so formidable. Compared to before, it had at least tripled, which surprised Jiang Hao. What kind of medicine had such a powerful effect? Seeing Jiang Meng's frenzied attacks, Jiang Hao still managed to easily block them with one hand. However, seeing Jiang Meng's relentless assault, Jiang Hao grew a bit annoyed. Seizing an opening, he threw a punch that sent Jiang Meng flying. Jiang Meng spat out blood. His chest caved in, but it seemed he felt no pain as he got back up and charged at Jiang Hao again. The spectators in the stands widened their eyes in shock, staring at Jiang Meng. "Chow Meng, what's wrong with this Jiang Meng?" Sun Dahai shouted. "How the hell would I know?" Chow Meng was also quite frustrated. "If you can't win, don't fight. Taking medicine to go in a battle, isn't that just harming me? I haven't offended you." Chow Meng shouted inwardly, his face twisted. The dignitaries in the high stands merely squinted their eyes, unexpectedly watching Jiang Hao. Can't we see Jiang Hao's true strength even now? They could all tell that Jiang Meng's frenzied attacks couldn't be easily blocked by any of the students present. Even the teachers in the stands would suffer greatly under Jiang Meng's surprise attack. But looking at Jiang Hao, he easily blocked Jiang Meng's attack with one hand. This shocked them immensely, especially when they saw Jiang Hao punch Jiang Meng away. They couldn't help but gasp. How on earth did Jiang Hao train? Previously, he had received a report from Mei Tianheng, saying that Jiang Hao had awakened a certain physique and could become stronger just by taking medicine to cultivate. But he never expected this physique to be so monstrous. The Lord of Shaojing City couldn't help but stand up, his eyes fixed on Jiang Hao, his face excited. Shaojing City might very well produce a significant figure. At this moment, Jiang Meng was still attacking madly. Chapter 91. Shock. Jiang Meng's violent aura frightened the spectators below. He was covered in blood, but felt no pain, attacking with a crazed expression. Like a beast, he howled wildly. He looked desperately at Jiang Hao, realizing that even after taking the bone-eroding pill, he was still no match for Jiang Hao. The remaining shreds of his reason were consumed by overwhelming fear and jealousy. Jiang Meng completely lost his sanity, leaving only the instincts of a beast. His movements exhibited the primal instincts of a beast, biting and clawing. Low growls escaped his throat, making the students of his second school feel ashamed. This phenomenon needed no explanation. Everyone knew Jiang Meng had taken drugs. None of them cheered for Jiang Meng anymore. They all wore dark expressions. Some turned their gaze to other arenas, avoiding looking at Jiang Meng. What infuriated them the most was that even after taking medicine, this useless Jiang Meng still couldn't defeat Jiang Hao. He charged and only to be slapped away by Jiang Hao. Then he got up again, charged again, and was slapped away once more. Covered in blood, Jiang Meng seemed oblivious, like a crazed beast. Jiang Hao slapped Jiang Meng away, sending him crashing down from the arena, breaking his arm and injuring his leg. Yet Jiang Meng got up, acting as if he felt no pain, limping crazily toward Jiang Hao. "Hey, Jiang Meng, you've committed a foul. You've fallen off the stage and can't go back up," the host shouted. But Jiang Meng seemed not to hear, ignoring the host's words, and lunged straight at Jiang Hao with a furious roar, acting like a madman. The students of the second school turned their heads away, unable to bear watching Jiang Meng's tragic state. Chow Meng was the first to rush onto the stage, grabbing Jiang Meng and jumping down. He then slapped Jiang Meng unconscious, his body convulsing and trembling on the ground. "Principal Chow, you can't take him away. He still needs to cooperate with our investigation." Someone from the Shaojing City Education Bureau stepped forward to stop Chow Meng. "All right." Chow Meng paused for a moment, nodded, and stepped aside, watching them take Jiang Meng away. He turned to look at Jiang Hao, who remained spotless, not a drop of blood on him. His fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. In this match, the second school had suffered too much at Jiang Hao's hands. If it weren't for so many people watching, Chow Meng would have loved to go up and beat Jiang Hao to death. The others also watched Jiang Hao, whose performance was truly shocking. Jiang Meng had surely taken drugs, yet in Jiang Hao's hands, he still looked like a child, being toyed with at will. The student from the third school began to cheer, and even Sun Dahai's expression improved significantly, no longer holding a grudge against Chow Meng. The Lord of Shaojing City in the high stands instructed the Education Bureau Director, "Pay close attention to this Jiang Hao. Give me all his information. Whether our Shaojing City can rise may depend on him." Tang Hechuan, the Lord of Shaojing City, shouted excitedly. "Yes." The Education Bureau Director nodded. He immediately ordered his subordinates to gather information about Jiang Hao. It was clear that the city lord valued Jiang Hao greatly, and he couldn't afford to be negligent. You want to make him a seed candidate and send him to the capital for the competition? A voice came from above, reaching Tang Heshuan's ears accurately. Yes, with such talent, it would be a waste not to cultivate him. Haha, it's interesting that he can become stronger just by taking medicine. The voice from above came again. But be careful, this physique has its limits. However, even if there are limits, they shouldn't appear during high school, so you don't need to worry too much. Upon hearing this, Tang Heshuan chuckled. It's just a limit, but when will it appear? Is it at the general's level? Or will it stop at the innate stage? No one can say for sure, but even if it stops at the innate stage, we won't lose out. No further words came from the high platform, clearly tacitly agreeing with Tang Heshuan's approach. Meanwhile, the other contestants below were paying close attention to Jiang Hao, especially since just now, Zhang Ming had unleashed such tremendous power, yet still couldn't defeat Jiang Hao. This left many feeling quite shocked. Xiao Xingzhou and Gu Changxing were both staring intently at Jiang Hao, realizing that he was hiding too much. Zhang Ming had unleashed such formidable power, yet they still couldn't see through Jiang Hao. This made them feel somewhat uncertain. Jiang Hao's displayed strength had exceeded their expectations. Meanwhile, the Education Bureau was nervously examining the blood composition in Zhang Ming's body. Taking such prohibited drugs during the competition was a serious taboo, especially in front of the city lord of Shaojing City. Daring to openly take medicine was simply disregarding the officials. As for participating in the competition or the college entrance examination, it would depend on the higher-ups' mood. The negative impact of this incident was too severe. Soon, the testing department had analyzed the blood composition in Zhang Ming's body. Director, this is the testing analysis report. The pill Zhang Ming took is the bone-devouring pill from the Moon God sect, which is a method to unleash the body's potential to gain power, said the tester, Xiaolong. The test revealed that after taking this pill, Zhang Ming would overdraw his body and unleash 3 times his strength, requiring at least 6 months of recovery. And it was uncertain whether he could fully recover. Xiaolong sighed. Zhong Shiyun was shocked by the tester's words and stared wide-eyed at him, unable to believe it. Are you serious? Zhong Shiyun asked anxiously, trembling. Yes, this is all backed by data and past records. It's definitely correct. Xiaolong pointed to the analysis report. Can he really unleash 3 times his strength? Zhong Shiyun hurriedly asked again. Yes, in practice, he might unleash even greater strength, but it shouldn't exceed 4 times, Xiaolong replied. Hiss. Hearing Xiaolong's affirmative tone, Zhong Shiyun gasped in shock. 4 times. Being selected to participate in the competition already indicated strong capability. Moreover, Zhang Ming was among the top 65, making him even stronger. If he unleashed 4 times his strength, even some teachers might not be able to withstand it, let alone students. But he had personally witnessed the match. Zhang Ming was like a child in Jiang Hao's hands, completely at his mercy. He was no match for Jiang Hao. They weren't even on the same level. It was important to note that Jiang Hao was also a student, and a student from the 3rd middle school at that. How could his strength be so formidable? This left Zhong Qiuyun utterly shocked, his hands holding the analysis report trembling. In a panic, Zhong Qiuyun rushed over to the Education Bureau director to inform him. Jiang Hao's strength was simply too astonishing. Stronger than some teachers, this was a credit to their Education Bureau. Chapter 92. No need to discuss, just admit defeat. Li Danian watched the match from below. Seeing Jiang Hao's strength, all his doubts about him were dispelled. The power Jiang Hao displayed now made it incredibly easy to kill a few followers of the Black Snake sect. The strength he exhibited now was nearly identical to when he killed Lin Hai last night. What was most terrifying was Jiang Hao's defense. Zhang Ming's frenzied attacks were all taken head-on by Jiang Hao. Even he wouldn't dare to take Zhang Ming's attacks directly. Huang Chun thought the same. They were both in awe of Jiang Hao's strength. With such power, there was no need to learn those crooked ways from the evil cult. Plus, previously, Sun Dahai had told them that Jiang Hao had awakened a special physique that allowed him to become stronger by taking medicine. This had nothing to do with those evil cults. He had even killed several cult followers. Their surveillance of Jiang Hao was completely lifted at this moment. Now, they needed to look for the killer among these evil cults. Huang Chun suddenly felt a headache. There must be spies from these cults on campus. Otherwise, how could they know where Jiang Hao lived? Yes, there must be spies, or they wouldn't know our schedule so accurately. Last night, they took advantage of this gap to break into the dormitory and commit murder. Li Danian gritted his teeth and growled. We have to find this spy. Otherwise, such incidents will happen again. Huang Chun said fiercely. I'll set a trap for him. Huang Chun narrowed his eyes, looking at the throngs of students below. Oh, how will you do that? Li Danian turned to ask. No rush. I need to discuss it with Jiang Hao first to finalize the plan. Huang Chun waved his hand. They all came for Jiang Hao, didn't you notice? Huang Chun asked with a smile. The murder last night was aimed at Jiang Hao. They killed indiscriminately to divert our attention. Lin Hai was hidden very deeply. He should have been one of their trump cards, sent to assassinate Jiang Hao, but ended up being killed by him. Today's Zhang Ming is also targeting Jiang Hao. His madness must have a reason. Huang Chun stated with certainty. It's certain that this drug was definitely not given to him by Chao Ming. Li Danian's expression changed to one of realization. If it wasn't Chao Ming, then it must have been given to him by someone from a cult. As long as we find the person who provided Zhang Ming with the drug, we can follow the trail to find the spies from the cult on campus. Then let's hurry and find Jiang Hao. Li Danian stood up and shouted anxiously. No rush. Wait until Jiang Hao has settled down. He definitely has to deal with various matters right now. Huang Chun shook his head. He won the competition today and entered the final round. So he must have some social engagements that he can't avoid. It's better not to disturb him at this time, Huang Chun said with a smile. He knew that the city lord held Jiang Hao in high regard. And there were even rumors that the city lord planned to groom Jiang Hao as a seed candidate to send to the capital for competition, participating in the final selection for the human race. Jiang Hao's status in the city lord's eyes was even higher than that of Gu Chongqing. Well, okay. Li Danian didn't have as many concerns as Huang Chun and acted on his thoughts. But seeing Huang Chun insist, he also agreed. At this moment, Jiang Hao was indeed surrounded by many people celebrating. His previously displayed strength was too astonishing. Humans have a natural tendency to admire strength. They surrounded Jiang Hao, lifting him into the air and cheering. They had lost hope, so they placed all their hopes on Jiang Hao. Moreover, today Jiang Hao's actions had been incredibly satisfying. Defeating the arrogant Zhang Ming, who had taken drugs and still couldn't win against Jiang Hao. This feeling of satisfaction was overwhelming. They felt like shouting to the sky. It was even more satisfying than beating Zhang Ming themselves. Sun Dehai was watching from the side, a broad smile on his face. If things continued to develop this way, Jiang Hao was very likely to take first place in this competition. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. After returning, he would definitely be valued highly, and might even replace Mei Tianheng. Of course, this was assuming that Mei Tianheng was promoted first. All right, get in the zone, and participate in the finals tomorrow. After they celebrated for a while, Sun Dehai shouted from the side. The students vented their excited emotions and could understand Jiang Hao at this moment. They also hoped that Jiang Hao could achieve first place in this competition, bringing fame to their school. All right, I will. Jiang Hao nodded. However, others couldn't sleep, whether from the second school, first school, or even the fourth and fifth schools. All the team leaders of these schools were wide awake, discussing with their students how to deal with Jiang Hao tomorrow. If anyone encountered Jiang Hao, how would they defeat him? After all, the strength Jiang Hao displayed today made them take him seriously. But after discussing, they felt utterly hopeless because facing Jiang Hao, they truly had no good way to defeat him. First of all, his defense made them feel desperate. In fact, his displayed attacking power made them even more frightened. While they were discussing, they received a call from the principal. What? 4 times the power? Principal, you can't be serious? Chao Ming shouted in disbelief. No, this is a direct message from the Inspection Bureau. It can't be wrong. Let the students automatically concede if they encounter Jiang Hao. They really can't win. The principal sighed. Chao Ming didn't even know how she hung up the phone, staring blankly at the students before her. But after hearing the message relayed by the principal, her mindset collapsed. 4 times. This morning, Zhang Ming burst out with 4 times the power. And even some teachers from the second school might not withstand Zhang Ming's frenzied attacks. When he jumped onto the stage, Zhang Ming was already at the end of his strength, which was why he was easily knocked off the stage and knocked out. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort. How are we supposed to fight like this? This strength is almost cheating. Chao Ming completely extinguished the thought of competing with Jiang Hao, burying it deep in her heart. Such a person is destined to become a big shot in the future. If he holds a grudge, then Chao Ming will have a tough time ahead. Just forget it. There's no need to discuss it anymore. If anyone encounters Jiang Hao tomorrow, just concede. Chao Ming sighed deeply and said with a somewhat lonely smile, "Teacher, what happened?" Xiao Xingzhou asked with concern. This morning, Zhang Ming took medicine and exploded with 4 times the power. After saying this, Chao Ming turned and left, leaving a group of stunned students behind. Chapter 93. Collective Depression. Who has the confidence to block Zhang Ming, who has unleashed 4 times his power? Su Tianhe asked bitterly. Su Tianhe fought with Gu Changxing today and was defeated without a doubt. The gap was too large. Now called over by Chao Ming to discuss tactics. He didn't expect to receive such news. This morning, Zhang Ming took medicine and actually unleashed 4 times his power, yet still couldn't defeat Jiang Hao. This news left everyone in the second school dumbstruck, their hearts in shock. 4 times, for heaven's sake. Zhang Ming was considered a strong player in their second school, ranking within the top 15 in the entire school. Even so, to defeat the number 1 ranked Xiao Xingzhou, it would take considerable effort. But now, 4 times the power, and under Jiang Hao's hands, he was toyed with like a child and easily defeated. How are we supposed to fight like this? Is this even human? All the students, who were originally ambitious and full of vigor, felt extremely dejected. Sigh, then the first place must go to Jiang Hao, right? Su Tianhe said with a dry laugh. Ha! If it's not him, then who else could it be? Actually, we are okay. It's just that Gu Changxing from the first school is in trouble. The originally designated first place has encountered this dark horse, Jiang Hao. What bad luck for him, Chao Bowen said with a cold smile. Huh, with Chao Bowen saying this, everyone felt much better and couldn't help but smile. People fear comparison. When others are worse off than themselves, it makes them feel a lot better. Xiao Xingzhou stood aside, his eyes hollow, his face full of despondency. He originally regarded Jiang Hao as a rival, but who knew they were not even in the same league? Thinking back to his earlier thoughts of wanting to compete with Jiang Hao, he felt it was laughable. Su Tianhe sighed beside him, walked over to Xiao Xingzhou, patted his shoulder, offering silent comfort. He didn't know what to say to console his friend. It's okay. We want to compete with this freak Jiang Hao. Let us work hard to take revenge on Gu Changxing tomorrow. Su Tianhe firmly grasped Xiao Xingzhou's shoulder and said softly, "Thank you. I'm fine. It's just that I feel very uncomfortable inside." Xiao Xingzhou sighed heavily. The strength Jiang Hao displayed was too strong. Even with Zhang Ming bursting with 4 times the power, he still hadn't tested Jiang Hao's true strength. Xiao Xingzhou said regretfully. The students from the first school were just as depressed as Xiao Xingzhou. In every competition, their first school usually took first or second place. This time, with Xiao Xingzhou emerging, previously competing evenly with Gu Changxing, they thought the battle for first place would be between Changxing and Xiao Xingzhou. Who could have imagined that Jiang Hao would suddenly emerge, displaying strength that left the students from the first school feeling hopeless? It even made them want to curse loudly. Is this even a human? But this Jiang Hao is indeed a student from the third school. This made them even more frustrated, feeling incredibly stifled. They had prepared for a celebration party, but Jiang Hao's sudden emergence rendered all their preparations useless. Gu Changxing stood on the balcony, gazing at the vast sky, standing there motionless for a long time. The people from the first school didn't disturb him. Everyone knew he was feeling down because, before this, whether students, teachers, or parents, they all believed Gu Changxing would be the first in this competition and had been promoting it everywhere. The school even put up posters, prematurely locking in the first place. Now that such a turn of events had occurred, both he and the school felt very awkward. Gu Changxing's phone was still buzzing with messages congratulating him on winning first place. This made him feel even more embarrassed, especially knowing that it would be very difficult to win first place. Yet he had to force himself to compete with Jiang Hao, because others told him that you only know the outcome after you fight. But with Jiang Hao's currently displayed strength, is there really a need to fight? Several middle school principals were trying hard to comfort their students, while only Sun Dehai was grinning from ear to ear. He even specially sought out several vice principals from other schools to drink, casually bringing up Jiang Hao. Oh, I didn't realize before that Jiang Hao's strength was this strong. Once he said this, several vice principals quickly got up to leave. Not wanting to drink with Sun Dahai at all. He was just showing off. This is too much of a Versailles moment. They really didn't want to talk to him. Another night fell, and tonight, Li Danian felt like he was facing a great enemy. He absolutely could not let any students be harmed again tonight, so he was fully alert. Together with Huang Chun, he patrolled various dormitory buildings, leaving no blind spots. They absolutely could not give the cult any openings to exploit. Each student also had someone assigned to keep watch overnight. Each vice principal was also reluctant to sleep lightly, guarding the dormitory buildings of their own schools. Jiang Hao is not dead, so the other party will definitely not give up easily. This kind of thing that brings shame to Xiaojiang City is exactly what those cult members love to do. They thrive on chaos. The more chaotic the world is, the more they enjoy it. The students are all very vigilant. They do not want to die quietly on the last night of the competition. They also harbor a deep hatred for these cults. At this moment, Huang Chun found Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, I need your cooperation on something, Huang Chun said straightforwardly. Please come in. Jiang Hao nodded and let Huang Chun in. It's obvious that these cults are targeting you, but now they're not just after you. They might also target all the top students in Xiaojiang City. If they seize the opportunity, they will undoubtedly eliminate all the students here without hesitation. Huang Chun pointed at the dormitory buildings and said, the students staying here this time are the most elite in Xiaojiang City. If they all die, it will be a huge loss for Xiaojiang City. At that time, not only the principal of the first high school will be held accountable, but also the demon exorcism guard, the security team, and all the officials in Xiaojiang City will have to take responsibility for these matters, Huang Chun said seriously. Jiang Hao did not interrupt Huang Chun and continued to listen. The reason I came to you this time is to ask for your help in setting a trap for the cult and finding out the spies they have planted in the first high school. Huang Chun said, you also know that the cult members cultivate differently from normal people. They gain enormous power through sacrifices. Normally, such sudden power that doesn't belong to them is hard to conceal, but this time we didn't detect any abnormalities. This person is hiding very deep, and we must root them out. Otherwise, the future harm will be even greater, Huang Chun said sincerely, looking at Jiang Hao. Okay, what do you want me to do? Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. Chapter 94. Setting a trap. Jiang Hao agreed, not only for the sake of the school, but also for his own safety. The cult had found out that he was the one who had stolen the idol, and according to their style of doing things, it would be a fight to the death in the future. Now, the more cult members he could eliminate, the more he could enhance his own strength. He had stolen too many idols and had almost become a public enemy of the cult. Any actions against the cult in the future, he would actively participate in. If there were no actions targeting the school, he could also actively initiate them, rallying everyone to overthrow the cult. Isn't there a more rigorous method to detect if someone is a cult member? Jiang Hao asked. He had once been detected for being a cult member at the third high school and had fallen into an illusion. I know. What you're referring to is a deep-level detection, a comprehensive scan, but this detection is too inefficient, and we have too many people to check, Huang Chun said with a wry smile. Moreover, the cost of using this equipment is particularly high for each use, making it uneconomical for large-scale detection. Operating this equipment requires a special substance, the illusion spirit stone, and Xiaojiang City has very few reserves of this stone. It cannot support a large-scale detection activity. Jiang Hao suddenly realized, no wonder they didn't use this method. Just now, he was surprised that they didn't choose to surround and check one by one. Such a simplistic method could quickly detect the spy. Now that it involved minerals, there was no way around it. They could only use clever tactics. Jiang Hao knew that many mineral production sites have been occupied by fierce beasts, and the mineral content within human territory was very low, especially for rare ores like illusion spirit stones. So, Huang Chun could only use a fishing method to find his spy, using Jiang Hao as bait to lure out the deeply hidden spy. All right, what do you want me to do? Jiang Hao nodded and asked. We still need the cooperation of the first high school staff, especially Gu Changxing and Xiao Xingzhou, Huang Chun said with a smile. With the strength you've shown today and the patrol density we displayed today, the spy might not dare to act tonight. But we only have this one chance tonight. You need to leave the first high school tomorrow. They are very likely to pause their actions, waiting for you to leave the first high school before targeting you when you are alone or when the defensive power around you is not so strong. Right now, the first high school is like an iron wall. Even if they want to act, they wouldn't dare to strike at this moment. Therefore, the cult has many opportunities. But we must root out this spy. We only have this one chance tonight, Huang Chun said, raising a finger and speaking very seriously. Understood. Regarding the cult, Jiang Hao, will not hesitate, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Huang Chun laughed out loud. You kid is definitely not going to hesitate. You've almost become a public enemy of the cult. You won't miss such a good opportunity to strike at the cult. All right. Thank you for your cooperation, Jiang. If this goes well, if you encounter any trouble in Shaojiang City in the future, you can come to me. Huang Chun extended his hand and patted Jiang Hao's shoulder with appreciation. Okay, thank you, Captain Huang, Jiang Hao said with a smile. He secretly cursed the one who insisted on seeing the results before acting. If he hadn't agreed just now, there would have been no further conversation. All right, the people from the first high school in Shaoxingzhou will act together shortly, Huang Chun said. Let us go over there now. You stand out too much here, and there might be spies watching you right now, Huang Chun said with a wry smile. Jiang Hao nodded, understanding that what Huang Chun said was true. Jiang Hao followed Huang Chun and, under the cover of darkness, arrived at a secret room. Several vice principals from different high schools had already gathered there, along with Gu Chongxing, Meng Xiangyu, and other top students from the first high school, as well as Xiao Xingzhou, Su Tian, and others from the second high school. At this moment, when they saw Jiang Hao walk in, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao in unison, especially Gu Chongxing and Xiao Xingzhou, whose expressions were quite subtle. The previously suppressed frustration resurfaced bitterly in their hearts at the moment they saw Jiang Hao. Sun Dehai laughed heartily, standing up to wave at Jiang Hao. The other vice principals looked at Sun Dehai with envy and jealousy, wishing they could snatch Jiang Hao away right there, making Sun Dehai weep. Among them, the vice principal of the first high school was the most tempted, even wanted to take action. Although the success rate was low, what if it succeeded? Jiang Hao, do you want to come to the first high school? We will give you the best conditions. Vice Principal Jiang Yufei of the first high school asked kindly with a smile. Get lost. Sun Dehai glared at Jiang Yufei, yelling angrily. Sun Dehai wanted to eliminate any possibility of others poaching Jiang Hao. He wouldn't even let Jiang Yufei state his conditions. Him to cut off Jiang Yufei's thoughts and Jiang Hao's aspirations. Jiang Hao's matters are none of your concern. We at the third high school will provide the best conditions, Sun Dehai sneered. We plan to pile all our resources onto Jiang Hao. Can you do that? Sun Dehai asked mockingly. The others were rendered speechless. If the vice principals from the fourth or fifth high schools were here, they would definitely nod and say they would do the same as the third high school. However, it was unlikely for the first and second high schools to do so because they had other students to cultivate. It was impossible to solely favor Jiang Hao. All right, let us stop the idle chatter. We need to plan and take action now. We only have this one chance. Huang Chun interrupted their argument and said seriously. Upon hearing Huang Chun speak, everyone quieted down, their expressions serious. Especially Vice Principal Jiang Yufei of the first high school, who was even more eager to root out this spy, because this spy was hiding within their first high school. If they didn't catch them tonight, the future harm would fall on them, while others could just leave. Therefore, he was the most hopeful that this action would succeed. This time I plan to have Gu Chongxing and Xiao Xingzhou cooperate with me to send someone to poison Jiang Hao. Huang Chen looked at Gu Chongxing and Xiao Xingzhou and said, Then I will catch this person in front of everyone and let the news out, saying that you are jealous of Jiang Hao and secretly poison him to compete for the top spot. If the spy sees Jiang Hao in a weakened state, and at this time, the defenses around him are also diverted because of the escape of fierce beasts, causing chaos in the campus. The guards have been moved away. Do you think the spy will be tempted? Huang Chun asked with a smile. I am preparing to put on a good show for this spy tonight, just to see how much they, the cult, hate Jiang Hao. The others, upon hearing this, thought about it secretly and all felt that this plan was feasible. This plan has no problems logically and has a certain degree of rationality. Second, it weakens Jiang Hao's strength, giving the spy an opportunity. And there's no fear of not being able to bring down Jiang Hao. Third, the escape of fierce beasts happens from time to time, so it's not strange or abrupt. Moving away the guards gives the spies a chance. Your reputations will be affected to some extent, but only for tonight. If I don't catch this spy by tomorrow, I will personally come out to explain, Huang Chun said seriously. Good. Gu Changxing immediately nodded in agreement with Huang Chen's approach. Xiao Xingzhou hesitated for a moment, but also nodded in agreement. What about you, Jiang? Huang Chun turned to ask. I agree, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Good. Then we will start the operation later. Everyone do your part. And we must catch this spy tonight, Huang Chun said fiercely. This spy is really disgusting. Chapter 95. Huang Chun in action. Everyone, the fierce beasts are rampant, and the task of protecting the students is entrusted to you. Huang Chun looked at several vice principals and said, Li Danian and I will go over to reinforce when the murderer escapes, so that they can see us going out. Only a few guards will remain to protect Jiang Hao. At this time, it should be the so-called weakest moment. It depends on whether the spy will act. Is that okay? Huang Chun asked. No problem. The plan is great. It just depends on how we execute it. Jiang Yufei shook his head. Okay, everyone, let's start the operation. Huang Chun then turned to Jiang Hao. Are you afraid of drinking poison? Bring it on, Jiang Hao said decisively. Haha, indeed, heroes come from youth. Don't worry, we have the antidote for this poison. Huang Chun admired Jiang Hao's decisive attitude. This poison will not affect your competition tomorrow. It will only make you feel dizzy, and drinking the antidote will be fine. It won't cause much harm to your body, Huang Chun explained. All right, I have no problem with that, Jiang Hao nodded and smiled. The Hengyang Scripture in his body is formidable against poisons. It has been verified before. Any poison that enters his body will be refined and burned away by the Hengyang Scripture, even becoming nourishment for it. So Jiang Hao is not afraid of any poison. He readily agreed to cooperate with Huang Chun in taking the poison. Gu Changxing and Xiao Xingzhou were surprised that Jiang Hao agreed so quickly. Although Huang Chun said there was no harm, the most important thing for a martial artist is their body. After all, this is poison. How could it possibly be without any danger? It could very well affect tomorrow's competition. But Jiang Hao agreed without hesitation, which made them both admire him. Being able to sacrifice oneself for others is worthy of the honor of being the first in this competition. All right, very good. I will give you the poison shortly, and the antidote will be given to you as well. As long as you feel danger, you can drink the antidote, and it will take effect quickly, Huang Chun said with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded, and after waiting for a while, Huang Chun brought the poison and antidote together. After he left, half an hour later, Sun Dahai pretended to come to discuss tactics for tomorrow with Jiang Hao. Just after entering the room for a short time, Sun Dahai ran out in a panic, shouting, Help! Help! Someone has been poisoned. Sun Dahai's face was terrified, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice immediately startled many people. Originally, tonight, the first high school had already begun to be on high alert due to what happened last night. All the guards were on high alert. Gu Guang looked at Sun Dahai in surprise, not knowing what had happened. Jiang Hao has been poisoned? Gu Guang looked curiously at Jiang Hao's room. We didn't act tonight, did we? Gu Guang was very puzzled. Who the hell is causing trouble again? Gu Guang felt a bit nervous. The order he received was to capture Jiang Hao alive. He was to face the judgment of the cult, not to die in such an unclear manner. This made Gu Guang very angry. What he feared most was an accident. And unexpectedly, an accident still happened. He walked over with the crowd to see what had happened. Huang Chun and Li Danian quickly led the team to surround Jiang Hao's room. They began to conduct a tense investigation, and the students gathered around did not disperse. Waiting for a result, Gu Guang blended in, straining to hear the discussions of the students nearby. The bigger the tree, the more wind it attracts. The one who stands out gets shot. Jiang Hao displayed such strong strength today. Who could have poisoned him? Students nearby sighed. Other students nodded in agreement. It's also possible. I heard Jiang Hao offended the cult, and they sent someone to kill him. Someone retorted. That is also possible. The cult always acts unpredictably and recklessly. Yes, only the cult would use poison. They're a bunch of perverts. Gu Guang stood there expressionless. not changing color because of their words. He even occasionally revealed a slight smile, joining in their discussion. The people nearby couldn't detect anything unusual. Soon, Li Danian and Huang Chen's investigation yielded results. They rushed toward the first high school with a group of people. The surrounding students immediately widened their eyes. Some looked uncertainly at the direction Huang Chen and Li Danian ran. "Is that the first high school?" Someone asked in disbelief. "It is, right? That's where the first high school S dormitory is." Someone nearby hesitated and nodded. Everyone already had an answer in their hearts. It turned out to be a clue left by someone from the first high school. Everyone began to speculate why someone from the first high school would poison Jiang Hao. Do you think it's because Jiang Hao's performance today was too strong, causing jealousy among some people from the first high school? A mysterious person arranged by Huang Chen in the crowd asked. Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the match between Jiang Hao and Zhang Meng this morning, and their faces suddenly showed realization. They had all heard that Gu Changxing from the first high school had long been predetermined to be the first place in this competition. But now, with Jiang Hao emerging as a dark horse, the hope of the first high school sweeping the top spots was shaken. "Do you know what kind of medicine Zhang Meng took this morning?" Someone asked mysteriously. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. "What medicine? Hurry up and tell us what medicine." The people nearby urged. "It's the moon god's sex bone erosion pill," he said mysteriously. Gu Huang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He didn't expect the testing personnel to identify the components of the pill so quickly. He mentioned the name of this pill, but everyone looked confused. They had never heard of this pill. "You don't know what kind of pill this is, right?" The person chuckled. "Hurry up, what kind of pill is it? How could it be so powerful?" The people nearby urged him not to keep them in suspense. "This kind of pill is said to be very precious even within the moon god sect. After taking it, one can unleash 4 times the power," he said mysteriously. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. 4 times? Zhang Meng? This morning they didn't feel much, and even thought Zhang Meng was too weak. But after a day, everyone knew Zhang Meng's strength, and now hearing that he could unleash 4 times his power after taking the medicine, they were all stunned. The only thought in their minds was that Jiang Hao was incredibly powerful. Is this still a human? Many couldn't help but swallow hard, try to digest this news. At the same time, they could understand why the people from number 1 high school wanted to poison Jiang Hao. If it were them, they might also do the same. Guang, upon hearing this, showed a hint of contemplation in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up. It seemed he saw a glimmer of opportunity, a chance to accomplish his mission. His heart raced wildly. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. Was this a trap? Chapter 96. Plans can't keep up with changes. Guang was observing in the shadows, but there was still no opportunity. Huang Chen and Li Danian's people were protecting Jiang Hao very closely. This made it impossible for Guang to see any chance. But as an undercover agent, his greatest strength was patience. He was very patient. Li Danian and Huang Chen immediately took Jiang Hao to the school hospital for treatment. Guang clearly saw that Jiang Hao had already lost consciousness at this moment. He slowly moved with the crowd, observing Jiang Hao's reactions to confirm if he was really unconscious. 2 interns in white coats lifted Jiang Hao onto the ambulance, and when they placed him down, Jiang Hao's body made a loud thud against the ambulance. This was because Jiang Hao was a martial artist, and his body was heavy. It was quite laborious for the 2 of them to lift him, so they almost dropped him onto the ambulance. Guang clearly saw Jiang Hao lying in the ambulance like a dead pig, and even being dropped onto the vehicle, he showed no reaction. At that moment, Guang was sure that Jiang Hao was indeed unconscious. This made his eyes shine with excitement, his fists clenched tightly, and his breathing a bit rapid. He really saw hope for completing his mission. "Hurry, you 2 be careful. Quickly take him to the hospital. Let the doctor treat him," Huang Chen shouted anxiously. The ambulance rushed towards the school hospital. Guang blended into the crowd and slowly moved to the outside of the school hospital. "Captain Huang, who poisoned and targeted Jiang Hao?" Yang Xing shouted angrily from outside. "We are still investigating this matter, and we will inform everyone once we have results," Huang Chen said seriously. "So earlier you and Captain Li went to the dormitory building of number 1 high school. Was it their people who targeted Jiang Hao?" Yang Xing asked, unwilling to back down. "Yes, Captain Huang. Is it the people from number 1 high school who targeted Jiang Hao? The students from No. 3 high school asked together. Huang Chun looked at the stubborn girl and the furious students from number 3 high school and felt a headache coming on. It seemed this girl cared a lot about Jiang Hao. She wouldn't let it go without an answer. He hadn't considered the emotional reactions of the No. 3 high school students beforehand. Jiang Hao had already become their leader. They had all pinned their hopes of victory on Jiang Hao, and now that he had been poisoned, they were naturally furious, demanding that Huang Chun thoroughly investigate the culprit. We will not disclose any information to the outside until the matter is investigated clearly. Please do not speculate recklessly, Huang Chun said sternly. We will definitely investigate the poisoning of Jiang Hao thoroughly and will not let the culprit escape. During this time, I need your cooperation. Please do not add to our workload, okay? Huang Chun took a deep breath and asked, Okay, we trust Captain Huang. But can you tell us if Jiang Hao can still participate in tomorrow's competition? Yang Xing continued to ask. Since Jiang Hao was injured, Yang Xing seemed to have transformed from a weak girl into a very strong one. Yes. Will tomorrow's competition proceed as normal? Exactly. Jiang Hao has already fainted. The competition should be paused. If tomorrow's competition goes on as normal, it will be very unfair to Jiang Hao. The students from number 3 high school clamored. Rest assured, the organizers of the competition will consider the questions you raised, Huang Chun said with a smile. However, the student from No. 3 high school were not satisfied with this answer and wanted to continue making a fuss. All right, stop gathering here and causing a scene. I'm still here. Sun Dahai walked out of the hospital with a stern face. If you continue to make a fuss, it will only increase Captain Huang's workload and won't help with the investigation at all. Hearing this, the students from number 3 high school slowly dispersed. Huang Chun also let out a sigh of relief. If the students from number 3 high school continued to make a scene, his plans for tonight would be disrupted. Ding, ding, ding. The piercing sound of phone ringing cut through the night sky, and Huang Chun immediately took out his phone and put it to his ear. What? Huang Chun's face changed dramatically, filled with disbelief, and he shouted angrily. Even Sun Dahai looked at Huang Chun in surprise, not knowing what had happened to make this Captain Huang so pale. What are you doing? Didn't you have any prior indications? Huang Chun angrily questioned. Did you not notice anything when the Chaos sect was causing trouble before? Sun Dahai's face changed upon hearing this. This was not part of their plan. Did something unexpected happen in Shaojing City? The Chaos sect was up to something? He looked nervously at Huang Chun. Protect the school. Protect the residents of the community. I will immediately send reinforcements. Huang Chun shouted. After hanging up the phone, Huang Chun immediately called Li Danian. Tonight's plan is cancelled. Do not release the beast. The Chaos sect has infiltrated Zilong community and is killing indiscriminately inside. I need to go for reinforcements. You protect Jiang Hao. Huang Chun felt as if he had eaten something terrible. He had originally planned to expose the spy tonight, but the Chaos sect was causing trouble, and the Demon Slayer had yet to present a reliable plan. If the Chaos sect continued to wreak havoc in Zilong community, Shaojing City could not bear such losses. Zilong community not only housed the top students of Shaojing City, but also many government officials who maintained the operation of Shaojing City. If they all died, Shaojing City would come to a standstill tomorrow. Furthermore, the son of the city lord also lived in Zilong community. He absolutely could not be harmed. Neither he nor the Demon Slayer could bear this responsibility. Therefore, he had no choice but to abandon tonight's plan. This made his heart bleed. Having prepared for so long, only to abandon the plan because of the incompetence of the Demon Slayer. Everyone, follow me. Destination Zilong community. After Huang Chun finished speaking, he led the way, driving towards Zilong community. The sudden change left Sun Dahai's people dumbfounded, caught off guard by the wind. Li Danian clenched his fists tightly, with nowhere to vent his inner anger. Guahaguang watched Huang Chun leave, his eyes lighting up. He knew something must have happened outside. He took out his phone and saw that indeed, people from the Chaos sect were causing trouble in Zilong community. They had actually infiltrated and were waiting for the descent of the Chaos deity. If they succeeded, everyone in Zilong community would be doomed, becoming food for the Chaos deity's manifestation. The protection surrounding Jiang Hao had weakened significantly, increasing his hope of completing the mission. Suddenly, a roar of a beast echoed from the direction where the beast was being held at the school. This made Li Danian's face change dramatically, staring in shock at the direction of the captive beast. He just forgot to notify those people not to release the ferocious beasts. Damn! Li Danian stomped his foot hard and cursed loudly. Principal's son, protect Jiang Hao, the others come with me. Li Danian shouted. Chapter 97. Now, there are only the two of us. Li Danian led a group of people rushing towards the direction where the ferocious beasts were held. Guo also looked in the direction where the beast roar had just come from. That was the sound of a ferocious beast roaring. Guo murmured softly, his expression changing rapidly. At this moment, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why were there so many things happening tonight? Too many accidents. Was this really a trap? But when he looked at the information on his phone, the people from the Chaos Church were no longer faking. They really intended to welcome the descent of the Chaos Deity's avatar, treating the entire Zilong community as a sacrificial target. They hadn't notified anyone in advance. Not even the Moon God Church members knew that the Chaos Church was going to stir up trouble. So this was indeed an accident. A huge beast roar came from outside, close to the dormitory building. The dust on the windows shook and fell, and everyone felt a rumble in their ears. Then the ground shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. A ferocious beast was running towards the dormitory building. All the participating students were awakened by this beast roar. They scrambled to get up, rushed to the balcony, and looked fearfully in the direction of the roar. The various vice principals who had been in the school hospital were now too busy to care about Jiang Hao. They quickly ran out of the hospital towards their school's dormitory building. They needed to protect their students. They absolutely could not let the ferocious beasts harm the students. At this moment, Sun Dahai also changed color dramatically, immediately pouring the antidote into Jiang Hao's mouth, then asking the doctors to protect Jiang Hao. He didn't dare to take Jiang Hao away casually, as he didn't know what the situation with the ferocious beast was. He couldn't guarantee that he could protect Jiang Hao well at the dormitory building. At least there were still several security members guarding here, along with the guards from the school hospital, making the safety level much higher than that of the dormitory building. Outside, Li Danian saw more than a dozen howling wolves charging over, roaring madly. His expression changed drastically. These howling wolves, raised by the first high school, had all advanced to level 4 ferocious beasts. At this moment, the howling wolves howled in packs, each one as large as a bus, moving like small mountains. The ground was shaking. This made Li Danian's mouth dry, and his expression changed greatly. Then he shouted, "Block these howling wolves for me. We absolutely cannot let them rush past." Saying this, he took the lead and charged towards the howling wolves. Most of the students, except for Jiang Hao, were either level 2 or level 3 martial artists and were not a match for the howling wolves at all. Li Danian had underestimated the combat power of the howling wolves. These howling wolves had been carefully raised by the first high school to hone the students' combat abilities. Their combat power was even stronger than that of wild howling wolves, and they understood teamwork. Security members from the back kept coming to reinforce, and even the guards from the school hospital came to help. The hospital staff were unaware of Huang Chen's plan and did not know that spies from the cult were lurking inside the first high school. The entire hospital was left with only Jiang Hao lying there, unconscious. Jiang Hao slightly opened his eyes, listening to the violent beast roars outside and the chaotic security personnel. He continued to lie on the hospital bed, pretending to be unconscious. The toxins in his body had long been refined by Hengyu, and he was already revitalized. But he was still acting. At this moment, in the entire hospital, apart from the weak nurses, Jiang Hao was the only one left. He wanted to use himself as bait to see if he could lure out the spy from the first high school. Going out to reinforce now wouldn't make much difference. It was better to play dead and lie here. A shot in the dark. Maybe the spy would fall for it? As all the guards joined the reinforcements, the situation finally stabilized. The howling wolves would never be slaves. But this was the territory of humanity, and they could not allow ferocious beasts to run rampant. The situation stabilized little by little. Guo also entered the school hospital at this moment, walking towards Jiang Hao's ward. Jiang Hao heard the beast roars outside, gradually being suppressed, and felt a bit disappointed because the spy still hadn't come. He really could hold on. Jiang Hao was about to get up to go to the bathroom. He perked up his ears, listening to the footsteps of the person entering. This was definitely not the hurried footsteps of a doctor or nurse. The footsteps were like a cat's, definitely not from a doctor or nurse, nor from anyone inside the hospital. There was only one possibility. The spy had arrived. Guo stopped half a meter away from Jiang Hao's hospital bed, not continuing to approach. "Wake up! You can't fool me by playing dead," Guo shouted at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was startled. Could it be? He could be discovered like this? Jiang Hao silently focused, on guard for a sudden attack. "Haha, it seems you really are unconscious," Guo said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Hao was so angry he almost cursed out loud. It turned out he was just being tricked. Fortunately, he and T moved earlier, or he would have been discovered for real. "Jiang Hao, do you know how much the Moon God Church has sacrificed for you?" Guo looked coldly at Jiang Hao. "I'd already lost hope, but unexpectedly, heaven gave me this opportunity. Now, there are only the two of us. You can't exert your full strength." "Huh, I'll grow stronger relying on you," Guo said excitedly in front of Jiang Hao's hospital bed. He then picked up Jiang Hao and stuffed him into a prepared bag. He slung him over his back and ran outside the school. At the same time, he began calling to inform the Moon God Church that he had captured Jiang Hao. Lu Chao was somewhat incredulous. He looked at his phone with suspicion, doubting whether the other party had already been discovered. Looking up at the bright moon, Lu Chao suddenly said, "We share this moment across the world." Guo immediately replied without thinking. He knew Lord Lu was suspicious that he had been kidnapped. "My lord, I haven't been kidnapped. It was because of an accident at the first high school that I seized the opportunity to capture Jiang Hao," Guo explained. "Okay, take him to Zaijiao. We'll meet you there." Lu Chao still did not fully believe Guo. Guo didn't complain and followed Lu Chao's instructions. He had no choice and knew that the headquarters was suspicious of him. However, he still made excuses for Lu Chao in his heart, thinking it was for the safety of the cult. He even secretly praised Lu Chao's actions. He quickly climbed over the wall of the first high school. Where the guards had all gone to reinforce Li Danian, he easily ran out. Sun Dahai, seeing that the situation had stabilized, immediately ran to the hospital to check on Jiang Hao. When he saw the empty hospital bed, his mind buzzed and his vision went dark. He stumbled and fell to the ground, looking terrified at Jiang Hao's hospital bed. Jiang Hao had disappeared. Chapter 98. Dare you betray the cult? Sun Dahai ran out like a madman. Someone, Jiang Hao is missing. Has anyone seen Jiang Hao? Sun Dahai shouted hoarsely. But at this moment, the scene was still a bit chaotic with the beast roars, the shouts of the security personnel, and the terrified screams of the students mixing together. No one could hear Sun Dahai's cries. Sun Dahai shouted frantically, but few could understand him. They thought Sun Dahai was either driving away the howling wolves or cheering them on. Only Li Danian accidentally turned his head and saw the frantic expression on Sun Dahai's face, and a very bad premonition surged in his heart. He let others take his place to continue driving away the howling sky wolf. He quickly approached Sun Dahai and asked anxiously, "Is something wrong with Jiang Hao?" "Jiang Hao is missing," Sun Dahai shouted in great anxiety. "Quickly check the surveillance. See where Jiang Hao has gone." Li Danian did not dare to delay and immediately pulled Sun Dahai to the monitoring room. When they initially made the plan, they had considered the possibility of such unexpected situations occurring. Therefore, they had set up tight surveillance around Jiang Hao. However, due to the chaos caused by the fierce beasts, everything was in disarray, and even the people in the monitoring room had gone down to provide support. That's why they didn't see the alarm go off after Jiang Hao disappeared. They arrived at the monitoring room and quickly found the person who had abducted Jiang Hao. "It's him," Sun Dahai shouted, pointing at Guo. In the footage, Guo stuffed Jiang Hao into a bag and carried him away as if he were carrying garbage. Li Danian's eyes widened, looking at Guo with hatred. Damn it. A good student doesn't want to be one and insists on becoming a spy for a cult. What do we do now? Sun Dahai asked anxiously. "Don't worry, we installed a tracker on Jiang Hao. We just need to follow it," Li Danian reassured Sun Dahai. "You wait here for me. I will go get the vice principal to come with us," Li Danian said. Once outside the school, Li Danian faced the cult's expert directly, feeling unconfident. When Huang Chun was around, he could handle it alone. Now, to track Jiang Hao, they needed a skilled person to accompany them, and currently, only Vice Principal Jiang Yufei was suitable. Together with him, Li Danian and Sun Dahai, they should be able to deal with the cult's experts. I'll go with you. After all, it's for finding someone from my school. Sun Dahai said. Okay, then let us go together. The two quickly ran towards Jiang Yufei. Meanwhile, Guohaguang was running quickly with Jiang Hao on his back, heading towards the hillside of Zhaijikao, the same place where Jin Yunhe and his son Jin Mingyu had died. Through the bag, Jiang Hao recognized the surrounding scenery, which he was very familiar with. A smile suddenly appeared on his face as he realized that the people from the Moon God cult liked to meet here. After so many deaths last time, they still like this place. Is it because the view is wide, allowing for a better view of the moon? Jiang Hao thought to himself, that's fine. It's good to have a beginning and an end in doing things. I wonder if that unlucky Lu Chao will come. If he comes too, then the scene will be interesting. Jiang Hao suddenly felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. He took out the heavenly thunder talisman he had drawn earlier and placed it in a location in his storage space where he could retrieve it at any time. If Lu Chao does come, he must give him a surprise this time. I wonder if the idol of their moon god cult has been reestablished. Can I fleece them one more time? He was currently very short on reinforcement points. The enemies outside were getting stronger, while his own strength had not improved much. Jiang Hao's heart was eager to become stronger. He couldn't always rely on luck from draws to deal with enemies, could he? What if one day he couldn't draw powerful items? It was better to rely on his own strength. Guohaguang soon stopped on the back mountain of Zhaijikao, waiting for the people from the moon god cult to arrive. He put Jiang Hao on the ground and then sat aside, taking deep breaths to relieve his inner tension and excitement. He fumbled to take out a cigarette, but after several attempts, he couldn't light it, his hands trembling. Finally, in a fit of rage, he stomped the cigarette into the ground, wanting to howl at the sky. He was going to get rich. He had captured Jiang Hao, and the cult would reward him handsomely. It would allow him to become a congenital martial artist in one step, a rapid ascent. Compared to the arduous training, Guohaguang preferred this quick power. Then he took out another cigarette, and this time he successfully lit it. Footsteps came from below the mountain, and Guohaguang excitedly stood up. The cult's people had arrived. As long as he handed Jiang Hao over to Lord Lu, verified his identity, his task would be complete. He would become a congenital martial artist. How could this not excite him? He stepped forward a couple of paces to welcome them, a broad smile on his face. Lu Chao looked around cautiously. He was apprehensive about this place, confirming that only Guohaguang was there, with a bag lying on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief, his face showing a smile. Is that Jiang Hao on the ground? Lu Chao asked, pointing at the bag. Yes. That's Jiang Hao. Guohaguang nodded eagerly. Lord Lu, please take a look. Guohaguang squatted down to untie the bag. At that moment, a dark cloud gathered in the sky without anyone noticing, as it did not block the moon. They excitedly watched the bag. When Guohaguang untied the bag and revealed Jiang Hao's head, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and blinked at Guohaguang. Guohaguang's hand froze, staring blankly at the now awake Jiang Hao. Lu Chao's face also changed drastically, trembling as he pointed at Jiang Hao, wanting to say something, but too anxious to say a word. Suddenly, there was a crack above his head, and Lu Chao barely had time to look up when a bolt of lightning struck down with a bang, hitting Lu Chao on the head. Lu Chao fell like a piece of wood, his expression one of great unwillingness, angrily pointing at Guohaguang, smoke coming from his mouth. The others were still stunned, staring blankly at the fallen Lu Chao. Guohaguang looked at Jiang Hao in terror, and then at the smoking Lu Chao, feeling a loss. Who set off the lightning? This was beyond his understanding. His mind went blank for a moment. Jiang Hao flashed a brilliant smile at Guohaguang, then broke free from the bag and lunged at the people brought by Lu Chao. Only then did they react, screaming in terror and scattering. Guohaguang, do you dare betray the cult? One person shouted at Guohaguang. No, I didn't. Guohaguang anxiously defended himself. The looks of those people towards Guohaguang instantly turned extremely hateful, wishing they could tear him apart. Jiang Hao, I curse your grandpa. I didn't betray the cult. Guohaguang panicked upon seeing their expressions. Yes, you didn't collude with me, Jiang Hao said while chasing after those few people. The four brought by Lu Chao turned cold at Jiang Hao's words, looking at Guohaguang with icy eyes. Hearing Jiang Hao's words and seeing the expressions of the cult members, Guohaguang's heart suddenly shouted that it was bad. Don't believe his words. He is trying to sow discord among us. I really didn't betray the cult. Guohaguang was nearly in tears, explaining in a panic as he kept retreating. The congenital martial artist he was about to obtain might just slip away like this. Chapter 99. Lu Chao was scared. Just after Guohaguang finished speaking, the people brought by Lu Chao were all knocked to the ground by Jiang Hao. Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Hao's figure moved like lightning, instantly taking down the four. Guohaguang gaped in disbelief at what was happening before him. They were all strong members of the cult, at least level 5 martial artists. How could they be so easily defeated by Jiang Hao? Lu Chao looked unwillingly at the 4 fallen subordinates, and his last hope of a counterattack was gone. When he had seen Jiang Hao before, Jiang Hao was only a level 3 martial artist. How long has it been? It had only been a week, and Jiang Hao could already take down level 5 martial artists. Even if you're a genius, your progress is too fast, right? Even their cult members, through sacrifices, wouldn't dare to advance this quickly. It was simply terrifying, more terrifying than livestock. At this moment, Lu Chao was truly a bit scared. Who exactly had he offended? He even regretted coming to find Jiang Hao. Every time he met Jiang Hao, he ended up unlucky, feeling like he was being electrocuted, his whole body smoked. As if he were cooked by electricity, he could only watch helplessly as Jiang Hao knocked down his followers. This kind of frustration made Lu Chao feel like he was going crazy. Twice, he didn't know how to face Wang Xian. As a congenital martial artist, he was ambushed by Jiang Hao for the first time, and he could still find an excuse to say it was accidental. But being ambushed a second time, he didn't know what excuse to make anymore. No matter what excuse he found, Wang Xian and the others probably wouldn't believe him. His father, Lu Wanbo, had worked hard to secure him this opportunity, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled again. Lu Chao stared blankly at Jiang Hao. Is this my nemesis? And this Guohaguang? Lu Chao could now see that he probably really hadn't betrayed the cult. It was just his own paranoia and distrust that led to this situation. If he had completely trusted Guohaguang, then Jiang Hao wouldn't have had the chance to ambush him. He could have had Guohaguang bring Jiang Hao to the church, and with so many people attacking, Jiang Hao definitely wouldn't have escaped. Instead, he was now isolated and helpless. Even whether he could survive this time was a question. Lu Chao regretted wanting to slap himself hard. It was all his own doing, turning things into this mess. He even created the opportunity for Jiang Hao. Thinking of this, Lu Chao was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, leaving Jiang Hao dumbfounded. Just now, not even the divine thunder made you spit blood, and now you've done it to yourself. Guohaguang also looked at Lu Chao in confusion, not knowing what this Lord Lu was doing. Now, Guohaguang felt like his heart was dead, sitting on the ground, mocking himself. The cult doubted he had betrayed them, and he would soon face the pursuit of the moon god cult. In this vast world, he had nowhere to go. He laughed maniacally like a madman. Damn you, Lu Chao. I never betrayed the cult. You idiot. If it weren't for your insistence on having me come here, would things have turned out like this? Guohaguang pointed at Lu Chao and cursed. You brainless fool, thinking that just because you have some strength, you are the best in the world. You idiot full of muscles. Lu Chao glared angrily at Guohaguang, his eyes bloodshot. The thing he hated most in his life was when others said he had no brains. Anyone who had ever said that had ended up with their head smashed. All right, stop cursing. You're about to die, and so am I, Jiang Hao said with a smile as he walked over. You can curse on the road to the underworld. Guohaguang stiffly turned to look at Jiang Hao, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. He suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, pleading desperately to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, spare me. Please spare me. I have a younger sister at home, and if I die, no one will take care of her. Please, let me go. I promise I won't work for the moon god cult anymore. I definitely won tea. Jiang Hao looked coldly at Guohaguang. It's too late. If you had realized in time before you exposed yourself, it would have been possible, but now it's too late. Not only do I know you are an undercover agent of the moon god cult, but the people at school should know by now. They've installed a tracker on me, Jiang Hao said to Guohaguang. They should be almost here. Upon hearing this, Guohaguang's face instantly turned ashen, and then he looked at Jiang Hao with a hint of malice flashing across his face. Lu Chao lay on the ground, a smirk passing across his lips as he watched Guo break down from Jiang Hao's words. At this moment, he still wanted to ambush Jiang Hao. And Lu Chao shook his head secretly. As long as you wake up in time and honestly change, there's no reason you can't get out in the future, Jiang Hao said lightly. But at this moment, Guo couldn't hear any persuasion. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: kill Jiang Hao, and he could escape. He couldn't go to jail. Guo's eyes turned red, breathing heavily, and seizing the moment when Jiang Hao was distracted, he lunged at Jiang Hao's throat like a cheetah. Before his fist could reach Jiang Hao, he felt the pain on his face as Jiang Hao slapped him, sending him spinning. The blow left Guo's head buzzing. He hadn't even seen how Jiang Hao had struck, and his teeth were knocked out. Blood mixed with teeth flew out, leaving him dizzy and unable to tell east from west, spinning a few times before collapsing to the ground. Lu Chao sighed. Guo was too weak, and his last hope was gone. Jiang Hao stepped forward and delivered a knife hand strike, knocking Guo completely unconscious. He then walked over to Lu Chao's side. Lu Chao involuntarily became nervous. Although he couldn't move his whole body, he strained his eyes to stare at Jiang Hao. Has the moon god cult re-established their idol? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao spat out another mouthful of blood. Too much. Lu Chao stared fiercely at Jiang Hao. If looks could kill, Jiang Hao would have died 7 or 8 times already. Oh, I forgot you can't talk. Jiang Hao seemed to suddenly realize, patting his head. Then he smiled and struck out with a palm, breaking Lu Chao's legs again. Lu Chao's eyes instantly bulged, his mouth gaping open, making hissing sounds. He was drenched in sweat, his body convulsing violently. Every slight movement aggravated his wounds, causing even more intense pain. Still a congenital martial artist. And you can't stand this little pain? Jiang Hao asked with a teasing tone. Lu Chao looked at Jiang Hao with hatred, a low growl escaping his throat. Do you hate me that much? Jiang Hao patted Lu Chao